Gundam, I have pay-to-win battle system. Chapter 1 System Activation, Pay-to-win Duel. Ling Zhan was awakened by a sharp headache. That pain was not physical, it felt like something was growing wildly in his head, desperately cramming someone else's memories inside. He wanted to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. In his ears were piercing alarm sounds, one after another. Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan. Someone was calling his name. That voice was very familiar, yet also very unfamiliar. Who is calling me? He forced his eyelids open and saw a youth grabbing his shoulders and shaking him hard. Brown hair, anxious eyes, wearing a blue top. He recognized this face. In front of a computer screen late at night, he had seen countless versions of this face, from the first episode of the anime to the last of the theatrical version, from animation to game graphics. Amuro Ray. What are you daydreaming for? Amuro Ray practically roared, Side 7 is under attack. It's Zeon's MS. Father told us to evacuate to the white base. MS, Zeon, Side 7. These 3 words were like 3 bullets, piercing through the chaotic fog in Ling Zhan's mind. He abruptly sat up, the headache suppressed in an instant by fear and adrenaline. Towards the direction of the shelter, a clear route map suddenly appeared in his mind, corners, stairs, emergency hatch doors, every detail was as clear as if he had walked it thousands of times himself. Hurry, follow me. Ling Zhan grabbed Amuro Ray's wrist, his voice steadier than he expected. He started running, the metal floor of the runway vibrating beneath his feet. A muffled explosion came from the distance, the outer wall of the space colony was enduring bombardment. The corridor was full of panicked civilians, some crying out, some searching for separated family members. Ling Zhan pulled Amuro Ray as they shuttled through the crowd, making every turn without hesitation. Wait, that road on the left leads to. Amuro Ray was just about to remind him when Ling Zhan already pushed him to turn left. Ahead in that passageway, an emergency hatch door was slowly lowering. 3 seconds later, and they would have been sealed to death in this dead end. The 2 of them slid past, almost hugging the bottom of the hatch door. A heavy metal crashing sound came from behind, and the hatch door isolated the explosion flames on the other side. How do you know this side is passable? Amuro Ray panted heavily, looking at him somewhat incredulously. Ling Zhan had no way to answer this question. Because in his mind, besides those images, there was something even stranger, a translucent interface flashing at the edge of his vision. There was a line of text on it. The Gundam Supreme Battle System has been activated. Host detected in high-risk environment, novice quest forcibly initiated. Quest objective, guard the White Devil's first battle. Rewards, coupons times 2000, mobile suit fragments times 5. White Devil. That was another name for Gundam. Damn it, even after activating the system, it's still a freaking pay-to-win duel. Amuro Ray. Ling Zhan turned around, placing both hands on the youth's shoulders and staring straight into his eyes. Amuro Ray was slightly stunned. This person usually didn't talk much, but right now there was a certainty in his eyes that Amuro Ray had never seen before, as if he knew what was going to happen next. Next, you will see a white mobile suit. Ling Zhan said word by word, it is yours. Don't hesitate, climb straight up and enter the cockpit. Mine. What are you talking about? I don't have time to explain. Ling Zhan interrupted him, just go up. Remember what I said, that mobile suit was born for you. Amuro Ray wanted to ask something, but the alarm sound resounded through the corridor once again. The vibration of the explosion was getting closer and closer, and cracks were already beginning to appear underfoot. Ling Zhan pulled him up again and sprinted wildly in the direction of the shelter. There were 2 voices fighting in his mind. One was reason, I have transmigrated. This is Universal Century 0079, the world of Mobile Suit Gundam. During the 1-year war, Side 7 will be attacked by the Zeon forces, and Amuro Ray will pilot the Gundam here for the first time. The other was excitement, transmigration. Gundam. Things that only existed in anime and games, now every single one of them could take your life, but piloting a Gundam is every man's dream. But he had no time to hesitate. The system interface at the edge of his vision was still flashing. That was not an illusion. He could even feel its existence, just like a direct perception, as if an extra nerve had appeared in his body, with the end of that nerve connected to something much larger than himself. He remembered who he was. Before transmigrating, he was an ordinary Gundam fan. He had watched all the animations and played all the games. Including that mobile game called Gundam Supreme Battle, paying to win, drawing cards, 2v2, staying up late grinding events just for fragments of a limited mobile suit. Those things that used to be just pastimes were now turning into a real system right before his eyes. Host has contacted key plot character, Amuro Ray. Emotional connection establishing. Strong emotional fluctuation detected, trust. From, Amuro Ray. Coupons plus 500. Ling Zhan was slightly stunned. Trust. He looked at Amuro Ray's back. This youth ran ahead of him, turning back from time to time to confirm whether he was keeping up, his hand tightly gripping Ling Zhan's wrist without letting go. In the chaos just now, it was he who unconditionally believed every command of Ling Zhan, following him into that unknown passageway, following him as they slid past the hatch door. He trusted Ling Zhan. This youth, who would later become the White Devil and the strongest ace of the one-year war, was currently just a civilian panicked and at a loss from a sudden attack. And he chose to believe the only person around him who remained calm. Amuro Ray. Ling Zhan called out to him. Amuro Ray snapped back to his senses. I won't let you die. Ling Zhan said. Amuro Ray was stunned for a moment. Then, in the gaps between the explosions and alarms, he nodded. That nod was very light, but that emotion of trust, like a warm current, was captured by the system and transformed into a line of data. Coupons plus 500. Current balance, 1000. Unlocked, Mobile Suit Fragment Exchange Shop, 00 Series. Unlocked, Evolution Tree, Brain Quantum Wave Awakening, Elementary. Coupon cost, 1000. Exchange or not. Brain Quantum Wave. This was the system of Gundam 00. He was not a new type, but he could take another path. Ling Zhan silently chanted yes in his heart. At the instant when the 1000 coupons became 0, he felt a wave of intense dizziness. It was as if something deep within his brain had been opened. Those originally vague perceptions suddenly became clear. He could feel Amuro Ray's breathing rhythm, the urgency of his heartbeat, and even vaguely perceive the underlying tone of his emotions. That was fear, but beneath the fear, there was another layer of excitement that Amuro Ray himself hadn't realized. Then, there was a sharp, chilling murderous intent. Coming from the end of the corridor ahead of them. That was not Amuro Ray's, nor was it anyone else's in the shelter. Ling Zhan abruptly stopped his steps and grabbed Amuro Ray. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Ahead. Ling Zhan lowered his voice significantly. There are people, but they aren't our people. Amuro Ray was just about to ask, how do you know, but a rumbling sound had already come from the end of the corridor. The heavy, mechanical sound of footsteps, accompanied by the echoing collision of steel and earth, was heart-throbbing. That was not the footsteps of a human. Suddenly, a Zaku walked over from the other side. Chapter 2, The Awakening of the White Devil. When the mono eye of that Zaku lit up at the end of the hillside, Ling Zhan felt as if his brain had been yanked violently. It wasn't fear. It was something more primitive. That newborn nerve was sounding a frantic alarm, pouring an ice-cold, bone-chilling murderous intent directly into the depths of his consciousness. He could feel the Zeon pilot's heartbeat and breathing, and could even vaguely sense the other's emotional state. This person wasn't here to fight to the death, he was here to clear the area. Amuro Ray, run. Ling Zhan yanked Amuro Ray and retreated violently backwards. Almost at the exact same instant, the Zaku's machine gun opened fire. The metal walls of the corridor were torn apart, and debris and sparks flew everywhere in the narrow space. The two of them tumbled behind the corner as bullets grazed across their backs, striking the inner wall of the space colony and leaving dense bullet holes behind. Damn it, this is a Zaku's 105mm machine gun, Ling Zhan muttered. Take one hit head-on, and even Homelander might not be able to handle it. How do you know so much? Amuro Ray's voice was shaking, but his eyes were still struggling to maintain focus. So noisy, and you heard all that. Ling Zhan thought to himself. I'll tell you later. Ling Zhan looked around. Right now, we need to find a way to go around, otherwise getting beaten into mincemeat would be considered getting off easy. The other end of the corridor had already been blown apart. Behind them was a dead end, and ahead was an approaching Zaku. All conventional routes were sealed off. Ling Zhan's brain was working at high speed. He had seen the map of Side 7, but that was a top-down view on a screen. Now that he was right in the middle of it, every corner, every hatch, and every pipeline had turned into a three-dimensional maze. Then, that newborn perceptive power stirred once more. Not vision, not hearing, but a vaguer feeling. Outside the coverage range of that Zaku's murderous intent, something was waiting for him. Not a person, but some kind of larger existence. Its feeling was very special, quiet, heavy, like a slumbering giant beast. He vaguely sensed what that was. This way. Ling Zhan pulled Amuro Ray and squeezed into a maintenance tunnel on the side. The The tunnel was narrow, barely allowing one person to pass, with densely packed pipelines overhead and the metal grating underfoot creaking. The two ran bent over as the Zaku's footsteps grew further and further away behind them. "How do you know this path?" Amuro Ray asked while panting. "Have you been here before?" "No." Ling Zhan spoke the truth, just intuition. Amuro Ray glanced at him and didn't ask again. It wasn't that he didn't want to ask, but that he chose not to. This unconditional trust warmed Ling Zhan's heart. In the original story, Amuro Ray always fought alone, constantly losing things. But now, someone was standing by his side. The end of the maintenance tunnel was a maintenance platform overlooking the huge interior space of the space colony. From here, the full view of Side 7 could be seen. Residential areas, farmland, and streets were distributed on the cylindrical inner wall, and in the center was the lighting system simulating sunlight. But now this peaceful scene was shattered to pieces. One of the two Zakus was indiscriminately strafing the residential area, buildings collapsing amidst explosions, and the fire painting half of the space colony's inner wall red. And in the hangar beneath their feet, Ling Zhan saw it. Blue, white, and red alternating armor. Huge physique. The light had not yet lit up in its eyes, but it already carried an indescribable sense of oppression. It stood there in silence, like a knight who had traveled across time from another era. RX-78-2 Gundam. That is. Amuro Ray's voice changed pitch. Ling Zhan looked around the ground and immediately spotted a mostly blue notebook. He trotted over, grabbed it up, opened it, and glanced at it for a few moments. Good thing I merged with the original owner's memories, otherwise I really wouldn't understand the words on it. Is this a Federation classified document? Amuro Ray trotted over, saw the notebook in Ling Zhan's hand, and said. Ling Zhan snapped back to his senses, shoved the document in his hand to Amuro Ray, and then pointed at the Gundam. Climb in and start it up. Looking at this document you'll know how. That is an MS that belongs exclusively to you. Ling Zhan repeated his earlier words. This time, Amuro Ray did not refute. Hurry up. Critical plot node detected. First encounter with the Gundam. Quest updated. Assist Amuro Ray in boarding the RX-78-2. Reward. Gundam Ashia fragments ×5, coupons ×500. A burst of gunfire rang out in the hangar. Run faster. Ling Zhan gave Amuro Ray a push. What about you? I have my own ways. Amuro Ray opened his mouth to say something, but Ling Zhan had already jumped down from the maintenance platform. He landed on the metal floor of the hangar, a stabbing pain shooting through his ankle. If this system could just give me Master Asia's Gundam dismantling skill, that would be great. But he didn't have time to think about that much anymore. Hey! Ling Zhan shouted. The Zaku's mono eye turned toward him. That murderous intent instantly focused on him, 10 times stronger than before. Ling Zhan's brain felt as if it had been drenched in a basin of ice water. He could feel the pilot's emotional changes, first surprise, then disdain, and finally a cruel, cat-and-mouse-like pleasure. Still a civilian. The Zaku's external speaker emitted a sound with static current. Interesting. You run pretty fast. Ling Zhan didn't run. He was waiting for that perceptive power to tell him which direction to dodge. He didn't know if he could make it. The brain quantum wave was only at its initial awakening, and he couldn't see specific movements clearly, only capturing the fluctuations of the opponent's emotions. Murderous intent was the strongest and easiest emotion to perceive among all emotions. Just at the moment the Zaku's muzzle pointed at him, his brain received the signal a step ahead, not an order, but a vague intuition from deep within his instinct, and he lunged to the right. The machine gun struck the spot where he had just been standing, tearing a pit out of the floor. Ling Zhan. Amuro Ray's voice came from above. He had already piloted the mobile suit to stand up. Don't worry about me. Ling Zhan rolled to his feet and ran toward the other side. The Zaku's muzzle swept over, chasing his trajectory, the bullets biting at his heels. Every dodge didn't seem like the result of calculation, but rather like his body had already reacted before the feeling arrived. This was the brain quantum wave. No thinking was needed, only trusting that intuition. After the third dodge, the pilot clearly lost patience. The Zaku gave up using the machine gun and directly took steps to step on him. That huge mechanical soul cast a shadow over his head. Then, a beam of light tore through the air of the hangar. The white mobile suit leaped up from the ground, punching the Zaku's head and smashing the mono eye directly. The eyes of the RX-78-2 Gundam lit up with a golden radiance, like a slumbering giant finally opening its eyes. Amuro Ray's voice came out from the Gundam's external speaker, carrying a tremor, but firmer than ever before. Get away from my friend. Ling Zhan stood on the floor of the hangar, looking up at that white giant. Amuro Ray inside the cockpit couldn't see his expression, but he knew that the boy could sense it. Because between them, an invisible bond had already formed. Quest completed. Rewards distributed, Gundam Mecha fragments ×5, coupons ×500. Target emotional fluctuation detected, touched by being protected. From Amuro Ray. Extra coupons plus 300. The system prompt flickered at the edge of his field of vision. But Ling Zhan didn't look at it. He was looking at that white Gundam, a mobile suit he had seen 10,000 times on screens, which was right in front of him now, real and within reach. Before time traveling, Ling Zhan had gone to Yokohama to see the original Gundam. It could move as well, but the feeling it gave people was completely different. So damn cool. He clenched his fists, suppressing a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 3, The System's Functions. Amuro Ray piloted the Gundam and pushed away the machine gun in the hands of the Zaku before him with a single palm. Immediately following that, with another punch, he smashed the Zaku's mono eye, which was the main monitor, flat. The pilot of that Zaku was clearly terrified. Another Zaku pulled him up, slammed the thruster throttle to the maximum, and tried to escape. Amuro Ray reacted immediately. I won't let you escape. Then he leaped up and drew the beam saber from behind him, world-famous painting ×1. With a single slash, he cut the flying Zaku in half at the waist, followed by a massive explosion that blasted a huge hole in the colony. Achievement unlocked, soloed Dad. Ling Zhan's perceptive ability suddenly trembled in his heart. It's over, I forgot about this and didn't remind him, his dad is gone. Turning to look at the other Zaku, it raised its machine gun and charged straight toward Amuro Ray. How dare you take Jean? Amuro Ray controlled the Gundam, gripping the beam saber with both hands, and thrust it straight into the cockpit as the Zaku leaped up, world-famous painting ×2. At that very moment, a nerve in Ling Zhan's brain seemed to suddenly light up, generating an emotion in his mind, not fear, but a certain more primitive reaction. His brain quantum wave captured the emotions of that Zaku pilot the instant before the cockpit was pierced. It was neither anger nor regret, but a blank, not even fully formed question: how could the Federation have such a terrifying MS? The beam saber left a scorch mark in the hangar's air, thrusting right into the ruined cockpit. The Zaku's mono eye went dark, and its massive body collapsed heavily to its knees before tilting sideways and crashing onto the floor with a dull, thunderous roar. Amuro Ray was panting heavily inside the cockpit, his voice transmitting intermittently through the external loudspeaker. I did it. You did it. Ling Zhan stood on the hangar floor, looking up at the white giant, and you did very well. He felt a bit awkward saying those words himself. But the system didn't give him time to think much more. Combat end detected. Evaluating. Evaluation result: host did not directly participate in combat, but provided critical tactical guidance and emotional support. Reward distributed, point coupons ×300. Current balance, 800. Mobile suit fragments, Gundam Mecha fragments ×5. Ling Zhan. For a bow ran over, having just finished bandaging the captain, just now you. I know. Ling Zhan raised a hand to interrupt her. Right now, let's figure out how to survive first. Side 7 is still under attack, and the destruction of 2 Zakus doesn't mean the battle is over. Amuro Ray didn't say much more, turning away to haul parts for the gun tank and the gun cannon. Amuro Ray. Ling Zhan spoke, his voice not loud, but as steady as a nail driven into a steel plate. I'm here. You just wiped out 2 Zakus. It wasn't luck, your strength is simply of that caliber. You were meant to sit right there, and fate chose you. The Gundam's head turned slightly toward him, its golden eyes exceptionally bright amidst the smoke and gunfire. Fate. Amuro Ray thought silently to himself. Ling Zhan knew Amuro Ray was looking at him, and he also knew what the youth needed to hear. I've been on the communications channel the whole time. If you have anything you want to say, just ask. After falling silent for 2 seconds, the RX-78 straightened its body. Understood, Amuro Ray said over the comms channel. The white giant turned around, its thrusters spewing flames as it leaped out of the hangar, flying toward the still-burning battlefield inside the colony. Watching its back disappear into the smoke and dust, Ling Zhan suddenly felt a sense of unreality. That scene was something he had watched countless times in front of a screen. But at this moment, the searing wind was real, the smell of gunpowder smoke was real, and the vibration of the metal floor beneath his feet was incomparably real. Bright Noah raised a hand and grabbed Ling Zhan's shoulder. Who the hell are you? Ling Zhan looked at him. Ling Zhan knew who he was the legendary Universal Century Captain, the stabilizing pillar of the UC, Lin Yud, truly a legendary figure of a generation who lived all the way from the Gundam to Hathaway Noah. I am Amuro Ray's friend, he said. As for the rest, I'll have a chance to tell you after today passes. The ship's internal broadcast sounded once more, reporting that more Zakus were approaching. Ling Zhan followed Fra toward the white base while his mind raced at high speed. The system interface flickered at the edge of his vision, with a new prompt added above. Evolution Tree, Brain Quantum Wave Awakening, Elementary, has been activated. Current ability level, LV.1. Effect, can perceive intense hostile emotions within a 100-meter radius. As combat experience accumulates, the level will automatically increase. Next stage, LV.2, can perceive emotional fluctuations of specific targets, with range expanded to 200 meters. 100 meters, when he sensed that Zaku in the corridor just now, the distance was probably about this far. But now he needed more. Side 7 was a colony several kilometers in diameter, and a perception range of a few hundred meters was just a drop in the bucket in this battle. System, he chanted silently in his heart, I still have 800-point coupons. What can I do? Optional operations. 1. Redeem mobile suit fragments to continue drawing, recommended. Current Gundam Asia fragments May 20th. Once collected, a complete mobile suit can be synthesized. 2. Redeem mobile suit Gundam 00 Evolution Accelerator. Consume 500-point coupons to upgrade Brain Quantum Wave to LV.2. 3. Mobile suit Gundam Seed, adjust one's own talent genes, 3,000-point coupons. 4. Redeem battlefield supplies, emergency repair kit ×1, 200-point coupons, Magnum Beam Rifle Energy Magazine ×1, 300-point coupons. 5. Mobile Suit Gacha, Ultra Limited, Ace, Limited, Normal, Ultra Limited, 128-point coupons, per draw, Classic 50 draw pity, Limited 120 draw pity, Ace 120 draw pity, Ultra Limited 180 draw pity. Host note, the probability of pulling it before reaching pity is only 0.001%. I'm gonna puke, what's the difference between the system gacha and buying it directly? Might as well just sell it outright. Host, you can't put it that way. After all, there's still a drop rate, right? A gacha with a 0.001% drop rate is still a gacha, isn't it? Oh right, system, do you have any other functions? Yes, host, yes. Currently, you can open the shop to exchange gold coins for supplies. The hangar can store mobile suits, and external mobile suits can also be brought in. Once stored, you can spend gold coins to automatically repair them. The current capacity is 3 units. The host can enter, and it has facilities like a restroom, cafeteria, bedroom, and more. Ling Zhan didn't hesitate for long. No matter how enticing mobile suit fragments were, he had to survive first to live long enough to pilot one. Besides, such a small number of fragments wouldn't be enough to exchange for a complete mobile suit, let alone talking about that gacha. Strengthening himself was much better. I choose to strengthen the Brain Quantum Wave. Redemption complete. Brain Quantum Wave Awakening upgraded to LV.2. New effect unlocked, can actively perceive the emotional undertones of all living creatures within a 200-meter radius. Hostility, fear, goodwill, and confusion can all be distinguished. The instant the redemption was confirmed, his perceptive ability felt as though someone had suddenly turned up the volume. What had previously been merely vague, murderous intent, and trust now transformed into much richer layers. He could sense Fra's tension and determination in the corridor ahead, the prayers of civilians far behind him mixed with fear and hope, and the anxiety and sense of responsibility hidden beneath Captain Bright Noah's young face on the white base bridge. Oh my goodness, is it really this badass? Thinking that if I exchange for the 00 Gundam in the future, wouldn't I be just like Setsuna, wouldn't I be invincible? Success in dialogue means the 00 Gundam, failure means I pull off the full Saber 7-day clan annihilation war, our Setsuna really has so much operating skill. Ling Zhan thought to himself like that. And these perceived things were not just information. Through that extra nerve, they were being converted by the system into something else. Intense emotional fluctuation detected, fear hope, source, side 7 civilians ×47. Point coupons plus 235. Ling Zhan was stunned for a moment, then understood. This mission truly is a long and arduous journey, he thought to himself. The emotion of every single person in this world was a source of revenue. And in this war, the entire UC world was waiting for him to change it. Chapter 4, Amuro Ray and the Trust of Everyone. Inside the bridge of the white base, a tension so taut it felt on the verge of snapping permeated the air. Ling Zhan stood in the corner, his back against the cold metal wall, glancing out of the corner of his eye at the room he had only ever seen on screens. On the main screen was live footage of the destruction of Side 7, with 3 Zaku units carrying out a final sweep of the residential area. The operator consoles were crowded with young operators, far too young, most of them being military academy cadets who hadn't even graduated yet. Their faces were written with fear, but not a single person left their post. Bright Noah stood before the captain's seat, pressing his hands against the console, his shoulders tense like a pulled bow. Ling Zhan could feel his emotions, not fear, but a deeply suppressed anxiety layered over with a sense of responsibility and anger. He seemed to be only 19 years old right now. Not much older than Amuro Ray, but at this moment he had to become the backbone for everyone on this warship. Report the damage situation. Bright Noah's voice was pressed very low. Third deck hit, damage control team has already gone over. Port anti-aircraft battery is disabled, repairs will take at least 2 hours. The reporting voice came through the comms channel. Also, all conventional pilots have lost combat capability. Hayato Kobayashi is heavily injured, Ryu is lightly injured but can still sortie. What about that Gundam? It is transporting the gun tank and gun cannon. One corner of the main screen switched to footage of the Gundam's previous battle. The white mobile suit was engaged in close-quarters combat with Azaku, moving quickly, but the pilot's greenness and fatigue were evident. Amuro Ray had been fighting continuously for nearly 20 minutes. For a civilian boy sitting in a cockpit for the very first time, this was already a miracle. Ling Zhan did not look at the screen. He was perceiving. The LV.2 brain quantum wave was like an invisible net, covering a 200-meter radius centered on him. He could feel Amuro Ray's emotions, exhaustion, tension, but also a stubbornness that refused to admit defeat. He could feel Bright Noah's anxiety. He could feel the bridge operator's fear. He could even feel the heartbeats of the injured civilians deep inside the white base holding their breath in the dark. These emotions in his mind were not sounds, but rather resembled colors. Fear was off-white, like mist. Anger was red, like fire. And Amuro Ray's stubbornness was blue, like a flame blown askew by the wind but never snapping. Strong emotional fluctuation detected. Source, all personnel of the white base. Points plus 470. Current balance, 1005. Hint, extra open mobile suit fragment gacha pool, 00 series, is now open. Single draw consumes 300 points, 10 draw consumes 2700. 300 for a single pull, 2700 for a 10 pull. His current points were enough for 3 draws. As for the Gundam Ashia fragments, he already had 5 pieces, and needed to collect 20 to synthesize the complete mobile suit. If every single pull could yield 1 fragment, that would still take at least 15 times, 4,500 points. In his original world, when he pulled for limited mobile suits in Gundam Supreme Battle, he felt this number was just a digit on the screen. Now, every single point had to be obtained from real people, real fear, and real hope. He suddenly felt that his former self, who complained about drop rates being too low, was a bit ridiculous. Mr. Bright Noah. Ling Zhan walked out from the corner. Everyone on the bridge turned to look at him, their gazes filled with doubt and scrutiny. He was not a soldier, had no military rank, and did not even hold any official position on this warship. He was merely a refugee boy. For him to stand here now was in itself an act of overstepping. Civilians should go to the shelter area. Bright Noah looked at him, his tone not harsh, but hardly polite. I can help. How can you help? I can tell Amuro Ray what to do. Bright Noah narrowed his eyes. The operators on the bridge looked at each other in dismay. A civilian boy claiming he could guide the pilot of that Gundam. This sounded either insane or arrogant to the extreme. But Bright Noah did not immediately refuse. He was thinking. Ling Zhan knew why he was thinking. Because in the previous battle, Amuro Ray had made reactions that defied common sense several times, evading attacks from angles a beginner could never achieve, launching counterattacks at timings a beginner could never catch. And every single time, it was after communicating with that civilian boy. Bright Noah wasn't stupid. He just needed confirmation. You can help him. You're just a kid yourself, what can you do? He asked. I can do it, I am able to. Amuro Ray is my best friend, I would never harm him, Ling Zhan said. Bright Noah fell silent, thought for a moment, and instead chose to seek the captain's opinion. Captain, how should we deal with the two of them? Bright Noah asked. Operator, enemy movements. At 45 degrees right rear, a Mazai class is approaching. Destroy all unusable Gundam parts. Equip the Gundam with a beam rifle. What? Bright Noah asked back. You might still be too young for actual combat. But there have been precedents of children going to the battlefield before. I look forward to your performance. Yes, Captain. Bright Noah replied. Amuro Ray, did you hear? Destroy the Gundam parts left behind inside 7. Why? Amuro Ray asked. There's still about 3 units worth. Because if they aren't destroyed, it will leak secrets to the Zeon people, Ling Zhan chimed in. Bright Noah cast a rather approving look at Ling Zhan. Amuro Ray, equip the super napalm and go. Ling Zhan said. Report, the Mazai class has retreated again, the observer reported. Captain. Bright Noah turned his head to seek the captain's opinion. What this child said is fine, let Amuro Ray go, leave it to him. Strong emotional fluctuation detected, trust. Source, Amuro Ray. Points plus 200. Current balance, 1205. After a while, Ling Zhan found a wall-leaning spot nearby and squatted down, pondering the original plot in his mind. Right, I remember the upcoming plot seems to be Char meeting his sister, Ling Zhan thought to himself. Mr. Captain, Mr. Bright Noah, I feel something is wrong. Zeon cannot possibly start retreating just from losing 2 Zaku units. I believe it is extremely likely they have already dispatched individual soldiers to steal classified intelligence. What you said makes a lot of sense, Zeon cannot retreat for no reason. Everyone who is not injured, heighten your vigilance and watch out for scout infiltration. Right at this moment. Mr. Bright Noah, Zeon soldiers have escaped into the port. Amuro Ray suddenly shouted loudly through the communication channel. Nanda. What? Bright Noah shocked.jpg. Close all entrances of the white base, everyone shoot at the approaching Zeon soldiers. The captain leaped up from a dying illness, only to lie right back down. Then, together with Bright Noah, they gave Ling Zhan a deep look. Strong emotional fluctuation detected, approval. Source, Bright Noah, Captain Paul Cassius. Extra points plus 100. Current balance, 1305. Ling Zhan did not respond to those gazes. He merely looked at the white Gundam on the screen and the boy sitting inside it. He was still 15 fragments short for the Gundam Asia. But he felt that even without that mobile suit, he had already found something more important than any mobile suit. He had gained everyone's trust, making it much more convenient to say and do anything from now on. Chapter 5 Shadow of the Red Comet. When the news that a Zeon scout had broken through the outer defense line of the white base reached the bridge, everything had already happened too fast. Mr. Bright Noah. A Zeon scout has broken through the firepower blockade in the direction of the port. There is only one person, and the speed is extremely fast, not like an ordinary soldier. Bright Noah immediately turned to the main screen. On the screen, a figure wearing a Zeon Forces uniform was moving among the ruins at an incredible speed. He shuttled between the half-collapsing warehouses with clean and neat movements, stepping into the blind spots of the Earth Federation forces' gunfire every time he changed cover. He did not even carry heavy weapons, only a row of grenades and an observer at his waist. His target is the hangar. Ling Zhan blurted out. The hangar? Aren't all the hangar doors already? Before the operator finished speaking, the first explosion came from the direction of the hangar. It was not a mobile suit's beam cannon, nor a rocket-propelled grenade. It was a grenade. A grenade throw so precise it was creepy. The first grenade blew through the hangar door. The red figure closely followed, flying into the inner side of the door from the blown-open gap, and after blasting a hole in the second door, the third grenade exploded at the connection between the door and the outer wall of the colony, tearing the airtight partition and causing the air to leak wildly. The whole process took no more than 15 seconds. That Zeon scout did not even pause. He had already started accelerating while throwing the third grenade, taking advantage of the shock wave of the explosion and the thrust of the airflow, leaped forward, and rushed out through the hole blasted by the grenade on the outer wall of the colony. Flying into space. Relying only on a simple portable jetpack, the red figure tumbled in the vacuum darkness, then stabilized his posture, as calm as if he were jumping into a swimming pool instead of outer space. Is he crazy? A young operator muttered. Ling Zhan did not answer. He just stared at the smaller and smaller figure on the screen, his heart beating like a drum in his chest. He knew who that person was. The power of this grenade is really big enough. Ling Zhan complained inwardly. Amuro Ray. Bright Noah's voice was decisive, pursue. Do not let him bring what he saw back to Zeon. The Gundam's thrusters spewed scorching flames, and the white mobile suit leaped out from the punctured hole of the colony, chasing the Zeon soldier drifting in space. Amuro Ray raised his beam rifle and aimed. He had to stop this person before he escaped back to his mothership. This scout saw too much. The Gundam's secrets, and possibly even the departure preparations of the white base. This person must be stopped. But the current Amuro Ray still had a fear of killing. Amuro Ray pulled out the sight from the right side of his seat to aim, and the crosshairs swayed and overlapped in his eyes. The first shot. The beam tore through the dark space, brushing past less than 5 meters from the scout's side. The scout slightly adjusted his posture, just a tiny deflection of the jetpack, but it was this deflection that made him just deviate from Amuro Ray's predicted shooting trajectory. The second shot. The Red Scout, and several Zeon soldiers meeting him outside, did not move at all in space. The beam swept over his head and beside him, and the scorching high temperature even scorched the back of his helmet, and everyone was intact. "Ma! Major," shouted the Zeon soldier who came to meet him. "Don't panic. Moving around makes it easier to get shot," the Red soldier said to the Zeon soldier who came to meet him. "Targets as small as humans in space are not so easy to hit. Calling Mazai class, can you hear me?" "It's me. This is Mazai class, we can hear you, Major." The warship responded. "The enemy is coming out, lasers confirm the coordinates, catapult me and Slain Zaku out." Amuro Ray's fingers trembled slightly on the control stick. He was too nervous, and was only gradually beginning to awaken his brain quantum wave abilities now, unable to perfectly pilot the RX-78-2 yet. Mainly, the current Amuro Ray was still too hesitant about killing. Firing continuously, missing one after another. "Amuro Ray, you are too far from the white base, narrow the distance to within 10 kilometers. Bright Noah said to Amuro Ray. "Understood. Reconfirm the airtightness of each area. Operator, the helmsman is a novice, instructions must be as fast as possible. Prepare emergency status for all areas. White base, emergency departure." Bright Noah gave the order. Almost at the very same instant, this huge white warship slowly lifted off amid explosions and firelight. The outer wall of the colony made a harsh metal wailing sound under the friction of the hull, and debris scattered from both sides like raindrops. The damage on the port side was still smoking, and only half of the anti-aircraft batteries on the starboard side were usable, but she still flew up, carrying scars all over her body and a ship full of ridiculously young crew members. "Main engine maximum output, full rudder to the right. High heat source objects approaching, it's a large missile," the operator reported. "Evasion movement left 12 degrees, down 8 degrees. This is too slow. Leave it to Amuro Ray, he can intercept it," Ling Zhan suggested. "Can you do it, Amuro Ray?" Bright Noah responded. "Saw it, I can do it. I'll go intercept," Amuro Ray replied. "Leave it to you." Aiming, firing, and exploding were done in one go, and the moment the words fell, Amuro Ray had already intercepted both missiles. Report. 2 mobile suits are approaching. One of the Zaku is approaching at 3 times the normal speed. It's Char Aznable, the Red Comet. Ling Zhan spoke out before the captain could open his mouth. "If it's Char Aznable, Long prepare to sortie." "No need, they cannot penetrate the Gundam's armor, preserve strength, no need to sortie," Ling Zhan interrupted. "Under non-essential circumstances, priority is given to preserving strength. No way, with Amuro Ray as he is now, it's simply impossible to be a match for the Red Comet Char Aznable. I say Mr. Bright Noah, you probably don't understand the true performance of this Gundam at all, right? Trust me, there won't be any problems." Bright Noah. 2 Zaku were catapulted out from inside the ship. One was red, painted in a unique commander color scheme, particularly glaring in the dark space. The other was conventional military green, closely following behind and to the side of the red Zaku. The 2 mobile suits, one front and one back, flanked towards the Gundam at high speed. Let me witness it. The performance of the so-called Earth Federation Forces mobile suit. The red Zaku's external communication channel opened, and a voice so calm it was almost elegant came out from it. That voice was not loud, but it penetrated all static interference and clearly fell into the ears of everyone who could monitor this channel. Ling Zhan heard this voice on the bridge, and his back subconsciously tensed up. In space, the battle had already begun. Char Aznable's red Zaku did not charge directly, but circled around to the flank of the Gundam at an astonishing speed. Slane's green Zaku suppressed from the front, and the firepower line of the machine gun forced the Gundam to keep moving, and once Amuro Ray's attention was attracted from the front, the red Zaku would cut in from the side, sealing off the Gundam's retreat with a nearly perfect maneuver trajectory. 2 against 1, the cooperation was as tacit as a tactic measured with a ruler. So fast. What kind of mobility is this? Slane. Circle behind the enemy mobile suit and cover me. Major. The weapon is different, I haven't seen that weapon before. As long as you don't get hit, it's no big deal. Cover me. Hearing this, Slane obeyed the order and decisively opened fire to cover Char Aznable. Bullets hit the Gundam like raindrops, but to no effect at all. Left side, not the right side. The red Zaku's faint angle and the green Zaku's main attack direction switched at the same time, and his intuition told him that the real fatal move came from that green, inconspicuous guy. The Gundam turned abruptly, abandoning the posture of facing Char Aznable frontally, and pointed the beam rifle at Slain with a nearly aggressive turn. One shot. The beam pierced through the chest of the green Zaku. The reactor inside the mobile suit went out of control, firelight spewed out from the armor gaps, and then the entire mobile suit exploded into a silent ball of fireworks. Debris scattered in all directions in space, reflecting on the mono-eye monitor of the red Zaku. Slain. Cold sweat instantly flowed from Char Aznable's head. Just one shot, could that mobile suit have a beam cannon with the same power as a warship? Char Aznable's hands were trembling a bit. The gap in this firepower is too terrifying. The red Zaku did not linger in battle. Char Aznable made a prompt decision, rapidly retreated to widen the distance, and then turned and flew back in the direction of the Muzai-class cruiser. Ling Zhan knew that beneath that mask, Char Aznable's brain was already re-evaluating all the performance parameters of the Gundam: speed, firepower, response time, armor thickness. Every piece of data would become the calculation basis for his next encounter. The Muzai-class's engines spewed brighter flames and began to accelerate to evacuate the battlefield. The figure of the red Zaku disappeared into the recovery hatch of the ship's belly, the hatch closed, and the thruster plume of the cruiser turned into a tiny light spot in the sea of stars. Amuro Ray did not pursue. The Gundam floated in space, and the beam rifle still maintained the lingering warmth after firing. Amuro Ray's hands released from the control stick, and his fingers trembled slightly. Not fear, but something deeper. The pilot of that red Zaku had been watching him from beginning to end. Not observing the Gundam as a target, but studying the Gundam as a puzzle. And his last sentence, "I see," didn't sound like admitting defeat, but more like saying, "I understand you now." Amuro Ray. Ling Zhan's voice came from the communication channel, "Come back. The battle is over." Silence. Then came Amuro Ray's voice, tired, hoarse, but with a clarity he had never had before. "Ling Zhan, the pilot of that red Zaku, he wasn't fighting seriously." Ling Zhan did not answer, but thought inwardly, numerical freak, macro operation freak, you can't beat me, and I can't hit you. He let the green one take the main attack, while he kept observing from the side. He was collecting data. He let Slain use his life to test my reaction speed. Amuro Ray's voice grew lower and lower, he knew the other one might die. And then he confirmed it. As soon as he confirmed it, he retreated. Without hesitation. Ling Zhan was silent for a few seconds, then spoke, his voice not loud, but as steady as a nail driven into a steel plate. "Remember his name." "What?" "His name is Char Aznable. You will see him often in the future. I will tell you about you and him later. Today he probably only used 50% of his strength to test you, but next time, he will definitely use 100%. There was silence in the communication channel for a long time. Then Amuro Ray said, "Got it." Ling Zhan leaned against the cold metal wall of the bridge, clenching his hands tightly. His fingers were also trembling slightly, not because of fear, but because he knew what he had just said. In the original story, Amuro Ray and Char Aznable's grudges entangled for more than a decade, fighting all the way from the One-Year War to the fall of Axis. And now, the first clash between these two people had just ended, and future history was still in time to be rewritten. He looked at the returning white Gundam on the main screen, and the wreckage of the colony illuminated by the flames of war behind it. Deep in the sea of stars, the thruster plume of the Muzai-class cruiser had disappeared. But that was not a farewell. This was only the first meeting. Current system data summary. Coupon balance, 2805. Gundam Ashia fragments, 10/20. Brain quantum wave level, LV.2, 200-meter emotional undertone perception. Amuro Ray, defeated Slain Zaku, experienced Char Aznable's tactical psychology for the first time, physically and mentally exhausted, but his brain quantum wave abilities began to awaken. Chapter 6 Temporary, Tactical Consultant, of White Base. White Base was sailing through the endless darkness. The wreckage of Side 7 had become a tiny speck of light behind them, blending with the stars in the sky, making it impossible to tell which one was the artificial colony. Not a single person spoke inside the ship. Ling Zhan sat on the floor in the corner of the bridge, his back leaning against the cold metal wall, his knees curled up, and his hands resting on his knees. This posture wasn't very graceful, but right then no one had time to mind him. The operators were still staring at the flashing data in front of the monitoring panels, and Bright Noah stood beside the captain's seat, one hand supporting the console, his shoulder lines as hard as stone. Old Captain Paul Cassius was carried to the infirmary again, and before leaving, he only said one sentence, "The bridge is up to you, Bright Noah." Bright Noah did not answer, he just nodded. Ling Zhan could feel the underlying tone of his emotions, not fear, not anxiety, but a sense of responsibility compressed to the extreme. It was burning in his chest like an overloaded engine. And he was only 19 years old. Damage report. Bright Noah spoke, his voice somewhat exhausted. The port anti-aircraft battery has completely failed. Repairing it requires replacing the barrel, but we don't have spare barrels on our ship. Operator Mirai Yashima flipped through the electronic tablet in her hand, speaking very quickly. The damage to the third deck has been temporarily sealed, and it shouldn't be a big problem to hold out until Luna 2. The starboard battery is usable, but ammunition reserves are less than 40%, and the estimated remaining propellant is barely enough to reach Luna 2, provided we don't make large-scale maneuvers midway. Casualties. Combatants. Hayato Kobayashi is severely injured and undergoing rescue in the infirmary. Ryu is lightly injured, has been bandaged, and can sortie at any time. As for regular technicians. Mirai paused, all killed in action. Bright Noah closed his eyes for a very brief moment, then reopened them. What about non-combatants? 12 civilians dead, more than 30 injured, most of them affected by Zaka stray bullets in the Side 7 shelter. Frabao has returned to the wounded area to help, her side is severely short-handed. Mirai put down the electronic tablet. There is another problem, we don't have enough military doctors. Bright Noah turned to the console. Number of refugees. About 400 people, scattered in 3 temporary refuge areas inside the ship. Their emotions are currently relatively stable, but if this drags on further, the situation will become unstable. What about food and water? Enough for 3 days, if we can resupply in time at Luna 2. If. Bright Noah repeated the word with a complex expression. Ling Zhan listened from the side, his mind spinning rapidly. 3 days of food, propellant barely enough to reach Luna 2, 40% ammunition, no spare barrels. A half-crippled warship full of refugees and the wounded was sailing within the active range of Zeon forces, and its only combat power was a Gundam and a boy who had already fought for 30 minutes. White base. He had seen countless versions of her on screens, from the original Gundam to later games and setting collections. But the data on the screen never truly told him what it would look like inside a warship after half of its batteries were blown up, or how choking the smell mixed with scorched metal and blood was. Bright Noah suddenly turned to him. Those eyes were filled with exhaustion, but the gaze was still as sharp as a nail. Ling Zhan. Who on earth are you? Bright Noah had asked this question on Side 7. At that time, Ling Zhan said, "I'll tell you after today." Today had already passed. It was now the first hour after White Base left Side 7. Ling Zhan stood up, patted the non-existent dust off his pants, and walked to the center of the bridge. Several operators glanced sideways at him. This civilian boy wasn't standing in a place he shouldn't be for the first time. "My name is Ling Zhan, a resident of Side 7, and Amuro Ray's neighbor and friend since childhood," he said. "As for why I can anticipate Zeon's actions. My father, like Amuro Ray's father, is a technical officer of the Earth Federation forces, working in the MS-R&D department of Side 7. He participated in the development of the Gundam. I grew up with him in the hangar since I was a child, and I have a certain understanding of the tactical performance of MS and the combat habits of Zeon forces. He had a father, this was inherited from the original owner's memory. At that time, his father was riding in a jeep together with Amuro Ray's father, and as a result, they were blown into outer space by a slash from Amuro Ray. Whether they were dead or alive was still unclear. Although in the original plot Amuro Ray's father survived, he went mad due to hypoxia after staying in space for too long. With his own father being blown out together with Amuro Ray's father, Ling Zhan really didn't know what their fate would be. Although it was a cheap dad he got through time travel, having inherited all the memories of the original owner, when he reacted later, he couldn't help feeling a bit saddened in his heart. Bright Noah's eyes narrowed. "Where is your father?" "He lost contact in today's attack." Ling Zhan's voice was very calm, too calm. He couldn't say that his dad was blown into outer space together with Amuro Ray's father. I'm not sure if he's still alive. But right now I don't have time to think about this matter. There are 400 living people on this ship who need to survive first. The bridge fell silent for a few seconds. Mirai lowered her head to flip through the electronic tablet, but the page-turning action paused for a long time. Bright Noah's expression did not change, but Ling Zhan's brain quantum wave captured a trace of extremely weak emotional fluctuation, not trust, not pity, but a cognitive adjustment of recategorizing a vague person to a certain coordinate. The underlying tone of Bright Noah's emotions was slowly moving from suspicious to reliable. "Do you understand MS?" Bright Noah asked. "I understand this Gundam. Its armor is Luna titanium alloy, which is almost impenetrable under the conventional firepower of existing Zeon MS. Its beam rifle output power is comparable to warship-grade beam cannons, but the energy consumption is also large, and the cooling time for each replacement of an energy magazine is about. He paused. Forget it, saying these is useless. You only need to know one thing: the performance upper limit of this unit far exceeds any MS currently known by Zeon. The problem is not the unit itself, but whether the pilot can bring it out, and whether we can give the pilot enough support. Bright Noah did not respond, but neither did he interrupt. Amuro Ray sat in the cockpit for the first time today. He took out 4 Zakus. Do you think this is just the credit of a good unit? What do you want to say? What I want to say is that Amuro Ray himself has the talent to become a top pilot. Ling Zhan stopped here for a moment, then smiled, smiling very faintly while secretly complaining in his heart, could the strongest new type of the Universal Century possibly be joking with you? If you don't believe it, you can swap him out and let Ryu go up and try. See if Ryu driving a Gundam can achieve today's effect. Bright Noah did not pick up on this words. He certainly knew Amuro Ray's value, he just wasn't very sure whether the civilian boy in front of him was fooling him like a fool. You said you can assist Amuro Ray. How to assist? He and I grew up together since childhood, I know what he is thinking. This was also a lie, but it had to be said at this moment. In today's battle on Side 7, I provided him with tactical advice through the communication channel, and you saw the effect. On the bridge, I can see a more complete battlefield situation, with a broader field of view than inside the cockpit. I also have a certain amount of MS tactical knowledge. Adding all 3 together, you can regard me as an unofficial tactical consultant. Bright Noah looked at him for a long time. Then he turned to the console. Amuro Ray, can you hear me? I can hear you. Amuro Ray's voice came from the communication channel, sounding a bit calmer than before, but still carrying obvious fatigue. Ling Zhan says he can assist you on the bridge. What do you think? The communication channel fell silent for a moment. I believe him. Amuro Ray said. Only these 3 words. But every word was like a nail. Bright Noah took a deep breath, then turned back to face Ling Zhan. And also, what did you call me just now? Huh. Earlier you called me Lin Yud. Who is Lin Yud? Ling Zhan's expression stiffened for a fraction of a second, looking a bit awkward, then quickly returned to a casual look, coughing twice. Sorry, a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Mr. Bright Noah. Right at this moment, a sound of arguing came from the direction of the corridor, growing closer from afar. Move aside, I want to see him. Kai Shirden shoved a technician in the corridor and dashed straight into the bridge. He wore a wrinkled Earth Federation Forces jacket, his hair was messy, and his eyes carried a blazing anger. Bright Noah. Kai practically roared. I heard it. You are actually going to let some civilian brat be a tactical advisor? Have you lost your mind? Bright Noah turned around with an unchanged expression. Kai Shirden, your post should be in the battery control room. Battery control room. There isn't even a shadow of an enemy right now, what is there to control? Kai pointed at Ling Zhan. I'm asking you this question, who is he? By what right can he stand on the bridge and boss people around? During the battle at Side 7 just now, a civilian was standing on the bridge, do you think that's reasonable? Now that the captain is heavily wounded, you want an outsider to decide the ship's tactics. I didn't let him decide the tactics. I am simply listening to his opinions. Opinions? His opinion was to let Amuro Ray go intercept 2 missiles alone while not sending Ryu out. Do you know that if Amuro Ray hadn't intercepted those 2 missiles, we would all be floating in space right now? He intercepted them, Bright Noah said, and Ryu didn't have to fight while injured either. If you have a better plan, you can propose it right now, and I will consider it accordingly. Kai opened his mouth, then closed it again. Of course, he didn't have a better plan. Since you can't even propose a better plan, stop shouting and hollering here, and get back to your post. This isn't a matter of my post. Kai refused to leave. This is a matter of principle. We are regular military servicemen. Although our ranks might not be higher than yours, rules are rules. A civilian boy. Kai. Ling Zhan spoke up. Kai abruptly turned his head. What did you call me? Kai Shirden, your side shooting scores in the training camp were in the top 3, but your actual combat scores ranked 4th from the bottom. Because in the training grounds you hit stationary targets, but on the battlefield, you always hesitate when it's time to fire. It's not because you're afraid of death, I know you're afraid of death. Ling Zhan looked straight into his eyes. But you're even more afraid of missing. Kai's expression changed. How do you know that? Your actual combat scores are public data, Ling Zhan said. That sentence was a lie. The original host's memories contained no information whatsoever about Kai Shiden's scores. But Ling Zhan had read the original work, and he knew where Kai Shiden's psychological knot lay. Also, 2 of your turrets are still usable, and your ammunition is under 40%. If there is another enemy attack, you need to anticipate the enemy craft's movement trajectory before shooting, instead of waiting for it to fly into your crosshairs before pulling the trigger. Kai's expression flickered uncertainly. His anger hadn't faded yet, but it was overshadowed by another expression, confusion. You think I'm just bossing people around here? Ling Zhan walked up to him. Although he was half a head shorter than Kai, his speaking posture was not inferior in the slightest. I want everyone to return alive just as much as you do. If you think my suggestions are problematic, you can come to the bridge and watch during the next enemy attack to see if what I say makes sense, but before that, stop making a huge fuss on the bridge. You're making our ears hurt with all your shouting. Kai opened his mouth, wanting to retort something, but in the end he just snorted, turned around, and muttered as he walked away, next enemy attack, I'll definitely keep my eyes on you. He left. The bridge fell silent for a few seconds. Mirai Yashima couldn't help letting out a soft chuckle, then quickly used her electronic pad to shield her face. Bright Noah glanced at Ling Zhan without speaking. However, Ling Zhan's brain quantum wave caught his emotional undertone fluctuating slightly. Although it hadn't reached the level of approval, it came one step closer to it. If he had to put it into words, that undertone was probably, this guy might actually be somewhat useful. Ling Zhan leaned back against his spot by the wall and closed his eyes. He wasn't resting. He was organizing all the information in his mind. According to the original storyline's timeline, they would next arrive at Luna 2, a space fortress of the Earth Federation forces located in the asteroid belt. The commander there, Awaken, was a stubborn bureaucrat who would try to detain the Gundam and kick Amuro Ray out of the cockpit. Bright Noah would erupt into a fierce conflict with the military high command, and ultimately the White Base would be forced to leave without adequate supplies. If things went according to the original history, this would be an infuriating plot. 400 refugees were waiting for food and water. Bright Noah had to bicker with a bureaucrat, and Char Aznable's Mazai class was following them in the darkness not far away, waiting for the next round of attacks. Ling Zhan suddenly thought. He possessed knowledge from his past life, the brain quantum wave, and a system that hadn't gathered all its mecha parts yet. He didn't need to let everything go according to the original plot. Then the system interface lit up at the edge of his vision. Strong emotional fluctuations detected. Source, all personnel of the White Base. Emotional composition analysis, sadness 67%, sense of responsibility 22%, unease 11%. Coupons plus 335. Gundam Ashia fragments plus 5. Current balance, 3140. Over 300 coupons. Ling Zhan glanced at the number and looked away. He could calculate it when he was alone. There was still one thing he needed to do right now. Mr. Bright Noah. He opened his eyes. Speak. The commander of Luna 2, Awaken, is someone who isn't very easy to deal with. He will question your command ability, question Amuro Ray's piloting qualifications, and might even try to detain the Gundam and hand over the Gundam's piloting rights to a regular military officer under his command. You are the acting captain, but you are only 19 years old. He has no reason to respect you. If you go to see him carrying the supply demands of 400 refugees across the entire ship, he will seize upon this weakness to negotiate terms with you. Bright Noah stopped what he was doing and slowly turned around. You know Awaken. I don't know him. But I've heard about his style during the Battle of Loam. He is a conservative bureaucrat who cares more about whether he will be held accountable than about battle achievements. A warship targeted by Zeon is a trouble to him, not an opportunity. How do you know these things? It was mentioned in the materials left by my father, Ling Zhan said. Although this sentence was equally false, Bright Noah would definitely not go check on it. The only thing he could do right now was to believe the person in front of him, because across the entire bridge, only Ling Zhan could provide any kind of intelligence regarding the internal affairs of the Federation military. Bright Noah fell silent for a long time. Then he said, "Then what do you think I should do? Don't let him see that you need him. The more you appear to need supplies, the more he will suppress you. Conversely, if you make him feel that the White Base can complete its mission without Luna 2, he won't detain your things after all, because he doesn't want anything to go wrong with this ship within his jurisdiction." Is this a negotiation technique, or did you intuit it again? A bit of both, I suppose. Ling Zhan stood up and stretched his shoulders. In addition, during our stay at Luna 2, try not to let Amuro Ray and Awaken's men stay alone together. They might try to provoke Amuro Ray or extract the Gundam's operation data. Bright Noah nodded thoughtfully. He didn't say, "I believe you," nor did he say, "Thank you." He simply fell silent for a few seconds, then turned around to handle the internal affairs of the ship. But Ling Zhan knew that from now on, before making any decisions, Bright Noah would listen to his advice first. Not because he liked this civilian boy. It was because up to this point, every single thing this civilian boy had said turned out to be correct. Current system data summary. Coupon balance, 3,140, 2,805 plus 335 all staff emotional income. Gundam Ashia fragments, 15/20ths. Brain quantum wave level, LV.2, 200-meter emotional undertone perception. Hangar, not in use, capacity 3 units, supplementary setting. When the protagonist enters the hangar, his main body enters while leaving a clone in the outside world, similar to Naruto's shadow clone technique. The protagonist can bring other people into the hangar space, but other people will not leave clones behind. Chapter 7 Sinking the Supply Ship. The air in the corridor was a bit cooler than on the bridge. It was not a matter of temperature, but of people. The bridge was crammed with too many control consoles, too many flashing screens, and too many breath-suppressing anxiety. Staying there too long would make one's head feel stuffy. Ling Zhan walked a few steps leaning against the wall, rubbing his temples. He had just come out of the bridge, preparing to find something to eat, when he heard a flurry of footsteps coming from behind, even more hurried than before. Heat source detector has locked onto the target. Oscar's voice came from the bridge entrance. Zeon ship, bearing 045, distance about 20,000 meters, moving northwest, cruising speed is slow, doesn't look like a combat vessel. Ling Zhan stopped in his tracks. A Zeon ship, slow speed, not a combat vessel. He turned around and walked back to the bridge. Bright Noah was already standing in front of the console, hands braced on the table, staring at the magnified heat source signal on the main screen. Mirai Yashima was quickly adjusting the detector parameters, and fine beads of sweat dotted Oscar's forehead. Identification results. Bright Noah asked. Analyzing, it's a Papua-class transport ship, no escort vessels, traveling alone. Papua-class transport ship. Ling Zhan's mind rapidly searched through his memory. The Papua-class was a supply ship of the Zeon forces, with a large cargo capacity but weak armament, and usually did not operate alone. Sailing alone in such a combat zone, there was only one possibility: it was delivering supplies to the Mizai class where Char Aznable was located. A transport ship traveling alone. Kai Shiden's voice came through the communication channel of the turret control room. In this kind of combat zone. Are they crazy? Not crazy, Bright Noah said. They think we are still struggling in the ruins of Side 7, not expecting that we've already flown all the way here. He paused. Take down this supply ship, and Char Aznable's pursuit will be cut off by at least half. He pressed the communication button. Amuro Ray, go to the hangar. There is a Zeon supply ship that needs to be intercepted. A supply ship? Amuro Ray's voice carried some fatigue. Papua class, probably loaded with Char Aznable's supplies. Its standard hangar capacity is 4 to 6 Zakus, but if it's traveling alone, the garrison force might be only half that. You can take them. Silence for a second. Got it. I'll be right there. After the communication hung up, Ling Zhan walked from the entrance to the center of the bridge. Mr. Bright Noah. Bright Noah turned to look at him. Weren't you going to rest? I came back when I heard Oscar's report in the corridor, Ling Zhan said. Let me go to the hangar this time. Not to replace Amuro Ray, I'm going to provide him with on-site support. The structure of the Papua class is different from a warship. The hangar is in the middle of the hull, the fuel tank is also in the middle, and the ammunition magazine is at the stern. He probably needs someone to help him judge where to strike first. Bright Noah looked at him for a few seconds. Letting a civilian teenager enter a hangar in a combat state did not comply with any military regulations. But letting a tactical consultant who had predicted Zeon's actions 3 times at Side 7 stay on the bridge was not a conservative choice either. Go ahead. When Ling Zhan ran out of the bridge, he could feel Bright Noah's gaze lingering behind him for a moment. In the hangar, the Gundam had already started up. Maintenance crew Sanders was directing 2 mechanics to pull away the mobile power cables from beside the mobile suit. The white mobile suit's twin eyes glowed with a golden light, the cockpit hatch was open, and Amuro Ray was climbing up the elevator. He had changed into a clean pilot suit, but the degree of his messy hair proved that, like Ling Zhan, he hadn't slept properly since coming out of Side 7. Amuro. Ling Zhan walked to the bottom of the elevator and called out, looking up. Amuro Ray looked down at him. Why are you here? Bright Noah sent me. This time I'll be in the communication channel the whole time. After you go up, primarily hit its fuel tank and ammunition magazine. Hit them right and it only takes 2 shots, hit them wrong and you'll have a protracted battle with 2 Zakus. Amuro Ray was silent for a moment. Where is the fuel tank located? The Papua-class fuel tank is in the middle of the hull, and the ammunition magazine is at the stern. You cut in from the upper side and hit the middle first. If you hit the fuel tank, the entire ship will blow up directly. If you miss, fire another shot at the ammunition magazine. Ling Zhan paused here. This is your first time intercepting a supply ship alone. A supply ship has no heavy firepower, but it has Zakus escorting it. You must blow up the fuel tank first to ensure the supply ship is sunk. If you engage in a dogfight with the Zakus first, it's equivalent to giving the supply ship time to escape. Blow up the ship first, then clear the Zakus, Amuro Ray repeated, fuel tank in the middle of the hull. How do you even know the structure of a Zeon supply ship? My father's data, Ling Zhan said. Amuro Ray did not pursue the question. He climbed into the cockpit and pulled down the hatch. The Gundam's twin eyes changed from the standby golden color to a brighter gold, and the thrusters began to warm up. Ling Zhan retreated into the maintenance passage on the side of the hangar, watching the white giant through the protective glass. The catapult deck hatch slowly opened, and the guide lights turned green. The thrusters spewed scorching exhaust flames, and the white mobile suit accelerated along the rail, leaping into the darkness of space. In space, the Papua-class transport ship was moving northwest at cruising speed. Its shape was clumsy and bloated, completely different in design philosophy from the compact lines of the Mecha class. The Papua-class was not meant for combat, it was meant for hauling things. There was no heavy armor on the hull surface, and self-defense firepower was limited to a few small anti-aircraft turrets. It was not a warrior, just a porter. The Gundam detached from the white base catapult rail, its thruster light trail drawing a bright trajectory in the darkness. Amuro Ray did not hesitate, cutting directly into the upper side of the Papua class with a clean and neat posture. His approach angle avoided the transport ship's limited anti-air firepower coverage. Ling Zhan. I see it. Are there any signs of the hangar hatch opening? Not yet. Wait, it's open, 2 Zakus are being launched. Ling Zhan gripped the handrail tightly in the hangar's maintenance passage. In the external camera footage on the main screen, the Papua-class hangar hatch was flipping outward, and 2 Zakus rushed out from inside. Their paint job was standard military green, their movements hurried but lacking coordination, and their launch trajectories failed to form an effective crossfire network. They were obviously the ship's regular garrison forces, not veterans under Char Aznabul's command. Amuro, hit the fuel tank first. Those 2 Zakus are reacting too slowly and can't stop you. It takes at least 15 seconds from their launch to forming an effective interception. You fly right through them now. The Gundam did not decelerate. It slipped through the gap between the 2 Zakus, a gap so narrow that Mirai Yashima gasped on the bridge, but Amuro Ray did not hesitate. The white mobile suit brushed past a Zaku's shoulder armor, the beam rifle flipped an angle on its wrist, and the muzzle aimed at a spot on the side of the Papua class. That spot looked entirely unremarkable. It was just an ordinary armor plate, indistinguishable from the rest of the hull. But Ling Zhan knew what was beneath it. Right there. Directly beneath the outer armor of the fuel tank is the main fuel reservoir. Pierce it with 1 shot, and the chain reaction will tear the entire ship apart from the inside. Amuro Ray pulled the trigger. The beam pierced through the side of the Papua-class hull, high-temperature particles melting a scorching hole in the armor, penetrating the outer wall, inner lining, and the isolation layer of the fuel reservoir, and then the propellant inside the fuel tank was detonated. The scale of the explosion far exceeded the impact effect of a normal beam rifle. The middle of the Papua class seemed to be torn apart from the inside by an invisible giant hand. Flames gushed out simultaneously from both sides of the hull, and the hull snapped into 2 halves in an instant. Debris and unburned propellant droplets scattered in the vacuum, like a silently blooming flower. 1 shot, Amuro Ray's voice came through the communication channel, steady enough to somewhat surprise Ling Zhan. The fuel tank is hit. The ammunition magazine at the stern is still exposed outside, I can see it. Take down those 2 Zakus first. They are dazed in the shockwave, now is the best time. The Gundam turned around and raised its beam rifle once more. The first shot struck the nearest Zaku. Before its pilot could recover from the shockwave's impact and stabilize the machine, the beam pierced straight through its torso. The second shot followed immediately, hitting another Zaku's thrusters just as it attempted to evade. The green machine lost propulsion, left to tumble helplessly in momentum. Amuro Ray didn't waste another beam shot. He drew his beam saber, its pink particle blade igniting in the darkness, and sliced clean through the Zaku that had lost propulsion. The cockpit was precisely severed, not cut horizontally in half, but split vertically, giving the pilot a chance to eject and escape at the final moment. He then sheathed his beam saber, raised the beam rifle again, and aimed at the ammo bay at the ship's stern. One shot. The explosion from the ammo bay being hit was even more violent than that of the fuel tank. The stored artillery shells, rockets, and weapons likely meant for MS units detonated simultaneously in a chain reaction. The entire stern of the Papua-class ship was blown to pieces, debris showering the Gundam's Luna titanium alloy armor like rain with fine, clattering impacts. No sound could be heard in the vacuum, but that expanding fireball was more deafening than any noise. 4 minutes. From launch to the end of the battle, it had taken less than 4 short minutes. Ling Zhan held his breath in the maintenance bay, only exhaling slowly after confirming that Amuro Ray was taking no retaliatory fire. He suddenly realized that throughout the entire battle, he had been gripping the handrail next to the protective glass so tightly that his knuckles had turned white. Not out of nervousness, Amuro Ray wouldn't lose to enemies of this level, but because he knew that with every clean and decisive battle, something was accumulating inside this young boy's heart. Combat concluded. Evaluating. Host provided key tactical guidance, fuel tank/ammo bay target positioning, attack sequence planning, Zaku cleanup priority. Assisted destruction, Papua-class supply ship ×1, Zaku 2×2. Reward issued, 800 points. Current point balance, 3940, Gundam Ashia fragments, 15/20. Ling Zhan glanced at the numbers and closed the system interface. In the comms channel, Amuro Ray's voice broke the silence after a few seconds. This time, his tone was completely different from before, no longer the calm, almost mechanical composure from combat, but carrying a hint of uncertainty. Ling Zhan. I'm here. When I hit the fuel tank earlier, I felt like I sensed something. Ling Zhan paused in his tracks. It wasn't intuition, Amuro Ray said, speaking slowly as if trying hard to find a suitable description. Nor was it seeing or hearing. It was, like all the noise vanished. Not real noise, but noise in my mind. The fuel tank was right there, telling me it was there. It was as if a voice was saying, shoot here. Ling Zhan's pupils contracted slightly. He knew what that was, not intuition, not luck, but something dormant inside Amuro Ray being forced out by continuous battle. In the original story, it was from this period onward that Amuro Ray would become less and less like an ordinary pilot. His reaction speed, spatial perception, and even his anticipation of enemy intentions would gradually defy common logic. At this moment, however, this change could not yet be defined by any single word. In the dictionary of the Earth Federation forces, there was no word that could explain why a 15-year-old boy could accurately sense the location of an enemy ship's fuel tank from kilometers away. That wasn't an illusion, Ling Zhan said. Nor was it luck. Then what was it? Ling Zhan was silent for a moment. He couldn't tell the truth, but he didn't want to lie to Amuro Ray either. It means you're starting to trust yourself. Trusting yourself enough that you don't need to think to know where to shoot. When you were on Side 7, you still needed me to tell you where to go, but now you can feel it on your own. It's not that you gained something new, it's that you could do it all along. It's just being forced out now. Amuro Ray fell silent for a few seconds before saying, let's talk more when I get back. Copy that. The Gundam's thrusters reignited, and the white machine carved an arc through the debris cloud, beginning its return trip. Ling Zhan didn't leave the maintenance bay. Leaning against the cold metal wall with his eyes closed, he organized everything that had just happened. The theory proposed by Zeon Zoom Daekuan was still just a distant, vague rumor within the Earth Federation forces. But right now, aboard the White Base, that rumor was becoming a reality experienced by a 15-year-old boy. Ling Zhan knew what it was called, but he couldn't say it. Only when Char Aznable spoke that word himself would Amuro Ray truly understand what he was. On the edge of his perception, another person's underlying emotional tone was also fluctuating slightly. Sayla Mass stood in a corner at the end of the hallway, watching Amuro Ray's Gundam slide off the catapult deck into the hangar. Her emotional tone was neither fear nor anxiety, it was something far more complex. Like a distant echo buried deep in her memories. Ling Zhan's brain quantum wave picked up that momentary fluctuation. He recalled the previous moments when Sayla Mass's emotions had stirred, when the Papua-class ship was discovered, her emotions were like a taut string. Now that the battle was over, that string was still trembling gently. He noted the moment, but did not turn back to look at her. The Gundam landed on the catapult deck. The white machine's feet hit the metal deck, producing a heavy thud. Sanders walked around the suit to inspect the surface armor. Aside from a few surface scratches caused by debris, the Luna titanium alloy was completely intact. Amuro Ray climbed out of the cockpit, the back of his pilot suit soaked with sweat and his hair messier than before the launch, but there was a different gleam in his eyes. Standing at the hangar entrance, Ling Zhan waved at Amuro Ray, that moment when you located the fuel tank, can you still remember how it felt? Amuro Ray scratched his hair, I remember, but I can't explain it clearly. It was like all the noise disappeared. Not actual noise, but noise in my head. All those chaotic thoughts vanished, leaving only the target. When you're nervous, you overthink. When you're not, you forget what you ought to think about. Ling Zhan patted his shoulder and handed him a pouch of drinking water. Today, you didn't think. You just did. Amuro Ray took the water pouch and looked down at his hands. Those hands had just pulled the trigger, destroying an entire supply ship and 2 Zakus. His fingers were still trembling slightly, not out of fear, but from the adrenaline ebb after battle. Yet the corners of his mouth curved up slightly. Strong emotional fluctuation detected, genuine joy after battle, and initial affirmation of own abilities. Source, Amuro Ray. Points plus 200. Current point balance, 4140. Ling Zhan paused for a second, then smiled as well. Not because of the points gained, but because he saw Amuro Ray's expression. In the original story, Amuro Ray always sat alone in the cockpit digesting the weight after every battle. No one told him, "You did great," and no one told him that feeling wasn't a hallucination. Now, at least there was someone standing at the hangar entrance, waiting to tell him, "Today, you didn't think, you just did. Let's go to the bridge. Bright Noah is still waiting for your combat report." The two walked side by side down the hangar corridor. The pipes on either side of the corridor hummed softly amidst the ship's faint vibrations. Ling Zhan didn't speak, but his brain quantum wave softly resonated with Amuro Ray's underlying emotional tone. That blue flame, bent by the wind but never broken, was burning quietly now, brighter than ever. Behind them, Sayla Mass stood at the end of the corridor without leaving. She watched the backs of the two boys disappear around the corner, her hands clenching slightly. Ling Zhan's brain quantum wave caught that fleeting fluctuation. It wasn't fear, nor anxiety, but an emotional tone he didn't yet fully understand. It was like a stone tossed into water. The ripples produced vanished in an instant, but the surface was no longer the same water. He didn't turn back. But he remembered this moment. Chapter 8, The Cold Eyes of Federation Bureaucrats and the Unlocking of Asia. On the main bridge screen of the white base, Luna 2 transformed from a tiny speck of light into an asteroid. Ling Zhan stood behind Bright Noah's seat, looking through the main screen at the approaching space fortress of the Earth Federation forces. The exterior of Luna 2 was rough and cold, unlike the carefully polished cylindrical space colony of Side 7. Instead, it was an asteroid with its interior hollowed out, its surface was covered with craters and anti-aircraft turrets, and the exposed rock layers gleamed with an iron-gray sheen under the cold light of the stars. This was the last line of defense for the Earth Federation forces in space. If Luna 2 was lost, Earth would be completely exposed under the muzzle of Zeon's guns. Control Tower of Luna 2 calling. Mirai Yashima's voice carried a hint of tension. They're asking us to reduce speed to 1/4 and stand by in the third berth. Repeat, the third berth, not the first. The third. Bright Noah repeated, his tone flat, but Ling Zhan's brain quantum wave caught his emotional undertone sinking slightly. The first berth is for regular warships. The third is for transport ships. The meaning is very clear. Kai Shiden's voice came from the communication channel of the turret control room. They didn't treat us as a warship at all. Shut up. Bright Noah said, then turned to Mirai Yashima, reply to the control tower, white base received, slowing down and heading to the third berth, while attaching our damage report and supply request list, send them together, don't batch them. Understood. Ling Zhan raised an eyebrow slightly. Bright Noah's move wasn't fierce, but it was very clever. Sending the damage report and supply list together was equivalent to passing the ball to Commodore Wakine before official docking. You can assign me to a transport ship's berth, fine. But after you look at the damage report, whether or not to provide supplies to a half-crippled warship is your business. The white base slowly slid into the third berth of Luna 2. The damage on both sides of the hull was unmistakable under the light inside the fortress. The portside turrets had been blown off by half, the outer wall of the third deck was temporarily sealed, and the armor plates painted with the insignia of the Earth Federation forces were covered in bullet holes and scorch marks. When the maintenance personnel in the berth looked up and saw this ship, their movement stopped for a few seconds. White base, docking complete. Airtight docking finished. Mirai Yashima reported. The whole ship maintains a state of alert. Bright Noah said, turret personnel do not withdraw, engines do not shut down. You want to maintain a combat-ready state. Kai Shiden's voice came again. Inside the fortress of the Earth Federation forces. That wouldn't be very good. Char Aznable may have already sent people to infiltrate, everyone maintain alert. After saying that, Bright Noah turned to look at Ling Zhan, come with me to the headquarters. Me. You are a tactical advisor, aren't you? Ling Zhan was stunned for a moment, then followed Bright Noah's steps. When the two walked out of the bridge, his brain quantum wave caught a faint emotional fluctuation, not coming from the bridge, but from a certain position at the rear of the white base. It was not fear, not anger, but a concentration so calm it was almost icy. That concentration didn't look like an Earth Federation Forces maintenance soldier inspecting hull damage, it looked more like a cat staring at its prey in a corner, committing every detail of the environment to memory. Ling Zhan frowned slightly, but did not stop his steps. The 200-meter perception range could only cover a very small area in the huge fortress of Luna 2, and that fluctuation just flashed past, so he couldn't locate the source. The headquarters of Luna 2 was set in a semicircular hall deep inside the fortress, the military flag of the Earth Federation forces hung on the dome, and whole pieces of display screens were embedded in the walls, displaying real-time monitoring images of various areas of Luna 2. Commodore Wakine sat behind a heavy metal desk, and the damage report and supply request list just sent by the white base were scrolling on the electronic board in front of him. He was in his 40s, his hair was cut very short, and the wrinkles on his face were not the kind worn down from the battlefield, but the marks left by sitting in an office processing documents for years. Two people stood behind him. One was an adjutant holding a recording board. The other was a tall officer with the rank of second lieutenant on his epaulets, standing upright. But from the moment Ling Zhan walked into the hall, this second lieutenant had been sizing up Ling Zhan and Bright Noah with an undisguised, scrutiny gaze. Bright Noah stood at attention and saluted, White Base Acting Captain Bright Noah, reporting as ordered. Commodore Wakine raised his head, his gaze moving from the electronic board to Bright Noah, then from Bright Noah to Ling Zhan, and finally back to Bright Noah. He did not return the salute. Acting Captain, he recited the word, his tone as if tasting a less than fresh dish. How old are you this year? 19 years old. A 19-year-old acting captain. Commodore Wakine put the electronic board on the desk. The damage report you brought says that the white base was attacked by Zeon forces at Side 7, and Captain Paul Cassius was seriously injured. I understand this. But your combat report mentions that the main MS pilot of the white base is currently a 15-year-old civilian boy. Is this true? It is true. Bright Noah said. Commodore Wakine was silent for a moment, then stood up, walked to the porthole on the side of the hall, with his back to Bright Noah and Ling Zhan. Before the attack on Side 7, the white base was a cutting-edge warship, and the RX-78-2 Gundam was one of the 3 top-secret MS of the Earth Federation forces. Now Side 7 is lost, all the regular pilots on the ship are dead, and only 2 civilian brats are piloting MS. You want me to provide supplies to such a ship and then let it continue flying to Earth? There was no anger in his tone, only a weary helplessness. Ling Zhan could sense his emotional undertone, not malice, not arrogance, but fear. Commodore Wakine feared not the white base itself, but the chain of troubles behind the white base. A warship loaded with refugees and the Federation's highest secrets was targeted by Zeon's best ace pilot. If he provided supplies and the white base was sunk near Earth, the accountability would be passed down layer by layer to his desk. Commodore, Bright Noah opened his mouth. Although the MS pilot of the white base is young, his actual combat achievements are more than any regular army pilot. Combat achievements. Commodore Wakine turned around and interrupted him, shooting down 4 Zaku's at Side 7, sinking a Papua-class supply ship. I don't deny these achievements. But that's not the problem. He paused. The problem is, if I give you supplies and this ship is sunk by Char Aznable on the way to Earth, the highest MS secret of the Earth Federation forces will sink into the sea. Can you guarantee to me that this won't happen? Bright Noah did not answer. He could not make this guarantee. Ling Zhan stood half a step behind Bright Noah and had not spoken all along. His brain quantum wave was sensing the emotional undertone of everyone in the hall. Commodore Wakine was fear plus calculation. He didn't want to take responsibility, but he also didn't want to be scolded for standing by while others died. The tall second lieutenant standing behind Commodore Wakine had an emotional undertone of hostility plus anxiety, and he was waiting for a certain opportunity to speak. Since you can't guarantee it. Commodore Wakine sat back down in his chair. My suggestion is no, this is an order. The Gundam stays in Luna 2 and is taken over by the regular army pilots under my command. All refugees of the white base will be transferred into the fortress and uniformly accommodated by the military. As for the white base itself, it can wait here until the regular army pilots arrive and then reorganize. This both preserves the top secret and ensures the safety of the civilians. Right at this moment, that tall second lieutenant spoke. Commodore, please allow me to say a word. He stepped forward, nodded slightly to Commodore Wakine, and then turned to Bright Noah and Ling Zhan. I am Second Lieutenant L. Randall. Shot down 2 Zaku's in the Battle of Lum. I heard about Side 7, that civilian boy drove the Gundam and shot down 4 Zaku's. I think there is an element of luck in this. The Gundam is the highest performance MS of the Earth Federation forces. A novice sitting inside can make achievements as long as they know how to pull the trigger. He looked at Ling Zhan, thinking that Ling Zhan was Amuro Ray, because Ling Zhan also looked like he was 15 or 16 years old. Ling Zhan's brain quantum wave caught the emotional undertone of the second lieutenant, which was not pure disdain, but a more subtle emotion, anxiety of being threatened. A regular army second lieutenant was overshadowed by the achievements of a civilian boy, and he needed to prove that he was more worthy of the Gundam than this civilian. What is your name? L. Randall looked down at Ling Zhan from above. Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan said, his tone very flat, I am certainly not the pilot of the Gundam. You're not. L was stunned for a moment, then snorted, then where is the pilot of the Gundam? Why doesn't he dare to come? He is on the ship. If you want to see him, you can go to the white base, but... Ling Zhan raised his eyes to look at him, his gaze very calm. You just said that a novice sitting in the Gundam can make achievements as long as they know how to pull the trigger. If you want to take over the Gundam, you must at least figure out these basic questions. What is the effective range of the Gundam's beam rifle? What is the maximum output power? And how long does it need to cool down after continuous firing? L opened his mouth and didn't speak. If you don't even know these data. Ling Zhan continued. Then you won't last a minute in the Gundam before being blown up by Char Aznable. Even if Char Aznable cannot pierce you with the Luna titanium alloy armor of the Gundam, you will be shaken to death alive in the cockpit, because Char Aznable knows these data. He has actually fought against the Gundam in person. From Side 7 until now, he has personally fought and observed the Gundam twice, each time observing the performance limit of the Gundam at a closer distance and a faster rhythm. If you switch in now, you are going to your death. Commodore Wakine stared at Ling Zhan, his eyes narrowing. And who are you? Ling Zhan, temporary tactical advisor of the White Base. Tactical advisor? Commodore Wakine almost laughed out loud, but the smile was suppressed by him at the last moment. Acting Captain Bright Noah, you let a civilian, or rather an informal one, stand in my headquarters and boss around a regular Army second lieutenant. In your chain of command, are there any regular Army officers left at all? Bright Noah's expression was calm, but his brain quantum wave was emitting a suppressed dissatisfaction. Commodore, all of the regular technicians of the White Base were killed in action at Side 7. Only Ryu Jose suffered minor injuries and can fight, but he pilots the gun tank and core fighter, not the Gundam. The only other person who can be deployed into combat is Amuro Ray. If you believe there is an issue with my command, you may report it to military headquarters, but until then, I am still in charge of this ship. Commodore Wakine was silent for a few seconds, then turned to Second Lieutenant L. Randall, Ensign, take a squad to the White Base first. Meet with that Gundam pilot, Amuro Ray. Assess his piloting ability and psychological state. Report the evaluation results directly to me. Yes, sir. L turned and left the hall. As he passed by Ling Zhan, he glanced sideways at him. It was a brief look, but Ling Zhan's brain quantum wave caught the underlying emotion much more clearly than before. It wasn't anger, nor contempt, but a sense of frustration at having been hit where it hurts. His combat record was likely quite good, but he truly didn't understand the specific parameters of the Gundam. He was going to see Amuro Ray not just to carry out Commodore Wakine's orders, but to see for himself what this 15-year-old civilian was really like. After L left, Commodore Wakine stood up and walked over to Bright Noah. Acting Captain Bright Noah. His voice softened slightly compared to before. I know your experience at Side 7 was extremely difficult. You are only 19 years old, and bringing a half-wrecked warship and 400 refugees to Luna 2 is a miracle in itself. But my duty sitting in this seat isn't to applaud miracles, but to ensure that every warship, every MS, and every soldier in the Earth Federation forces performs at maximum combat efficiency. And the White Base is clearly in no condition to continue combat operations at present. The Gundam requires a proper pilot, you need proper officers, and the refugees need a safe place. That is my judgment. Commodore. You may leave now, Commodore Wakine interrupted him. We'll discuss resupply and repairs after Ensign L's evaluation report comes out. Also, regarding the refugees you brought, report the list and head count to me first. Bright Noah fell silent for a moment, then snapped to attention and saluted. Ling Zhan did not salute, he wasn't a soldier after all. He simply followed Bright Noah as he turned and walked out of the hall. As they stepped out of the command headquarters entrance, his brain quantum wave caught the familiar wave again, still in that direction, still that calm, almost icy focus. It wasn't Second Lieutenant L. Randall, not the adjutant, nor anyone in the hall. It came from deep within the fortress. Ling Zhan slowed his steps slightly. A 200-meter perception radius. The source of that fluctuation should be near the command headquarters. He closed his eyes and dialed the precision of his brain quantum wave to the maximum: fear, anxiety, tension, concentration. He filtered through the underlying emotions of dozens of people within the 200-meter radius, then found an abnormal signal in a corner. That signal wasn't fear, nor anxiety, but an almost mechanical calmness. It didn't feel like a person's emotion, but more like someone reciting something they knew like the back of their hand. For instance, a map. He snapped his eyes open and quickened his pace to catch up with Bright Noah. "Mr. Bright, the fortress might have been infiltrated." Bright Noah paused in his tracks, not speaking loudly, but merely lowering his voice. "Are you serious? Someone was watching us in the command headquarters just now. It wasn't one of Commodore Wakine's men, but someone else." The underlying emotion wasn't that of an Earth Federation Forces soldier, Ling Zhan said. "Do you remember I told you that Char Aznable once disguised himself as a Zeon scout and snuck onto the white base at Side 7? He has very likely sent similar scouts to sneak into Luna 2 now." Bright Noah remained silent for 2 seconds. He didn't ask Ling Zhan how he knew. After experiencing Side 7, he no longer asked why regarding Ling Zhan's intuitions. He simply walked briskly back to the airlock hatch of the white base. Before stepping inside, he issued a brief command to Mirai Yashima over the intercom: "Whole ship, enter level 2 alert. Strengthen monitoring at all personnel entrances. No Earth Federation Forces personnel without a white base ID card are allowed into the ship." After returning to the bridge, Bright Noah immediately summoned the refugee representative. The matter of transferring the refugees needed to be communicated to everyone, but before he could speak of the details, he received an official notification from the Fortress Command. The notification was brief: the refugees on the white base were to be transferred to Luna 2 on the spot and settled by the Earth Federation Forces Command. Before completing resupply and repairs, the white base was temporarily docked in Docking Area 3 on standby. The Gundam would undergo evaluation by a regular military pilot. "They want to give the Gundam to the regular army." Kai's voice came through the communication channel from the gun turret control room, twice as loud as usual. "I knew it. I knew those bureaucrats in the Earth Federation Forces couldn't be trusted." "Kai." Bright Noah's voice was low, but possessed weight. "You're speaking too loudly." "I want to say it loud." Kai practically shouted. "That kid Amuro Ray destroyed 6 Zaku and a supply ship, and now the regular military comes along with, 'We need an evaluation,' and wants to take the Gundam away. By what right?" "By the right that they are the Earth Federation Forces," Ling Zhan said calmly. "By the right that we are a bunch of teenagers with no military rank, no seniority, and temporarily no bargaining chips. They don't care how many Zaku Amuro Ray took down. They only care that handing the Gundam to a regular pilot who survived the Battle of Lum carries less responsibility than giving it to a 15-year-old civilian." Kai went silent for a few seconds, cursed under his breath, and cut off the communication. Bright Noah turned to Ling Zhan. "What about the refugee transfer? Do you have any way to keep the refugees on board?" Ling Zhan closed his eyes and thought for a moment. The refugee transfer was Commodore Wakine's bargaining chip in the original story. He needed to keep the refugees on Luna 2, nominally under unified placement, but in reality to deprive the white base of the support of civilian volunteers, thereby taking complete initiative in subsequent supply negotiations. If Ling Zhan went now to incite the refugees to refuse the transfer, Commodore Wakine would directly order the detention of the white base. He had that authority. But Ling Zhan possessed knowledge from his past life, was half an innovator, and had the system. He didn't need to let everything play out according to the original plot. The refugee transfer is Commodore Wakine's bargaining chip. They feel that keeping the refugees on the white base is unsafe, so we must refute them using their own logic. Ling Zhan lowered his voice and said to Bright Noah, "Go to the refugee representatives and find out how many are willing to come with us to Earth and how many prefer to stay on Luna 2. If a portion explicitly states they want to stay, Commodore Wakine can't take all the refugees. If a portion insists on staying with the ship, Commodore Wakine can't use refugee safety as a pretext to detain the vessel. As for the Gundam, let Amuro Ray handle it himself. I believe he can deal with that Ensign L." Bright Noah fell silent for a moment, then nodded. He didn't say, "You're teaching me how to do things again," nor, "You're meddling in other people's business." He simply looked at Ling Zhan with the eyes of a 19-year-old acting captain, then turned to arrange the refugee headcount. Strong emotional fluctuation detected, gradual trust. Source, Bright Noah. Points plus 150. Current points balance, 4290. Over at the hangar, Amuro Ray was inspecting the Gundam's armor. Maintenance Chief Sanders had already resprayed a protective coating over several surface scratches, and the Luna titanium alloy gleamed with a blue and white sheen under the hangar lights. Amuro Ray held an electronic tablet, checking off the data on the maintenance list item by item, remaining propellant, beam rifle energy clip capacity, and joint wear degree. When Ling Zhan walked into the hangar, Amuro Ray didn't look up, only asking, "Commodore Wakine wants to reclaim the Gundam for the regular military, right? How did you know?" "That ensign, Second Lieutenant L. Randall, was here earlier." Amuro Ray put down the tablet. "He asked me a few questions. Asked if I had received formal training, if I knew the maximum range of the beam rifle, if I could calculate trajectory deviation during high-speed maneuvers. I said I could feel where the enemy was going to fly in combat, then he said that meant my feeling was wrong. Combat isn't by feeling, it's by data. Then Sanders kicked him out." "He really said that?" "Pretty much." Amuro Ray's voice was flat, but Ling Zhan's brain quantum wave caught a subtle fluctuation in his underlying emotion. It wasn't anger, nor grievance, but something colder. Not throwing a tantrum, but serious. Like someone confirming a judgment, the regular ensign in front of him wasn't as strong as him. And he knew he wasn't as strong as him. But he wouldn't say it out loud. Because even if he said it, no one would believe it. Ling Zhan leaned against a metal pillar in the hangar, looking at the Gundam. The sight of Amuro Ray in his pilot suit was no longer unfamiliar, though sometimes one forgot he was only 15. And the Amuro Ray standing beside him would, in a few months, become the greatest ace of the one-year war. "You can handle him, he's not as strong as you," Ling Zhan said. "Though our trouble coming up isn't just that ensign. At least for now, someone is still quietly recording the White Base's docking bay from some corner of the fortress. Resolving this matter will still depend on us. Joking aside, why does it feel like our White Base is carrying a whole family, an injured old captain above, underage pilots below, Char Aznable snapping at our heels, and friendly forces wanting a cut?" Amuro Ray let out a laugh. That was the second time today. Strong emotional fluctuation detected, trust and tacit understanding. Source, Amuro Ray. Points plus 200. Current points balance, 4490, Gundam Ashia shard plus 5. Shards fully collected, unit, Gundam Ashia unlocked. Please check detailed specs in the hangar. Ling Zhan froze for a moment, then suppressed the smile at the corner of his lips and stood up. "Let's go. We have even more troublesome things ahead, and not a single one of us can be missing." Chapter 9, Escaping Luna 2, Part 1. Captain Paul Cassius's room was located in the deepest part of the White Base. The air here was much quieter than on the bridge. There were no electronic buzzes from the console, no rising and falling calls in the communication channels, only the low ticking of the medical monitor and the faint vibration coming from the engine deep within the hull. The smell of disinfectant mixed with the sense of old bandages and engine oil, lingering for a long time within the dull humming of the ventilation ducts. Bright Noah stood before the hospital bed. He had been standing there for nearly 10 minutes without speaking. The old captain lay on the bed, bandages wrapped tightly from his chest all the way to his abdomen, with a pale yellowish stain seeping through the white gauze, the mixed color of wound secretions and disinfectant. His eyes were still open, his gaze a bit more lucid than before, but his complexion had become as ashen as a corpse's. Ling Zhan stood outside the ward door, his back leaning against the metal wall of the corridor, not going in. His brain quantum wave perceived the emotional undertones of the two people inside the ward. Bright Noah's was an anxiety compressed to the absolute limit, being crushed bit by something heavier, then recondensing into a harder shape. For Captain Paul Cassius, it was a kind of peace, not giving up, but the unique peace of a person who knew he had finished what he needed to do and was awaiting the arrival of the final moment. Bright Noah. Captain Paul Cassius's voice was very soft, but very steady. "Is Commodore Wakine still giving you a hard time?" Bright Noah did not answer, but his silence itself was the answer. "Give me the communicator, connect to the Luna 2 headquarters." "Captain. I am not ordering you in the capacity of Captain, Bright Noah." Captain Paul Cassius turned his head slightly, looking at the young man standing beside the bed. "I am asking you as your senior to help me connect this call. I have served in the Earth Federation forces for 25 years. 25 years of seniority is enough for Commodore Wakine to give me a few minutes." Bright Noah fell silent for a few seconds, then turned to retrieve the communicator. His movements were very gentle, as if he were afraid of shattering something. Outside the door, Ling Zhan perceived Bright Noah's emotional undertone fluctuate violently at the exact moment he turned around, only to be suppressed back down. When the communication was established, Commodore Wakine's image appeared on the screen on the ward wall. He was still sitting behind that heavy metal desk, with the Earth Federation Forces flag hanging impeccably behind him. His expression changed slightly the moment he saw Captain Paul Cassius, not shock, but a carefully concealed awkwardness. "Captain Paul Cassius." Commodore Wakine's voice was a bit lighter than usual. I've seen your injury report. You should be resting quietly. I don't have time to rest quietly, Commodore, Captain Paul Cassius said, then raised his hand slightly, signaling Bright Noah to help him sit up a bit more. Bright Noah stepped forward to adjust the tilt of the hospital bed, raising the old captain's upper body slightly so he could look squarely at Commodore Wakine in the screen. I have a few words to say to you. Not in the capacity of the White Base commander, I have already handed over the command of this ship to Bright Noah. I am speaking to you as a veteran who has served in the Earth Federation forces for 25 years. Commodore Wakine was silent for a moment, then nodded. When Side 7 was attacked, all regular pilots were killed in action. Standing in front of that Gundam at the time were two 15-year-old civilian boys. Captain Paul Cassius paused there, coughed, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Bright Noah reached out to take the gauze, but Captain Paul Cassius raised his hand to stop him. One of them is standing by my bed right now, acting as commander of a warship. The other piloted a Gundam and sank 4 Zeon forces Zaku's and 2 supply ships, were it 4 Zaku's or 6. I can no longer remember clearly. But you should have also seen their combat records, you know very well that none of this was just luck. Commodore Wakine did not refute, nor did he nod, simply continuing in silence. What you fear is not that their abilities are insufficient, what you fear is taking responsibility. Captain Paul Cassius's voice began to weaken, but every word remained clear. I know the rules. A warship fully loaded with top-secret information commanded by a group of half-grown kids, if something happens within your jurisdiction, the accountability will land right on your desk. So you'd rather detain the Gundam, detain the White Base, and evacuate the refugees. You're not doing this out of malice, you're doing it out of fear. Commodore Wakine's fingers moved slightly. But you are also a Commodore of the Earth Federation forces, Captain Paul Cassius continued. During the Battle of Loam, the Luna 2 garrison forces you commanded repelled 3 full waves of attacks by the Zeon forces. You don't win battles by being afraid, you win battles by trusting your soldiers. These kids, Bright Noah, Amuro Ray, and that boy named Ling Zhan, they aren't playing bureaucratic games with you. They just want to survive and fly to Earth, to let the Gundam safely reach the Jaburo headquarters. When you were their age, could you have accomplished what they are doing now? The ward was quiet for a long time. So long that outside the door, Ling Zhan could hear his own heartbeat and the ticking of the monitor, beat by beat. Then Commodore Wakine's voice sounded again, his tone unchanged, but the content different. I can approve the departure permit for the White Base. As for supplies, ammunition and propellants can be replenished to 60%, no more. Luna 2 itself is also in a state of combat readiness, we cannot give all our reserves to a single ship. 60% is enough, Bright Noah said in a low voice, thank you, Commodore. Commodore Wakine did not acknowledge the thanks. He simply looked at the veteran lying on the hospital bed in the screen, nodded slightly, and then the communication screen cut off. Captain Paul Cassius's hand slid off the communicator and hung beside the bed. Bright Noah, Mirai Yashima is a good helmsman, but she still needs your orders in battle. Kai Shiden's turret gunnery is good, but his temper is bad, don't let him argue with the regular military personnel. Ryu Jose is very steady, and even if he gets injured he won't tell you, but you need to pay attention to his condition. After Hayato Kobayashi recovers from his injuries, have him coordinate more with Amuro Ray, using the Guntank's firepower to support the Gundam in a breakthrough, they can make a good team. He paused, his voice growing lighter and lighter, Amuro Ray is a good kid. He just needs someone to guide him, and Ling Zhan is already doing that, let him continue. As for you, Bright Noah. He raised his hand, that hand already lacked much strength, but he gave Bright Noah's shoulder a pat. From now on, you are no longer the acting captain. The captain of the White Base, from now on, it is you. The ticking of the monitor turned into a single long tone. Bright Noah stood before the hospital bed, his hand still maintaining the posture of catching Captain Paul Cassius's hand. Ling Zhan stood outside the door, not entering. The emotional undertone in the ward fluctuated violently for a moment, then began to sink, plunging from anxiety, sorrow, and a sense of responsibility into something deeper and colder. It wasn't numbness, but rather a 19-year-old young man realizing that there were no more veterans to cover his back, welding all the cracks shut directly into his own bones. When he walked out, his eyes were dry. Ling Zhan did not say, my condolences, and Bright Noah did not say, I'm fine. The two of them simply stood side by side in the corridor for a moment. Captain, Ling Zhan said. Bright Noah glanced at him, remaining silent for 2 seconds. Then he nodded. It wasn't approval, it was acceptance. Accepting this title spoken from the mouth of a rankless civilian boy carried more weight at this moment than any official appointment. See you on the bridge. See you on the bridge. Ling Zhan walked toward the hangar. There were still many things in his mind to process, but one thing had to be done right now. Amuro Ray had not appeared on the bridge ever since Commodore Wakine agreed to let them pass. Mirai Yashima said he went to the hangar to check the Gundam's maintenance status. But the emotional undertones captured by Ling Zhan's brain quantum wave told him that Amuro Ray was not going to check the Gundam. He walked through the hangar corridor and entered the catapult deck's maintenance passage. The Gundam stood there, the twin eyes of its white body glowing with the golden light of standby mode. Sanders had already led the maintenance crew to repaint protective coatings over several scratches on the surface. Amuro Ray was not checking data in front of the maintenance checklist. He sat at the foot of the Gundam, leaning his back against the huge metal sole, his legs curled up and his hands resting on his knees. Ling Zhan walked over and sat down beside him, leaning his back against the same metal sole, and the two remained silent for a few seconds. Captain Paul Cassius is gone, Ling Zhan said. Amuro Ray did not react. His emotional undertone fluctuated. There was sorrow, but beneath that layer of sorrow lay something heavier. Bright Noah has officially become the captain. Yeah, Amuro Ray acknowledged, his voice muffled. Another few seconds of silence. Ling Zhan, Amuro Ray spoke, his voice very low, as if talking to himself, I don't want to pilot the Gundam anymore. Ling Zhan did not answer. He knew Amuro Ray wasn't really saying he didn't want to pilot the Gundam, he was saying he didn't know why he had to pilot it. Just now when Commodore Wakine wanted to take the Gundam away, there was a moment in my mind, just that moment, I thought, let him take it away, once it's taken away I won't have to get back inside. Amuro Ray lowered his head, looking at his hands that had pulled the trigger countless times since Side 7. When I fought the Zaka for the first time, I thought I was protecting everyone. When I fought Char Aznable the second time, I thought I was stopping bad guys. But today when I hit the supply ship, Ling Zhan, when I took that shot at the fuel tank, I sensed that exact position. The fuel tank was right there, the ammunition bay was right there, and the Zeon technicians were right there. I could sense them. I just had to pull the trigger and I could hit it. Then they exploded, the people inside died, and I didn't even need to think to do it. His voice began to tremble. The feeling of killing is becoming more and more real. When I fought the Zaka the first time, all I saw was an explosion. The second time I fought Char Aznable, I started seeing the location of the cockpit. Today when I attacked the supply ship, I felt like I could even sense a little bit of the Zaka pilot's disoriented emotions within the shockwave. And then I still pierced through the cockpit anyway. This matter has made me more and more proficient at it, and after every battle, I feel like I am becoming less and less myself. Ling Zhan leaned against the Gundam's sole and waited for a long time before speaking. Amuro Ray. Have you ever wondered why you pushed open that emergency hatch back at Side 7? Amuro Ray turned his head to look at him, somewhat confused. When I told you to come with me, you followed without a second word. In the battle at Side 7, you proactively chose to prioritize protecting the civilian district rather than chasing down the Zaku head-on. When intercepting missiles, even though you knew the success rate of intercepting 2 missiles simultaneously was very low, you still accepted the mission, because if you didn't accept it, the white base would be hit, and the 400 civilians on board would die. None of these were orders. Bright Noah did not order you to prioritize protecting civilians, you chose it yourself. You chose to block the Gundam outside the port, not letting a single Zaku enter the white base. Every single time, you were making a choice, choosing to protect, rather than choosing to kill. Amuro Ray did not speak. Killing is part of war, but it is not all of it, Ling Zhan continued. You just said that you sense the location of the fuel tank, the ammunition bay, and even the Zeon technicians, and that you are afraid of your ability because it makes killing too easy for you. But Amuro Ray, it is also this very same ability that allowed you to intercept missiles from 2,000 meters away, protecting the 400-plus civilians on this ship. It allowed you to anticipate Char Aznable's faint angle in space and keep the white base from being destroyed. He turned his face and looked straight into Amuro Ray's eyes. You need to have your own thoughts. Why did you get into the Gundam? You are not a soldier, and Bright Noah is not your commander, he is just someone who was thrown into this position like you. You cannot simply act as a pilot who only knows how to follow orders and pull the trigger. You need to figure it out clearly, why you are fighting, who you are fighting for, and to what extent you will fight. People who only know how to follow orders are soldiers. But you are Amuro Ray. You are not just a soldier. These are not anyone's orders, they are your own choices. You are choosing who to protect. You are choosing how to fight. Amuro Ray lowered his head, looking at his hands, remaining silent for a very long time. How do you know these things? How do you know what I'm thinking every time? Ling Zhan remained silent for 2 seconds. He could have continued to say intuition. But he didn't. Because I am just like you. I can also sense things that others cannot sense. What you sense are the fuel tanks and the Zaka cockpit. What I sense," he paused, "are people's emotions, fear, anger, murderous intent, trust, hope. I can sense what you are thinking every time you battle. I can sense what you are afraid of." Amuro Ray turned his head to look at him, his eyes filled with more confusion than anger. "So you've known what I was thinking all along?" "Probably." "Then have you ever?" "No," Ling Zhan said, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. "I can't see your privacy, I can only read emotional undertones. I cannot read specific contents. For instance, what you are thinking right now, is Ling Zhan acting mysterious again? I can sense that. But you thinking about how many minutes the Gundam's beam rifle takes to cool down? That, I cannot. That is knowledge, not emotion." Amuro Ray glared at him for 2 seconds, then couldn't help letting out a laugh. "You really know what I'm thinking? I told you I can only read emotions, Baka. Just now you thought I was talking nonsense." Ling Zhan stood up and reached his hand out toward him. "Let's go. Your Gundam is waiting for you. My machine is almost ready too." "Your what?" "I'll explain later. For now, let's get out of Luna 2 alive." Amuro Ray grabbed Ling Zhan's hand and was pulled up. There was still a hint of faint fatigue on his face, but the hollow confusion in his eyes had receded a bit. It hadn't vanished completely, but rather been replaced by something more concrete. The things he needed to figure out were still there, but at least for now, he knew he wasn't thinking alone. Ling Zhan did not go with him to the hangar. He turned and walked in the opposite direction of the bridge toward the deepest part of the hull, seeing almost no one along the way. He pressed his palm against the system interface, and the system interface also lit up at the edge of his vision. Hangar, current included unit, GN-001 Gundam Asia. Unit status, complete. Energy, GN drive, original, semi-permanent energy source. Enter the hangar space. Yes. The hatch opened. The blue and white mobile suit stood in the center of the hangar. Its thrusters had not yet ignited, but the GN drive was already rotating at low speed, emitting a green particle glow. The light was faint, like phosphorescence in the deep sea, seeping out from the armor gaps and casting a slowly rotating green halo on the hangar's metal floor. Ling Zhan looked up at it, his heart beating violently in his chest. Orwa, Gandamuda. Chapter 10, Escape from Luna 2, Part 2. Gundam Asia. In his original world, he had seen it countless times on screen, from the first episode of the first season to the final frame of the movie. And now, this mobile suit was standing right in front of him in reality. It was not born for the universal century, but forged for a different philosophy, eradicating conflict through military might, celestial being. He walked beneath the mobile suit and pressed his palm against the ankle armor of Asia. The metal surface was icy cold, and GN particles swirled behind Asia's GN drive. He could feel them. The GN particles resonated with the brain quantum wave inside his body, much like two oscillators of the same frequency placed in the same room, capable of perceiving each other's existence without any medium. System. Present. Record a declaration of celestial being. Ready for recording, please state. Ling Zhan took a deep breath. He had transmigrated into this world several days ago. In these past few days, he had experienced the destruction of Side 7, the desperate counterattack of White Base, his first clash with Char Aznable, being kicked around like a football by friendly forces at Luna 2, the sacrifice of an old captain, and the confusion of a young boy. He had seen the blank confusion of Zeon soldiers before their deaths, and federal bureaucrats sitting in offices measuring human lives with spreadsheets. Was there a correct answer to this war? Was the Federation just, and Zeon evil? He knew they were not. He knew the history of this war. The corruption of the Federation gave birth to Zeon's independence. Zeon's independence devolved into the slaughter of all mankind, and the Federation would continue its corruption after victory, repeating the exact same mistakes 100 years later. If he wanted to change all of this, he needed more than just a Gundam. He needed a reason. A reason so that when people saw this Gundam, they would know what it was fighting for. Eradicate conflict through military might. He began to speak, his voice echoing in the empty hangar. We are celestial being. The power we possess does not serve any government, belong to any military, or swear allegiance to any faction. We will intervene in all unjust wars, whether Federation or Zeon, all wars shall be terminated by us. He paused for a moment. GN particles slowly rotated around him like a swarm of quiet fireflies, casting his shadow onto Ashia's armor. Recording complete. Recorded. Declaration saved to system log. Available for recall at any time. Ling Zhan withdrew his hand, watching the dual green main monitors of Gundam Mecha slowly light up, not in combat status, but in standby mode. It was ready, he had to be ready as well. He turned and walked out of the hangar space, the hatch closing slowly behind him. A final wisp of GN particle light leaked through the gap in the door before vanishing. In the corridor, Sayla Mass was standing there. She was still holding a datapad in her hand, but her fingers had completely stopped moving. Her eyes looked at the hatch behind Ling Zhan, at the spot where the last trace of green light had vanished, her lips slightly parted, but she said nothing. Ling Zhan's brain quantum wave perceived the underlying emotional tone of her current state, not fear, not hostility, but a complex fluctuation somewhere between shock and a deeper sense of confirmation. She might have seen something, heard something, but he did not need to explain. At least not now. Miss Sayla. Ling Zhan nodded, his tone calm, and then walked past her. He did not look back. But his brain quantum wave captured that after he walked past, Sayla turned her head to glance at the tightly closed hangar hatch. Then her underlying emotional tone calmed down slightly, turning into something deeper and more silent, not shock, but a silence born of confirmation. Ling Zhan marked this moment in his heart. He knew that Artesia, Sayla Mass, Char Aznable's own sister, would eventually become a crucial factor. But not today. When White Base's engines reignited, the air throughout the third docking bay trembled. Bright Noah sat in the captain's seat, a position previously held by Captain Paul Cassius. He did not sit too far back, instead, his back was straight, one hand resting on the edge of the console, the lines of his shoulders as rigid as when Captain Paul was still there. Mirai, prepare for departure. Propellant resupply complete, ammunition loaded to 60%. Refugees have all been transferred to the midsection of the hull. Airtightness check complete. Engines at full power output, White Base is ready to depart at any time. Just at that moment, a muffled explosion came from within Luna 2 Fortress. The sound of the explosion was not loud, but its epicenter was extremely deep. It was not a hull collision or a reactor accident, but a form of precise directional blasting. Ling Zhan's brain quantum wave gave a sharp jolt, he felt it. It was not near the bridge, nor inside White Base, but in the direction of the port. The fortress control tower called out 3 consecutive times over the communication channel, each time more urgent than the last. Unexplained explosion. An explosion has occurred inside the fortress's first port. A Magellan-class battleship has had its ammunition magazine detonated by unknown personnel and is currently burning. Hull wreckage is blocking the main channel, and the port is impassable. It's Char Aznable, Ling Zhan blurted out. Bright Noah turned to him quickly, how can you be sure? He sent operatives to infiltrate. Not for reconnaissance, but for sabotage. He wants to block the port and prevent us from leaving. Ling Zhan closed his eyes, pulling the resolution of his brain quantum wave to the maximum. In the direction of the port, the emotional tones of dozens of people were mixed together, panic, chaos, tension. But in the shadows of these emotions, there were 2 or 3 extremely calm signals moving toward the edge of the port at high speed, their emotional tone not panic, but the cold ruthlessness of completing a mission. The operatives have already retreated, but the Magellan is still burning. The wreckage is blocking the main channel. If that ship's reactor is detonated. Before he finished speaking, a second explosion shattered the control tower's communication channel. Reactor out of control. The Magellan's nuclear reactor temperature is rising sharply and is about to melt down. All ports locked down. All personnel evacuate. Bright Noah's hand clenched tightly on the edge of the console for a second, then relaxed. Mirai, can we still get out of the port now? The wreckage is spreading, and the main channel is completely blocked. If the Magellan's reactor completely melts down, the entire port will be blown up, and we won't be able to leave either. The only way is to blast the reactor before it completely melts down, using the blast shockwave of the reactor itself to blow a gap through the wreckage. That's insane. Kai Shiden's voice came over the communication channel, a reactor explosion is equivalent to a massive bomb, who's going to blow it up? What if it affects White Base? Amuro Ray. Bright Noah did not answer Kai Shiden's question. He pressed the communication key, his voice deep, can the Gundam sortie? Before the reactor completely melts down, use the beam rifle to precisely hit the reactor core, creating a directional explosion to blast open the port. I can, Amuro Ray's voice came over the communication channel, crisp and decisive. Ling Zhan. Bright Noah turned to him, do you know the location of the Magellan-class reactor? I know. The mid-to-rear section of the hull, close to the engine room. It's protected by external armor, but near the main engine nozzles, there's a heat exhaust port, that's the outlet for the reactor cooling system, and its armor is the thinnest. Penetrating that will allow a direct hit on the reactor. Bright Noah looked at him for 2 seconds, then nodded. He no longer needed to ask, "How do you know?" Amuro, Gundam, sortie. The target is the reactor heat exhaust port of the Magellan-class wreckage. You must pierce it before the reactor melts down and use the blast shockwave to blow open the port. Ling Zhan, you will assist from the bridge the entire way. Understood. The Gundam launched from White Base's catapult deck, its thrusters spewing dazzling white flames in the narrow port space. Amuro Ray did not hesitate, flying straight toward the burning Magellan-class battleship. Fragments of wreckage floated everywhere inside the port, some still burning, casting a crimson glow over the entire port. The alarm for the reactor running out of control shrieked from every loudspeaker in the port. The Magellan's hull was expanding from within, the temperature of the nuclear reactor was rising exponentially, and its outer shell had begun to deform. Amuro, the heat exhaust port is located in the mid-to-rear section of the hull near the engine room. Do you see that exhaust port glowing with blue light? That's it. The Gundam wove through the rain of debris, raising its beam rifle and taking aim. Amuro Ray did not pull the trigger immediately, he was waiting. Waiting for the momentary gap after the debris fragments drifted past his line of fire. He knew he only had one chance with a single shot. If he missed, the reactor would melt down as usual, the port would be completely locked down, and White Base would be trapped at Luna 2. Then he pulled the trigger. The beam pierced through the gap between the wreckage fragments and precisely hit the heat exhaust port. High-temperature particles poured from the exhaust port into the reactor shell, piercing the final isolation layer. The Magellan's reactor did not melt down, instead, it was detonated beforehand, right before the meltdown. The scale of the explosion was immense, but the direction was controlled. The blast shockwave from the reactor core spread outward toward the outer side of the port, blowing away all the wreckage fragments blocking the fairway, while White Base, located on the opposite side of the explosion direction, only bore the aftershock of the blast wave. The port is open. Main channel clear. The control tower's voice rang out in the communication channel, carrying the tremor of someone who had narrowly escaped death. White Base, full speed ahead. Bright Noah's voice was as steady as a nail. This half-crippled battleship rushed out from the flames of the explosion. The damage on her port side was still smoking, the ammunition for her starboard turrets was under 40%, and her hull was stained with fragments of the just-blown-up Magellan, yet she still flew, bearing scars all over her body and the last words left by an old captain. Luna 2 grew smaller and smaller behind them. Ling Zhan stood in the corner of the bridge, leaning against the cold metal wall. His brain quantum wave captured Bright Noah's underlying emotional tone. The sadness was still there, but it was being compressed into a foundation by something heavier, upon which something new was being built. Not revenge, not anger, but a quiet sense of responsibility. Captain Paul had entrusted White Base to him. He was the captain now. Strong emotional fluctuation detected, inheritance and determination. Source, Bright Noah. Points plus 200. Current points balance, 4990. The system interface flashed at the edge of his vision. Ling Zhan turned it off. He noticed that the datapad clipped next to the communicator had what Amuro Ray had just said written on it. I didn't get into the cockpit to kill people, in Mirai Yashima's handwriting. She had probably jotted it down while Amuro was speaking earlier. Ling Zhan suddenly thought, perhaps he didn't need to tell Amuro what to do anymore. That boy had already begun to think for himself. And what he needed to do was not to decide the direction for Amuro, but to tell him when he was lost, you are not alone. Captain. Mirai Yashima's voice rang out, Luna 2 departure complete. Course set, Earth. Full speed ahead. White Base carved a bright arc through the sea of stars. On the main screen of the bridge, that blue and white planet was getting closer and closer. Ling Zhan stood up from the corner of the bridge and walked over to Bright Noah. Regarding Captain Paul, after we return to Earth, we should make an official report to the military command. He should be posthumously promoted to official captain. Bright Noah glanced at him. There was no surprise in that look, no questioning, only a very faint ripple, and then he nodded. You're right. Ling Zhan turned and left the bridge. In the corridor, Amuro Ray had just walked over from the direction of the hangar, his pilot's suit still on, with a faint black mark on his face, probably left by the acceleration pressure during launch. When he saw Ling Zhan, he didn't stop, just nodded slightly, and then continued walking toward the hangar. He was still thinking. But that nod was clearer than any words. Returning to the hangar space, closing the hatch, he stood alone in front of Gundam Mecha. The GN particles were still swirling, their green light reflecting in his eyes. Soon, he said to the mobile suit, his voice very soft, it will be our turn to take the stage soon. Gundam Mecha's main monitors flashed once, then returned to the standby green halo, as if saying, standing by at any time. Chapter 11, The Red Comet and Celestial Being. After White Base broke away from Luna 2, the air inside the ship relaxed for about 2 hours. Bright Noah ordered shift rests, not because he felt safe, but because he knew that if he didn't let people sleep, the operators would collapse from exhaustion at their consoles before the next combat alert sounded. Ling Zhan did not sleep. Leaning against his usual corner of the bridge with his eyes closed, his brain quantum wave covered the interior of White Base like an invisible net. Bright Noah was deep in thought, Kai Shirden was still cursing in his sleep, and Mirai Yashima's light sleep was mixed with a conditioned alertness to route data. The emotional undertone of the civilian district remained a gray-white mist. Someone was softly comforting a child, while others were distributing food. Then his brain quantum wave leaped abruptly. It did not come from inside the ship, but from outside. A 200-meter perception range was merely a trivial patch of area in space, but that signal was too strong, not fear, not anger, but a focus so calm it was practically ice-cold. That kind of focus was something he had perceived once before at Side 7, and once again at Luna 2. It was Char Aznable. The moment he opened his eyes, the bridge alarms blared. Thermal detectors have captured 2 high-speed approaching targets. Mirai Yashima snapped out of her light sleep, turning reflexively toward the console. Bearing, directly behind and slightly below. The speed of one of them is 3 times that of a normal MS. And there is a Mazai class breaking away from the shadow of the asteroid belt. It's Char Aznable. Ling Zhan's voice wasn't loud, but it cut right through the buzzing alarm. Bright Noah's coffee cup was set on the edge of the console, its liquid still sloshing. Amuro Ray. I am already on the catapult track. Amuro Ray's voice came through the communication channel without a trace of fatigue. He had waited 2 hours, and this was the exact moment he had been waiting for. The Gundam launched from the catapult deck of White Base, the flames spewed by its thrusters carving an arc in space. Amuro Ray did not fly toward Char Aznable's red Zaku. Instead, he flew to the side, pulling the battlefield away from White Base's course. As long as he widened the distance, Char Aznable would have to deal with the Gundam first. The red Zaku rushed out from the asteroid's shadow at extreme speed, the thruster's exhaust trails drawing 3 parallel tracks of light in the dark space. Char Aznable did not probe first like the previous 2 times, he opened fire directly. The machine gun rounds grazed the side of the Gundam, leaving a few shallow scratches on the Luna titanium alloy armor. Amuro Ray sidestepped with evasive maneuvers, thrusters firing at maximum output, boosting the Gundam's speed multifold within fractions of a second. Fast. Even faster than at Side 7. Char Aznable's voice transmitted through the channel. Your reaction speed is increasing. Every single clash makes you harder to deal with than the last. From Side 7 to the supply ship, and then to Luna 2, your growth rate interests me greatly. What kind of person are you really, Char Aznable? Amuro Ray shot back, his voice tense. The movement trajectory of the red Zaku projected into his consciousness as a blurred band of light, every change in direction carrying a sharp chill like an ice pick scraping against glass. He could sense which direction Char Aznable was flying, but he still couldn't pinpoint precisely where Char Aznable was going to strike. Federation pilot. Char Aznable spoke in the public channel, his voice clear and calm. What is your name? Amuro Ray was stunned for a moment. After 2 consecutive clashes, why was Char Aznable suddenly asking for his name? Amuro Ray. Amuro Ray. Char Aznable repeated it, his tone sounding as if he were committing it to memory. Judging by your voice, you sound like a minor. Why are you piloting that MS? Is it for the Federation? I am not fighting for the Federation. Amuro Ray's voice came back through the public channel. I am fighting to protect the people on White Base. Protection. A hint of light mockery laced Char Aznable's tone, lacking malice and feeling more like ridicule at a naive answer. Do you think the Federation represents justice? Who sent the civilians of Side 7 onto the battlefield? It wasn't Zeon, it was the Federation. It was the Federation that built the Gundam's development base right next to a civilian district. The Federation never told those civilians killed by Zaku's stray bullets anything about it. The place they lived in was Zeon's primary target. You use protection as an excuse to pull the trigger, but Amuro Ray, the very reason the people you are protecting need protection is precisely because of the Federation you are swearing allegiance to. Amuro Ray did not answer immediately. His fingers tightened a fraction on the control stick. The Gundam threaded through the asteroid belt, debris grazing the armor surface and stirring up fine sparks. On the bridge, Ling Zhan could sense Amuro Ray's emotions fluctuating violently, not being persuaded, let alone wavering, but experiencing a much more complex reaction. It was as if someone had taken the doubts he had vaguely entertained in his heart but never dared to voice, and hurled them right back in front of him in the most direct manner possible. I don't know whether the Federation is right or wrong. Amuro Ray finally spoke, his voice slower than before. But I know that when Side 7 was attacked, the Zaku's machine guns strafed the civilian district first. You were the ones who fired first. That is war. There are no clean hands in war. Char Aznable's reply was quick and calm, as if he had long anticipated this rebuttal. Every time you shoot down a Zaku, a Zeon soldier's family receives a casualty notice. Will their relatives hate the Federation? They will hate you. You think you are protecting, but the people you kill also have parents, brothers, lovers, and children. They are human beings too. And what about you? Amuro Ray's voice suddenly rose a bit, not with anger, but with an echo of something poked deep within. How many Federation warships have you sunk? How many Federation soldiers have you killed? What are you fighting for? For the so-called ideals of Zeon. The public channel fell silent for a fraction of a second. That instant was very short, but Ling Zhan's brain quantum wave captured a slight fluctuation in Char Aznable's emotions, not from being stumped, but from being touched somewhere much deeper. Zeon's ideals. Char Aznable repeated, his tone changing. It was no longer a calm tactical assessment, nor mockery, but something vaguer and more complex. That is another topic. That topic is not suitable to be discussed on the battlefield, nor is it suitable to discuss with a visibly underage Federation pilot. You said there are no clean hands in war. Amuro Ray did not let him go. Then what about your hands? Are they clean? Char Aznable did not answer that question. Perhaps we are of the same kind, perhaps after the war ends, we can sit down and talk. But you and I are fundamentally different, in the end, we can never truly understand each other. The red Zaku's thrusters reignited, charging toward the Gundam at triple speed. Char Aznable held nothing back anymore. Every single one of his shots forced the Gundam's vitals, and every direction change stepped right on the edge of Amuro Ray's perceptual blind spot. Amuro Ray barely managed to keep up with Char Aznable's rhythm with the aid of the AI, but each dodge was more strenuous than the last. The Gundam's propellant was depleting rapidly, and its energy magazines were decreasing as well. His beam rifle kept returning fire, but Char Aznable's maneuver trajectory was too tricky. Every beam grazed past the edge of the red armor, failing to hit any vitals. Ling Zhan opened his eyes in the corner of the bridge. His brain quantum wave was perceiving the emotional undertone of everyone on the bridge. Bright Noah's anxiety was rising rapidly, Mirai Yashima's tension was taut like a snapping string, and Kai Shirden had clenched his fists inside the turret control room, unable to even utter a curse. Outside the ship, the emotional undertone of Amuro Ray was still that blue flame, but this flame was being crushed smaller and smaller by Char Aznable's offensive. He stood up from the corner and walked over to Bright Noah's seat. I believe Amuro Ray will win, and also, I am going to the restroom. Bright Noah turned his head and glanced at him. That look was brief, but Ling Zhan read something complex and abstract from his emotions. Bright Noah knew that every time Ling Zhan said, I'll go figure something out, you just have to believe in something, some sort of miracle would happen, but this time it was indeed a bit abstract. Ling Zhan walked out of the bridge, strode quickly down the corridor, and turned into an empty branch path. He stopped in his tracks and summoned the system interface. Enter the hangar. Leave a clone behind. Yes. Leave a clone behind. An extremely faint wave condensed around him. A figure identical to him appeared in the corridor, the same gray jacket, the same height, build, and black hair, even duplicating the slightly bruised dark circles around his eyes from staying up late consecutively. The clone looked at him, nodded slightly, and then turned to walk toward the bridge, its pace and posture indistinguishable from his own. Ling Zhan watched his clone push open the door to the bridge and return to stand in that usual corner position. Mirai Yashima turned to glance at him without detecting anything unusual. Kai Shirden muttered silently, that kid is back again, and continued staring at the turret aiming panel. Bright Noah's gaze lingered on the main screen for a moment, his peripheral vision sweeping over Ling Zhan in the corner before moving away. He didn't discover anything at all. Then Ling Zhan entered the hangar. Gundam Ashia stood in the center of the hangar, its blue and white armor reflecting a faint green halo in the dark. The GN drive had already begun rotating at low speed, casting a slowly rotating circle of green light spots on the hangar's metal floor with its green particles. He climbed into the cockpit via the elevator, grasped the control stick with both hands, and the concentration of GN particles inside the cockpit rose sharply. He could feel them, not with vision, not with hearing, but with that extra nerve. The particles resonated with the brain quantum wave inside his body, and his originally LV.2 200-meter perception range was abruptly expanded in the GN particle-dispersed environment, making his senses clearer than ever before. If I had switched to the 00, I might have been able to forcibly drag people into a chat room, Ling Zhan thought to himself. System, teleport to the battlefield. Gundam Ashia turned into a green pillar of light within the system hangar and vanished. In space, Char Aznable's red Zaku had forced the Gundam to the edge of the asteroid belt. Amuro Ray's beam rifle energy magazine was already depleted, and he could only use the beam saber to barely parry Char Aznable's machine gun strafing. Several bullet marks had appeared on the Gundam's left shoulder armor, and the remaining propellant was less than 30%. Char Aznable maneuvered around to the side and rear of the Gundam, the muzzle of the Zaku's machine gun aimed squarely at the Gundam's propulsion backpack, the core of the Gundam's mobility. Once hit, the Gundam would become a floating live target in space. Then green particles condensed in the center of the battlefield. It was not light, nor smoke, but a kind of green particles between substance and energy, converging from the void toward a single center point simultaneously. The particles rotated, compressed, and then suddenly burst forth, blooming a circle of pale green halo in the space between the Gundam and the red Zaku. After the halo dispersed, a blue, white, and red MS stood in the center of the battlefield. Blue and white alternating armor. Streamlined mobile suit contour. The rotating GN drive on its back emitted a continuous and stable green glow, extremely eye-catching under the Minovsky particle environment. A GN physical sword hung on each side of the rotatable storage rack on the mobile suit's waist, but the GN particle guide grooves engraved on the blade bodies had already begun to emit a faint shimmer. Amuro Ray widened his eyes in the cockpit. This was neither a Federation MS nor a Zeon's. Its design language was completely different from any known mobile suit in this world, lightweight, sharp, and carrying a nearly elegant aggressiveness. What kind of mobile suit is that? Amuro Ray's voice sounded in the communication channel, carrying confusion and shock. On the bridge of the white base, everyone's gaze was attracted by the suddenly appearing blue and white MS on the main screen. Mirai Yashima's fingers paused on the console, Bright Noah's brow was tightly furrowed, and Ling Zhan in the corner of the bridge looked at the main screen like everyone else, with a calm but focused expression. The light from the main screen cast a faint green reflection on his face. Char Aznable's mono-eye monitor locked onto that blue and white mobile suit. His fingers paused on the control stick for an instant. On the battlefield, an instant's pause could be fatal, but that blue and white mobile suit did not take the opportunity to attack, simply standing there and blocking between the Gundam and the red Zaku. A new Federation MS? No. This particle reaction is not Minovsky particles. What on earth is this? Char Aznable magnified the observation monitor's magnification, looking at the MS whose main body was blue and white with green particles emitting from behind, with a line of words engraved on the green triangle on its forehead. Gun. Damn. Ling Zhan opened the public channel, declaring to all monitorable frequencies on the battlefield. His voice was steady, clear, and devoid of a trace of emotion. Actually, it was just using a voice changer. We are celestial being. The power we possess does not serve any government, does not belong to any army, and is not loyal to any faction. We will intervene in all unreasonable wars, whether the Federation or Zeon, all wars will be terminated by us. There was a moment of silence in the public channel. Amuro Ray's lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. Celestial being. This vocabulary had never appeared in this universe. It was not a secret unit of the Federation, nor a special intelligence agency of Zeon, but some completely unfamiliar third party descending from the void. Celestial being. Char Aznable's voice came out from the public channel, with no panic or anger in his tone, only a playful amusement of having his interest piqued. In other words, you are neither a running dog of the Federation nor an enemy of Zeon. What are you then? Saviors. Ling Zhan did not answer. The GN broadsword of Gundam Ashia began to vibrate at high frequency. Char Aznable initiated the attack first. His judgment was consistent with his style: when facing an unknown mobile suit, test it first. The red Zaku rushed toward Ashia at top speed, and the line of fire from its machine gun blocked all evasion routes of Ashia. This was his most adept tactic, crushing the opponent's reaction window with speed and covering the opponent's movement space with firepower. Then Ashia moved. Not dodging, but cutting in. The GN particle thrusters erupted with an acceleration several times that of the red Zaku in an instant. The blue and white mobile suit passed through the gaps between the machine gun's trajectories, not a linear sprint, but a vector change close to teleportation. The maneuvering mode of particle propulsion was completely different from Minovsky particle propulsion. It did not rely on expelled working mass to generate thrust and then change direction, but directly utilized the concentration difference of GN particles dispersed in space to change the mobile suit's motion vector. This meant it could accomplish complex maneuvers that UC-series mobile suits required dozens of attitude adjustments to complete, while it only needed a single particle output switch. Ashia completed the transition from stationary to full speed in less than 0.3 seconds, and then deflected its forward direction by 90 degrees in the next 0.3 seconds. Char Aznable's pupils shrank abruptly. So fast. He tried to adjust the shooting angle of the machine gun, but the Zaku's fire control system could not lock onto a target that did not move according to the laws of inertia. His crosshairs were always half a beat slower than Ashia, and often this half-beat was the distance between life and death in MS actual combat. The blue and white mobile suit had cut into a position less than 200 meters to the right of the Zaku, with the GN broadsword raised above its head. Ling Zhan gripped the control stick tightly with both hands, cutting in from diagonally above the right side of the Zaku in a high mobility posture. The GN broadsword slashed horizontally, the blade cutting in from the right shoulder joint of the Zaku. The ultra-high tension steel was torn apart like tofu in front of the GN broadsword's ultra-high frequency vibration, and wires and hydraulic pipes splashed tiny sparks the moment they broke. The Zaku's right arm along with the machine gun detached from the mobile suit, floating away silently while tumbling in space. One sword stroke, the Zaku's right arm was severed at the shoulder. Before Char Aznable had time to react, Ling Zhan had already used the thruster's reverse thrust to forcibly decelerate. Ashia drew a sharp fold line in space, circling from the front of the red Zaku to the left side. The GN blade popped out from the left waist weapon rack. The blade body was slightly shorter than the GN broadsword but wider, and the blade surface was engraved with dense particle guide grooves. Ashia's left hand grasped the blade, backhanding an upward slash, cutting in from under the left armpit of the Zaku, and slashing all the way to the top of the shoulder along the armor seam of the shoulder joint. The Zaku's left arm was severed at the shoulder, slowly drifting away in space. At the fracture, the melted armor material solidified into irregular metal beads in the vacuum, floating around the Zaku's torso. Two sword strokes, the Zaku's left arm was shaved off entirely. Char Aznable clenched his teeth tightly. His red Zaku had lost both arms and all fixed armaments, but he had not given up yet. He still had one method, detonating the Zaku's propulsion backpack at close range, pulling Ashia into the explosion shockwave, and then taking the opportunity to withdraw from combat. His fingers moved toward the emergency separation switch of the thrusters. But Ashia did not give him this time. You still have a longer road to walk. The GN particle thrusters ignited again, and the blue and white mobile suit vertically charged upward from directly in front of the Zaku, faster than before because at this time Char Aznable's Zaku had lost its arm thrusters and could not make any evasive maneuvers. During the ascent, Ashia ejected the beam saber from the back weapon rack. The pink particle blade lit up in the image of the cockpit's external monitor, dazzling and icy. Ashia completed its attitude adjustment directly above the Zaku's head, turning from a vertical charge into a dive. The beam saber cut in from directly above the Zaku's head, its tip piercing the head monitor's casing, slicing off the entire mono-eye monitor along with the head sensor array from top to bottom. The cut surface was smooth and flat, and the internal circuits flashed a final trace of electric sparks in the vacuum. The red Zaku's mono-eye went out. 3 sword strokes, the Zaku's mono-eye was precisely shaved off. Char Aznable's external monitors all failed, and the cockpit plunged into pitch darkness. Now on his screen, only a few lines of red emergency warnings were flashing, and the only thing reflected on his mask was the icy red light. Then came the final step. Ashia descended to a position parallel to the Zaku's torso, and the beam saber thrust twice consecutively. The tip pierced the connection between the thrusters at the base of the Zaku's legs and the torso, lightly and precisely cutting off the fuel supply lines and thrust vector controllers. The 2 leg thrusters peeled off from the torso, tumbling slowly in space. The Zaku's torso was left with only a bare shell, rotating slowly under inertia, with no arms, no head, and no legs. A metallic torso floating among scattered debris fragments. 4 sword strokes, battle over. The entire process did not exceed 1.5 minutes. Char Aznable sat inside the Zaku torso that had completely lost all armaments, all thrusters, and all external sensors. His fingers were still gripping the control stick, but he no longer needed to grip it. That red Zaku was no longer a mobile suit, just a piece of metal still floating on an inertial orbit. Slow and heavy breathing sounds came out of his breathing mask, but he did not speak. Ling Zhan switched to the private communication channel, his tone calm, neither threatening nor mocking, more like someone who knew too much giving a suggestion. Aznable, you still have a longer road to walk, but before that, think more. Char Aznable's pupils shrank violently. The red comet's fingers clenched tightly on the control stick, his knuckles turning white from the force. People who knew this name were only a very few high-ranking officials within the entire Principality of Zeon. This unfamiliar MS pilot, belonging neither to the Federation nor to Zeon, yet knew his name. Beneath the mask, Char Aznable's lips moved slightly, but no sound was emitted. Who on earth is this celestial being? Ling Zhan did not wait for his response. Gundam Ashia put away its sword, the GN broadsword was retracted, the GN blade returned to the rack, the particle blade of the beam saber shrank and disappeared, and the GN particle thruster spewed green light. The blue and white mobile suit drew an arc in space and flew toward the depths of the asteroid belt. The GN particle light turned on stealth mode behind the asteroid and disappeared. Ling Zhan teleported Ashia back to the hangar through the system. Ashia's green halo recondensed in the hangar, the GN drive slowly decelerated to a standby state, the particle concentration inside the cockpit gradually decreased, and those particles resonating with the brain quantum wave receded like a tide. Sigh, I'm a bit tired. How about resting for a bit in the hangar space? Anyway, there's a clone outside. Chapter 12 White Base. On the bridge of the White Base, everyone's eyes remained fixed on the spot where the blue and white mobile suit on the main screen had disappeared. No one spoke. Mirai. Bright Noah's voice broke the silence, low yet steady. Maintain course. Full speed toward Earth. You understood. In the corner of the bridge, Ling Zhan's avatar had been standing for nearly 10 minutes. During these 10 minutes, he had met Mirai's gaze, nodded to Kai Shirden, and exchanged a shrug with Oscar. Then, after confirming that the Gundam Ashia on the main screen had vanished and everyone had refocused on their tasks, he quietly turned around, pushed open the bridge door, and walked into the corridor. In an unobserved shadow at the corner of the corridor, the avatar dissipated, turning into a wisp of nearly invisible energy fluctuations. All the memories from the avatar's existence flooded into his true self the moment it dissolved, the sights, sounds, and emotional undertones on the bridge merged into his consciousness like a warm stream of water. He simultaneously received all the memories of the avatar during this period, Bright Noah's orders, Mirai's reports, Kai Shirden saying with a trembling voice in the turret control room that mobile suit carved Char Aznable's red Zaku into a torso, and the breathless silence on the bridge after the Gundam Ashia vanished from the main screen. He walked into the bridge and returned to his usual spot against the corner wall. No one noticed that he had just left. The Gundam landed on the catapult deck. The white mobile suit Sol slammed heavily onto the metal deck, producing a heavy impact sound. Maintenance Squad Leader Sanders had already rushed forward with the maintenance crew to inspect the armor damage, multiple bullet marks on the left shoulder, and a dent near the right leg thruster caused by a machine gun's close-range hit, but the overall damage was controllable. Amuro Ray crawled out of the cockpit, the back of his pilot suit drenched in sweat, his fingers still trembling slightly. It was not out of fear, but because he had seen something beyond his understanding in the battle just now. Ling Zhan walked from the bridge to the hangar. He saw Amuro Ray standing at the edge of the hangar, not doing maintenance checks, nor reporting body damage to Sanders, just standing there and looking in the direction of the recent battlefield. Did you see it? Amuro Ray asked. I saw it. That blue and white mobile suit. Its maneuverability is completely different from ours, it doesn't rely on propellants, nor on Minovsky particles. Its way of moving, it's as if it can arbitrarily change its direction of motion without being restricted by inertia. Char Aznable's red Zaku had no way to fight back against it at all. Ling Zhan did not answer. He merely leaned against the metal pillar at the hangar entrance, waiting for Amuro Ray to finish speaking. That pilot. Amuro Ray raised his head to look at Ling Zhan, his gaze devoid of interrogation, filled only with an effort to understand. He calls himself Celestial Being. He said he belongs neither to the Federation nor to Zeon. He chopped off Char Aznable's red Zaku's limbs, but didn't attack the cockpit to kill Char Aznable. Why didn't he kill Char Aznable? Does he know who Char Aznable is? What does he mean by saying all wars will be terminated by us? Ling Zhan was silent for 2 seconds. He could have made up many reasons, but he didn't. He should know who Char Aznable is, Ling Zhan said, his voice very soft and calm. As for why he didn't kill Char Aznable, probably because Char Aznable still has a long way to go. As for the meaning of terminate the war, it probably means literally what it says. There is a group of people who belong neither to the Federation nor to Zeon, who want to end this war itself rather than win any side. Amuro Ray looked at Ling Zhan. That gaze was long, so long that the drilling sounds of the maintenance crew in the hangar stopped for a moment. Then he averted his gaze and nodded. Is that so? He said, without pressing further. On his way back from the hangar to the bridge, passing the end of the corridor, Ling Zhan saw Salem, Massachusetts. She stood alone in front of the porthole, looking at the pitch-black universe outside. Her face was reflected on the porthole glass with a quiet expression, but judging from her slightly tightened fingers and slightly stiff posture, her inner self was far more turbulent than it appeared on the surface. Ling Zhan's brain quantum wave perceived her emotional undertone, which was more complex than it had been at Luna 2. It was neither fear nor hostility, but a fluctuation between confusion and a deeper intuition. Her brother had almost died on the battlefield just now. And that mobile suit did not kill him. Did not kill a Zeon Forces ace. She turned to look at Ling Zhan, and the two locked eyes for a second. Then she withdrew her gaze and continued watching the starry sky outside the porthole. Ling Zhan returned to lean against the wall in the corner of the bridge, his back touching the cold metal, eyes closed as he sorted out everything that had just happened. The name of celestial being had been declared for the first time in the UC universe. Char Aznable knew. Amuro Ray knew. Bright Noah and all members of the White Base had seen it. Soon, Earth Federation forces would also intercept this open-channel declaration from Luna 2's communication logs, and Zeon forces would read the name, Celestial Being, from Char Aznable's combat report. A seed had already been planted. What it would grow into, he did not know either. Bright Noah stood up from the captain's seat and walked over to Ling Zhan. His expression was complicated, not anger, but a calmness worn smooth like calluses. The bloodshot veins in those eyes were even more numerous than 2 hours ago. That blue and white mobile suit from just now, that celestial being, do you think he is friend or foe? For now, not an enemy, Ling Zhan said in a calm tone. Bright Noah was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded. He did not ask, how do you know? He had already learned not to press Ling Zhan on certain matters, perhaps because he vaguely knew that the answers he would get from questioning would only lead to more unanswerable questions. On the catapult deck of the Mecha-class cruiser, the wreckage of the Red Zaku was dragged into the hangar by the salvage team. The wreckage was secured to the maintenance rack, arms gone, head gone, both legs severed from the roots, and the torso armor covered everywhere in smooth cross-sections left behind by particle blade cuts. The maintenance crew stood beside the wreckage, looking at each other in dismay, none of them speaking. Most of them had followed Char Aznable since the beginning of the One-Year War, having seen all kinds of battle-damaged mobile suits, gigantic melting holes left by direct hits from battleship-class beam cannons, half a head sheared off by shrapnel, and skeletons left behind after being blasted by missile rains from Earth Federation forces during the Battle of Lum. But they had never seen anything like this. Every cut was as precise as if measured with a scalpel, all non-fatal parts were precisely excised, while the cockpit remained completely intact. This was not a battle. This was an execution. And that mobile suit chose not to execute their captain. Char Aznable stood beneath the maintenance rack, having taken off his helmet, his golden hair somewhat messy under the hangar lights. His expression was calm, so calm that it made the maintenance crew even more uneasy. He walked around the wreckage of the Red Zaku, each step very slow, as if inspecting an exhibit in a museum. Major, the maintenance squad leader spoke up. Completely scrapped, Char Aznable said, his tone as indifferent as if commenting on today's cafeteria lunch menu. This Red Zaku has no repair value whatsoever. Dismantle the wreckage, salvage usable parts, and discard the rest. Yes. Char Aznable said nothing more. He turned and walked back to the captain's room, closed the door, and sat in the dark for a long time. On the table lay a datapad, which was replaying the footage of the battle just then, Gundam Ashia emerging from the green particle light, its posture of dodging machine gun strafing with incredible changing direction maneuvers, the entry angle and cutting trajectory of every single knife stroke as it sliced off the Red Zaku's limbs one by one. He pulled up screenshots of 3 key moments on the datapad, slowly tapping on the screen with his knuckles. Then he pulled up the final piece of audio, what the celestial being pilot had said to him on the private communication channel. He played this audio clip repeatedly, hitting the exact same stress on his own name every single time. Char Aznable. The complete full name. In the entire Principality of Zeon, fewer than 10 people knew the connection between this name and the Red Comet. He wrote 3 characters on the datapad, then drew a line underneath, and another line, until the pen tip scratched fine dents into the surface of the screen. Celestial being. He would find them, no matter who they were. Strong emotional fluctuations detected, source, all personnel of the White Base. Emotional composition analysis, shock 48%, confusion 31%, hope 21%. Coupon plus 480. Severe emotional fluctuations detected, unprecedented sense of frustration and reignited curiosity. Source, Char Aznable. Extra coupon plus 300. Current coupon balance, 5770. Leaning against the cold wall of the bridge, Ling Zhan looked at the flickering numbers on the system interface and let out a gentle sigh. Amuro Ray's bewilderment, Char Aznable's sense of frustration and curiosity, Bright Noah's questioning, Sayla Mass's silence by the porthole, the debut of Celestial being left something different in everyone's heart. And these emotions were being captured by the system and transformed into solid driving force. The White Base continued its voyage through the sea of stars. Earth had already appeared at the edge of the main screen, that blue and white planet rotating quietly in the dark universe. And in the shadow of the Mecha-class cruiser, on Char Aznable's datapad, the The scratches beneath those two words still glowed with a faint light. Chapter 13 Entering the Gravity Well. The white base sailed smoothly through the sea of stars for several hours. Captain Paul Cassius's remains were placed in a sealed container, wrapped on the outside in the military flag of the Earth Federation forces. Bright Noah stood at the side of the catapult deck with all the bridge crew, Amuro Ray, Ryu, Kai Shirden, Sanders, and all other combatants who could still stand formed two rows, while civilian representatives stood at the end of the corridor, looking through the open hatch at the military flag on the deck. Bright Noah did not read a eulogy. He stood there, his back straight, remaining silent for a long time. The air inside the ship was heavy and quiet, with only the low hum of the engines and the airflow sound of the life support system, and then he spoke. Captain Paul Cassius served in the Earth Federation forces for 25 years. When Side 7 was attacked, he could have retreated to the shelter area, but he did not. He commanded on the bridge until the very last moment, until a stray bullet hit the bridge and he was severely wounded. On his hospital bed in Luna 2, he traded his final video communication for the White Base's exit permit. He did not die on a hospital bed, he died at his post as a commander. Bright Noah's voice did not tremble. Ling Zhan could feel that when he spoke, his hands at his sides were clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white. During Captain Paul's last conversation with me, he entrusted the White Base to me. He said, "You are no longer the acting captain. The captain of the White Base, from now on, is you." I will remember these words, and we will all remember him. He turned to Mirai Yashima and nodded. The hatch of the catapult deck slowly opened. Outside was the infinitely dark universe. The sealed container slid out from the catapult track, carrying Captain Paul, carrying all the years of his 25-year service in the Earth Federation forces, drifting into the depths of the stars. The surface of the container reflected the cold light of the distant sun, growing smaller and farther away, until finally it turned into a tiny speck of light in the darkness, blending with the stars all over the sky. Luna 2, Commander. When battling Zeon is still so fraught with difficulties, the people worth learning from are passing away one after another. Don't you think this is a cruel era? The hatch of the catapult deck slowly closed. No one inside the ship spoke. Kai Shirden stood straight, one hand hanging at his side, the other hand raised beside his temple. Mirai Yashima's tears slipped down her cheeks, and she did not wipe them. Amuro Ray lowered his head, his fists clenched tight. Ling Zhan stood in the formation, slightly raising his head to look at the indistinguishable speck of light outside the porthole, silently bidding farewell in his consciousness. More than half of the 60% propellant brought out from Luna 2 had already been burned, and the remaining amount was just enough for a standard atmospheric entry. On the bridge, Bright Noah sat in the captain's seat, browsing through the route data organized by Mirai Yashima, his fingers tapping gently on the edge of the electronic board. Mirai Yashima leaned beside the navigation console and closed her eyes for a moment, and Oscar took over her position. Kai Shirden was snoring in the turret control room, his snoring a bit softer than before, probably because he was completely exhausted. Ling Zhan did not sleep. He leaned against his usual corner of the bridge wall, closing his eyes. Bright Noah was piecing the responsibility left by Captain Paul piece by piece into his own bones. Mirai Yashima's light sleep was still running route data, and a few warm bright colors occasionally appeared in the grayish-white mist of the civilian area. Then the arc of the planet on the main screen began to expand from the edge toward the center, first a dark blue ocean, then swirling white clouds, and then the brown edge of the continent. Earth. Not the artificial arc of the inner wall of a colony, not the sky built of metal and glass like Side 7. The edge of this planet was irregular, looking quiet and huge at this distance, like some living existence gently pulling the hull of the white base with its own gravity. Entering Earth's gravity well. Mirai Yashima's voice pulled everyone on the bridge back to reality, gravity gradient stable. Expected to enter the atmosphere in 3 hours. Bright Noah stood up from the captain's seat, walked to the operation console, pressed both hands on the table, and looked at the entire route map from beginning to end. Then he turned around, facing all the operators on the bridge. The entire ship enters atmospheric entry preparation. All external equipment recovered. Gundam, gun cannon, and gun tank secured to heat-resistant hangar racks. Reinforce fixation in the civilian area, all personnel fasten seat belts. Mirai Yashima, has the entry orbit been calculated? Completed. Entry angle 5.2 degrees, expected maximum temperature 3100 degrees, duration about 4 minutes. Heat-resistant shield angle adjusted to maximum protection surface, bow facing up, bridge entering entry posture. The moment the order was given, the entire white base moved simultaneously. Maintenance squad leader Sanders led the maintenance crew to secure the Gundam on the heat-resistant hangar rack, wrapping its joints and sensors with heat-resistant materials, while Ryu and Hayato Kobayashi checked the fixation of the gun cannon and gun tank respectively. Volunteers in the civilian area checked the seatbelts cabin by cabin, stuffing all items that could not be fixed into storage lockers. The footsteps in the corridor, the clicking of metal latches, and the commands in the walkie-talkies intertwined into a tight net throughout the hull. Amuro Ray stared in the hangar as Sanders fastened the last securing cable to the Gundam's ankle armor, then walked along the corridor toward the bridge. At the corner of the corridor, he met Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan leaned against the metal wall, as if waiting for him. What kind of organization is Celestial Being anyway? Why didn't that MS kill Char Aznable? They are not enemies, Ling Zhan said, at least not to you and me. Amuro Ray looked at him. He could sense that when Ling Zhan spoke these words, there was no hesitation at all. He was not fabricating a reason to comfort him, but stating a fact known long ago. How can you be sure? If they were enemies, Char Aznable wouldn't be alive right now. Amuro Ray fell silent for a moment. This logic had no loopholes. That blue and white mobile suit could turn Char Aznable's Zaku into a torso within 90 seconds. If it wanted to kill Char Aznable, the cockpit would have been pierced right at the first sword strike. It chose not to kill. Not that it couldn't, but that it didn't. He did not continue to press. It wasn't that he didn't want to ask, but that he could sense a boundary that Ling Zhan was not yet ready for. Just like he could sense which direction Char Aznable was flying in the asteroid belt, not with his eyes, not with logic. There was some kind of connection between Ling Zhan and that blue and white mobile suit. Amuro Ray didn't know what it was, but he chose not to cross that line. At least not now. What does Earth look like? I've never been there. You will see it. Gravity will make you uncomfortable for a while, but you will get used to it. It is definitely easier than getting used to killing. Amuro Ray nodded slightly and walked toward the cockpit to stand by. The hull of the white base slightly adjusted its posture, turning its stern toward deep space. This was the edge of Earth's gravity well. Flying another 3 hours forward, Earth's atmosphere would swallow the white base, burning away all traces left by the outer layer of the hull in space with a high temperature of 3,100 degrees. Before stepping into that wall of fire, this ship had one last thing to do. Bright Noah turned around, facing everyone. White base, entering Earth's atmosphere. All stations, take your positions. 3 hours later, the white base entered the atmospheric entry orbit. Vibrations came from deep within the hull. The first few seconds were just slight tremors, like someone in the distance beating on the hull's outer shell. Then the vibrations rapidly intensified, and every control console on the bridge shook violently. Unsecured electronic boards slid from their seats, and a few loud metallic crashing sounds came from Kai Shiden's turret control room, followed by Kai Shiden's roar, "Can you give a warning before shaking again?" The main screen switched to the footage from the external camera of the heat-resistant shield. Orange-red plasma churned beneath the hull, turning from light orange to dark red, and then from dark red to nearly dazzling platinum gold. The hull's outer armor gleamed with a dark red light under the 3,000-degree high temperature. The heat-resistant material on the surface of the heat-resistant shield slowly ablated in the high temperature. The temperature of the entire bridge rose by several degrees within a few minutes, and the air mixed with the dry smell of metal being heated. Gravitational acceleration pinned everyone to their seats. Mirai Yashima's fingers danced rapidly on the control console, sweat sliding from her forehead and dripping onto the control panel. Bright Noah sat straight in the captain's seat, one hand gripping the seat armrest, the other hand pressing the communication button, issuing command after command, every word clear and without unnecessary pauses, like a calming pillar planted in the surging fear of everyone on the bridge. Ling Zhan leaned against the bridge wall, gravitational acceleration pressing his back tightly against the metal wall panel, every vibration transmitting through the hull framework of the white base, all the way from the heat-resistant shield at the bow to the engine room at the stern. Mirai Yashima's mental strength was like a violin string stretched to its limit, trembling slightly but not yet snapping. Kai Shiden's tension would suddenly rise with every violent vibration, and then be pushed back down by his own cursing. Every time Bright Noah issued a command, his inner anxiety was pushed down another layer, but he never let a shred of anxiety bleed into his voice. The most dangerous phase arrived in the 3rd minute. The surface temperature of the heat-resistant shield reached its peak, several places on the hull's outer armor began to deform, and the alarm continued to scream. The plasma on the main screen had changed from orange-red to dazzling platinum gold, and heat was conducting into the interior of the hull through the ablation layer of the heat-resistant shield. Bright Noah ordered the release of coolant. The coolant sprayed from the outer layer of the hull evaporated the moment it contacted the high temperature, taking away a portion of the heat. The temperature in the bridge rose by 2 degrees within a few seconds, and then began to slowly drop. The vibrations began to weaken. The platinum gold on the main screen gradually faded back to orange-red, then dark red, then deep red, and then a thin layer of white mist, which was the steam formed by water vapor condensing on the surface of the high-temperature armor as the hull passed through the low-altitude clouds. After the mist dissipated, a deep blue ocean appeared on the screen, extending endlessly toward the horizon. The sea surface reflected the sunlight, sparkling, and the hull of the white base cast a slender shadow on the sea. Then came the clouds. Large swaths of clouds swept past both sides of the hull, the edges of the clouds dyed golden by the sunlight. Entry successful. Mirai Yashima's voice carried the tremor of having survived a catastrophe. The white base resumed cruising posture at low altitude, and the horizontal flight state of the hull liberated everyone from the oppression of gravitational acceleration. Mirai Yashima leaned back in her chair and panted, sweat soaking the collar of her pilot suit. Bright Noah's fingers loosened from the communication button and tapped gently on the edge of the operation console. Kai Shirden let out a long sigh in the turret control room, then muttered, "Don't ever let me enter the atmosphere in this thing again." Then his brain quantum wave captured a signal. In the distant clouds below, several high-speed moving reaction sources were gathering toward the direction of the white base. Their movement pattern was clear, diving through the clouds using gravitational acceleration, approaching simultaneously from multiple directions. They were not scattered patrol squads, but an organized and formation-bound interception operation. Multiple heat sources discovered in the direction of Earth. Mirai Yashima's voice rang out on the bridge once again. The tremor of surviving a catastrophe had not completely faded before being replaced by a new tension. Number 3, no, 4. Approaching at high speed. Optical identification, Zeon forces Earth Front Army. How do they know we will land here? Bright Noah stood up from the captain's seat, strode 2 steps to the operation console, and quickly scanned the heat source distribution map. Char Aznable. Ling Zhan walked to Bright Noah's side, his voice lowered. He knew we were going to enter the atmosphere. He notified the Earth Front Army back at Luna 2. It probably wasn't exact landing coordinates, but it was enough for them to send patrol squads to wait along our probable entry orbit. We just passed through the high temperature zone, and the surface temperatures of both the hull and the mobile suits are too high. Until they cool down, the thermal detectors make us equivalent to a giant target. They approached under the cover of the clouds, and we didn't discover them until this distance, which means they deployed multiple patrol squads on different orbits from the very beginning to wait for us. Bright Noah glanced at him and didn't speak. He no longer needed to ask. Amuro Ray's voice came through the communication channel, crisp and neat. Gundam sortie preparation complete, ready for catapult launch at any time. Gundam won't do. Ling Zhan said, the heat-resistant shield has just cooled down. Luna titanium alloy can maintain structural strength under high temperatures, but the energy magazine of the beam rifle will enter an automatic protection state after extreme high temperatures, and the lubricant layer of the sensor joints will also soften. Launching now will make the beam rifle's output unstable, and the targeting sensor error will be much greater than usual. It's not that we can't fight, but the risk is too high. Then what do you suggest? Let Zeon Zaku run wild right next to the white base. Kai Shiden's voice came from the turret control room. Evasive maneuvers. Bright Noah ordered, Mirai Yashima, use the cloud cover to reduce speed, and don't let any Zaku lock onto our route. Understood. The white base turned at an altitude of over 8,000 meters. In space, its turns were completed by precise thruster injections, making the whole posture graceful and stable. But in Earth's gravity well, every turn carried a heavy and brutal inertia. When the hull rolled, everyone was thrown to one side. Mirai Yashima gritted her teeth to adjust the ailerons to offset the sideslip, and Kai Shirden was thrown again in the turret control room, but he didn't curse anymore because he had already seen those dark green mobile suits rushing out from the clouds. Four Zakus broke out simultaneously from the clouds in different directions. Their paint scheme was the standard jungle green of the Earth Front Army, with extra thruster modules for the gravity environment installed on their shoulder armor, and heavier foot armor. Their formation constricted simultaneously from 4 directions, forming an encirclement net. Obviously, they had rehearsed this interception tactic before the ambush. Bright Noah stood in the center of the bridge, directing the evasion one by one. His voice was neither high nor low, neither hurried nor slow, and every command landed right in the gap of those few seconds before the Zaku closed its net. Under his command, the white base continuously changed its route by utilizing the characteristic of the clouds scattering and gathering. Every sharp turn caused the turbulence at the edge of the cloud cluster to violently strike the side of the hull, and the metal frame made a harsh screeching sound under stress, but the encirclement net never closed. Ling Zhan stood beside Bright Noah, his brain quantum wave locking onto the positions of the 4 Zakus. He could sense Amuro Ray waiting in the hangar. That waiting was not fear, but a pilot experiencing his own insignificance for the first time in front of the colossal gravitational field of Earth's gravity. The white base shuttled through the clouds, and the mono-eye monitors of the 4 Zakus had already locked onto its route. Ling Zhan's gaze shifted away from the main screen, looking out the porthole at that blue sky his original self had never set foot in during this lifetime. This planet called Earth, from now on, is no longer just a background on the screen. Chapter 14, Garma Sorties. Less than 15 minutes after the white base wove through the clouds, Ling Zhan's brain quantum wave captured a new signal. It was not those 4 Zakus from before, those 4 were still pursuing them from behind, having been left some distance away by Bright Noah's evasive maneuvers. This time, the signal came from high altitude, with greater numbers and more complex movement patterns. It was not a solo assault, but a formation dive. Fighter plane dives. He looked up from the bridge porthole. Above the clouds, over a dozen black dots were rapidly enlarging. DOP fighter group. Numbering over 15, diving directly from above. Mirai Yashima's voice exploded on the bridge. Bright Noah abruptly stood up from the captain's seat, a trace of fresh blood seeping out from under the bandages on his ribs. His voice did not tremble. All ship anti-aircraft batteries, free fire. Mirai Yashima, descend in altitude, use the city ruins as cover. The ruins of New York unfolded beneath the white base. This city had been bombed countless times during the Zeon Force's Earth descent operation. Skyscrapers were snapped into jagged concrete wreckage, the steel beams of overpasses twisted toward the sky, and the streets were covered with thick rubble and rusted vehicle wrecks. Viewed from an altitude of 2,000 meters, the entire city looked like the dissected skeleton of a giant beast. The first wave of dives by the DOP fighter group left a dozen bullet marks on the hull of the white base. The dive attacks of these single-seat, twin-engine fighter machines in a gravity environment were completely different from the straight-line trajectories of Zaku's in space. They used the height difference to convert gravitational potential energy into speed, opened fire at the lowest point of the dive, and then used the remaining kinetic energy to pull up and fly away again, leaving an entire attack window of less than 3 seconds. Kai Shiden's battery hit one, that DOP's wing was torn open by a high-explosive shell, and it plummeted toward the ruins dragging black smoke. But 3 others simultaneously dived from different angles. The crossfire of their machine guns swept across the starboard side of the white base, punching a dense row of bullet holes into the armor. The bridge was shaken violently by the shockwave. A metal panel that detached from the ceiling crashed onto the edge of the console, spraying sparks. Bright Noah was pushed by the impact force to crash against the armrest of the captain's seat, the bandages on his ribs instantly saturated with dark blood. He gritted his teeth without making a sound, but Ling Zhan's brain quantum wave captured the dull pain signal coming from deep within his body. Captain. Mirai Yashima looked back at him. Keep steering. Bright Noah squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth. He steadied himself by holding onto the console, his fingers pressing down on the communication keys without any tremor. Ling Zhan walked over to his side without supporting him. Bright Noah did not need to be supported, at least not right now. But Ling Zhan stood in a position where he could speak on Bright Noah's behalf if Bright Noah failed to react in time. Kai Shiden, the second one on the port side. Its dive angle is steeper than the previous batch, it will expose its belly the moment it pulls up at the lowest point, and the fuel tank in that position has no armor. Mirai Yashima, when the next wave of dives comes, roll 15 degrees to the starboard side, allowing Kai Shiden's battery field of fire to cover the blind spot above the port side. Ling Zhan's voice was neither loud nor soft, perfectly staggering with the rhythm of Bright Noah's commands, filling in the few seconds of gap where Bright Noah was slowed down by his injury. Kai Shiden did not ask, "How do you know?" in the battery control room, he just did it directly. Under his control, the port anti-aircraft battery adjusted its shooting angle in advance, and the second DOP was hit in its belly fuel tank by a high-explosive shell the moment it pulled up, exploding into a fireball in midair. When Mirai Yashima rolled to the starboard side, the hull emitted a dull metallic twisting sound, but Kai Shiden's battery successfully covered the port upper blind spot, blocking back the third DOP's dive. After steadying himself again, Bright Noah glanced at Ling Zhan. That look was very brief, devoid of thanks or approval, containing only a pragmatic evaluation quickly confirming during battle, I can continue to trust this person's judgment. The Gundam cannot fight air battles. Ling Zhan's voice was lowered very quietly, just enough for Bright Noah to hear. In the city ruins, the dive angle of the DOPs will be restricted by tall buildings. Descend to the ground. Bright Noah did not hesitate. Mirai Yashima, descend to ground level. Use the ruins as cover. The massive hull of the white base slowly descended between 2 snapped skyscrapers. The thrusters on both sides of the hull blew up clouds of dust across the narrow streets, and the rubble was burned dark red by the exhaust flames. The DOP fighter group hovered over the city, but the skyscraper wreckage indeed limited their dive angles. Any DOP attempting to attack the white base had to pass through the narrow gap between the 2 buildings, giving Kai Shiden a longer aiming window. But Garma Zabi's reaction was faster than expected. Zaku squad, press forward from the ground. Magella attack tanks blocked the 2 exits of 5th Avenue and 7th Avenue. DOP group maintain high altitude suppression. Do not fly into the narrow gaps between buildings, wait for them to show their heads at the periphery of the ruins. Garma Zabi stood in the center of the GA carrier's bridge, the holographic tactical screen in front of him displaying the real-time position of the white base within the city ruins. He wore the dark green colonel's uniform of the Zeon forces, his purple hair shimmering with a soft luster under the cold light of the screen, his young face carrying a confident and focused expression. Char Aznable stood by his side with a composed posture, hands behind his back. He was not wearing a pilot suit. That red pilot suit, along with his red Zaku, had been slashed into scrap metal in the space outside Luna 2. At this moment, he wore a dark gray officer's service uniform with no rank insignia on his shoulders, but when standing beside Garma Zabi, everyone tacitly assumed he was Garma Zabi's tactical advisor. Garma Zabi, the combat record of the Federation's white mobile suit in space is worth noting. Char Aznable's voice was gentle and devoid of any sense of command, like offering friendly advice to a junior, have the Zakus not charge head-on. The trajectory of the Gundam's beam rifle will sag in a gravity environment, use the ruins for cover to approach, forcing it into close combat at short range. Its propellant consumption within the atmosphere will be much faster than in space. Did you hear that? Garma Zabi ordered into the communication channel, all Zakus take note, do not charge frontally. Use the ruins for cover to approach the target. Close combat takes priority. Let them see the fighting style of Zeon ground forces. 3 jungle green-painted Zakus rushed out from the ruins in different directions. Their movement patterns were completely different from those in space. Instead of relying on thrusters to fly freely in 3-dimensional space, they used their leg hydraulic suspension systems to quickly run and jump across the piles of rubble, raising large clouds of dust with every landing. The shoulder thruster modules ignited briefly only when needing to cross larger obstacles, propelling the mobile suit forward by dozens of meters. The foot armor was heavier than the space type, crushing the asphalt pavement beneath their feet with every step. The Gundam leaped out from the catapult deck of the white base. The catapult launch of the RX-78-2 in space relied on electromagnetic tracks to accelerate the mobile suit to hundreds of kilometers per hour, but in Earth's gravity well, the energy of the electromagnetic catapult was largely offset by gravity, and the Gundam simply jumped from the deck onto the street in a heavy parabolic trajectory. The moment the mobile suit landed, Amuro Ray felt a violent shock coming from the bottom of the cockpit. The Luna titanium alloy soles stomped a half-meter-deep depression into the asphalt pavement, with cracks radiating outward centered on the landing point. The pull of gravity made the knee joints of the mobile suit bear a much greater load than in space. He had completely no such feeling during his first sortie at Side 7. In space, the Gundam could move freely in any direction, and the center of gravity depended solely on the direction of the thruster's thrust. But here, gravity was an invisible hand, constantly pulling him down toward the ground. There was no time to adapt. 3 Zakus rushed out simultaneously from the ruins. The foremost one circled out from the side of a collapsed department store, its machine gun sweeping toward the torso of the Gundam. Amuro Ray pushed down the control stick, and the Gundam dodged to the right, but the mobile suit's reaction was slower than he expected by more than a beat. The flames spewed by the thrusters pushed the mobile suit to sidestep 2 steps, and gravity instantly converted the inertia of these 2 steps into extra impact upon landing. The Gundam dropped to one knee, the machine gun trajectory flying past the left shoulder armor and hitting the building ruins behind, blasting a sky full of debris. Amuro Ray gritted his teeth to adjust his posture, raising the beam rifle to aim at that Zaku which was reloading. He only needed a single breath of time to complete this aiming action in space, but in a gravity environment, the mobile suit's arms also needed to resist gravity, making the speed at which the beam rifle was raised slower than usual. He pulled the trigger. A pink beam shot out from the muzzle, leaving a scorching trajectory in the air before flying past about 2 meters above the Zaku's head, striking the skyscraper wreckage behind and burning through half a floor slab. The trajectory had sagged. The invisible hand of gravity grabbed the beam particles, causing their flight trajectory to bend slightly downward. The shooting experience he accumulated in space became almost entirely invalid here, he had to recalculate the lead amount. Moreover, the lubricant layer of the targeting sensor softened when breaking into the atmosphere, causing calibration accuracy to drop by at least 10% compared to normal conditions. The superposition of these 2 factors made his shot miss quite obviously. Kai Shurden. Leave the Zaku on the left to you, it is circling around the side. Ling Zhan's voice came from the bridge communication channel. Scene. Kai Shiden's battery turned to the left, and high explosive shells exploded in front of that Zaku attempting to bypass the Gundam, forcing it back behind the ruins cover. But the battery's ammunition reserve data jumped with unsettling figures on Kai Shiden's console screen. The ammunition consumption rate of the anti-aircraft battery far exceeded expectations, and it would bottom out after a few more rounds. Garma Zabi watched all this on the tactical screen of the GA carrier. The Gundam's clumsy dodging, the beam rifle's trajectory sag, the high ammunition consumption rate of the battery, these pieces of information were rapidly integrated in his eyes. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth. He is adapting, Garma Zabi said, his voice carrying a trace of imperceptible appreciation, but he is only adapting. Magella attack tanks, press forward from 5th Avenue, seal off the Gundam's retreat path. 3 Zaku's charge simultaneously, do not give it time to aim. It can only fire one shot at a time. Char Aznable stood beside him without speaking. His eyes were also watching the tactical screen, but what he was looking at was different from Garma Zabi. What he looked at was the movement trajectory of the Gundam, the location of every thruster ignition, the landing point of every touchdown, the priority of every return defense to the white base. The Gundam's pilot indeed appeared raw in a gravity environment, but he was rapidly adjusting after every mistake. This speed of adaptation was something ordinary pilots could not possess. Char Aznable had witnessed the speed of adaptation with his own eyes in space, at Side 7, on the supply ship, on the battlefield outside Luna 2. He knew how fast Amuro Ray's learning speed was. But he did not tell Garma Zabi. He just quietly stood by Garma Zabi's side, his fingers gently tapping against his wrist behind his back. Magella attack tanks rushed out from the ruins of 5th Avenue. The mobility of this special weapon combining a tank and a fighter plane in ground combat far exceeded that of a Zaku. They drove at high speed on the streets with their treads, the artillery on top of their vehicle bodies continuously firing toward the direction of the Gundam, every shell precisely landing along the Gundam's movement path. The Gundam was forced to constantly jump to evade, but every landing brought it closer to the edge of the ruins. Garma Zabi was using ground fire to force it out of the ruins' cover, exposing it to the dive-firing sector of the DOP group. Amuro Ray's breathing in the cockpit became increasingly rapid. The propellant consumption rate far exceeded expectations, and every thruster ignition was frantically devouring the reserves. In space, he could fight continuously for more than 20 minutes, but in Earth's gravity, every jump and every rapid turn exponentially consumed propellant. The beam rifle's energy magazine had 3 shots remaining. He needed to find an opportunity for a guaranteed hit, rather than depleting all his propellant in a war of attrition and then becoming a live target. His brain quantum wave became exceptionally clear at this moment. It was not with his eyes, nor scanned by instruments, he could feel the position of that Zaku circling around to his flank and rear. It was not precise coordinates, but a vague sense of direction, like someone standing in the dark behind his left rear, breathing. He had experienced this feeling in space before, when hitting the fuel tank of the supply ship, and when fighting Char Aznable Zaku, but in Earth's gravitational field, this feeling became closer and harder to ignore. He abandoned his aim on the Zaku in front, and the Gundam abruptly turned. This turning motion was performed very awkwardly in the gravitational environment. The body center of gravity shifted toward the left leg during the twist, causing the Gundam to stumble half a step. But Amuro Ray did not stop. He was already pulling the trigger during the turn. The beam rifle passed beneath the Gundam's left arm, its muzzle aimed right at the Zaku circling to the rear. The lead was adjusted upward by about 2 meters. He pulled the trigger. A pink beam shot from the muzzle, dropping slightly in the gravitational field, and struck the exact center of the Zaku's torso. The beam particles penetrated the outer armor of the Zaku's reactor, and the high temperature triggered a chain reaction inside the reactor. The green machine exploded from the chest, a fireball expanding into a blinding orange hemisphere on the ruined street, and the shock wave shattered the glass curtain walls of the buildings on both sides. 1. Amuro Ray did not pause. The Gundam readjusted its posture, and the beam rifle aimed at the second Zaku. That Zaku was rushing out from behind the cover of a department store, attempting to launch an assault during the gap after the Gundam fired. But it charged too early. Amuro Ray had already calculated the distance of the second Zaku before destroying the first one. The lead of the second beam also shifted upward, striking the Zaku's waist directly. The second explosion echoed through the ruins. 2. The pilot of the third Zaku hesitated. He saw 2 hits so precise they were practically prophetic, and saw 2 teammates explode in succession within less than 6 seconds. He pulled the control stick to attempt a retreat, but Amuro Ray no longer had the propellant to chase him. He switched to the beam saber, and the pink particle blade popped out on the Gundam's right hand. The Gundam stepped over the still-burning Zaku wreckage, and the moment the third Zaku turned to flee, the beam saber precisely pierced the junction between the Zaku's propulsion backpack and torso, not penetrating the cockpit, but cutting off the propulsion system. The saber sliced open a lateral gap with minimal amplitude, and the Zaku's propulsion backpack detached from the machine and fell to the ground. The green machine lost thrust and collapsed onto the pile of rubble. The cockpit remained intact. Amuro Ray retracted the beam saber, standing in the ruins and panting. Gundam beam rifle ammunition is depleted, and remaining propellant is less than 30%. Requesting return to ship for resupply. Bright Noah's voice came from the communication channel, approved. Gundam, withdraw to white base. Garma Zabi looked at the combat record on the tactical screen of the Gundam, destroying 2 Zaka units and cutting off the propulsion backpack of the third. His expression showed no anger, instead, it was even more focused, a serious scrutiny born of piqued interest. He narrowed his eyes slightly when the DOPS dive support was suppressed by Kai Shiden's battery, leaned forward slightly when the Gundam's beam rifle precisely hit the first Zaku, and exhaled softly upon seeing the third Zaku's pilot scared away. The pilot on this Earth Federation Forces warship was not an ordinary regular soldier. He turned to Char Aznable. You are right. The Gundam's pilot is extraordinary. An ordinary pilot could not achieve such results upon entering a gravitational environment for the first time. Garma Zabi said, with no anger in his tone, only an even firmer determination, that is why this ship is all the more worthy of me sinking it personally. The Zaku squad is completely wiped out, but we have also consumed a large amount of their ammunition and propellant. Next time, they will be even weaker. Continue tracking, and do not let them leave the New York airspace. Char Aznable nodded slightly. His gaze swept across the tactical screen, lingering on a certain coordinate point for less than a second. That was deep within the ruins, a half-collapsed stadium. When searching on the ground, he had already deduced that white base was hiding there, the coordinates reported by the Zaku pilot, but he did not mark this location in front of Garma Zabi. Garma Zabi, Char Aznable spoke, his voice gentle and sincere. The Gundam's pilot is indeed unaccustomed to the gravitational environment, but he is adjusting rapidly. During the next engagement, I suggest you concentrate more firepower on the Gundam itself rather than white base. All the combat power of this warship is pinned on that white machine. As long as the Gundam is destroyed, white base will be like a stranded whale. You are right, Garma Zabi nodded. Char Aznable smiled slightly, turned around, and walked toward the porthole with his back to Garma Zabi. His reflection was cast on the porthole glass, and under the distortion of the glass, the smile on his face did not look like a smile at all, but rather like a precisely calculated arc. Garma Zabi was still staring at the coordinate point where white base had finally disappeared on the tactical screen, his fingers tapping lightly on the back of his hand. He suddenly spoke, where do you think they will fly next? Along the coastline to the southwest, Char Aznable did not look back. Earth Federation Forces headquarters Jaburo is in South America. They will bypass our dense patrol areas and fly over using low-altitude cloud cover. Send out the DOP fleet with the GA carrier to patrol the coastline. Sooner or later, we will run into them again. The corners of Garma Zabi's mouth curved up slightly. You are still as reliable as ever. In the next round of engagement, we will definitely wipe them out completely. Char Aznable did not answer. He was looking at the ruins of New York outside the porthole. Viewed from tens of thousands of feet in the air, the city was merely a grayish-black geometric pattern, and the bombed-out buildings looked like broken chess pieces. Somewhere in these ruins, white base was hauling ammunition, resupplying propellant, and repairing armor. In the next round of engagement, he would push Garma Zabi to an even more forward position. In the hangar of white base, Amuro Ray crawled out of the Gundam's cockpit, his knees bending slightly as his legs touched the ground. He held onto the elevator handrail and stood for a few seconds to adjust. The feeling of his soles stepping on the hangar's metal floor was completely different from space. His legs had been fighting gravity all along, and his muscles were continuously tense. He had previously thought that fighting continuously for 30 minutes in space was the limit, but now he knew that fighting in Earth's gravity well made every single minute more exhausting than 3 minutes in space. Ling Zhan walked over from the direction of the corridor. He was holding a bag of drinking water in his hand, with half a piece of compressed biscuit stuffed into another pocket. Amuro Ray took the water bag, leaned against the Gundam's ankle armor, and remained silent for a long time. Gravity is different, he finally spoke, the beam droops. The propellant is not enough, and the knees take a toll when landing. In space, I destroyed 6 Zaku units plus 1 supply ship, but today destroying 2 used up all the propellant. 2 plus 1 whose propulsion backpack you cut off, Ling Zhan said, it's not regression. Amuro Ray did not answer. His fingers were still trembling slightly, but the tremor was lighter than before. He looked at his hand, that hand had pulled the trigger countless times in space, and had relearned how to aim in a gravitational environment. Garma Zabi, Amuro Ray raised his head, you said he is the youngest son of the Zabi family. And Char Aznable's best friend. Yes. Char Aznable's best friend, Amuro Ray repeated. He remembered what Char Aznable had said to him on the public channel in the asteroid belt. Perhaps we are of the same kind. Perhaps after the war ends, we can sit down and talk. Now he knew that Char Aznable had a best friend, and Char Aznable was right there with that friend, commanding the DOP fleet and the Zaku squad in an attempt to sink white base. Amuro Ray said, you said one cannot simply act as a pilot and must have their own thoughts. I am wondering, if Char Aznable can be friends with a son of the Zabi family, just how much of what he said to me on the public channel is true. Ling Zhan did not answer. He leaned against the hangar door frame, looking at the dent knocked into the Gundam's ankle armor by gravity during landing. He knew the answers to all the questions. Char Aznable had never regarded Garma Zabi as a friend. Char Aznable's declaration of same kind to Amuro Ray contained both sincerity and probing. While feigning assistance to Garma Zabi on the Gok carrier, Char Aznable was secretly plotting to push his close friend toward death. But he could not say it. He knew the answers, but he had to let Amuro Ray discover those answers for himself, because true thinking is not being told a conclusion, but finding one's own direction amidst confusion. Keep thinking, Ling Zhan patted the hangar door frame. When you figure it out, you can talk to me. The hangar's maintenance lights cast a cold white light on the Gundam's white armor. Amuro Ray sat at the feet of the Gundam, holding the half-drunk bag of drinking water in his hand. He was still thinking. On the bridge of White Base, Bright Noah leaned against the captain's seat while a medic was changing his bandages. The wound on his ribs had stopped bleeding, but his range of motion was limited. While letting the medic bandage him, he used his other hand to flip through the ammunition and propellant consumption report compiled by Mirai Yashima. Anti-aircraft battery ammunition is down to 20%. Gundam propellant resupply complete, beam rifle energy magazine reloaded. 7 hits on the ship's starboard side, main structure undamaged. Mirai Yashima's voice was steady but carried obvious fatigue. That batch of DOPs just now belonged to the Zeon Earthfront Army, Bright Noah said. Judging by formation size and command level, they are not ordinary patrol squads. Someone is exercising unified command aboard a Gok-class carrier. Garma Zabi, Ling Zhan returned to the bridge from the hangar, walked to the console, and marked a point on the holographic map, a Gok-class large aerial attack carrier, the command corps. The DOP fleet, Zaku squads, and Magella attack tanks were all dispatched from that carrier. Garma Zabi is the youngest son of the Zabi family and a colonel of the Zeon Earthfront Army. Unlike his sister Kycilia Zabi, he is not adept at strategy, nor does he have the political ambition of his eldest brother Gyron. He is simply a young man eager to prove himself through military achievements. How do you know all this? Mirai Yashima looked up at him. My father's files contain an intelligent summary of the Zabi family, Ling Zhan said. This lie had been spoken too many times over the past dozen chapters. He didn't even need to pause when uttering it, but what is more important is not Garma Zabi himself, but that Char Aznable is also aboard the Gok carrier. After his red Zaku was dismantled by celestial being in space, he couldn't pilot an MS personally, but now he is Garma Zabi's tactical advisor. Bright Noah's brow furrowed. Char Aznable is together with the son of the Zabi family. He is an ace of Zeon. Why would he be by the side of a colonel of the Earthfront Army? He is utilizing Garma Zabi, Ling Zhan said. There is an unknown personal grudge between Char Aznable and the Zabi family. Garma Zabi truly trusts Char Aznable and treats him as his best friend. But Char Aznable does not regard Garma Zabi as a friend. Sooner or later, he will deal with the Zabi family by betraying Garma Zabi. Bright Noah was silent for 2 seconds. Ling Zhan could feel that he was rapidly evaluating the credibility of this intelligence. After every battle at Side 7, Luna 2, the supply ship, and in space, he no longer asked Ling Zhan, "How do you know?" He simply nodded. Then before Char Aznable betrays Garma Zabi, we have to deal with every joint interception they launch. Bright Noah stood up, the bandages on his ribs bulging slightly under his uniform. Mirai Yashima set the course along the coastline to the southwest, using low-altitude cloud cover for cover. Avoid all known dense Zeon patrol areas. Before we reach Jaburo, Garma Zabi will keep chasing us. Understood. White Base turned within the clouds, the remaining bullet marks on its hull glowing with a dark red light under the setting sun. In the hangar, Amuro Ray sat back into the Gundam's cockpit, reviewing the combat data from earlier one by one on the auxiliary screen, the impact force of each landing, the ballistic deviation of the beam rifle, the comparison between the propellant consumption rate and the maneuvering trajectory. He needed to recalibrate his shooting parameters before the next sortie. Ling Zhan stood in front of the bridge porthole, looking at the boundless ocean below. The setting sun dyed the sea surface a molten gold-orange-red. On the more distant coastline, the ruins of New York were slowly receding toward the horizon. Garma Zabi's Gok carrier was still there, Char Aznable was still there, and sooner or later, they would catch up again. Chapter 15, The End of Garma Zabi. The Gok-class atmospheric attack carrier cruised over the west coast of North America, and Garma Zabi stood before the bridge windows, looking at the coastline shrouded in the pre-dawn darkness. He hadn't slept well in 2 days. The route map of White Base on the holographic tactical screen had been repeatedly annotated by him countless times. From the ruins of New York to the canyon area, every possible evasion route had been marked off with red lines. This time, he would not let that Federation battleship escape. Where is Char Aznable? Garma Zabi asked his adjutant. Major Char Aznable is waiting for you in the tactical conference room. Garma Zabi turned and walked toward the tactical conference room, his military boots clicking sharply against the metal deck. When he pushed the door open, Char Aznable was standing before the holographic map, his finger slowly tracing over the canyon area. Garma Zabi, Char Aznable said without turning around, his voice as gentle as ever. I have carefully studied your plan of 3 interception lines in the canyon from last time. The deployment is fine, but there is one area that can be optimized regarding the timing of closing the net. Go on. Char Aznable lightly tapped the canyon exit on the map. Here. When White Base rushes out of the canyon, it will be briefly exposed in the open airspace, but it won't linger. Bright Noah is a cautious commander, he will use the chaos at the canyon exit to escape at full speed. If you have the GA carrier wait inside the canyon, you will miss the exact moment it rushes out. Have the GA carrier advance directly to the front of the canyon mouth. Block the exit. When White Base rushes out of the canyon, it will find a GA-class carrier lying right in front of it, its main guns already locked onto its bridge. Its maneuvering space will be completely restricted by the mountains on both sides, leaving it with no way to evade and no angle to counterattack, because the canyon walls will block its ship guns' line of fire. At that moment, you can aim from a comfortable distance and deliver the decisive blow yourself. Garma Zabi stared at the map, his pupils dilating slightly under the cold light of the screen. This plan was tactically sound, no, it was precise. With the GA carrier blocking the canyon mouth, White Base would have nowhere to hide the moment it rushed out of the canyon. A single shot from the main cannon would pierce the bridge, and the battle would be over. Good, he said, a quiet excitement in his voice. This is the spot. This time, I won't let it escape again. You won't, Char Aznable said. Garma Zabi patted his shoulder. After this battle, I will recommend you to my father. With your talent, you shouldn't just be a major. Icelina promised me, we will get married once we take down White Base. You'll be my best man then. Oh, by the way, there is still a Zaku in the GA carrier's hangar, prepared just for you. Although it doesn't compare to your red one, at least it will let you take to the field yourself. Char Aznable fell silent for a brief moment. It was so brief that Garma Zabi didn't notice it at all. I am honored, he said, the smile at the corner of his mouth precise and gentle. The tactical deployment of the GA carrier was fully completed before dawn. The Zaku squad entered from the northern entrance of the canyon, setting up ambush positions on the high ground on both sides. Magella attack tanks were deployed in the middle of the canyon via ground transport routes, blocking any low-altitude escape routes White Base might attempt. DOP fighter squadrons took off in 2 waves, the first maintained radar search at high altitude, while the second stood by at low altitude, ready for dive attacks. The GA carrier slowly moved toward the canyon exit. Char Aznable was not on the bridge. He was in his temporary quarters, with an encrypted communication protocol displayed on the datapad before him. It was sent through the Zeon Force's internal conventional communication channel, but the encryption layer used a code he had written privately. He typed a brief message, White Base will pass through the canyon area of the North American West Coast at dawn today. The Zeon Force's GA-class carrier will set up defenses at the canyon mouth, with its position confirmed directly in front of the canyon exit. If the Earth Federation forces send a fighter formation to this airspace, they can simultaneously strike the Zeon carrier and White Base from the flank. There was no signature. The recipient was a string of meaningless numeric codes, representing several key intelligence nodes of the Earth Federation Force's Earth Attack Force. If intercepted by Zeon intelligence, it could not be traced back to any individual. If received by the Earth Federation forces, it would not be treated as formal intelligence, it looked more like an operative lurking inside Zeon risking everything to pass information. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He sent the intelligence, destroyed the local records, and walked out of his quarters. When he met Garma Zabi's adjutant in the corridor, he smiled and nodded. White Base flew at low altitude along the coastline in the pre-dawn darkness. The bandages on Bright Noah's ribs had been changed twice. The wound was not infected, but healing would take time. He sat sideways in the captain's seat, one hand resting on the edge of the console, checking the supply list with Mirai Yashima. Less than 20% of the anti-air turret ammunition remained, the Gundam's propellant reserves were barely enough for another ground battle, and there were only 4 full-energy magazines left for the beam rifle after reloading. The terrain ahead is narrowing, Mirai Yashima's voice was tense. The coastline is entering a canyon area. With high mountains on both sides, the passage in the middle is less than 3 kilometers wide. If Garma Zabi sets an ambush here, we will have almost no maneuvering space. Bright Noah looked at Ling Zhan, who was standing by the window. What do you think? He will set an ambush here, and this time he will be more aggressive than before. Ling Zhan turned around and walked to the console. Garma Zabi has failed to intercept us twice, and the pressure Kycilia Zabi is putting on him is mounting. He is the only member of the Zabi family still personally commanding battles on the front lines, not because he wants military power, but because he must use military achievements to prove he is not just the youngest son of the Zabi family. Every failure drops his standing within the family by another notch. He has no retreat left. And Char Aznable is by his side. Bright Noah's eyes narrowed slightly. Yes, Ling Zhan said. Char Aznable will exploit his impatience, pushing him into a tactical position that seems like a guaranteed victory but is actually fatal. If Char Aznable chooses to betray Garma Zabi in this battle, then the advice he gives Garma Zabi will definitely expose the Gok carrier to a position that seems safe but is actually lethal. Mirai Yashima turned to look at him, a trace of unease in her eyes. How can you be so sure Char Aznable will betray Garma Zabi? They were close friends back in the military academy. Because Char Aznable doesn't consider anyone a close friend, Ling Zhan's tone was calm, but every word carried weight. When Amuro Ray spoke with Char Aznable on the public channel in the asteroid belt, Char Aznable said, "There are no clean hands in war." When he said those words, he wasn't making a threat, he was making a statement. He was stating a fact about himself. The bridge fell silent for 2 seconds. Bright Noah did not press further. He had learned not to question Ling Zhan on certain matters, because he faintly knew that the answers he would get would only lead to more unanswerable questions. "All anti-air turrets on standby," he said. "Gundam, prepare to sortie. Mirai Yashima, maintain low altitude and use the canyon mountains as cover." Amuro Ray's voice came through the communication channel, "Gundam ready for sortie." Ling Zhan walked from the bridge to the hangar. Amuro Ray was already sitting in the cockpit, making the final adjustments to the calibration parameters of the targeting sensors. The beam drop correction values, the inflection points of the propellant consumption curve, and the relationship between landing impact force and joint load that he had noted in the ruins of New York had all been calibrated into the Gundam's fire control system. "You told me before," Amuro Ray said without looking up, "that Char Aznable would betray Garma Zabi. I might see it with my own eyes in the canyon." "Possibly," Ling Zhan leaned against the hangar door frame. "If Char Aznable really pushes the Gok carrier right in front of White Base's gun barrels, what will you think?" Amuro Ray's fingers paused on the auxiliary screen for a moment. "I would think he sees much further than I thought. When we were in the asteroid belt, he said there are no clean hands in war. If he can lay a hand even on his best friend, then behind every word he has spoken to me, there might be something even bigger hidden." "You no longer need me to tell you the answers," Ling Zhan said. Amuro Ray snapped down his helmet visor. The Gundam's golden eyes lit up in the hangar. The high mountains on both sides of the canyon cast huge shadows in the morning light, cutting the sea surface into a narrow black corridor. White Base entered the canyon at its lowest flight altitude, its hull almost skimming the surface of the water, the tail flames of its thrusters kicking up large clouds of white steam over the waves. Mirai Yashima's voice was kept very low, as if she was afraid of being heard by the enemies in the canyon. "The thermal sensors have picked up signals, behind the mountains on both sides of the canyon, a Zaku squad, numbering over 5 units. A DOP fighter squadron is cruising in the clouds above. A large heat source is slowly moving toward the canyon exit." "The Gok carrier," Ling Zhan said. "Garma Zabi is personally on board. There is another group of heat sources to the southeast," Mirai Yashima frowned. "Moving at high speed, in formation mode. This isn't a Zeon signal. It's an Earth Federation Forces fighter formation." Bright Noah looked at Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan nodded slightly. It was impossible for Garma Zabi to have leaked his interception plan to the Earth Federation forces. The only explanation was Char Aznable. He needed the Earth Federation forces to appear in the canyon to create a three-way melee, providing cover for his betrayal. "Do not initiate attacks on the Earth Federation forces fighters," Bright Noah ordered. "Their target is Zeon, not us. Kai, aim the anti-air turrets at the Zakus on both sides of the canyon, just suppressive fire will do. Amuro Ray, Gundam, sortie. Establish a defensive line inside the canyon, and don't let any Zaku get close to White Base." "Understood." The Gundam leaped from the catapult deck. Its posture during this leap was much lighter than in the ruins of New York. Amuro Ray utilized the slope at the canyon exit to combine the thruster's thrust with gravitational potential energy. When the machine landed, its knee joints only took half the impact force compared to last time. He raised his beam rifle, aiming the muzzle at a Zaku on the northern high ground of the canyon that was targeting White Base. Correcting his lead upward, he pulled the trigger. A pink beam sliced a straight path through the morning light, striking the Zaku's torso dead center. A fireball expanded violently on the canyon high ground. At the same time, the melee above the canyon had already erupted. The Earth Federation Forces fighter formation cut in from the southeast, engaging in a dogfight with Garma Zabi's DOP fighter squadrons above the canyon. The Federation pilots clearly mistook the DOP fighter squadrons for Zeon's main attack formation, pouring all their firepower onto them, sharing at least half of the aerial pressure for White Base. Kai's anti-air turrets took the opportunity to suppress two Zaku's trying to flank from the northern high ground of the canyon, pinning them behind mountain cover. Garma Zabi stood on the bridge of the Ga carrier, watching White Base's agile evasive maneuvers in the canyon on the tactical screen. The Gundam had destroyed one Zaku, Kai's turrets suppressed two others, and the DOP fighter squadrons were tied up by the Earth Federation Forces fighters, unable to dive down for support. A third-party interference he hadn't anticipated had appeared once again during this third interception. Just like that time in the canyon, the Earth Federation forces had arrived far too coincidentally. "Char Aznable," he shouted. "Where did the Earth Federation forces fighters come from? Why didn't our radar detect them in advance?" Char Aznable stood at the side of the bridge, watching the screen showing the dogfight between the Earth Federation forces fighters and the DOP fighter squadrons. His expression was calm. "It might be a patrol formation flying from the direction of Panama that happened to run into our interception line." Garma Zabi clenched his fists. He had no time to investigate why the Earth Federation forces fighters had appeared. He needed to deal with White Base first. That warship was taking advantage of the window where the DOP fighter squadrons were tied up to rush toward the canyon exit at full speed. "Ga carrier, full speed ahead. Block the canyon mouth," he ordered. Char Aznable turned his head slightly. He watched the tactical screen as White Base's position sprinted toward the canyon mouth at maximum speed in the middle of the canyon. If the Ga carrier advanced at full speed to block the canyon mouth now, it could indeed seal off White Base's retreat. However, the ship gun's line of fire would be restricted by the canyon mountains. When White Base rushed out of the canyon mouth, the Ga carrier's ship guns would have to complete locking and firing in an extremely short window of time. If they missed, the Ga carrier's massive hull would be completely exposed to the frontal firepower of White Base. He did not warn Garma Zabi of this risk. Instead, he did something different. "Garma Zabi," Char Aznable's voice was gentle and calm. "If we let the Ga carrier wait inside the canyon, White Base might adjust its course and bypass the carrier before rushing out of the canyon mouth. A better plan is to have the Ga carrier advance directly to the front of the canyon mouth. That way, when White Base rushes out of the canyon, it will have no space to evade, and its ship gun's line of fire will be restricted by the canyon mountains, preventing it from counterattacking. You can aim at its bridge at your leisure." Garma Zabi looked at the map. With the Ga carrier blocking directly in front of the canyon mouth, the moment White Base rushed out of the canyon, it would face a frontal lock-on from the carrier's main guns. No angle to counterattack, no space to evade. A perfect tactical position. "Did you hear that?" Garma Zabi ordered the helmsman. "Ga carrier, break away from the Zaku escort formation and advance alone directly to the front of the canyon mouth. Prepare to aim the main guns." The massive hull of the Ga carrier sailed out from the shadow of the canyon exit, the roar of its engines echoing through the canyon. It broke away from the Zaku escort formation and advanced alone directly in front of the canyon mouth, the muzzle of its bow main gun aimed at the canyon exit, waiting for the exact moment the White Base rushed out of the canyon. On the bridge of the White Base, Ling Zhan's brain quantum wave leaped sharply at the exact moment the Ga carrier broke away from its escort formation. He caught that movement, not by watching the tactical screen with his eyes, but with that extra nerve of his. The Ga carrier had left the Zaku squad's escort formation and advanced alone to an overly exposed position. That position looked like a perfect blocking formation tactically, but it had a fatal precondition: the White Base's main gun firing arcs were restricted by the canyon mountains. By blocking directly in front of the canyon mouth, the Ga carrier appeared to trap the White Base inside the canyon. In reality, it was delivering itself right in front of the White Base's main guns. Because while the White Base's main gun firing arcs would indeed be restricted by the mountains when rushing out of the canyon, the Ga carrier's main gun firing arcs were equally restricted by the mountains. As long as the White Base slightly adjusted its course upon rushing out of the canyon, it could complete evasion before the Ga carrier opened fire, and then directly hit the Ga carrier's engine room at close range with its own main guns. This was not an interception. This was suicide. Bright Noah. Ling Zhan's voice was neither high nor low, neither hurried nor slow, like a nail driven into a steel plate. The Ga carrier has broken away from the escort formation and advanced alone to the canyon mouth. Its main gun firing arcs are restricted by the mountains, and our main gun firing arcs are also restricted by the mountains. Mirai Yashima, after rushing out of the canyon, deflects 17 degrees to starboard. This angle can avoid its main gun firing arcs while aiming our main guns at its engine room. He paused. Right now. All gun salvo. Bright Noah looked at the tactical screen, seeing that the GA carrier's position was overly exposed, overly forward, and overly confident. This was not a tactical decision Garma Zabi would make. This was a suggestion given by Char Aznable. He did not hesitate. Mirai Yashima, deflect 17 degrees to starboard. All main guns aim at the GA carrier's engine room. All guns salvo. The moment the white base rushed out of the canyon exit, its hull rolled at a precise 17 degrees to avoid the locking range of the GA carrier's main guns. Mirai Yashima's fingers spun rapidly on the helm wheel, and the hull emitted a heavy metallic friction sound under the pull of gravity. The GA carrier's main guns opened fire, but the shells flew past the white base's stern, striking the mountains behind and blasting up a sky full of debris. Then the white base's main guns opened fire simultaneously. The first round of gunfire precisely hit the GA carrier's engine room. A massive explosion gushed out from the carrier's belly, the flames dyeing the entire canyon mouth a blinding orange. The propellant inside the engine room detonated in a chain reaction, and the carrier lost at least half its thrust. Its massive hull began to list to the port side, and the alarm sounds on the bridge tore at everyone's eardrums. The second round of gunfire pierced the armor below the bridge. High explosive shells exploded inside the bridge, console panels were blown to pieces, several operators were killed on the spot, and fresh blood splattered onto Garma Zabi's military boots. The bridge's main screen shattered, and circuits emitted dazzling sparks within the broken metal framework. Garma Zabi was pushed and slammed against the bridge wall by the shockwave. His purple hair was soaked in blood, and half of the colonel's shoulder insignia on his military uniform was sheared off by shrapnel. He struggled to crawl up, supporting the shattered console with one hand and pressing the communication button with the other. His fingers were trembling, but his voice was not yet shaking. It was not strength, but simply that he had not yet had time to feel fear. Char Aznable. Where are you? The GA carrier's engine room has been hit, and the bridge is damaged. I need support. Char Aznable. There was silence in the communication channel for a long time. Then Char Aznable's voice came back. It did not come from the direction of the bridge. It came from the communication channel. Char Aznable was not on the GA carrier. I am in the Zaku. Char Aznable's voice was calm, indifferent, without a trace of emotional fluctuation. Garma Zabi had never heard him speak in this tone. That was not Char Aznable, major of the Zeon forces and Garma Zabi's tactical advisor. That was the tone of a person signing off on a mission record after completing a meticulously calculated task. Garma Zabi. You trusted me too much. Garma Zabi's hand froze on the communication button. His pupils dilated, his lips parted slightly, but no sound could come from his throat. The bridge spun before his eyes, not because of his injuries, but because a sharp pain deeper than any wound was exploding inside his chest cavity. In countless late nights during their military academy days, Char Aznable had accompanied him in the library to review tactical theories. At every tactical meeting, Char Aznable had gently and precisely helped him refine interception plans. Just moments ago, Char Aznable had still stood beside him, giving him his final suggestion in the gentle tone he was most familiar with. That suggestion had pushed the GA carrier to this very position. Everything was clear. But it was already too late. I owe you a lot. Garma Zabi mumbled, repeating what he had said, very light and quiet, like a eulogy he was reciting to himself. Then he spoke his final sentence. Char Aznable, you calculated against me. The GA carrier's reactor was detonated in the series of explosions. A huge fireball expanded from inside the hull, completely swallowing the bridge, engine room, and catapult deck. The orange-red flames exploded into a mushroom cloud at the canyon exit, and the shockwave diffused outward along the canyon passage, shaking loose debris on the mountains on both sides. The whole wreckage fell from the flames, trailing black smoke into the cold seawater. Large swaths of white water vapor steamed up from the sea surface under the high temperature. Garma Zabi, the youngest son of the Zabi family, colonel of the Zeon Earth frontline forces, died in battle. At only 20 years old. Strong emotional fluctuations detected. Source: Garma Zabi's dying moments, collapsed trust, sense of betrayal, despair toward a close friend. Source: all members of the White Base, shock, silence, complex empathy for the enemy's death. Source: Char Aznable, hatred of completed revenge and unexpected emptiness. Bonus points plus 600. Current bonus points balance, 6370. The system interface flickered at the edge of Ling Zhan's vision. He did not look at the numbers. His eyes remained fixed on that expanding fireball outside the porthole. Char Aznable sat in the Zaku's cockpit, watching the GA carrier's wreckage fall from the sky. The orange-red firelight reflected on the Zaku's mono-eye monitor. Garma Zabi's last sentence was still echoing in the communication channel. He did not turn off the communication, nor did he respond. He just sat quietly in the cockpit, watching those burning fragments scatter across the sea surface, remaining silent for a long time. He had completed the first step of his revenge plan. The bloodline of Zeon Zoom Daekuan, the hatred of the Zabi family wiping out his family, took its first repayment today 20 years later. Garma Zabi, the cleanest son of the Zabi family, the most sincere close friend, was pushed by his own hands right in front of the white base's muzzles. He thought he would feel pleasure. But he did not. He just sat in the cockpit, his fingers resting on the control stick, thinking of nothing, yet seeming to have thought of everything. Outside the porthole, the Gauss carrier's wreckage had already sunk into the sea, leaving only a patch of floating burning debris and a slowly expanding black smoke plume on the sea surface. He turned the Zaku around and disappeared into the morning fog in the south. On the bridge of the white base, everyone was silent. On the main screen, the Gauss carrier's fireball was slowly expanding, rising, and then dissipating. On the sea surface outside the bridge porthole, the flames of the burning fragments gradually extinguished amidst the waves. Mirai Yashima's tears slipped down her cheeks, and she did not wipe them away. She looked at the falling fireball outside the porthole, her voice trembling. How old was he? About our age. Bright Noah did not answer. His hands clenched tightly on the edge of the console, his knuckles turning white. He had just issued the command for an all-gun salvo. That command was correct, but he knew this would not be the last time he had to choose between being right and suffering. He's not much older than us. Ling Zhan's voice was very low, like a wisp of cold air seeping out from the vibration of the porthole glass. He just chose the wrong person to trust. He looked at that expanding black smoke outside the porthole. He remembered seeing this scene countless times in the original work. Garma Zabi shouting out, "You calculated against me, Char Aznable," in the explosion. That voice was a cry of grief and indignation in the animation, but in reality, it was a nearly calm statement. A character inside a screen was one thing, but standing in front of a porthole watching the person disappear in the flames was quite another. The Earth Federation Forces fighter formation evacuated the canyon airspace. Having lost the command of the Gauss carrier, the remaining Zaku squad and DOP fighter squadrons also successively disengaged from combat. Quietness returned above the canyon, with only the debris floating on the sea surface still burning. The Gundam landed on the catapult deck. The white machine's saws landed on the metal deck, producing a heavy impact sound. Amuro Ray crawled out of the cockpit without doing maintenance checks or even reporting the machine damage to Sanders. He just took off his gloves, sat on the Gundam's ankle armor, and looked at his own shadow on the hangar floor. His fingers no longer trembled, but his breathing was deeper and slower than usual, as if digesting something that could not be expressed in words. He saw the entire process of the Gauss carrier's explosion. He saw Garma Zabi's carrier rush right in front of the white base's muzzles. That position was too exposed, too foolish, and could not possibly be Garma Zabi's own decision. He heard what Ling Zhan said to Bright Noah in the bridge communication channel. The Gauss carrier has broken away from the escort formation, right now, all-gun salvo. He saw Char Aznable's Zaku hovering in the distance, neither rushing up to save Garma Zabi nor launching any attacks. Just watching quietly. Ling Zhan walked down from the bridge and stood beside him. The two remained silent for a long time. He betrayed Garma Zabi. Amuro Ray spoke, his voice very light, not questioning, not angry, but confirming a fact he already knew, from beginning to end. Every suggestion was pushing him in this direction. He made him advance the Gauss carrier to the canyon mouth, he made him think he could become the pride of the Zabi family, and he made him believe until his death that Char Aznable was on his side. Yes. What about what he said to me? Amuro Ray raised his head, looking at the Gundam's golden eyes. Perhaps we are the same kind. Was that sentence also paving the way for the next step? Did he ever think at some point that he could use me in the exact same way one day? Ling Zhan was silent for a moment. He knew the answers to all the questions. Char Aznable had never treated anyone as a true companion. Char Aznable's declaration of the same kind to Amuro Ray contained both genuine mutual appreciation and ruthless strategic probing. While falsely assisting Garma Zabi on the Gauss carrier, Char Aznable was secretly plotting to push him toward death. But he could not say it. He knew the answers, but he had to let Amuro Ray discover those answers on his own. "What do you think?" he said. Amuro Ray lowered his head and looked at his own hands. Those hands had pulled the trigger countless times in space, relearned aiming in a gravitational environment, and precisely destroyed a Zaku today. Then he raised his head again, his voice steadier than before. "I think what he said to me had true parts. When we were in the asteroid belt, he said there are no clean hands in war. When he said that sentence, he wasn't lying to me, he was talking about himself. So he won't use the same words to lie to me a second time. Because he already knows who he is, whereas Garma Zabi didn't know Char Aznable's true face until death. I know. Ling Zhan looked at Amuro Ray. He saw something in the youth's eyes that had not been there before, not anger, not hatred, but a quiet, heavy-hearted lucidity. And the first ounce of courage settled out of fear after knowing who his enemy was. "You really don't need me anymore," Ling Zhan said, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, not a smile, but a quiet, unspoken recognition. "What you are thinking about right now is much more than what I can tell you." Amuro Ray stood up and picked up the helmet placed beside his feet. He looked at the Gundam's golden eyes, remembering the moments in every battle where he chose to spare the enemy pilot's cockpit, every time he had the chance to shoot through the cockpit with a single shot, and every time he chose not to fire. It was not an order, it was his own choice. Garma Zabi was dead, but Char Aznable was still alive, and he would meet Char Aznable again in the future. But by that time, he would no longer have any confusion. Chapter 16, The Blue Giant. The white base flew south along the west coast of North America. Bright Noah chose a route further offshore to avoid Zeon's dense patrol zones. The clouds and mist over the sea were thin, and the ship left a long, thin white contrail in the low altitude. No one spoke on the bridge. Mirai Yashima held the steering wheel, scanning the heat source distribution on the navigation screen every few seconds. Kai was flipping through an old magazine brought from Side 7 in the gun turret control room, the sound of pages turning louder than usual. Bright Noah sat in the captain's chair. The wound on his ribs was healing, but sitting for long periods still caused a dull ache. On the console in front of him lay the latest supply inventory compiled by Mirai Yashima, the numbers having dropped by another few percentage points compared to 3 days ago. Ling Zhan leaned against his usual corner. Outside the porthole, the sea shimmered gray-blue under the midday sun, with occasional clouds drifting beneath the ship's hull. He closed his eyes, using his brain quantum waves to sense the condition of everyone on board. A continuous low-level dull pain radiated from Bright Noah's injury. Mirai Yashima's shoulders were stiff from holding the wheel for so long, and Amuro Ray was in the hangar adjusting the calibration parameters of the Gundam's right arm sensor. The Goof's heat rod had scorched the sensor wiring in the right arm joint during their first clash 3 days ago, and Sanders had spent an entire day just reconnecting the wiring. Then, an unfamiliar signal came through the communication channel. It was neither the Earth Federation Force's encrypted frequency nor the Zeon Force's tactical communication, but an open broadcast on all channels. The signal strength was extremely high, covering the entire west coast of North America. Mirai Yashima's fingers froze on the console. She looked up, confusion written on her face. It's an all-space broadcast, originating from the Zeon homeland. They are using their highest power transmitter. Bright Noah stood up. "Patch it through to the bridge speakers." First came a low hum from the speakers, and then a voice rang out. It was the voice of Gyron Zabi, cold, steady, each word sounding like a meticulously polished metal part, fitting together without any excess space. "Citizens of the Principality of Zeon, and people of the Earth Federation. Today, we gather here to mourn a young and heroic warrior, Garma Zabi. He was the youngest son of the Zabi family and the most loyal soldier of the Principality of Zeon. He gave his life for the glory of Zeon in the skies above the North American continent." Everyone on the bridge froze in their tracks. Mirai Yashima's fingers stiffened on the wheel. Kai closed his magazine. Bright Noah's hand slowly clenched around the edge of the console. Ling Zhan opened his eyes. He had heard this speech before. He had watched it countless times on screen. Gyron stood on a massive podium, the sky-blotting Zeon military flag behind him, with tens of thousands of silent soldiers before him. Garma Zabi had been molded into a perfect symbol of war, young, handsome, loyal, and dead at the hands of the Federation. No one mentioned Char Aznable. His sacrifice will not be in vain. His blood will become the driving force for Zeon's advance. We shall inherit his legacy and fight this war to the very end. The voice from the speakers continued, but no one on the bridge was truly listening anymore. Mirai Yashima turned to look out the porthole, her eyes turning red, though she did not cry. Bright Noah released his clenched fist and sat back down in the captain's chair, his fingers lightly tapping the edge of the console as if calculating the strategic intent behind this broadcast. Amuro Ray's voice came through the hangar communication channel. It was very calm, devoid of anger or sadness. "He is using Garma Zabi. No one cared about him while he was alive, but now that he's dead, they use him as a slogan. That is the Zabi family for you." Ling Zhan walked from his corner to the front of the console. Gyron isn't just mourning his brother. He is using Garma Zabi's death to mobilize the next wave of the war. New recruits will be incited by this speech, volunteering for the front lines to avenge Garma Zabi. Char Aznable knew this would happen. When he betrayed Garma Zabi, he had already calculated this exact outcome. Amuro Ray fell silent for a few seconds. So he didn't just betray Garma Zabi alone. He's using Garma Zabi's death as a weapon too. Ling Zhan did not answer. Nor did Amuro Ray need one. The calmness in that voice was not indifference, but the settled composure of someone who had seen through the truth of the matter. Garma Zabi was Char Aznable's pawn when alive, and Gyron's slogan when dead. From beginning to end, no one truly cared about Garma Zabi himself. In the Zeon homeland of Side 3, after Gyron's speech concluded, Vice Admiral Dazzle Zabi stood alone in his office. He did not attend the state funeral. His adjutant handed him an order document. Dazzle Zabi glanced at it and signed. His movements were heavy, the tip of his pen almost tearing through the paper. The order read as follows: Char Aznable is discharged from military service due to failure to protect. A Garma Revenge Expeditionary Force is to be formed, with Lieutenant Ramba Ral serving as commander, to immediately depart for Earth to hunt down and destroy the White Base. When Char Aznable was summoned before Dazzle Zabi, he stood straight with a calm expression. Dazzle Zabi kept his voice very low. You were the person my brother trusted most during his lifetime. He mentioned you in every letter he wrote to me. Char is my best friend. Char can always find a way. I am not holding you accountable because Garma would never want to see you sent to a military court, but you are no longer worthy of wearing this uniform. Get out. Char Aznable said nothing. He made no excuses, nor did he plead. He gave a standard Zeon military salute, turned, and left. In the corridor, his footsteps were steady and rhythmic. Beneath his mask, the corners of his mouth did not twitch in the slightest. Being discharged from the military was a price he had anticipated. Dazzle Zabi's reaction aligned perfectly with his calculations. Having Ramba Ral pushed to the front lines was also within his calculations. That old fellow who knew him, the one who knew that Casval Rem Dakuin was still alive, was being used as a tool of revenge by the Zabi family and pushed to the Earth front. Getting rid of Ramba Ral by Zabi's hand, just like getting rid of Garma Zabi by the Federation's hand, was merely another step in the same plan. When Ramba Ral received the order, he was in the hangar of a certain base of the Earth Attack Force. He squatted by the foot of his goof, personally inspecting the insulation of the heat rod. Although this MS-07B had only recently entered service, its blue paint job already bore the marks of countless repairs. The few scratches on its shoulder armor came from armor-piercing shells of Earth Federation Forces tanks, and the weld line on its left leg joint was left from the Battle of Odessa 2 months ago. The unit's performance was far inferior to the latest Dom model, but Ramba Ral trusted it. It had never failed him at a critical moment. Crowley Hammond walked in from the hangar entrance, holding an order document in her hand. Her military boots clacked sharply on the metal floor. Ramba Ral did not look up, but he could detect something amiss just from her footsteps. An order from Vice Admiral Dazzle Zabi. Crowley Hammond handed him the document. Ramba Ral took it and read it twice. He stood up, folded the document, and placed it in his breast pocket. He remained silent for a long time. The hangar was quiet save for the low hum of the Goof's cooling fan. Garma Zabi was a good kid. Ramba Ral finally spoke, his voice heavy. He shouldn't have died at the hands of his own people. Crowley Hammond walked over to his side. You think Char Aznable did it? I have no proof, Ramba Ral said, pausing briefly. But I've read the battle report Char Aznable submitted. He deliberately left out several key details. The firing arcs of the GA carrier's guns, the deployment of the escort formation, the actual evasive angles of the White Base in the canyon, he wrote about them, but extremely vaguely. He wasn't submitting a report, he was digging a pit for someone else. And Garma Zabi stepped right into it. So, what do you plan to do? Carry out the order. Ramba Ral said, hanging the inspected heat rod back onto the Goof's waist. A soldier's duty is to carry out orders. I don't care what the Zabi family wants to use me for, nor do I care what Char Aznable is plotting. I will destroy that white Gundam, because that Gundam's pilot is worthy of our utmost effort. As for Char Aznable, his account will be settled sooner or later. Crowley Hammond nodded. She knew what Ramba Ral meant. They both knew who Char Aznable really was. When Ramba Ral's father, Jimba Ral, fled Side 3 with 2 children in UC-0068, Ramba Ral had been on that escape ship too. He had watched with his own eyes as Casval and Artesia were stuffed into the false compartment of the cargo hold. He had personally handed Zeon Zoom Dakuin's orphans over to the Federation contacts. When the White Base was intercepted over the North American continent, Bright Noah was checking the route map. Mirai Yashima's voice broke the silence on the bridge. Heat sources detected. Ahead and slightly to the right. Count is 6, no, 7. Their movement pattern isn't a DOP fighter squadron, they're MS. One of the heat signatures is much larger than a Zaku's. The identification system has matched it, it's a Goof. A goof. Bright Noah stood up and walked to the console. Zeon's ground combat enhanced model. It's faster than a Zaku, has thicker armor, and superior close combat capabilities. Amuro Ray, can you fight it? Amuro Ray's voice came through the communication channel, deeper than it had been 3 days ago. Gundam is ready for sortie. The right arm sensor has been repaired. Watch out for its heat rod this time. Got it. The Gundam leaped from the catapult deck. The impact of the machine landing was much lighter than it had been a week ago. Amuro Ray's ability to coordinate thruster output with gravitational potential energy was improving with every sortie. He raised his beam rifle, its muzzle sweeping across the Zaku squad advancing through the ruins ahead. The blue tiger lunged out from the side of the ruins. Its movement trajectory was completely different from a Zaku's. A Zaku's ground mobility relied on short thruster bursts combined with leg leaps, resulting in a noticeable pause each time it hit the ground. The goof was different. Its leg hydraulic systems had been specially calibrated for gravity environments. With every step it landed, it absorbed the impact to build up power for the next leap. Its movement trajectory was continuous and fluid, like a beast of prey navigating through the ruins. Amuro Ray pulled the trigger. The beam rifle's pink particle beam shot toward the goof, which suddenly changed direction mid-run, darting behind cover at an almost right angle. It wasn't a forced thruster turn, it had already prepared to turn at any moment while running. Amuro Ray had miscalculated the lead. Fast reflexes, Amuro Ray muttered. He adjusted his beam rifle's aiming angle, locking onto the next gap in the cover where the goof might appear. He didn't aim directly at the gap, he was waiting for the moment the goof showed its head, planning to shoot at a predicted angle. The sensory abilities he had honed in space were gradually adapting to Earth's gravitational environment. The goof dashed out again. Amuro Ray pulled the trigger. The beam struck the goof's shoulder armor, burning a scorch mark into the blue paint, but failed to penetrate the armor. The goof didn't stop. Exploiting the brief window after the Gundam's shot, it accelerated to close the distance, raising its left hand as a stream of fire from its 5-barrel finger machine gun swept across the Gundam's breastplate. The Luna titanium alloy deflected the rounds, but the impact sent Amuro Ray reeling back in his cockpit. The goof drew its heat sword with its right hand, the blade emitting a blinding white light in the air. Unlike a beam saber's uniform blade composed of particles, this was solid, superheated metal, the entire sword radiating waves of scorching heat. It lunged into the Gundam's close-quarters range, slashing the heat sword upward in an ascending strike. Amuro Ray drew the beam saber to block. The two swords collided in the air, bursting into dazzling sparks between the particles and high-temperature metal. At that instant, the Gundam's wrist sensors captured a piece of data. The goof's heat sword was at an extremely high temperature, and continuous contact for more than 3 seconds would melt through the Luna titanium alloy. Amuro Ray pushed the goof away, ignited the thrusters to jump backward, and widened the distance. The goof did not pursue. It stood in place, slightly adjusting the angle of the heat sword in its hand, waiting for the Gundam's next move. Then Ramba Ral whipped out the heat rod. The metal whip sprang out from the goof's waist, tracing a blue electric arc in the air and precisely wrapping around the Gundam's right wrist joint. The high-temperature electric arc conducted along the whip body to the Gundam's sensor circuits, the exact same attack method as 3 days ago. But this time Amuro Ray did not try to pull it with his left hand. The moment the whip wrapped around, he made the Gundam's right hand release the beam rifle, catching the falling rifle handle with its left hand. At the same time, the joint of the right wrist was locked to prevent the electric arc from continuing to conduct upward. The Gundam's left hand gripped the beam rifle, pressing against the side of the goof's torso, firing almost right against the armor. The beam particles pierced through the goof's left shoulder. The blue paint melted in the high temperature, and the 5-barrel finger machine gun on the left arm stopped firing. The goof retreated 2 steps, and the heat rod loosened from the Gundam's right wrist. Ramba Ral did not linger in the fight. He retracted the heat rod, switching the heat sword to his right hand. His left hand could no longer be raised. The goof stood in the ruins, the melt mark on its left shoulder still steaming. Ramba Ral in the cockpit breathed steadily, with no noticeable change in his heart rate. His left hand rested beside the control stick, temporarily unable to grip anything. Retreat. Ramba Ral ordered the Zaku squad, his voice calm. The goof and the remaining Zakus disappeared behind the ruins. Amuro Ray panted heavily in the cockpit. His right hand trembled slightly due to the prolonged vibration against the heat rod. He looked in the direction where the goof had disappeared, without pursuing. In the hangar, Sanders led the maintenance crew to dismantle and inspect the Gundam's right wrist joint. The high-temperature electric arc of the heat rod burned several scorch marks on the insulation layer of the sensor circuits, even more severely than last time. Sanders tapped the Gundam's ankle armor with a wrench, swore a curse, and then continued to bury himself in rewiring. Amuro Ray sat on the metal floor at the edge of the hangar, leaning his back against the Gundam's ankle. The back of his pilot suit was soaked through. His fingers were still trembling slightly, not out of fear, but because he had barely had time to breathe during those past 2 minutes. Ling Zhan walked down from the bridge and sat down beside him. Ramba Ral, Ling Zhan said, the Zeon Forces ground combat ace, nicknamed the Blue Giant Star. He is not a member of the Zabi family. He is a veteran subordinate of Dakuin. Amuro Ray turned to look at him. A veteran subordinate of Dakuin. Zeon Zoom Dakuin. The founder of the Principality of Zeon. The Zabi family poisoned him and usurped power. Ramba's father was Dakuin's close confidant. Ramba himself has always been shelved under the Zabi family, denied promotions despite his merits, and given hard labor first. Just like Char Aznable, he hates the Zabi. Amuro Ray's gaze changed. Is he in cahoots with Char Aznable? No. He chose a path completely opposite to Char Aznable. He does not scheme, nor does he use comrades. He speaks only through strength on the battlefield. He knows Char Aznable, knows who Char Aznable is, and knows who killed Garma Zabi. But he will not say it publicly. He strictly adheres to a soldier's bottom line, complete orders, and seek no personal revenge for anyone. Amuro Ray fell silent. He lowered his head and looked at his still trembling fingers. Today, for the first time, he felt what a true close combat battle was. It was not destroying a Zaku from a distance with a beam rifle, nor sinking a supply ship by taking advantage of intelligence. It was two people at close range, using swords and whips, skill and judgment, betting their lives face to face. He didn't come to kill me, Amuro Ray said, he came to fight me. This man is different. Yes, Ling Zhan said, he is probably the first enemy worth respecting that you have encountered in this war. Amuro Ray did not speak, but Ling Zhan knew these words would linger in his heart for a long time. Ramba Ral's camp was set up in an abandoned mining area deep within the North American continent. The Goof was parked in the center of the camp, its left shoulder armor dismantled, and Crowley Hammond was leading maintenance workers to repair the melt marks. The beam particles had pierced the shoulder armor at close range, but fortunately, they did not damage the joints or the internal frame. Ramba Ral sat in the tent, with the white base combat report submitted by Char Aznable spread out before him. He had read it many times. Every paragraph was deconstructed sentence by sentence in his mind. Char Aznable's writing was airtight. At first glance, it was a detailed tactical analysis, including the Gundam's firepower parameters, the anti-aircraft battery distribution of white base, and Bright Noah's command style. But what Ramba cared about was what Char Aznable had not written. Char Aznable mentioned every operation in which the GA carrier participated in interception. In every record, he wrote down the position, movement direction, and firing time of the GA carrier very accurately. Only in the final Canyon interception battle, the one where Garma Zabi died, was the forward position of the GA carrier written as, advanced to directly in front of the canyon mouth according to Colonel Garma Zabi's orders. It did not write who suggested Garma Zabi issue this order. It did not write the reason why the GA carrier broke away from the Zaku escort formation. It did not write the last sentence Garma Zabi said to Char Aznable before the battle. Ramba Ral closed the report and placed it beside the oil lamp. Crowley Hammond walked in from the tent entrance and saw his expression. Reading Char Aznable's report again. Yeah. He writes very skillfully. Not a single sentence is a lie, but not a single sentence is a crucial truth either. He glossed over all parts unfavorable to himself with vague descriptions. This is not a report, this is a perfect self-preservation statement. Garma Zabi is dead, and he was dismissed from his post, but he didn't face a military tribunal. His calculations are precise. Can you prove it? No, Ramba Ral said, Char Aznable will not give me the chance to prove it. He is too good at wiping clean his own traces. Crowley Hammond sat down beside him and handed a cup of hot water into his hands. Then what do you plan to do? Nothing much. Char Aznable's affairs are not something I can handle. He has the path he chose, and I have mine. Ramba Ral took a sip of water. Right now, what I need to do is destroy that white Gundam. The rest can wait. White base continued flying south. The coastline kept retreating outside the portholes, gradually changing from the temperate coast of North America to the tropical rainforests of Central America. Ling Zhan stood alone in front of the bridge porthole. His brain quantum wave perceived the general direction of Ramba Ral's camp in the distance. Ramba Ral's emotions were steady and calm, devoid of any restlessness of revenge. This man's mindset when preparing for the next round of combat was as focused as when he was inspecting the heat rod in the hangar, free of any extraneous emotions. Ling Zhan thought of Ramba Ral's ending in the original work, running out of ammunition and food, with supplies cut off by his own people. Finally boarding White Base in the flesh, the moment of hesitation in front of Salem, Massachusetts. Then dying by self-detonation. That man upheld a soldier's duty until his death. And the one who killed him was not the Federation, but Zeon. Ramba Ral, Ling Zhan repeated the name in a low voice, very softly, as if it were seeping out from the coldness of the porthole glass. Then his brain quantum wave captured an extremely faint signal. It was not coming from outside the ship, but from inside, in the direction of the corridor, near the hangar. That was Salem, Massachusetts. Her emotional undertone was fluctuating, not fear, not anxiety, but something deeper. Like hearing a familiar name in the dark, and then gently taking a breath after a long silence. Ling Zhan did not turn his head. He continued looking at the night sky outside the porthole. Salem Mass did not yet know who Ramba Ral was. She did not know that the Zeon ace pursuing White Base was the very person who had sent her and her brother onto the escape ship back then. But Ling Zhan knew. Salem Mass and Ramba Ral would meet sooner or later. Not now, but not too long from now. Amuro Ray used the auxiliary screen in the hangar to review all the data of today's battle with the Goof line by line. The wrapping speed of the heat rod, the movement trajectory of the Goof, and the reaction delay he himself had exposed in close combat. He made 3 marks on the electronic board, and then reloaded the adjusted parameters into the Gundam's fire control system. Next time, he muttered to himself, next time he won't wrap around my wrist so easily. Next time he won't use the same tactics either. Ling Zhan's voice came from the hangar entrance. Ramba is not someone who uses repetitive routines. Since you broke the heat rod this time, he will change to another method next time. Amuro Ray did not turn around, continuing to stare at the auxiliary screen. I know. That's why I'm learning his footwork. Look here, every time he changes direction, it relies on the continuous buffering of leg hydraulics, not the thrusters forcing it. The Gundam can't do it identically, but I can adjust the auxiliary ratio of the thrusters when landing to make the turning smoother. Ling Zhan watched his fingers adjusting the parameters line by line. A week ago, these hands were still trembling slightly in the first gravity combat, and now they were already actively learning the enemy's movement techniques. Ramba Ral once said. Ling Zhan leaned against the hangar door frame. He said, "What won against me is not you, but the performance of this MS." The first time he said this sentence, it was to a Federation pilot who had barely won after fighting him 3 times. Later, that pilot became Zeon's most feared opponent. Ramba's words were not mockery, but recognition. What he meant was, you are worthy of this mobile suit, but you haven't fully unleashed its performance yet. You need to continue growing. Amuro Ray's fingers paused on the screen. He turned his head to look at Ling Zhan, with no dissatisfaction in his eyes, only a quiet focus. Are you saying he didn't go all out today? He will go all out next time. Your growth speed will determine how many rounds the battle between you two will last. Ling Zhan turned and left the hangar. He has a lover named Crowley Hammond, who follows him in battle throughout, never leaving his side. No matter how the Zeon upper echelons suppress him, and no matter how many times supplies are cut off, she stays by his side. Ramba Ral is not fighting alone, just as you are not alone. Amuro Ray watched Ling Zhan disappear around the corridor corner. Then he turned back to the screen and continued adjusting parameters. He was thinking about Ramba Ral and Crowley Hammond. He was thinking that among Zeon's soldiers, there were also such respectable opponents. He was thinking that Char Aznable betrayed Garma Zabi, but Ramba Ral would never betray anyone. In his cognition, the enemy was becoming increasingly complex, no longer Zeon's villains, but real people, each with their own stance and choices. White Base continued south in the night. The thrusters at the stern cast a light blue halo on the dark sea surface, and the waves churned beneath the halo, pushing white foam to both sides of the hull. Ling Zhan stood in front of the bridge porthole. Ramba Ral had made his entrance. That blue goof and its pilot would become Amuro Ray's most important opponent on the gravity battlefield in the coming days. And behind Ramba, Char Aznable's shadow was never far away. 2 surviving retainers of Dakuin, one using conspiracy for revenge, the other upholding the bottom line with a soldier's dignity. Their paths crossed in this era, and Amuro Ray stood right at the very center of the intersection. Garma Zabi was dead. Char Aznable lurked in the dark. Ramba Ral was approaching. And Salem Mass was still on the ship, not yet knowing that the person who once saved her was flying toward White Base. Chapter 17, The Desert Tiger, Part 1. The White Base had been heading south along the coastline for 3 days. In the hangar, Amuro Ray sat by the feet of the Gundam, with the combat logs spread out on the auxiliary screen in front of him. The data from the 2 battles between the Goof and the Gundam was annotated frame by frame, with every single mark pointing to the same opponent. Ramba Ral's movement footwork was more precise than any textbook from the Earth Federation Forces instructors. His adjustments to the Goof's hydraulic parameters increased the mobile suit's turning speed in sand and ruins by at least 15%. Amuro Ray inputted these data points one by one into the Gundam's fire control system, then deleted them, re-entered them, and calibrated them repeatedly. Ling Zhan walked over from the direction of the bridge, holding a bag of drinking water. He leaned against the hangar door frame, saying nothing. Amuro Ray stared at the screen and spoke first. Ramba Ral and Char Aznable, they are both people from the Zeon Zoom Daikuin era, and they both hate the Zabi family. Why did one become Char Aznable, while the other became Ramba Ral? What do you think? Char Aznable turned his hatred into a chessboard, and everyone is a chess piece. Garma Zabi was his best friend, but from beginning to end, he was pushing Garma Zabi to his death. Ramba Ral is different. Ramba Ral is fighting me with a nearly scrapped goof. He has no replacement parts, no ammunition replenishment, and his superiors are withholding his supplies behind his back. He knows he might die, but he is still fighting. Ling Zhan took a sip of water and placed the water bag on the metal floor next to Amuro Ray. Hatred is something that transforms into completely different things in different people. Char Aznable turned hatred into schemes, while Ramba Ral locked his hatred within a soldier's bottom line. You don't need to feel sorry for him. The last thing he needs is an enemy's pity. Amuro Ray fell silent for a moment. He looked at the data of the Goof's heat rod wrapping around the wrist on the screen, and then said, he adjusted the hydraulic parameters on the sand. Last time, his footwork was tailored for the hard ground of the ruins, but this time, his movement efficiency on the sand is even higher than before. You are learning his footwork. Yes. Amuro Ray stood up and picked up his helmet from beside his feet. To defeat him under fair conditions. Not when he runs out of ammunition, nor when his right shoulder is ruined. I want to defeat him head-on while he still has the ability to fight back. Ling Zhan did not respond. Amuro Ray was no longer the civilian boy who needed to be dragged along. This youth had met a respectable opponent on the battlefields of Earth, and his reaction was not hatred or fear, but learning. Ramba Ral's camp was set up in an abandoned oasis on the edge of the desert. The palm trees had been dried up for years, their bark crumbling into grayish-brown fibers in the desert wind. The Goof was parked in the center of the oasis, the armor on its right shoulder joint dismantled, exposing the internal frame. Crawley Hammond and the maintenance crew used welding torches to repeatedly patch the cracks in the joint, but each repair could only sustain a single battle. Ramba Ral squatted at the feet of the Goof, checking the insulation of the heat rod. His adjutant walked over from the direction of the tents, holding a communication log. Commander Mkyv's reply. The adjutant's voice was tight. The supply request has been rejected. The reason given is that the frontline main forces must be prioritized. Replacement parts for the Goof are not on this supply list. The ammunition quota for the Zaku squad has been halved. Ramba Ral took the communication log, read it once, folded it, and put it in his pocket. His expression did not change. Understood. Redistribute based on our current supplies. Prioritize the Zaku's ammunition. The adjutant hesitated. Captain, Commander Mkyv also said. Said what? Captain Ramba Ral's unit is adept at fighting against overwhelming odds, so surely they do not need extra supplies to complete the mission to avenge Garma Zabi. Those were his exact words. Crawley Hammond's welding torch paused in midair. She looked up, looking neither at the adjutant nor at Ramba Ral. She stared at the freshly patched crack on the Goof's right shoulder, where the welding rod was still glowing with a dull red residual heat. Ramba Ral stood up and hung the heat rod back onto the Goof's waist. Reply to Commander Mkyv from me, Ramba Ral has received the message. We will continue to pursue the white base with our current supplies. The adjutant saluted and turned to leave. Ramba Ral walked toward the tent, with Crawley Hammond following behind him. Once inside, she pulled the curtain shut and turned to face him. Her voice was kept very low, not because she was afraid of being heard, but because she feared she wouldn't be able to stop herself from screaming. They are trying to kill you by another's hand. I know. Garma Zabi is dead, Char Aznable has been dismissed, and now it's your turn. Dazal Zabi sent you to Earth not to avenge Garma Zabi, but to have you die at the hands of the Earth Federation forces. Mkyv is withholding your supplies not because they are short, but because Kycilia Zabi is purging the old remnants of Zeon Zoom Daikuin. You knew the outcome from the very first day you accepted this mission. I know. Ramba Ral sat on a simple folding chair, unscrewed the cap of his military canteen, and took a sip. His movements were exactly as usual, steady and without a single trace of wasted effort. Garma Zabi was a good kid. He shouldn't have died at the hands of his own people. I didn't accept this mission to avenge the Zabi family, but because Garma Zabi shouldn't have been sacrificed as a chess piece by Char Aznable. I'm here to finish the battle he couldn't. And then? What about after this battle? Ramba Ral remained silent for a long time. Outside the tent, the desert wind kicked up fine sand that pelted against the canvas, making a soft, rustling sound. After this battle is over, I will hand in my military dog tags and leave this place with you. Crowley Hammond's fingers loosened. She did not say anything more. She knew what Ramba Ral meant by leaving this place, and she also knew how low the probability of this promise being fulfilled was. But Ramba Ral never lied to her. As the white base flew over an arid stretch of desert airspace, its heat sensors picked up a familiar signal. The goof is directly ahead in the dune zone, flanked by 5 Zakus. Their movement patterns are identical to the previous Ramba Ral unit. Bright Noah stood up. Amuro Ray, launch. Understood. The Gundam leaped from the catapult deck. Amuro Ray adjusted the thruster auxiliary ratio before landing, making the impact of touchdown at least 30% lighter than a week ago. He raised his beam rifle, its muzzle sweeping across the approaching Zaku squad in the dunes. The goof charged out from the crest of a dune. Ramba Ral's movement pattern this time was different from the previous 2. The goof's trajectory on the sand was no longer a straight-line sprint, instead, it utilized the curved slopes of the dunes to constantly alter its altitude and direction. Every landing was on the leeward side of a dune, using the soft sand to cushion and absorb the impact, before briefly showing its head at the crest and vanishing behind the dune once more. The Gundam's beam rifle found it difficult to lock onto an enemy that was constantly shifting positions in both horizontal and vertical dimensions simultaneously. Amuro Ray did not fire. He was waiting for the goof to charge from behind the dunes and face him head-on. The sensory abilities he had acquired in space were recalibrated under gravity. He could sense the rhythm of the goof's movements between the dunes, the interval after each disappearance behind a dune was fixed, and the angle of its next turn after showing its head was limited. Then, the goof dove down from the crest of a flanking dune, its heat sword striking straight for the Gundam's knee joint. Amuro Ray blocked with his beam saber. The 2 blades clashed in the desert heatwave, dazzling sparks exploding between particles and superheated metal. At the same time, the goof's left finger machine gun swept across the Gundam's chest armor, the impact shaking Amuro Ray so hard in the cockpit that his shoulder slammed into the side wall of his seat. He pushed the goof away, opened his thrusters to the maximum, and leaped backward out of the low ground surrounded by dunes, adjusting his posture in midair and firing the beam rifle the instant he touched down. The beam struck the goof's right shoulder, in almost the exact same spot as last time. This time, the melt scar was deeper, the shoulder armor turning from blue to a dark red, and the weld line split open again under the high temperature. The goof staggered back a few steps. Inside the cockpit, Ramba Ral felt the delayed feedback from the right shoulder joint, the control stick trembled slightly in his hand, a warning characteristic of a joint servo motor running overloaded. He looked down at the status panel of his right arm, the output power of the shoulder joint was dropping at a rate visible to the naked eye. He did not retreat. He drew his spare heat sword with his left hand. Ramba. Crowley Hammond's voice came through the communication channel, accompanied by static. Your right shoulder joint is already shot. I know, Ramba Ral's voice was very calm. Give me 3 more minutes. The goof stood at the crest of the dune. The heat sword in its right hand trembled slightly due to the unstable joint output, but the spare heat sword in its left hand was as steady as a rock. The 2 mobile suits confronted each other on the dune's crest, the blazing sun baking the Gundam's white and the goof's blue into dazzling silhouettes. Inside the cockpit, Amuro Ray heard Crowley Hammond's call. It was on a public channel, not an encrypted communication. Crowley Hammond used a public channel when calling Ramba Ral on the battlefield because she had nothing to hide. Every word she spoke was meant for everyone to hear, including the Federation pilot currently aiming at the goof. Amuro Ray did not fire. He had fought countless battles in space. Every time an enemy was hit, they would either retreat, call for reinforcements, or charge like madmen to take him down with them. No one, after having their right shoulder hit twice, would draw a spare sword with their left hand, stand in place, and say, "Give me 3 more minutes." This was suicide. No, it wasn't suicide. There was no madness or despair in Ramba Ral's eyes. His movement in drawing the spare sword was exactly the same as when he drew his heat sword in their first battle. It wasn't because he didn't fear death, but because he had never placed his own life on the scales of this war. He was using a half-crippled goof to buy time, allowing the Zaku squad to complete their flanking encirclement of the white base. The Zaku squad closed in on the white base from the flanks of the dunes. Kai Shiden's anti-air turret fired back desperately under the strafing of the Zaku's machine guns, the ammunition counter for the starboard turret dropping to single digits. Bright Noah ordered Mirai Yoshima to bank and evade, the ship's hull emitting a dull metallic groan under the pull of gravity. Amuro Ray saw the Zaku squad closing in on the white base. He holstered his beam rifle, opened his thrusters to the maximum, and leaped toward the white base. The Gundam soared from the crest of the dune, tracing an arc in the air, and crushed the barrel of Asaka's machine gun, which was aiming at the white base's bridge, underfoot upon landing. The Goof did not pursue. Ramba Ral stood on the dune, his two heat swords casting a blurry haze in the heat wave. The Zaku squad retreated from the flanks under the Gundam suppressing fire. Ramba Ral watched as the Gundam cleared out the last Zaku threatening the white base, and then sheathed his heat swords back at his waist. "Retreat," he said over the communication channel, his voice as calm as when he had ordered his adjutant to redistribute the ammunition. The Goof and the remaining Zakus vanished behind the dunes. The desert wind kicked up fine sand, gradually smoothing over the traces of battle. In the hangar, Sanders led the maintenance crew in inspecting the Gundam's external armor. Only 2 energy magazines remained for the beam rifle, and the propellant reserves were barely enough for one more battle. Amuro Ray sat at the Gundam's feet. He did not look at the combat logs, nor did he adjust any parameters. He kept his head lowered, his hands resting on his knees. Ling Zhan walked down from the bridge and sat beside him. His right shoulder was damaged by me last time. This time, I hit the exact same spot. He has no replacement parts. That is Ramba Ral. He is fighting you with a crippled machine. Not because he wants to die, but because the Zeon High Command won't give him supplies. Amuro Ray remained silent for a long time. The blazing desert sun cast incandescent spots of light outside the hangar portholes, and the sound of the maintenance crew's electric drills echoed between the metal walls. He recalled those few seconds at the crest of the dune just now. The Goof's right shoulder was steaming, its joint frame warping in the high heat. Ramba Ral drawing the spare sword with his left hand. That phrase, "Give me 3 more minutes." Crowley Hammond calling his name over the public channel. Char Aznable said that he and I might be of the same kind, Amuro Ray spoke. Ramba Ral has never said such things. He is fighting me with a half-crippled Goof. When I damaged his right shoulder, he didn't say, "You got lucky." When I took down the Zaku, he didn't say, "We'll meet again." He only said, "Retreat." He sees himself as a soldier, not a chess piece. Garma Zabi died without ever knowing Char Aznable's true face. I know it. But Ramba Ral doesn't need anyone's pity. You learned to recognize lies from Char Aznable, Ling Zhan said. What did you learn from Ramba Ral? Amuro Ray looked up at the Gundam's golden eyes. Under the maintenance lights, those eyes reflected a cold white light, like 2 mirrors. He treats me as an opponent, not a target. In our next clash, I will destroy his heat rod, destroy his heat sword, and destroy his finger machine guns. I will strip him of all means of attack, and then make him retreat, letting him leave the battlefield alive. Do you think he will retreat? No. Then why still fight? Amuro Ray stood up and picked up his helmet from beside his feet. Because this is the only return I can offer him. No hitting the cockpit. Only targeting the armaments. If he still insists on fighting to the death without retreating, at least let him lose to an opponent who respects him. Garma Zabi had no choice, because Char Aznable chose for him, but Ramba Ral does. Ling Zhan leaned against the hangar door frame. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, not a smile, but a quiet, unspoken approval. Within just a few weeks, this youth had encountered 3 completely different enemies. One turned friendship into a tool for revenge, one was pushed to his death by friend. Then do you know my outcome? Crowley Hammond said, her voice very soft, as if stating a fact that no longer needed discussion. If you don't return, I won't live on alone. Ramba Ral's hand covered the back of Crowley Hammond's hand. The desert wind stopped. Outside the tent, the silhouette of the Goof cast a long shadow under the moonlight, the welding scars on its right shoulder resembling silent scars under the silver light. Once this battle is over, Ramba Ral said, I'll hand in my military dog tags. We'll leave this place. Crowley Hammond did not speak, she only gripped Ramba Ral's hand a little tighter. Chapter 17, Tiger of the Desert, Part 2. The desert night was so quiet that one could hear grains of sand rolling in the wind. After Hammond finished changing Ramba's bandages, Ramba sat in the tent for a long time. He read the Goof's right shoulder joint damage report from beginning to end. Every deformation curve after each stress impact was clearly marked on the data chart. Microcracks had appeared in the shoulder frame's titanium alloy after being hit twice in succession by a beam rifle. The cracks closed under high temperatures and opened up under low temperatures. After every weld repair, they would reopen in battle, cycling over and over until they would snap completely at an unpredictable moment. He set the report down and walked out of the tent. The Goof was parked in the center of the oasis, its blue armor dyed silver gray by the moonlight. The insulation layer of the heat rod had worn down in at least 3 places during the previous 2 battles, requiring section-by-section wrapping with insulating tape. There were only 4 magazines left for the finger machine guns, 15 rounds per magazine for a total of 60 rounds, not enough to complete a full ground suppression operation. The blade of the spare heat saber had 3 chipped edges. He sat by the feet of the goof under the moonlight. Hammond watched him from the tent entrance without saying a word as the desert wind swept past the edge of the oasis. Ramba's supplies were completely cut off before his 3rd sortie. Mkyuv's encrypted communication reached the camp at dawn. The adjutant did not read it aloud, simply placing the printed sheet of message before Ramba. There were only 2 lines on the paper: supply transport ship sunk by Earth Federation forces. Captain Ramba Rao, please continue executing the mission with existing supplies. Headquarters of the Zeon Duchy Earth Attack Force. The transport ship was sunk, Ramba repeated, his tone flat. Yes. Last week. It was sunk a week ago, and they only notify us now. The adjutant said nothing. Ramba folded the message paper neatly and placed it on the table. Understood. After the adjutant left, Hammond walked in from the tent entrance. She glanced at the paper on the table without picking it up. Ramba's tone had already told her everything. She walked over to Ramba and placed a hand on his chest. Through his uniform, she could feel his heartbeat. Last time you told me that after this battle, you would leave this place with me. Yes. You've never lied to me before. This is the first time you've lied to me. Ramba placed his hand over hers. He knew she was telling the truth. 3 Zakus, and 1 goof with a right shoulder on the verge of being scrapped, with insufficient ammunition to finish a single frontal engagement. He could be shot down in any battle, or hit in the cockpit by shrapnel during a retreat. Mkyuv would not grant him a single extra bullet or shell. It was impossible for him to leave this encirclement alive, and Hammond had known it from the very beginning. I will complete the orders, Ramba said, and then I will go with you. Hammond's fingers tightened slightly against his chest. She didn't say anything more. She knew that when Ramba said, complete the orders, it wasn't for the Zabi family, nor to avenge Garma, nor for the glory of Zeon. He wanted to complete the orders because it was the final mission he had accepted as a soldier. Only after completing it could he hand in his dog tags and leave with her as a free man, even if the price of that completion was that he would never be able to stand again. One last time, Hammond said, her voice very soft. One last sortie. When you return, regardless of whether the orders were completed, you must come with me. Ramba nodded. On the bridge of the white base, Ling Zhan stood before the viewport. Outside was the boundless desert. With his eyes closed, his brain quantum wave sensed the general direction of Ramba's camp in the distance. Ramba's calm was present as always, but beneath that composure lay a deeper silence, the state of a man who, having made a final decision, had settled all superfluous emotions. Footsteps echoed from the corridor. He didn't open his eyes. Ling Zhan, Sayla's voice came from behind him. He turned around. Sayla stood at the entrance of the bridge, not wearing her uniform jacket, clad only in a dark gray undershirt. Her fingers lightly stroked her arm, as if weighing whether to speak of a certain matter. That Zeon soldier named Ramba Rao. I heard the communications on the bridge. He's pursuing us in a unit that's almost scrapped. He doesn't retreat after each battle, just stands in place, waits, and fights again. His superior won't give him supplies. When he clearly knows he's throwing his life away for a faction that betrayed him, why does he keep going? Ling Zhan was silent for a moment before leaning against the viewport. Because he is a man who values a soldier's duty above his own life. He isn't loyal to Zeon, he is loyal to the principles he chose for himself. A soldier's duty is to carry out orders, not to choose the outcome. Just for that. Just to complete a pursuit mission doomed to fail, he would sacrifice his own life. He isn't throwing away his life. He's using these final battles to settle things with himself, for Garma, that young man sent to the front lines by his superior's family as a tool to die. Ramba didn't kill Garma, but he feels he should finish the battle Garma couldn't finish. Not for revenge, but to give closure for someone who shouldn't have died. Sayla remained silent for a long time. Her fingers froze on her arm. The moonlight shone through the viewport onto her profile, a complex wave of emotion stirring in her eyes, not sadness, not anger, but something between confusion and a deeper intuition. You sound as if you know him. But you're right, he is settling things with himself. This way of doing things feels like I've seen it somewhere before. Like who? I don't know, Sayla said, though her fingers had stopped moving against her arm. Ling Zhan's brain quantum waves caught a violent surge in the backdrop of her emotions at that moment. She had thought of someone, but she did not speak that person's name. The desert's final dawn came late. Inside the tent, Ramba put on his pilot suit and tightened the bandages on his right arm. Hammond stood behind him, helping zip up the back of his pilot suit. Outside the tent, the Goof's right shoulder weld line glowed dark red in the morning light, the fresh weld marks from last night. No one spoke. Ramba picked up his helmet, and Hammond's hand lingered on his chest for a brief moment. "I'm coming with you, Hammond. I won't be piloting an MS. I'll stay in the rear, coordinating the Zaku squad for you. Just like before." Ramba looked at her. In the dim light of the tent, her eyes were like two silent flints. She wasn't asking, she was stating a fact. "Just like before," Ramba repeated. Hammond put on her helmet and walked toward the unarmed reconnaissance vehicle behind the Goof. Ramba climbed into the Goof's cockpit. Before starting the mobile suit, his fingers paused as he watched the silhouette of the woman in the recon vehicle skillfully booting up the tactical display. She had always been like this, ever since he first met her at a supply base after the Battle of Lum. She had been there waiting for him. She had never said, "I'm worried about you," because her worry never needed to be expressed in words. He closed the hatch. The Goof's mono-eye sensor lit up with a dark red glow in the morning light. The Goof charged down from the top of the sand dune, its heat saber drawing an arc in the morning light. This was Ramba's final sortie. 3 Zakus pressed forward simultaneously from the flank. None of them had enough ammunition to finish a direct battle, so each was conserving bullets. Kai's anti-air turret fought back desperately under the Zaku's crossfire until the ammunition counter on the starboard turret dropped to 0. Bright ordered all remaining power transferred to the port turrets and main engines, while Mirai gritted her teeth and banked the ship to evade a burst of machine gun fire. The Gundam leaped from the catapult deck. Amuro locked onto the Goof's position before landing, adjusting the thruster output ratio to the optimal setting for desert terrain so that the impact upon landing was almost negligible. He raised his beam rifle, but didn't fire. He was waiting for the Goof to get closer. Ramba didn't use the dunes for cover. The Goof charged straight at the Gundam, its heat rod whipping a blue electrical arc through the air toward the Gundam's right wrist. Amuro didn't block. Drawing his beam saber with his left hand, the Gundam slashed back the moment the heat rod wrapped around its right wrist, severing the cable. High-temperature electrical arcs exploded at the break, and the remaining fragment of the heat rod slid off the Gundam's right wrist and fell onto the sand, scorching a black mark into the grains. Ramba retracted the broken whip and switched to sweeping fire with his finger machine guns. Multiple rounds struck the Gundam's left arm, the impact causing a microcrack at the armor joint of its left shoulder. Amuro didn't back down. The Gundam raised its beam rifle, aiming directly at the Goof's right wrist joint. One shot. The feed mechanism of the finger machine gun was pierced by beam particles, melting and severing all 5 barrels at the base. The Goof's right fingers loosened from the trigger, unable to grip any weapon ever again. Ramba drew his heat saber. With his right hand no longer able to hold a blade, he adjusted the hilt in his left hand. The Goof charged at the Gundam, the heat saber emitting a blinding white light in the air. Amuro holstered his beam rifle. The Gundam drew its beam saber, and the 2 blades collided in the desert air, blinding sparks exploding between beam particles and superheated metal. The Goof's left wrist joint transmitted an abnormal vibration signal, the hydraulic system in its left arm began losing pressure under the recoil force. Ramba didn't retreat. Increasing the thrust on his left arm, he pressed the heat saber toward the Gundam's chest armor once more. The Gundam's beam saber cut into the Goof's left elbow joint while parrying. Not targeting the cockpit, nor the torso. Just the left arm. Beam particles sliced through the drive shaft of the joint, causing the Goof's left arm below the elbow to lose power completely. The spare heat saber slipped from the unclasped manipulator fingers, embedding itself into the sand. Ramba retracted the remainder of his left arm and rammed the stump toward the Gundam's chest armor one last time. The motion held no hesitation, as decisive as his very first battle. Amuro didn't dodge. The stump slammed against the Gundam's chest armor with a hollow metallic thud. The Luna titanium alloy remained completely undamaged. At the exact same moment, the Goof's right shoulder joint snapped completely, the right arm detached from the shoulder and crashed onto the sand, kicking up a cloud of dust. The remnant of the heat rod still hung at its waist, the melted barrels of the finger machine gun still spewing heat, one heat saber in the sand and another behind it. The Goof had lost both of its arms. Ramba sat inside the cockpit, looking at the display where all connection signals for both arms turned red. His fingers were still on the control sticks, but they no longer connected to any weapon system. He was alone inside an armless Goof. The Zaku squad had been wiped out under the combined crossfire of the Gundam and the white base. In the recon vehicle back toward the oasis, Hammond didn't speak on the comm channel. She merely watched the Goof's signal on her tactical screen, 4 words flashing inside a red frame: signal normal. The cockpit was intact. He was still alive. Ramba pressed the comm button and spoke a sentence over the white base's public channel, his voice as steady as his machine. Gundam pilot, what is your name? Silence hung on the public channel for a long time. Then Amuro's voice came through, very soft. Amuro Ray. Amuro Ray, Ramba repeated, as if committing to memory a name he would never use in the future. I've seen your name in the Federation Forces combat logs. Side 7, Luna 2, the supply ship, Garma Zabi, it was all you. I kept wondering when the Federation got a pilot like this. Now I see, you're even younger than I estimated. Your right shoulder is broken, your left arm is broken, and all your weapons have been destroyed. Go back. Ramba looked at the system's self-diagnostic report on the display. Right shoulder joint completely severed, left arm powered off below the elbow. Heat rod snapped, finger machine guns melted, both heat sabers lost. Ammunition racks empty, remaining propellant insufficient to disengage from the battlefield. The GUF's mono-eye sensor was still functioning, still capable of seeing the white Gundam outside. It stood at the crest of the sand dune, its beam rifle holstered behind its back, not aiming at him. Understood, Ramba said. He did not turn the unit around. Sitting in the cockpit, he watched the GUF system self-diagnostic report appear line by line on the screen, every entry telling him the exact same thing. This mobile suit was no longer an MS, merely a functioning piece of metal. He recalled Hammond saying one last time. He had told her that he would complete the order, and then go with her. Now the order was complete. Both of the GUF's arms had been precisely shot off by the Gundam, with not a single attack striking the cockpit. Amuro Ray had kept his unspoken promise. Ramba should also keep his promise. But he didn't. He couldn't leave. Because he was Ramba Rao. He could lose all his weapons, but he could not forfeit the right to make one final attack. He turned the GUF around, not toward the oasis behind him, but toward the white base, launching a final charge. The armless GUF ran across the desert, sparks spurting from the severed right shoulder with every step, the stump of its left arm swaying as it ran. Its mono-eye sensor remained firmly locked onto the white warship ahead. On the bridge of the white base, Mirai saw the signal approaching at high speed on the thermal sensor. No weapons, no arms, just a moving MS signal sprinting toward the hull. Bright stared at the screen, fell silent for a moment, and then ordered, "Everyone, hold your fire." The GUF charged underneath the white base, its battered airframe slamming into the ship's armor with a dull, heavy thud. Ramba leaped from the cockpit, holding a hand grenade, and landed on the surface of the white base's hull. Using his magnetic boots to secure himself onto the armor plating, he walked toward the nearest hatch. His movements were steady and measured, just as they were when he inspected the heat rod in the hangar. Hammond jumped out of the reconnaissance vehicle's cockpit and stood on the desert sand. She watched the GUF collide with the white base, saw Ramba Rao leap out from the cockpit, and watched as that white warship retracted all its anti-aircraft turrets. She didn't call out his name, she just stood there, the desert wind rustling her hair. Her eyes remained fixed on the spot where Ramba Rao disappeared behind the hatch. The Gundam had already turned around the moment the GUF rammed into the white base. Amuro Ray retracted his beam saber and opened up the Gundam's thrusters to full power, leaping toward the white base. From inside the cockpit, he saw Ramba Rao's actions. It wasn't surrender, but a soldier, having lost all his weapons, using his own body to perform the last act he could possibly do. He refuses to turn back. Amuro Ray's voice was very soft, as if talking to himself. Because he is Ramba Rao, Ling Zhan's voice came through the bridge communication channel. He will never retreat. Go to the hangar now, he has boarded the ship. The Gundam landed on the ship's deck. Amuro Ray jumped out of the cockpit and ran briskly toward the internal corridor. Sanders and the maintenance crew were clearing the GUF's wreckage off the white base's armor plating. The blue mobile suit's mono-eye sensor was still lit, but both of its arms were completely severed. Its right shoulder had torn apart entirely during its final charge, and its left knee joint was warped from the collision with the hull. The GUF's arm wreckage lay scattered on the sand, mixed with the fragments of its heat saber, heat rod, and finger machine guns. Its pilot was not in the cockpit. Its pilot was inside the white base, clutching a grenade, walking toward the final target of his military career. No one on the white base bridge stopped him. The lights of the white base flickered amidst the blare of alarms, casting alternating bands of light and shadow across the metal walls of the corridor. Ramba Rao made his way through the internal corridors, grenade held in hand, its pin still unpulled, as he looked for a suitable end. Sayla Mas came walking from the direction of the bridge. She had heard the sound of the hatch being pried open, her footsteps echoing through the corridor, each step falling neatly between the pulses of the alarm. Then she stopped. She saw him, Ramba Rao, wearing a Zeon Forces pilot suit, the bandage on his right shoulder bulging slightly beneath the uniform. He had taken off his helmet, revealing deep lines of fatigue on his face, yet his posture remained ramrod straight. He turned around at the end of the corridor. His gaze landed on Sayla Mass's face. His hand froze. Ramba Rao recognized this face. Not from a photograph, but from many years ago when he had personally carried her through the spaceport of Side 3. She had been only a few years old back then. Now, she stood before him dressed in an Earth Federation Forces uniform. Artesia Sam Dekuan. Daughter of Zeon Zoom Dekuan. You've grown so much, Ramba Rao said quietly, almost as if speaking to himself. Sayla Mass froze. The word struck a memory node deep within her consciousness that had never been triggered before. At the moment she heard those words, a blurred image flashed through her mind, a spaceport, a dark cargo bay, and a young soldier whispering, "Don't make a sound," as he pushed her into a hidden compartment. Her pupils contracted sharply. "You know me," her voice was faint, as though fearful of disturbing something long dormant. Ramba Rao smiled. That smile was gentle and weary, yet entirely free of regret. "Your father is the man I respected most in my life. Meeting you here is my good fortune. Go now. Do not stay here." Sayla Mass didn't leave. She stood there, looking at this Zeon Forces soldier covered in bandages. Her lips parted, wanting to ask something, but Ramba Rao had already turned away. Clutching the grenade, he walked toward the other end of the corridor, never looking back. Sayla Mass stood in the corridor with her hand pressed against the wall, her fingers trailing over the cold metal as if trying to hold onto something. The alarm was still wailing, but she couldn't hear it anymore. All she could hear were his words, and all she could see was that smile. It was the tiredest, yet most sincere smile she had ever seen in her life. She didn't know who he was, she only knew that long ago, someone had told her, "Don't make a sound," then pushed her into the dark to protect her. Amuro Ray intercepted Ramba Rao in the ship's passageway. He stood at the corner of the corridor, the muzzle of the beam rifle in his hand lowered, unraised. Ramba Rao looked at this young Earth Federation Forces pilot. He didn't pull the grenade's pin, simply remaining standing where he was. Amuro Ray wasn't wearing a pilot suit, nor was he holding a weapon, standing right in the middle of the hallway. A boy and a veteran stood face to face in the corridor of the white base. "You piloted your Gundam very well," Ramba Rao said. "You were targeting my weapons all along. Twice on the right shoulder, the left arm, the finger machine guns. Every shot aimed at my armaments. I've been fighting in wars for 20 years, and I've never encountered an opponent like you." "Because you are different," Amuro Ray said. "You treated me as a true opponent. Not as a target, nor as a pawn. You are a true soldier. I should fight you like a soldier. Garma Zabi didn't get a choice, but you do." Ramba Rao was silent for a long time. The corridor held only the low humming of the ventilation ducts. He looked down at the grenade in his hand, then placed it onto the floor. Not giving it to Amuro Ray, but placing it on the corridor floor. "It seems my judgment was not wrong," Ramba Rao said. "You truly are a worthy opponent." Strong emotional fluctuation detected. Source: Amuro Ray, tranquility from fulfilling a promise. Source: Sayla Mass, the shock of awakened dormant memories. Source: Ramba Rao, relief, exhaustion, solace offered to the late Zeon Zoom Dekuan. Points plus 500. Current points balance, 6870. The desert wind died down. Crowley Hammond stood beside the reconnaissance vehicle. Ramba Rao walked out from the hatch of the white base without his helmet on. There were bruises on his face and dried blood on the shoulder of his pilot suit, yet his step remained steady. Crowley Hammond ran toward him, her combat boots digging deep pits in the sand with every step. She stopped in front of him, cradling his face in her hands. "It's over," Ramba Rao said. "The mission is complete." "I know," Crowley Hammond said. She pulled his dog tags out from the collar of his uniform and held them in her hand. The silver metal tag in her palm still bore his body heat. On the bridge of the white base, Ling Zhan stood before the viewport. On the distant horizon of the desert, he saw the reconnaissance vehicle. Crowley Hammond helped Ramba Rao sit in the cabin, then closed the door. The reconnaissance vehicle started up across the desert, driving away from the white base. Ramba Rao's war was over. Sayla Mass stood in the corridor, unmoving. She watched Ramba Rao's retreating back disappear outside the hatch, watched Amuro Ray standing silent in the hallway with his head bowed, and watched as everyone processed the shock within their own hearts. She didn't know what she should do. She only knew that the Zeon Forces soldier named Ramba Rao had told her to go now the instant he recognized her. It was the subconscious reaction of a protector, exactly like the person who had pushed her into the cargo bay compartment many years ago and told her, "Don't make a sound." Chapter 18. After fighting for so long, the protagonist deserves a rest. The white base hovered over the desert for 3 hours. Chief Maintenance Officer Sanders led the crew in removing the wreckage of the Goof from the hull armor. Remnants of the Goof's arms, the heat sword, heat rod, and the fused barrels of the finger machine guns were hoisted one by one and stacked systematically on the sand. The blue unit's mono-eye monitor had gone dark, its torso remaining in the position it had crashed into the ship's hull, its right shoulder joint completely severed, and its left leg twisted and deformed from its final sprint. Sanders stood beside the wreckage, tapping the Goof's chest armor with a wrench. The armor surprisingly thick. Amuro Ray stood at the edge of the hangar, looking out at the dried-up oasis through the open catapult doors. Ramba Ral's camp had long been deserted. Tire tracks from the scout vehicle stretched out from the oasis, leaving 2 thin ruts in the sand that extended all the way to the horizon. Ling Zhan walked over to his side. "I'm wondering if Ramba Ral will really surrender his dog tags and leave with Crowley Hammond." Amuro Ray's voice was flat. "You learned to spot lies from Char Aznable. Did you learn anything from Ramba Ral? He said I was a respectable opponent." Amuro Ray turned around, leaning against the hatch frame. "Garma Zabi died without ever knowing why Char Aznable betrayed him. Char treated Garma like a pawn, without offering even a word of explanation. But Ramba Ral is different. He didn't betray anyone, and when he lost, he accepted it. He didn't blame his defeat on the unit's performance, nor did he say I just got lucky. An enemy isn't necessarily in the right, but they can be worthy of respect," Ling Zhan said. "Respecting your opponent doesn't mean you're weak. It shows that even after having the ability to defeat him, you still choose to acknowledge his worth. Char Aznable never learned this, but you did, which means you've already surpassed him." With that, Ling Zhan patted Amuro Ray's shoulder. Amuro Ray was silent for a moment, then nodded. Ling Zhan did a round of checks in the corridor. Amuro Ray was adjusting parameters in the hangar, Sayla Mass was alone by the window, and Bright Noah was checking the route on the bridge. No one needed him. He turned into an empty hallway and summoned the system interface. He entered the hangar space to leave behind a clone. As a fun little stunt, Ling Zhan formed hand seals. Kagebunshin no Jutsu. Shadow clone technique. The clone condensed into shape in the corridor, wearing an identical gray jacket and sporting the same slightly messy black hair. The clone nodded to him, turned around, and walked toward the bridge. Ling Zhan watched as his clone pushed open the bridge door and returned to his usual corner. Mirai Yashima glanced at him without noticing anything unusual. Inside the hangar space, Gundam Ashia remained on standby. The GN drive rotated at minimum power, a green particle halo flowing slowly across the armor surface, coating the blue and white armor in a faint phosphorescent glow. Ling Zhan pulled up the unit status panel, intact armor, 7 swords equipment all online, Trans-AM system fully cooled down, everything was normal. He sat down by Ashia's feet, leaning against the cold ankle armor, and opened the gacha interface he hadn't checked in a long time. His ticket balance was 6,970. He decided to do a few draws from the classic pool to earn some gold coins, and maybe even pull a complete unit. First single pull, Zaku 2 fragment, automatically disassembled for plus 50 tickets. Second pull, small recovery item plus 200 gold coins. Third pull, plus 300 gold coins plus 1 RX-78 fragment. The moment the fragment embedded into the progress bar, it jumped from 0 to 1/20th. The RX-78 that Ramba Ral had requested countless times without getting, he got a fragment from a casual pull. He continued pulling. Flashes alternated on the screen. On the 8th draw, another RX-78 fragment dropped, raising the progress bar to February 20th. After 10 pulls, his gold coins grew from 200 to around 1,400, 2 small recovery items were added to his inventory in tiny transparent bottles labeled, "For external use, promotes soft tissue healing," and his ticket balance settled at 5,920. He closed the gacha interface and opened them all. The food section listed familiar packaging, instant curry, potato chips, canned coffee, instant noodles. The daily items section had toothpaste and spare socks. The electronic entertainment section featured several handheld consoles, preloaded with old and new games from his previous life, as well as animated movies. He ordered a bunch of food, 2 cans of cola, several bags of chips, toothpaste, and socks. Then he ordered a handheld console and a projector. The projector cost 200 gold coins, the handheld console 500 gold coins, and the snacks and daily items totaled about 200 gold coins. His remaining gold was about 500. He spread out the food and drinks in the hangar lounge area, laid down on the big sofa, turned on the projector, booted up the handheld console, opened a bag of chips, popped open a cola, and completely slacked off. The screen lit up, and the projector booted as well, playing an anime from his previous life that he quite liked, Naruto, Shippuden. Accompanied by the hangar lounge's audio system, the projector blared the familiar melody of Silhouette, Naruto no Shishiwa, Namikaze Minato. Ling Zhan watched the anime while munching on chips and drinking cola. Now this is the life. What's all this about changing the world, making people understand and accept each other? It's way too exhausting. Naruto was best up until Shippuden. What kind of garbage came after that? A Rinnegan getting blinded by a kunai. Even the second Hokage in his entire life couldn't have imagined such a move. The hangar was very quiet, with only the low hum of the rotating GN drive and the sounds of the anime and handheld game console coming from the projector screen. Since Side 7, this was his first time resting alone and enjoying life. Resting the handheld console on his knees, he looked at the game on the screen. In a world with nothing but war, occasional downtime was necessary. Several hours passed. I've rested long enough. Time to go out for a walk and see how things are going. He threw the empty cola cans and snack wrappers into the system trash bin for free automatic destruction, put the handheld console into his pocket, stood up, and stretched his shoulders. Walking in front of Ashia, he looked up at the blue and white unit, then closed the compartment door. He cancelled the clone. His main body returned to the corridor. He pulled a bag of snacks out from the system space, with colorful packaging displaying a mix of Japanese and Chinese text. Kai Shirden passed by from the other end of the corridor and froze when he saw the bag in his hands. Where'd you get that? Ling Zhan tossed him a bag of potato chips. Brought it from Side 7. Want some? Kai Shirden took the chips and looked suspiciously at the text on the package. Gluttony won over curiosity. He tore open the bag, stuffed a handful into his mouth, and mumbled, "Got any more?" Ling Zhan tossed him another bag. Sayla Mass stood before the window in the corridor. The Goof's wreckage was being hoisted away from the ship's hull. The blue armor reflected dazzling glare under the blazing desert sun, while maintenance crew welding torches sparked against the metal. Ramba Rao was gone. She didn't know where he had gone, that oasis was now deserted, and the scout vehicle's tire tracks were being smoothed over by wind and sand. But the words he said when he recognized her after boarding the ship were still nailed into her mind. Your father was the man I respected most in my entire life. That was no polite pleasantry. It was the final account of one soldier to the daughter of another, given at a moment before death when lies were impossible. Ling Zhan walked over from the other end of the corridor. Sayla Mass didn't turn around. Ramba Rao knew who I was. He wasn't talking to an Earth Federation Forces soldier, he was talking to Zeon Zoom Daquin's daughter. You knew about this? I knew. Ling Zhan leaned against the wall beside the viewport. Then what else do you know? Ramba's father was Zeon Zoom Daquin's trusted confidant. Ramba himself participated in the escape operation for Daquin's orphans. He knows what Casval and Artesia look like. It was no coincidence that he recognized you in the corridor. Sayla Mass's fingers rested against the viewport glass. Casval. Hearing that name spoken by Ling Zhan made it overlap with a hazy outline deep in her memory. Casval is still alive. He's in the Zeon forces. He goes by the name Char Aznable. He betrayed Garma Zabi. He used him. Garma Zabi died without ever knowing who he really was. Right. Ramba chose to protect. Char chose to exploit. Both of them came from Daquin's era, and both hate the Zabi family. Why did one become Ramba, and the other become Char? Ling Zhan didn't answer. He knew this wasn't a question for him to answer. It was something Sayla Mass had to think through herself. Her father had been poisoned by the Zabi family, her brother hid under an assumed identity among enemies waiting for revenge, and her protector Ramba held onto a soldier's dignity and kept his standards to this day. She stood at the intersection of these three paths. Sayla Mass closed her eyes. You always know so much. But you never make decisions for others. You're always like this. Sayla Mass said no more. Her fingers dragged across the viewport, leaving behind a few blurred fingerprints. Outside the window, the morning desert light was rising, gilding the outline of the Goof wreckage in gold. Bright Noah sat in the captain's seat, the latest inventory list spread out before him. Mirai Yashima had circled several critical items in red pen: anti-air battery ammunition depleted, 0 replenishment. Gundam Ashia beam rifle energy pack down to 1. Propellant reserves insufficient to support another high-intensity battle. We must find a place to resupply, Bright Noah said. Otherwise, we'll run out of fuel before reaching Jaburo. Ling Zhan walked up to the console and marked a point on the holographic map. Here. An Earth Federation Forces forward base, 400 kilometers south in the desert. It's not on the regular resupply line to Jaburo, but it should have the supplies we need. Detouring can avoid most Zeon patrol zones. Bright Noah looked at the map, thought for a moment, and ordered a course adjustment to detour to the resupply base. Mirai Yashima replanned the route, while Kai Shirden cursed in the gun turret control room, finally, a break from fighting, before starting to organize the turret maintenance checklist. Amuro Ray ran into Sayla Mass in the corridor. She was turning around from the viewport, preparing to leave. The two looked at each other for a moment. Ramba recognized you. When he told you to leave quickly, I was behind the corner in the corridor. I heard it. Amuro Ray leaned against the corridor wall, hands stuffed into his pilot suit pockets. You're Daquin's daughter. Sayla Mass was silent for a long time. Then she nodded. Char is also Daquin's son. He told me back in the asteroid belt, maybe we're the same kind. At the time, I thought he was testing me, using ambiguous words to close the distance. Now I know who he is. He wasn't testing me, he was talking to another person who might understand him. But when he said those words, it was completely different from when Ramba said, you truly are a respectable opponent. When Ramba said that, I couldn't see any scheming in his eyes. When Char said that, to this day, I can't figure out how much was real and how much was fake. I don't know, Sayla Mass said. I don't know what kind of person my brother is now. All I know is that he's in the Zeon forces under another name. All I know is that he's using everyone, including you, me, and the name our father left him. Ramba knew who he was. Ramba didn't hate him, but Ramba wouldn't forgive what he did either. Sayla Mass was silent for a long time. Then she said softly, neither will I. Amuro Ray pulled out the handheld console from his pocket and pressed the power button. The screen lit up, pixelated Tetris blocks flashing on screen. Ling Zhan gave this to me. He said this thing lets you temporarily stop thinking about the war. No enemies, no ammo, no Char. Sayla Mass stared at the falling colored blocks on the screen in silence. Then she reached out. Amuro Ray handed her the console. Her fingers lingered over the buttons for a moment before pressing the directional pad. Blocks rotated, fell, and slotted into gaps at the bottom. A full row vanished. Another full row vanished. He's very strange, Sayla Mass said, her voice faint. It seems like he knows everything. But he never makes decisions for others. He's always been like that, Amuro Ray said. Ever since Side 7. He told me where to run, but didn't tell me why. He told me Char would betray Garma Zabi, but didn't tell me who Char was. He gave me the console, but didn't tell me why I needed it. Then why do you still listen to him? Because every time he left something for me to figure out on my own, I eventually figured it out. Amuro Ray took the console back from Sayla Mass, turned off the screen, and put it back in his pocket. He's not teaching me what to do. He's waiting for me to figure it out myself. The white base turned above the desert, flying toward the Earth Federation Forces forward base. The sand dunes grew smaller in the rear view, and the Goof's wreckage faded into a tiny black speck in the distance. Ling Zhan stood in front of the bridge window. Sand dunes steadily retreated. He remembered Ramba Ral's fate in the original story, running out of ammo and rations, forcibly boarding the ship, freezing when seeing Sayla Mass, and blowing himself up. Crowley Hammond subsequently launched a suicide aircraft attack, dying alongside Ramba Ral. But now Ramba Ral had put down his grenade, walked out the hatch, and Crowley Hammond had picked him up in the desert. They were still alive. He didn't know what kind of chain reaction this divergence would cause. Would MQ put Ramba Ral on trial for desertion or collusion with the enemy? Crowley Hammond had said, if you don't come back, I won't live alone. Now that Ramba Ral was back, could they really leave? Once Char Aznable learned Ramba Ral was still alive, would he readjust his attitude toward Zeon Zoom Daquin's former loyalists? The butterfly effect was already spreading. The system interface flashed at the edge of his vision, displaying a settlement prompt. The post-battle relaxation and fatigue of the entire white base crew, Amuro Ray's calm after fulfilling his promise, and Sayla Mass's confusion after her memories were awakened, these emotions were captured by the system and converted into 300 tickets. Current ticket balance, 6,220. He closed the interface. The desert kept receding behind them. Ramba Ral's war was over, Amuro Ray's war continued, and Celestial Being's war had not yet begun. In the hangar, Amuro Ray finished the final round of parameter adjustments. He recorded all of Ramba Ral's footwork data into Gundam Ashia's fire control system, and then wrote a line in the remarks section without deleting it, a respectable opponent. Not an evil man, just standing on the opposing side. He turned off the auxiliary screen, pulled out the handheld gaming console from his pilot suit pocket. The screen lit up, and blocks began to fall. He sat down by Gundam Mecha's feet, leaned against the cold Luna titanium alloy, and started playing Tetris. Chapter 19, Arrival at the Supply Base. After the white base flew over the Gobi Desert for 2 hours, Mirai Yashima picked up the base's signal on the main screen. It was a small military facility with empty fuel drums and discarded transport parts stacked along the sides of the runway. A few Earth Federation Forces soldiers were squatting in the shadow behind the hangar playing cards. When the white base landed, the dust kicked up by its tail flame blew their cards all over the ground. Bright Noah stood up from the captain's chair. Outside the portal, a middle-aged officer accompanied by 2 guards was walking briskly toward the white base. His military uniform was overly neat, bearing a colonel's insignia on his epaulets, but his face lacked the smoke-stained exhaustion of a frontline commander. Ling Zhan scanned him with his brain quantum wave. Colonel Varden, his underlying emotional tone was a mix of vigilance and curiosity, topped with a slight nervous dread of taking responsibility. Bright Noah, commander of the white base. Bright Noah offered a military salute at the hatch. Varden returned the salute, his gaze sweeping past Bright Noah's shoulder into the ship's corridor. In the corridor, Kai Shirden was carrying a crate of empty ammunition boxes toward the gun turret, half a piece of compressed biscuit hanging from his mouth. Mirai Yashima poked her head out from the bridge to take a look before pulling back. Ling Zhan stood half a step behind Bright Noah wearing his gray jacket, holding a half-empty bag of potato chips in his hand. So you're the warship that fought its way all the way from Side 7. Varden's tone hovered between admiration and skepticism. I received a notice from Jaburo. You engaged Ramba Ral's unit in the desert. Yes, Bright Noah said. And Ramba Ral? He retreated. Varden frowned slightly. He didn't press further, but Ling Zhan could sense his emotional backdrop pause on the word retreated. Ramba Ral enjoyed quite a reputation in the Zeon forces. A colonel who had been stationed in the rear for 2 years clearly couldn't understand why Ramba would withdraw from battle while holding the terrain advantage. We need supplies. Bright Noah handed over the supply list. Anti-air turret ammunition, beam rifle energy E-packs, propellant, as well as food and fresh water. Varden took the list, read through it, and then looked up at Ling Zhan. And this is? Ling Zhan, tactical advisor of the white base. Bright Noah answered without hesitation. Tactical advisor, Varden repeated, his eyes lingering on Ling Zhan for a few seconds. Rank. No rank, Ling Zhan said. He stuffed a potato chip into his mouth, chewed, swallowed, and then continued, my father was a technical officer in the Earth Federation forces. He worked alongside Amuro Ray's father on Side 7 developing the Federation's new mobile suits. I have a fair understanding of MS tactics and Zeon forces combat habits. Varden looked at the potato chip bag in his hand. The packaging had mixed Japanese and Chinese labels with no markings from the Earth Federation Forces Logistics Department at all. His expression grew even more confused. Where did you get those potato chips? Brought them from Side 7, rationing them. Ling Zhan offered the bag. Want one? Varden didn't take it and handed the list back to Bright Noah. Resupply requires authorization from higher-ups. Stand by at the base for now. In the hangar, the Gundam was undergoing a comprehensive overhaul. Sanders led the maintenance crew in taking apart the right wrist joint armor plate, rechecking the sensor wiring that had been repaired after being scorched by the heat rod. Amuro Ray stood on the lift, personally wiping down the beam rifle's aiming sensor. Ling Zhan walked over from the corridor, leaning his back against the hangar doorframe. Varden approved half. Ammunition is topped up to 60%, propellant is enough to reach Jaburo, and the rest will have to wait for Jaburo's official transfer order. 60% is enough. Amuro Ray didn't turn around, continuing to wipe the aiming sensor. When fighting Ramba Ral in the desert, I only had one magazine. Ling Zhan watched Amuro Ray's movements. His actions in wiping the weapon were slow and meticulous, following the standard procedure for every step. This wasn't Amuro Ray's past style. Back on Side 7, when he wiped weapons, it was mechanical, his mind always wandering to other things. Now, when he wiped the weapon, he was truly focused on wiping the weapon. Did you input all of the Goof's boost acceleration footwork routines? Yeah. The Gundam's AI self-learning capability is quite strong too. I only fine-tuned it according to my habits. I tested it at the firing range just now, and the lateral direction change response speed improved by 20%. Amuro Ray set down the aiming sensor and pulled that handheld game console from his pilot suit pocket. This thing you gave me, I played it until 2 in the morning last night. Kai Shirden saw me playing and asked if he could borrow it, but I said no. Kai Shirden is a sore loser, I was afraid he'd smash it. Ling Zhan let out a laugh. He pulled his own handheld console from his pocket, sat down beside Amuro Ray, and turned on multiplayer mode. The screens of both handhelds lit up at the same time. Let's play this versus game. The loser goes to Varden to ask for another batch of ammunition, Ling Zhan said. You've already asked him. That's why it's a punishment. Amuro Ray's fingers moved rapidly on the directional pad without answering. But Ling Zhan could feel that his attention was completely focused on the screen. This feeling was different from sitting in the Gundam cockpit. The Gundam required him to sense enemy positions, predict trajectories, and calculate remaining propellant, but a game was different, playing it was relaxing. Ryu Jose and Hayato Kobayashi were doing their recovery checkups in the base infirmary. Hayato Kobayashi's injuries from Side 7 had mostly healed. The doctor took off his final layer of bandages and had him do cardiovascular rehabilitation on a treadmill. Ryu's minor injuries had long healed, and he sat on a chair nearby flipping through an old magazine borrowed from the base rec room. Ling Zhan walked in carrying 2 cans of cola. He tossed one to Ryu and placed the other beside Hayato Kobayashi's rehab machine. When did the doctor say you can pilot again? He said next week. Hayato Kobayashi wiped away some sweat, picked up the cola, and glanced at the packaging. What brand of drink is this? I've never had it before. Just drink it, why so many questions? Hayato Kobayashi popped the tab and took a sip. The sting of the carbonated bubbles made him frown briefly before his brow smoothed out. Brought from Side 7. Yep, Ling Zhan leaned against the wall. Brought from Side 7. Savor it, when we reach Jaburo, the Earth Federation Forces Logistics Department won't have this. Ryu flipped to the next page of the magazine. I heard fighting is ongoing at Jaburo, and the Zeon forces have already infiltrated underground. Char Aznable is definitely leading the team again, Ling Zhan said. Hayato Kobayashi set down his cola. You mean the Red Comet who pursued us at Side 7? Amuro Ray fought him 3 times in space. Now he's on Earth. He's piloting a Zgok, not a Zaku. Ling Zhan looked at Hayato Kobayashi. Your gun tank fighting a Zgok in tunnels will be even more restricted in angle than in surface combat. When the time comes, follow Bright Noah's orders and don't charge too far ahead like before. Hayato Kobayashi nodded. He took a sip of cola, looking at the characters on the can that he didn't recognize. Ever since he boarded the white base at Side 7, he had been recovering from his injuries, missing the supply ship battle, Garma Zabi's pursuit, and all the engagements with Ramba Ral in the desert. But he didn't ask Ling Zhan about the details of those battles either. He just quietly drank his cola, feeling the prickling sensation of the bubbles popping down his throat. Sometimes, relaxing a little might be the better choice. An encrypted transmission reached the base at dusk. General Revel's adjutant officially ordered the white base to arrive at Jaburo within 3 days. The Zeon forces had launched the Battle of Jaburo, and a Zgok squad was infiltrating the underground of Jaburo. All operational Federation warships were ordered to prioritize supporting Jaburo. Varden's attitude immediately shifted upon receiving the transfer order. In his office, he said to Bright Noah, "You really did fight your way from the front line," and signed off on full resupply. Sanders led the maintenance team in wheeling the newly arrived propellant tanks into the hangar, Mirai Yashima checked off the ammunition list item by item, and Kai Shirden personally installed the new replacement barrel for the anti-air turret in the turret control room. As Amuro Ray and Sayla Mass brushed past each other in the corridor, they heard the name, Char Aznable, come over the bridge comms channel. Amuro Ray's fingers brushed against the edge of the handheld console in his pocket, and Sayla Mass's fingers froze on the tablet in her hand. They both heard that name at the same time. On the night before departure, Sayla Mass found Amuro Ray in the hangar. He was sitting by the foot of the Gundam next to a lit auxiliary screen. The GUF's parameter table was still floating in midair, and his handheld console rested on his knee with its screen off. Sayla Mass sat down beside him. She didn't speak, only looking at those parameters. Amuro Ray mentioned that he had logged all of Ramba Ral's combat data, writing, a respectable opponent, in the notes column. Sayla Mass fell silent for a moment, then said that when Ramba Ral recognized her, he told her to leave quickly, a protector's reaction, completely different from Char Aznable. Amuro Ray said he didn't know what Char Aznable would do at Jaburo, but he knew Char wouldn't fight openly and honorably like Ramba. Neither of them spoke. In the hangar, there was only the low hum of cooling fans. Amuro Ray picked up the handheld, powered it back on, and started playing Tetris. The blocks began to fall. Sayla Mass watched him play around. The Tetris blocks rotated on screen, falling, fitting into gaps. A full line vanished. Another full line vanished, mechanical and focused, requiring no thought about the war. Amuro Ray handed her the handheld. Sayla Mass took it and pressed the directional keys. The next morning, the white base lifted off from the supply base. Propellant fully loaded, ammunition replenished, and the bullet marks on the hull hastily patched up by the base repair team before departure. The touch-up paint was a shade lighter than the original armor, resembling unhealed scars. Bright Noah ordered full speed toward Jaburo. Mirai Yashima adjusted the course, turning the white base toward South America. Ling Zhan stood before the bridge portal, his brain quantum wave sensing the status of everyone on board. Hayato Kobayashi was doing his final rehabilitation exercise in the hangar, dripping with sweat but not stopping. Ryu sat in the gun cannon cockpit doing pre-battle system checks, still clutching half a can of unfinished cola in his mouth. The protagonist had given him a pack. Kai Shirden wiped the scope of the new gun barrel in the turret control room, humming an off-key military song. In the Gundam cockpit, Amuro Ray switched off his handheld console and booted up the fire control system. Sayla Mass entered from the bridge doorway and stood beside Ling Zhan. Outside the portal, the Gobi Desert was gradually turning into green plains, as the South American jungle slowly rose above the horizon. Char Aznable is there, Sayla Mass said. Yes. Are you not going to tell me anything? Ling Zhan fell silent for a moment. He folded the top of the potato chip bag in his hand and placed it on the edge of the console. He isn't your fault. Garma Zabi's death isn't your fault. Whatever the name Zeon Zoom Dakuin brings isn't your fault either. You only need to figure out one thing, how you want to face him, not in your capacity as Artesia Sam Dakuin, but as Sayla Massachusetts. Sayla Mass didn't answer. But Ling Zhan could feel her underlying emotional tone stabilize a bit after he said that. It wasn't that she had completely figured it out, but rather that her question shifted from, why did he become like this, to, how do I want to face him? It wasn't an answer, just a direction, and that was enough. The white base vibrated subtly at full flight speed. Jaburo lay ahead. Char Aznable was waiting for them there. But at this moment, everyone on the bridge was going about their own business. Mirai Yashima adjusted the course, Bright Noah read the combat briefing, and Ling Zhan reopened the chip bag in the corner. After thinking it over, eating too much would make him gain weight, he threw it back into his system space. War was drawing near once again, but they were no longer the panicked civilians, they were back on Side 7. Chapter 20, Arriving at Jaburo, Intercepting the Zgok. The underground port of Jaburo was a scene of bustling activity when White Base landed. Mass-produced GMs of the Earth Federation forces rolled continuously off the production lines, maintenance workers rushed back and forth across the runway, and the red flashing light of emergency alarms reflected back and forth against the rock walls. Mirai Yashima berthed White Base in the innermost berth of the port, the bullet scars along the hull appearing particularly striking under the port's floodlights. Bright Noah rose from the captain's seat as an Earth Federation forces major stepped aboard quickly to convey direct orders from General Revel. The Gundam is to be assigned immediately to the Jaburo Defense Force, working alongside the garrison to intercept Zeon MS in the underground tunnels. Hayato Kobayashi and Ryu Hose will deploy in the gun tank and gun cannon respectively to join the surface defense line, while Kai Shiden's turret takes charge of port anti-air defense. Amuro Ray had already finished sortie preparations in the hangar. The Gundam's right wrist joint, burned by a heat rod in the desert, had been repaired twice and thoroughly overhauled at the supply base, with its joint lubrication layer completely replaced. He pulled a handheld console from his pilot suit pocket and pressed pause, freezing a Tetris game halfway up the screen. Tucking the console into an inner zippered pocket, he zipped it up and snapped down his helmet visor. Amuro Ray, Ling Zhan's voice came through the bridge's comm channel. I'm here. The water mist inside the cavern is heavy, so the range and accuracy of your beam rifle will decay drastically. The battle will mostly devolve into close-quarters combat. Zeon's Zgok is an amphibious type, much more agile on slick terrain than a Zaku or Goof, and its claws can cut through Luna titanium alloy at close range. Don't tangle with it in the water. Use tunnel corners as cover and force it onto dry ground before engaging. Understood. Amuro Ray paused. How do you know so much about the Zgok's performance? My father's data, Ling Zhan said. Amuro Ray didn't pry further, though he silently grumbled in his head, how on earth does your dad know everything? The Gundam leaped from the catapult deck, its thrusters casting a blue-white aura against the towering rock walls of the port as the machine arced through the air and landed at the entrance of the underground tunnel. Jaburo's underground tunnel network was intricate and complex. Each passage was only wide enough for two mobile suits to walk side by side, and the low ceiling limited the use of thrusters. Dense mist filled the cavern while groundwater continuously seeped from cracks in the rock walls, forming puddles of varying depths along the tunnel floor. Every time the Gundam stepped onto the slippery rock surface, it had to adjust its center of gravity. The beam rifle's targeting sensor flickered continuously with anomalous readings in the mist, its effective range compressed from thousands of meters in space to less than 300. Amuro Ray switched off the safety on his beam rifle and drew a beam saber, its pink Minovsky particle blade casting a hazy glow in the fog. 3 Zgoks suddenly burst forth simultaneously from a fork in the tunnel. As amphibious mobile suits, they were far better suited to the underground environment than Zaku's. Their wide feet offered superior traction on slick surfaces, and their claw armaments posed an extreme threat in close-quarters combat. The first Zgok lunged straight from the front, its combat claws open wide, aiming directly for the Gundam's cockpit. Amuro Ray blocked with his beam saber. Steam exploded at the instant the particle blade collided with the claw, the saber's extreme heat melting a chunk of the claw's tip, yet the Zgok did not back down. The second leaped out from a puddle on the left, leveraging its superior traction on the wet ground to cut in from the side. The third crawled upside down along the tunnel ceiling, launching an attack from directly overhead. Amuro Ray fired his thrusters and leaped backward, but the Gundam's foot slipped slightly on the edge of a puddle, throwing off its balance for less than half a second. The second Zgok's claw grazed the armor on the Gundam's left shoulder, leaving 3 shallow gouges on the Luna titanium alloy. He would never have made such a mistake in space. In space, there was no ground, no water, and no slippery rock walls. But under Earth's gravity, deep beneath Jaburo, he had to factor in every single one of these variables. The Gundam landed at a tunnel bend. Amuro Ray used the rock wall at the turn as cover to funnel the 3 Zgoks into the narrow passage. Just as they were forced to pass in single file, the Gundam flashed out from behind the corner and slashed upward with its beam saber, slicing the main camera of the lead Zgok in two. The instant its mono-eye went dark, the Zgok lost vision, momentum carried its claws crashing into the rock face, sending a shower of stone splinters everywhere. The Gundam sidestepped to evade, and a horizontal sweep of the beam saber severed the second Zgok's right wrist joint. The claw, along with the lower arm, splashed into the deep puddle, sending up a large spray. The third Zgok dropped down from the tunnel roof, attempting to overpower the Gundam with its weight. Amuro Ray didn't dodge. The Gundam holstered its beam saber, grabbed the Zgok's torso with its right hand, braced against its claw joint with its left, and, using the low center footwork of a goof while driving from its core, threw the entire Zgok over its head onto the ground. This move wasn't part of any standard Earth Federation forces combat technique, he had learned it fighting Ramba Ral in the desert. When the goof had used its ruined limb to push against his chest plate back then, it had employed a similar center of gravity suppression and counter technique. The Gundam planted its left foot on the Zgok's torso and thrust the beam saber into its joint connections, severing the drive system for all 4 limbs. The Zgok slumped limp into the puddles, its cockpit intact. First wave cleared, Amuro Ray's breathing came heavily over the comms. 3 Zgoks. One had its main sensor sliced, one lost its right wrist, and one had all 4 limb joints severed. Proceeding forward. Copy that. Bright Noah's voice echoed from the command center. Gundam, keep advancing. Remnants of enemy units remain in Tunnel Sector B and Sector C. Combat engineers are clearing explosives, so be careful not to damage the tunnel structure. The command center was situated in a massive hall deep within the lowest level of Jaburo. A giant Earth Federation forces flag hung from the domed ceiling, and dozens of tactical screens embedded in the 4 walls displayed the real-time positions of every Federation and Zeon MS in the tunnel network. Ling Zhan stood before a tactical screen with his eyes closed, sending his brain quantum waves through hundreds of meters of solid rock to sense every moving signal in the underground tunnels. Interference from the rock layer was far worse than he had anticipated. In open space, Level 2 could cover a range of 200 meters, under GN particle dispersion conditions, it could extend to 500 meters. But here beneath Jaburo, the thick rock walls compressed his perception down to roughly 150 meters. Signals became blurred and intermittent, like listening to underwater sounds through a thick sheet of water. Even so, he could still distinguish the tension and focus of the Earth Federation Forces GM pilots from the cold restlessness of the Zeon Forces Zgok pilots. There is an unmarked heat signature in Sector B's tunnel. It's not one of our MS, nor is it a known Zeon infiltration route. Ling Zhan opened his eyes and pointed at a blank section of Sector B on the tactical screen. Here. The rock layer is about 20 meters thick, but the distribution pattern of the heat signature indicates artificial excavation. Zeon dug a tunnel that we haven't marked. An Earth Federation Forces staff officer frowned and looked at where he pointed. There was indeed no marked passage on that section of the tactical screen, yet Ling Zhan's finger rested precisely on the extension line of an underground waterway. Are you sure? The staff officer asked. Certain. The staff officer asked no further questions, ordering the combat engineers to dispatch extra bomb disposal squads to Sector B while establishing additional defensive posts near the coordinates Ling Zhan had marked. Ling Zhan resumed sensing with closed eyes, his brain quantum waves cutting through the rock layers like a bent probe groping in the dark. He caught Char Aznable's position. The red Zgok was deep inside the lowest tunnel, moving slowly yet steadily. He wasn't retreating, he was waiting. Then he caught another set of signals, more than 10 in number, scattered across several critical nodes of Jaburo's underground facilities. Their heat signatures were faint, but their distribution was meticulously organized: the port, the ammunition depot, the civilian shelter, and the outer perimeter of the command post. Time bombs. Char Aznable's objective wasn't just to engage in tunnel combat, he wanted to inflict maximum damage on Jaburo's core infrastructure during his retreat, buying time for the main Zeon forces to withdraw. Mr. Bright, multiple time bombs have been detected inside the underground facility. Their locations cover the port, ammunition depot, and shelter zone. Char wants to paralyze Jaburo's key infrastructure before retreating, Ling Zhan said in a low voice. Bright Noah turned immediately to the staff officer. What is the engineer's priority list for bomb disposal? The port and ammo depot. The civilian shelter is in the third batch. Move the civilian shelter to the first batch and evacuate civilians immediately. The staff officer hesitated for a brief moment. Bright Noah didn't repeat himself. He switched directly to the combat engineer command channel and issued orders to reprioritize bomb disposal. After clearing 2 remaining Zgoks in Sector B, the Gundam entered an even deeper passage. Unlike the previous ones, the rock walls here were coated in thicker wet moss, and the standing water on the ground was deeper, rising almost to the Gundam's ankles. The mist was even denser here, causing the beam rifle's targeting sensors to trigger continuous error alarms. Amuro Ray simply stowed the beam rifle on his back and drew both beam sabers with 2 hands. A red Zgok slowly rose from a puddle at the end of the passage. Its paint scheme was distinct from other Zgoks, its deep red armor gleaming softly through the fog. The edges of its combat claws were longer and thinner than the mass-produced models, ground as sharp as scalpel tips. The Zgok's mono-eye sensor glowed with a dark crimson light, the exact same shade as Char Aznable's red Zaku. You are still being used as a tool by the Federation, Char Aznable's voice echoed over the open channel. His tone was as it had always been, calm, steady, without a trace of combat urgency, as if stating a conclusion reached long ago. That tactical advisor gives you directions, Bright gives you orders, and all you do is pull the trigger. Amuro Ray, have you ever considered whether you're fighting me here for the Federation's victory, or simply doing what they've tricked you into believing you should do? Amuro Ray's fingers tightened on the control stick for a second. He recalled that in the desert, Ramba Ral had never spoken any unnecessary words to him. Ramba Ral had only asked his name at the very end before saying, "You are truly a worthy opponent." Ever since their first encounter at Side 7, Char Aznable had been lecturing him about the Federation's corruption, about how no one's hands were clean in war, and about how they were cut from the same cloth. Those words had confused him in the asteroid belt, made him doubt after Garma Zabi's death, and pushed him to re-examine everything after Ramba Ral's passing, and now Char Aznable was preaching again. Are you angry? Char Aznable asked. Or are you beginning to wonder whether I'm right or wrong? Amuro Ray did not answer. The Gundam gripped its beam sabers in both hands and charged the red Zgok. The Zgok leaped from the pool, claws outstretched, countercharging with even greater speed. The 2 machines collided in the narrow channel, beam sabers and combat claws detonating burst after burst of steam in the damp mist. Char Aznable's Zgok held an immense mobility advantage on the slick terrain. Its broad feet turned through the pooled water with virtually no lag, every change of direction was half a beat faster than the Gundam. The attacking angles of its claws were tricky and precise, striking from vectors Amuro Ray had never anticipated. A left claw feinted while the right claw aimed straight for the Gundam's cockpit, blocked by the beam saber, it immediately pulled back, switching to a knee-joint strike aimed at the Gundam's leg. Amuro Ray was continuously suppressed for nearly a full minute. His beam sabers deflected mortal claw strikes multiple times, yet every counterattack was avoided even faster by Char Aznable. His breathing grew increasingly labored, and the collar of his flight suit was drenched in sweat. Over the public channel, Char Aznable said, "You met Ramba Ral in the desert. What did he teach you?" That a soldier must strictly perform his duty. Then have you ever considered that a soldier's duty is precisely to be used as a tool? Amuro Ray's attacks grew reckless and impatient. A horizontal sweep of the Gundam's right beam saber was ducked by the Zgok. He pushed the Gundam off the rock wall and regained his footing. Heat still hissed from the gash on its right shoulder, internal sensor wiring shuddering slightly inside the wound as cockpit alarms blared. He watched the red Zgok readjust its stance in the water, claws opening wide as it prepared to launch its next attack. Char Aznable was waiting for him to get angry, waiting for him to make a mistake. Char Aznable was using words as a weapon, because words were the only weapon in this world that could strip a person of their reason without pulling a trigger. He was no longer angry. He realized that Char Aznable's taunts were not conversation, they were tactics. Every single word spoken on the public channel was meant to distract the enemy, just as much a weapon as Amuro Ray's own beam saber or Char's combat claws. The Gundam readjusted its stance. It holstered its beam sabers at its waist and drew its beam rifle once more. The mist was still interfering with the targeting sensors, keeping the effective range under 300 meters. Amuro Ray turned off the beam rifle's auto-calibration system and switched to manual aiming. He didn't need sensors to tell him the exact distance to the target. Now, he only needed to sense the direction Char Aznable would leap from the water next, just like sensing the location of the fuel tank, just like sensing the direction from which the goof had charged out from behind the sand dunes. The red Zgok leaped from the standing water a second time, claws wide open. Amuro Ray perceived its movement trajectory before it leapt out of the water, not with his eyes, but with that increasingly clear premonition. He pulled the trigger, and the beam pierced through the water mist, precisely hitting the head main camera of the Zgok. The red mono-eye melted and deformed in the beam, finally exploding into a mass of dark red flames. The upper body of the Zgok was blown backward by the impact, heavily crashing into the pool of water. Char Aznable lost all external vision and could only rely on auxiliary sensors to judge direction. He did not hesitate. The time bomb had already entered countdown in the core facilities of Jaburo, and more than half of his mission was completed. The red Zgok made a sharp turn and retreated deep into the underwater tunnel. Amuro Ray raised his beam rifle to prepare for pursuit, but Bright Noah's voice cut in. Amuro Ray, stop pursuit. The bomb disposal team is dismantling bombs on the periphery of the evacuation zone, and they need your cover. Give priority to protecting the core facilities of Jaburo. The muzzle of the Gundam's beam rifle was still pointing in the direction where the Zgok had vanished, and ripples left behind by the Zgok's retreat still lingered on the water surface. He stood there, his finger resting on the trigger, and then he let go. The mono-eye of the Zgok was already blinded, Char Aznable was retreating from the underwater tunnel, and the bomb was still ticking. Amuro Ray took a deep breath, put the beam rifle back onto his back, and turned to fly toward the evacuation zone. Received, abandoning pursuit, heading to the evacuation zone now to cover bomb disposal. While Sayla Mass was assisting in evacuating civilians in the port corridor, a team of Earth Federation Forces combat engineers ran past her, carrying bomb disposal equipment in their hands. The lights in the corridor flickered amidst the vibrations of the explosion, and fine rock powder continuously fell from the rock wall overhead. She saw that red Zgok. It crawled out from the underground river channel and stopped at the edge of the port corridor. The head main camera of the Zgok had been completely burned away by the beam, and the melted sensor debris left a charred drag mark on the red armor. The mobile suit was damaged in multiple places, its right leg joint had been cracked by rubble during the retreat, and one of the claw tips of its combat claws was missing, but its red coating still exuded a dim luster under the dim port lighting. Sayla Mass stood at the corner of the corridor, about 20 meters away from the Zgok. The external auxiliary camera of the Zgok was still operating, and she could see that small lens slowly rotating, scanning the surrounding environment. Char Aznable could not see her face, the main camera was already blinded. But the resolution of the auxiliary camera was sufficient for him to recognize the female wearing the Earth Federation Forces uniform in the corridor within the blurry black and white image. Her figure, her standing posture, and the outline that had lingered in his memory for more than a decade. She stood there with her hands hanging by her sides, neither drawing her gun nor stepping back. The body of the Zgok paused for a split second in front of her. That massive red mobile suit hesitated for a moment, its movement extremely subtle, like some kind of subconscious reaction. Then it resumed its retreating posture and moved toward the underground river channel on the outer layer of the port. From the moment he recognized her until the mobile suit started moving again, the entire pause lasted no longer than 2 breaths, with the hatch tightly closed and no communications. Sayla Mass watched the red Zgok disappear at the end of the river channel. Her fingers tightened slightly by her sides, then relaxed, and she said nothing. Bomb disposal entered its final stage. A time bomb near the civilian evacuation zone could not be safely dismantled by the combat engineers, and the countdown was less than 2 minutes. The Gundam was covering the bomb disposal team at the other end of the tunnel and could not handle this bomb at the same time. Ling Zhan perceived the bomb countdown in the command center. He said to Bright Noah, "I will go think of a way," and turned to leave the command center. There was no one else in the corridor. In a deserted place, he summoned the system interface, chose to enter the hangar, and left behind a clone. The clone adjusted his collar and walked back into the command center as if nothing had happened. The main body entered the hangar. The Gundam Ashia lit up its green eyes in the darkness, the GN drive began to spin at full power, and the particle halo plated the blue and white armor green. Ling Zhan entered the cockpit via the tether line, grasped the control stick, and GN particles diffused through the cockpit. The brain quantum wave suddenly expanded to 500 meters in the particle-dispersed environment, piercing through the rock walls and steel to lock onto the exact position of the impending bomb. Teleport. The Ashia transformed into a green column of light from the hangar, appearing in the tunnel above the evacuation zone. The green particles diffused in the narrow space, illuminating the entire passage. The Ashia dived toward the bomb's location, dispersing GN particles at the highest concentration around the bomb to interfere with the trigger signal of the fuse. The bomb's countdown was delayed under the interference of the particles, and the combat engineers seized the opportunity to step forward and dismantle the fuse. After confirming that the combat engineers had evacuated safely, the Ashia placed the bomb into the armored compartment and exited the tunnel at high speed. Amuro Ray saw the green particles diffusing in the darkness at the other end of the tunnel, and saw that blue and white mobile suit skimming past him. Its GN sword hung on the waist weapon rack, and the final white protrusion glowed with green particle light. Its speed was extremely fast, and its movement trajectory was completely different from any Federation and Zeon MS. The green light trails spewed by the particle thrusters lingered briefly in the tunnel, resembling an aurora sweeping across the bottom of the water. Then the Ashia detonated the bomb in unmanned airspace. The fire of the explosion flashed briefly above the outer rock wall of Jaburo, and was subsequently isolated by the thick rock layer. Amuro Ray recognized it. That blue and white mobile suit Gundam that had sliced off the limbs of Char Aznabul's Zaku in space. Now it was right here underground in Jaburo, not to fight a war, but to dispose of bombs. Some kind of connection between that mobile suit and Ling Zhan, which Amuro Ray had only vaguely sensed before, he was now more certain of than ever. Char Aznabul saw the Ashia through the monitor on the retreating submarine. Blue and white mobile suit, green particles, an MS belonging neither to the Federation nor to Zeon. He had witnessed this mobile suit with his own eyes in space before, and had tried multiple times in the desert to track its signal to no avail. Now it appeared in the underground tunnel of Jaburo, attacking no one and merely disposing of bombs. He turned off the monitor, sat alone for a very long time during the silent voyage of the submarine, and wrote, "Celestial Being," in his combat log. The Battle of Jaburo ended with the successful defense of the Earth Federation forces. The Zeon forces' Zgok squad was repelled, and Char Aznabul retreated. The Gundam destroyed a total of 4 Zgoks in the tunnel warfare and injured Char Aznabul's custom red Zgok. The gun tank and gun cannon cooperated with the Earth Federation forces' GM units on the ground defense line to clear out the remaining infiltrated forces, and Kai Shiden's artillery position shot down 2 Zgoks attempting to raid the port from underwater in port air defense. Unlike before, Amuro Ray did not return to the hangar after the battle to repeatedly review the combat logs. The Gundam required a second large-scale repair. The tear on the right shoulder cut by the Zgok's combat claws required the replacement of an entire armor plate, and the joint lubrication layer needed to be replaced anew after moisture and intense close combat. Sanders conducted a comprehensive overhaul of the Gundam in the maintenance workshop together with the Earth Federation Forces maintenance team of Jaburo, placing every single item from armor and joints to the fire control system onto the repair list. During the time waiting for repairs to be completed, Amuro Ray sat by the feet of the Gundam in the hangar and turned on his handheld console. The screen lit up, and the blocks began to fall. He continued playing Tetris from the paused state. His high score had already been refreshed twice during online battles with Ling Zhan at the supply base before. Sayla Mas walked over from the direction of the port. She sat down beside the ankle armor on the other side of the Gundam. Inside the hangar, there was only the low humming sound of the cooling fans and the electronic sound effects coming from the handheld console. Char Aznabul said that I am still being used as a tool by the Federation, Amuro Ray said, his fingers continuing to move on the directional pad. He said Ramba Ral might have taught me a soldier's duty, but a soldier's duty is precisely to be used as a tool by others. Sayla Mas gently rubbed her fingers on her knees. She said, I saw him in the port corridor. His Zgok's main camera was blinded by you, leaving only the auxiliary camera. He saw me using the auxiliary camera. Did you say anything to him? Said nothing at all. Amuro Ray's fingers paused for a split second on the directional pad of the gaming handheld, then continued moving, a row of blocks filling up and disappearing. When he said those words, I thought he was communicating with me. When we were in the asteroid belt, he said, perhaps we are of the same kind, and I thought he really wanted to tell me something. Underground in Jaburo, he said, you just pulled the trigger, and I thought he was provoking me. Later, Ling Zhan said a sentence in the communication channel. He said that when Ramba Ral beat me, he never talked nonsense in the channel. Char Aznabul was not like that. Then I understood, all the words Char Aznable spoke in the public channel are weapons. It was like this when he first fought against me. He was testing my reaction speed, probing the loopholes in my thinking with words, and distracting me by constantly tossing out questions. It was never communication. Never. From the moment I first boarded the Gundam, he has been dealing with me in this way. Sayla Mas fell silent for a long time. Ramba Ral is not like that. When Ramba Ral recognized me, he told me to leave quickly. He was protecting me, ever since I was a child. Yes. Ramba Ral does not hate Char Aznable, but he will not forgive what Char Aznable has done either. Sayla Mas repeated those words in a low voice. I think I am too. Amuro Ray did not respond, merely handing the handheld console to her. Sayla Mas took the handheld console, pressed the directional pad, and the blocks began to fall. Ling Zhan reported the intervention of Celestial Being to General Revel in the command center. He concealed the fact that he was the pilot of Celestial Being, limiting the report content to an unidentified blue and white MS assisted in bomb disposal in the underground tunnel of Jaburo, attacked no Federation or Zeon forces, and has withdrawn on its own. General Revel characterized Celestial Being as an unidentified third party, instructed the intelligence department to continue tracking, and listed Celestial Being as a priority observation target. Ling Zhan did not reveal any emotion. He confirmed the status of the Ashia in his consciousness, it was recovered intact without a single scratch, and Trans-AM was not activated. Bright Noah stood in front of the porthole of the Jaburo underground port. Outside the window was the black water surface of the underground lake. The hull of the white base was behind him, and the maintenance crew members were repairing the new scars on the side of the hull slashed by the Zgok's combat claws during the Battle of Jaburo. He took the latest supplies list from Mirai Yashima, checked it item by item, signed to confirm, had the propellant filled up and ammunition replenished in place, the Gundam repairs completed, and the white base together ready to sortie at any time. Ling Zhan walked back to the bridge from the command center. Bright Noah handed the supplies list to him to review. General Revel's transfer order has arrived. The white base has been incorporated into the main fleet for the Battle of Odessa, and we will depart in 3 days, Bright Noah said. Odessa. Ling Zhan repeated the name. He knew the outcome of this battle. The Earth Federation forces would win a Pyrrhic victory, the Zeon forces' Earth area army would completely retreat, and Kycilia Zabi's forces would retreat back to space, but the process would be more tragic than described in any combat records. Bright Noah glanced at him. You know about Odessa? The Zeon forces' largest mining base on Earth. The core of the occupied area directly commanded by Kycilia Zabi, where the Earth Federation forces will assemble the main fleet to launch a comprehensive offensive, cutting off the mineral resource supply line of the Zeon forces on Earth, Ling Zhan said. There is also information about Odessa in your father's data. There are many things in my father's data, Ling Zhan said, then pulled the supplies list away from Bright Noah's hand. I'll go help Mirai Yashima check the ammunition count. When the maintenance and resupply of the white base in Jaburo were fully completed, there were less than 3 days left before departure for the Battle of Odessa. The Gundam was fully repaired and upgraded, and the gun cannon and gun tank also completed their respective repairs. Ling Zhan stood in front of the porthole of the underground port, with hundreds of meters thick rock layers overhead and the black water surface of the underground lake beneath his feet. Char Aznable had retreated, Celestial Being had appeared twice at critical moments, Jaburo had been defended, but Odessa still lay ahead. That was the core of the occupied area directly commanded by Kycilia Zabi, and the Earth Federation forces were assembling the largest-scale MS force in history to prepare for a comprehensive offensive. Amuro Ray sat in the Gundam's cockpit, performing one final integration of the data collected from all past battles. The Goof's footwork, the Zgok's underwater mobility mode, the attack angles of Char Aznable's habitual combat claws, all were integrated into a new set of mobility parameters, formally named Ramba Mobility. He re-edited the remarks column, Ramba Ral, a respectable opponent, not a villain, it's just a pity that we stood on different stances. Then he turned off the auxiliary screen, pulled out the handheld console from his pilot suit's pocket, and continued playing Tetris. The online battle records between him and Ling Zhan were still in the save file. Sayla Mas stood in front of the porthole of the port. The black water surface of the underground lake reflected the cold white light of the port illumination lamps. She had seen Char Aznable. He had recognized her, but did not stop, and she said nothing. The distance between her and her brother was closer now than ever before, but that crack had not healed because of it, it had only become clearer. She made a decision in her heart, the next time she saw Char Aznable, she would speak up proactively. Chapter 21, Awarding of Ranks. Gundam was lying on the maintenance rack at Jaburo. Sanders led the Earth Federation Forces maintenance team to replace the entire armor plate on the right shoulder that had been sliced open by the Zgok's claw, completely re-injected the joint lubrication layer, and added a moisture-proof seal to the beam rifle's targeting sensor. From Side 7 to Jaburo, this mobile suit had its armor plates replaced countless times, but its frame remained the original one. At least up until now, whether in Zeon or the Earth Federation forces, this MS's performance was top tier. Amuro Ray stood beside the maintenance rack holding a data pad, its screen displaying all the maneuver data he had collected since the battle under Earth's gravity. Sand hydraulic adjustments, ruin direction changes, cave wall catapulting, he integrated these data points one by one into Gundam's fire control system. Without giving it a name, he simply kept that sentence in the notes column, a worthy opponent. Ling Zhan walked in from the doorway of the hangar. Amuro Ray did not turn around, continuing to swipe through the parameter lists on the data pad. Ling Zhan walked up to the maintenance rack and glanced at the densely packed maneuver parameters on the screen in Amuro Ray's hands. Behind every parameter was a labeled source: sand, ruins, cave. 3 locations corresponding to 3 clashes. Everything's recorded. Everything's recorded. Amuro Ray placed the data pad on the maintenance rack and created a new line next to the notes column. He typed a few words, deleted them, and typed them again. After repeating this several times, he kept the final version. Ling Zhan did not look at those words, he merely leaned against the support pillar of the maintenance rack, waiting for Amuro Ray to turn off the screen. When all crew members of White Base were summoned to the officer conference room at Jaburo Base, Kai Shirden was still chewing on half a compressed biscuit. 2 rows of Earth Federation Forces officers stood inside the conference room, and behind the long table at the very front sat a middle-aged man whose shoulder boards were adorned with general stars. Bright Noah stood at the very front of the White Base lineup, his back straight. An Earth Federation Forces officer reads the reorganization order. The 13th Autonomous Corps is incorporated into the regular fleet, and all members are awarded active duty military ranks. Bright Noah is promoted to captain, officially assuming the post of captain of White Base. Kai Shirden is granted the rank of Master Sergeant, Hayato Kobayashi the rank of Sergeant, Sayla Mas the rank of Ensign, and Mirai Yashima the rank of Ensign. Amuro Ray is granted the rank of Ensign, serving as the dedicated pilot of the RX-78-2 Gundam. The fallen Ryu Jose is posthumously promoted by 2 ranks. Amuro Ray's complexion changed upon hearing posthumously promoted by 2 ranks. His fingers clenched tightly along the seams of his trousers, his knuckles turning white. While the officer continued reading the next section of the order, Amuro Ray's voice directly cut him off. Just a 2-rank promotion. When we were fighting bloody battles on the front lines, headquarters never gave us any support. Now that someone has died in battle, they just brush it off with a piece of paper for a rank, without even a single word of thanks. All eyes in the conference room locked onto him. The officer reading the orders stopped reading the document in his hands, looking up at the 15-year-old youth. The officer's face glowed an unnatural red under the fluorescent lights. Ensign, what's your language? I haven't accepted the rank yet. The officer raised his hand. Amuro Ray dodged to the side, his evasive movement and instinctive reaction forged entirely on the battlefield, hardly slower than dodging Char Aznable's claws. The officer's palm brushed past his hair, slapping empty air. A dead silence fell over the conference room. Not even my dad has ever hit me. Ling Zhan recalled a certain someone's iconic scene in his mind. Bright Noah stepped across from the front of the lineup, his body shielding between Amuro Ray and the officer. His captain's shoulder boards gleamed cold under the light. Sir, my subordinate just fought for nearly 2 hours against a Zeon Forces Zgok squad in the underground tunnels of Jaburo. His reactions are still stuck in combat mode. Please allow me to apologize on his behalf. The officer looked at Bright Noah. Bright Noah did not back down. The officer withdrew his hand, straightened his collar, and picked up the document again. Bright Noah turned his head and said to Amuro Ray in a low voice, "Get back in line." Amuro Ray stepped back into the line. He kept his head lowered, gripping the ensign shoulder board tightly in his hand. The Earth Federation Forces emblem on the shoulder board pressed into his palm, its metallic edge catching between his fingers. He remembered many people. Lieutenant Matilda's supply fleet being ambushed by Zeon fighters on the outskirts of Odessa, the flash of explosions illuminating the entire mining area under the night sky, the civilian quarter of Side 7 sprayed by Zako autocannons, the bullet holes in the walls dense as a sieve. The last words Garma Zabi shouted at the canyon exit, the calm tone Ramba Ral had used when asking his name in the desert, as calm as when he set down the grenade in the hallway of White Base. Some of these people were alive, some were dead, and some he wasn't sure about. Now he had an ensign shoulder board in his hand, but those who had died couldn't even get a single shoulder board. He put the shoulder board into his pocket, neither throwing it onto the ground nor putting it on. Froa whispered in the line, "You shouldn't talk back to a superior in public," but Amuro Ray did not answer. The officer closed the document, calmed his emotions, and looked up to sweep his gaze over the lineup. His eyes paused on Ling Zhan for a moment. Ling Zhan, temporary tactical advisor of White Base. Headquarters has no official roster record for you. The officer turned a page, then another. You boarded the ship as a civilian at Side 7 and have not registered in the Earth Federation Forces personnel system to this day. According to regulations, non-rostered personnel are not granted military ranks. Bright Noah stepped forward. Sir, Ling Zhan has served as tactical advisor on the bridge of White Base ever since Side 7. He participated in all combat deployments against Char Aznable, assisted in sinking a Zeon Forces Papua-class supply ship, provided crucial tactical advice during the offensive and defensive Battle of Luna 2, and accurately predicted the Zeon Forces' infiltration route during the Jaburo Underground Tunnel battle. As captain of White Base, I request headquarters to grant him an official rank. The officer looked at Bright Noah, then back at Ling Zhan. The room was silent for a few seconds. The officer reopened the document, turned to the last page, wrote a few lines in the blank space, and then looked up. Ling Zhan, in view of the official recommendation by Captain Bright Noah, captain of White Base, as well as your continuous performance in multiple battles since Side 7, headquarters has decided to convert your previous temporary appointment into an official roster entry, granting you the rank of ensign and incorporating you into the regular sequence of the Earth Federation forces, exercising the authority of an ensign during your service aboard White Base. Your service record shall be calculated from the date you boarded at Side 7. The officer closed the document and instructed someone to bring over an ensign shoulder board. The Earth Federation Forces emblem on the shoulder board gleamed cold white under the fluorescent lights. Ling Zhan stepped forward from the end of the line, took the shoulder board, and glanced down at it. This shoulder board was identical to the one in Amuro Ray's hand. He then put the shoulder board into the inner pocket of his jacket. From Side 7 until now, he had always stood beside Bright Noah on the bridge, participating in every battle decision under the ambiguous identity of tactical advisor. Bright Noah trusted him, Amuro Ray trusted him, and the others on the bridge gradually stopped questioning him as well. However, within the Earth Federation Forces system, a civilian without a rank standing in front of the tactical screen giving orders meant spending time every single time they encountered regular military personnel explaining why he had the qualification to stand there. But now that was no longer necessary. Although the rank of ensign wasn't high, it was enough for him to speak directly in the command center next time without having to wait for Bright Noah to explain his identity. After the meeting ended, Kai Shirden patted Ling Zhan's shoulder in the corridor. He pointed at his new Master Sergeant armband on his military uniform, then pointed at the empty spot on Ling Zhan's jacket. Provisional ensign. Official, Ling Zhan said. Kai Shirden froze for a moment. When did that temporary appointment of yours happen? How come I've never heard of it? Ling Zhan retrieved the ensign shoulder board from his inner pocket and spun it on his fingertips. It's been temporary ever since Side 7. Isn't it great that it's official today? Kai Shirden said, so you're the same as Amuro Ray now. Ling Zhan put the shoulder board back into his pocket without answering. He was different from Amuro Ray. Amuro Ray was forced to accept the military rank, whereas he chose to accept this identity on his own. This identity would not change what he actually did aboard White Base. To him, a military rank was merely a tool, celestial being was his true destination. After the ceremony ended, Amuro Ray returned to the hangar. Gundam was still lying on the maintenance rack, the new armor plate on its right shoulder reflecting a shade of off-white slightly lighter than the original under the lighting. He sat down at Gundam's feet, leaning his back against the cold Luna titanium alloy feet. Ling Zhan walked over from the corridor and sat down beside him. The two remained silent for a while. Underground at Jaburo, Char Aznable said I'm still being used as a tool by the Federation. Amuro Ray's voice was flat, unlike its sharpness in the conference room just now. When he said that back then, I got enraged, and my assault turned frantic for a bit. That was when the armor on my right shoulder got sliced open by him. It was only when I heard you say that sentence over the comm channel later that I calmed down. Which sentence? You said Ramba Ral never spouted nonsense on the channel when fighting me, while Char Aznable speaks nothing but nonsense. Amuro Ray leaned the back of his head against Gundam's ankle armor, looking up at the lights on the hangar ceiling. Ramba Ral didn't say more than 5 sentences total. Give me 3 more minutes. What is your name? You are indeed a worthy opponent. Char Aznable talks every time we clash. About the Federation, about the war, about how we are of the same kind. Back in the asteroid belt, I thought he was communicating. Underground at Jaburo, I thought he was provoking. Now I know every single word he spoke was to collect data, testing Gundam's firepower parameters, testing my reaction speed, testing my cognitive flaws. It was never communication at all. Maybe he wanted to communicate, but I can't feel it now. Ling Zhan said, so do you know Char Aznable's attack pattern now? Amuro Ray said, I do. He won't change his tactics, probe first, then verbal interference, and close in when the opponent is distracted. He exposed a weakness underground at Jaburo, which is that he talked too much, exposing his own judgment process. Amuro Ray pulled that ensign shoulder board from his pocket, looking at the Earth Federation Forces emblem on it. Just now in the conference room, when that officer raised his hand to hit me, I dodged. If that slap had hit my face, it probably would have been slightly lighter than the Zgok's claw. However, if he actually manages to hit me, I'll really be angry. After all, even my dad has never hit me. Ling Zhan glanced at the shoulder insignia, then looked at Amuro Ray. You're a formal soldier now. Whether you like this rank or not, your words will carry weight in the military department from now on. The next time you want to curse at them, write it down in the form of a report. They can't slap you in the face over a written report. Amuro Ray flipped the shoulder insignia over to look at the back. There was nothing on the back, just a piece of metal. He put the shoulder insignia back into his pocket. Sayla Mas stood in front of the porthole of the underground port. Outside the window was the underground lake of Jaburo. The black water surface reflected the cold white light of the port's floodlights. During the commissioning ceremony, she had stood in the third row of the formation, and when she received her rank appointment letter, she hadn't looked at the text on it. Her rank appointment letter was now folded and placed in the breast pocket of her uniform, the edges of the paper pressing against the fabric. Ryu only made it to lieutenant junior grade. Among his belongings was half a can of unfinished cola that Ling Zhan had given him at the desert supply base. He had never been willing to finish it, saying he would save it to open after the Battle of Odessa. He didn't live to see the Battle of Odessa. When Sayla Mas saw on the bridge that his gun cannon's cockpit had been pierced by a Zgok's combat claw, she was organizing that day's communication records in her hands. She heard Bright Noah calling Ryu in the channel, and the call lasted for a full 30 seconds in the channel before stopping. Ling Zhan walked over from the direction of the port corridor, but Sayla Mas did not turn her head. When I saw Char Aznable in the port corridor, that red Zgok paused in front of me for a moment. The main camera had been blinded by Amuro Ray, but the auxiliary cameras were still rotating. He saw me, and then he kept walking. No communication, no pause, nothing at all. Ling Zhan leaned against the wall beside the porthole without speaking. Sayla Mas said that when Ramba Rao recognized her in the white base corridor, he told her to leave quickly. That was the reaction of a protector, exactly the same as the person in her memories who had pushed her into the cargo holds in Turlayer and said, "Don't make a sound." Both of them were former subordinates of Zeon Zoom Dakuin and had protected her and her brother. But one told her to leave quickly when he recognized her, while the other didn't stop when he recognized her. I've thought about it for a long time. Both he and Ramba Rao came from the Zeon Zoom Dakuin era and both hated the Zabis. Why did one person become Ramba Rao, and the other become Char Aznable? Sayla Mas's voice was very soft. Later I stopped thinking about it. Some problems aren't things I can figure out, but there is one question I can ask him in person. Ling Zhan asked her what she planned to ask. Ask him why he didn't stop. Not to get the answer, I already know that answer. It to make him say it out loud himself, to let him know he didn't stop, and to let him know that I am asking this question standing right in front of him, not because I am an Earth Federation Forces soldier, but because I am Salem, Massachusetts. Then when do you plan to ask? The next time I see him. Sayla Mas turned around and faced Ling Zhan. In space, probably. When Bright Noah attended the pre-battle meeting at the Jaburo headquarters, new captain's shoulder insignia were on his shoulders. He sat among a group of Earth Federation Forces officers at least a full cycle older than him, his waist and back straight, maintaining a posture as rigid as when Captain Paul Cassius was still around. The Earth Federation Forces assembled their main fleet to launch a full-scale attack on Odessa. Odessa was the Zeon Force's largest mining base on Earth and the core of the occupied zone directly commanded by Kycilia Zabi, with defensive forces far exceeding any previous battlefield. The White Base was incorporated into the left-wing assault group, with the Gundam acting as the vanguard mobile suit. General Revel personally issued the combat order. After returning to the bridge, Bright Noah projected the Odessa mining area map and the Zeon Force's defense line deployment onto the tactical screen. The mine pits were densely packed like a honeycomb, and the underground mine tunnel network was complex and intertwined. Ling Zhan stood in front of the tactical screen, looking at those markers. He knew the outcome of this battle. Earth Federation Forces casualties exceeded 1/3, and the mining area was completely destroyed, but the process would be far more tragic than described in any combat record. Ling Zhan brought up the system interface. Gundam Ashia, condition intact, particles fully loaded, trans-AM cooldown complete. If Celestial Being needed to make a third move during the Battle of Odessa, he wouldn't hesitate. After the meeting ended, Bright Noah encountered Ling Zhan in the bridge corridor and glanced at Ling Zhan's gray jacket. On the eve of the sortie, Amuro Ray completed the final calibration in the Gundam's cockpit. All parameters of the fire control system had been reviewed 3 times, and the data learned from Ramba Rao lay quietly on the screen in the remarks column. He turned off the screen, took a handheld gaming device out of his pilot suit pocket, and sat by the Gundam's feet. Inside the hangar, there was only the low humming sound of the cooling fans. Ling Zhan walked over from the direction of the hangar. He sat down beside the ankle armor on the other side of the Gundam, not holding any handheld device, just leaning against the Gundam's ankle with his eyes closed. Ashia was standing by in the hangar, green particles flowing slowly across the armor surface, separated from each other by a corridor and several layers of armor plates. Amuro Ray played for a while before turning off the handheld device. "Are you confident about fighting Char Aznable?" Ling Zhan asked. "Confident?" Amuro Ray repeated. "Yes." Amuro Ray put the handheld device into his pocket. "The next time he speaks, I won't be distracted again. I'll wait for him to expose his own flaws." Amuro Ray stood up and walked toward the Gundam's elevator. Halfway there, he paused for a second without looking back. Inside the hangar, there was only the low humming sound of the Gundam's cooling fans. Amuro Ray continued climbing up and climbed into the cockpit. The hatch closed, and the sound of the hydraulic locks engaging echoed briefly in the empty hangar before disappearing. "The next time I see him, I'll ask him why he didn't stop." Amuro Ray looked at her. Her expression was calm, but her fingers resting on the edge of her pocket tightened slightly. "You should already know the answer to this question." "I know. But I still want to make him say it out loud himself." Amuro Ray nodded. Sayla Mass turned around, left the hangar, and walked toward the bridge. Her military boots made crisp echoes stepping on the metal deck, and every step was very steady. Early the next morning, the white base lifted off from Jaburo. The propellants were filled, ammunition was replenished, and the bullet scars on the hull had been hastily patched up by the maintenance crew before departure. The paint color of the patches was a shade lighter than the original armor, looking like unhealed scars. Hundreds of GMS and warships gathered above the clouds, their engine exhaust plumes dragging countless white trails across the sea of clouds. The Earth Federation Force's largest-scale MS force in history was advancing westward, targeting Odessa. Amuro Ray activated the fire control system in the Gundam's cockpit. The parameters learned from Ramba Rao flashed across the screen in the remarks column. The parameter table lay quietly deep in the database, with no name, no tags, only strings upon strings of numerical values. He reached out and touched the handheld device in his pilot suit pocket, then touched the second lieutenant's shoulder insignia in the other pocket. He took out the shoulder insignia and looked at it for a few seconds. The metal surface reflected the cold light of the cockpit instrument panel. He put the shoulder insignia into the zippered inner pocket of his pilot suit and zipped it up. Then he gripped the control sticks with both hands. Sayla Mass stood in front of the bridge porthole. The clouds churned below, and the blue arc of the Earth slowly rose from the horizon. She looked at that arc, remembering what Ramba Rao had said to her in the white base corridor, and what Char Aznable hadn't said to her in the port corridor. She would speak up the next time she saw Char Aznable. That next time was not far away. Ling Zhan stood in the corner of the bridge, his brain quantum wave sensing the state of everyone in the fleet. Amuro Ray's quiet waiting in the cockpit, Bright Noah's new captain's shoulder insignia on his shoulder, Mirai Yashima's fingers gripping the helm, Kai Shiden's breathing rhythm in the turret control room, and Sayla Mass's silence in front of the porthole. Then there were the pilots of hundreds of GMS further away, some nervous, some excited, and some just mechanically repeating the pre-sortie check procedures. Odessa was right ahead. It was the Zeon force's last stronghold on Earth. Kaisilia Zabi was commanding her troops deep in the mining area, and Char Aznable was waiting in the shadows for their next clash. Meanwhile, Ashia was standing by in the hangar, green particles breathing quietly on the armor surface. The final major battle of the Earth arc was about to begin. Chapter 22, Battle of Odessa. On the eve of the battle, Amuro Ray completed his final fire control calibration in the cockpit of the Gundam. On the auxiliary screen, the footwork parameters he had learned from Ramba Rao were listed one by one. Sand hydraulic adjustments, changing direction in ruins, cave wall catapulting, they had no names, just lying quietly in the depths of the database. Next to each parameter, the source location and time were noted: desert, oasis, Jaburo underground tunnel. He reviewed them one by one, confirmed that every single one was precise and accurate, and then turned off the screen. Only the cold light of the instrument panel remained in the cockpit. He took his handheld console out of his pilot suit pocket. The screen lit up, but he didn't go looking for Ling Zhan. The Ashia was on standby in the hangar. On this eve of sorties, they each stayed in their own spaces. He played for a while, turned off the console, and walked to the hangar porthole. The outline of the Odessa mining area was faintly visible in the night. The towering mining towers cast long, thin shadows under the moonlight, and the hills of abandoned slag looked like black waves. Behind him was the white silhouette of the Gundam, its cockpit door on the chest wide open. Ling Zhan stood alone in the hangar, looking up at the Ashia. GN particles breathed quietly on the surface of the armor, their green halo flowing slowly in the darkness. He brought up the system interface to confirm its status: intact, particles fully charged, trans-AM cooldown complete. Celestial being had acted twice already, the first time slicing Char Aznable into a limbless torso in space, and the second time defusing bombs underground in Jaburo, yet they still lost Ryu. If Odessa required a third intervention, he would not hesitate. What a cruel era indeed. He closed the interface and teleported out of the hangar. He didn't use any clones. Amuro Ray was walking over from the direction of the hangar. Lieutenant Commander Matilda's supply fleet will arrive tomorrow, Ling Zhan said. I heard. The Earth Federation forces have deployed 30 GMs this time. It's the first time mass-produced MS will be charging alongside us. Bright Noah wants you to lead the vanguard. Yeah. I'll be staying on the bridge. Amuro Ray glanced at him. Will Bright Noah let you command? My current rank is the same as yours. Standing by the tactical screen, I no longer need him to explain things to me. Amuro Ray reached into his pocket and felt the second lieutenant insignia. Mine is still in my pocket. The two were silent for a moment before Amuro Ray spoke first. If Ryu were here, he would probably still be doing the final checks on the gun cannon. Preparation Lizzie Grim Reapervisit. If you do not neglect your preparations, the Grim Reaper will not visit you, Amuro. Having said that, Ling Zhan patted Amuro's shoulder and walked away. The Kolakan left behind by Ryu was retrieved by him from the wreckage of the gun cannon, and it now sat next to the console in Kai's turret control room. Kai hadn't thrown it away even now. On the bridge, Bright Noah checked the operational plan one last time. White Base was assigned to the rear assault strike force, bypassing the Zeon defensive line to launch a direct attack on the mining facilities. The Gundam would advance deep into the mining area as the vanguard, the gun cannon would provide mid-range artillery support from the high ground, and Kai's anti-air turrets would establish an air defense perimeter along the ship's flanks. Mirai Yashima projected the map of the mining area onto the tactical screen. The mining pits were as dense as a honeycomb, and the underground tunnel network was intricately intertwined. Bright Noah ran his finger across the tunnel map. Second Lieutenant Ling Zhan, if you sense any ambush signals, report them directly to me. Understood. Ling Zhan stood by the console and saluted. This was the first time since receiving his official rank that he had heard Bright Noah address him by his rank on the bridge. The Battle of Odessa broke out at dawn. The Earth Federation forces launched simultaneous attacks from the west, northwest, and north. Hundreds of Type 61 tanks charged toward the Zeon defensive line in a wedge formation under the morning light, while tens of thousands of artillery pieces kept up a continuous barrage from the rear. The shell impacts turned the defensive fortifications on the outskirts of the mining area into a sea of fire, with thick smoke billowing into columns of black clouds in the morning sky. White Base bypassed to the rear of the Zeon forces to launch a surprise attack. The Gundam leaped from the catapult deck, becoming the first to engage the Zeon patrol forces amidst the ruins of the mining area. Utilizing the terrain of the mining area, the steep slopes at the edges of the pits, the curves of the transport rails, and the structural blind spots of the abandoned factories, Amuro Ray put all the footwork he had learned under gravity into actual combat. The first Zaku rushed out from the side of a factory building, its machine gun sweeping toward the Gundam's breastplate. Amuro Ray dodged to the left, stepping on the gravel of the mine cart tracks. Using the slope of the track's curve, he executed a sharp turn that would have previously required thruster assistance. The beam rifle fired the instant he spun around, hitting the Zaku's waist, and the high-energy beam particles pierced straight through the cockpit. A second unit leaped from the edge of the pit, attempting to suppress him from above. The Gundam used the steep slope of the pit's edge to leap in the opposite direction, severing the Zaku's right arm joint with its beam saber in midair, and absorbing less impact on its knees upon landing than it would have on sand. A third unit peeked out from the window of an abandoned factory to shoot. Without using his thrusters, Amuro Ray leaned directly against the factory's outer wall, using the structural blind spot of the wall to avoid the line of fire. The moment the Zaku poked its head out, he used his beam rifle to shoot out its main camera, followed by another shot that pierced the cockpit. Hayato Kobayashi piloted the gun cannon on the high ground to provide mid-range artillery support. The anti-air turrets of White Base, operated by Kai, established an air defense perimeter along the ship's flanks. The Zeon forces' ground artillery and Zaku squads pressed in from multiple directions simultaneously, but White Base's line of advance was never broken. On the bridge, Ling Zhan stood next to Bright Noah. With his eyes closed, his brain quantum waves penetrated the metal walls of the bridge and the rock strata of the mining area, sensing the position of every enemy machine underground. Under the interference of the rock strata, his LV.2 range was compressed from 200 meters to about 150 meters, but his sensing precision did not decrease. He caught 3 ambush signals maneuvering toward White Base's flanks. There are 3 Zakus in the Sector B mining tunnels, circling around our left flank. On the Sector C high ground, there is a goof waiting for us to enter its firing range. At the bottom of the Sector D pit, 2 Zakus are hiding behind the conveyor belt with their thrusters still running, preparing to ambush the Gundam. Bright Noah adjusted their course one by one to avoid the ambush zones, and Mirai Yashima looked back at Ling Zhan. How do you know that? Bright Noah didn't even turn his head. Second Lieutenant, keep marking them. Ling Zhan continued to sense with his eyes closed. His brain quantum waves struggled through the rock strata, groping in the darkness like a probe. If only I had GN particles to amplify it. The Federation supply ship Medea arrived at the outskirts of Odessa during a lull in the battle. Lieutenant Commander Matilda escorted the supplies to support White Base. Her ship lowered its altitude in the morning light, preparing to unload at a temporary landing point on the outskirts of the mining area. The escort fleet had only 4 light fighter jets, a number insufficient to cover the flanks of the transport fleet. Inside the Gundam's cockpit, Amuro Ray saw the silhouette of the Medea descending from the clouds. He let go of the control stick and stretched his fingers, preparing to continue advancing deep into the mining area. Then, his perception suddenly jumped. On the side of the Medea's descent path, 3 rapidly moving signals were rushing out from deep within the mining area. The DOMs utilized their hover jet system's high-speed maneuverability on rugged terrain to cut in from the flanks of the transport fleet. Lieutenant Commander Matilda, enemies are approaching from your right. Amuro Ray pressed the communication key while the Gundam's thrusters ignited, rushing toward the Medea. It was already too late. The 3 DOMs were far faster than the Zakus and Goofs. Leaping out from the shadows of the mining pits, their bazookas fired simultaneously at the Medea's engine room. The escort fleet attempted to intercept, but the DOMs dodged continuously under hover propulsion. 2 of the 4 fighter jets were shot down within 2 rounds of engagement. Matilda's bridge was hit, thick black smoke billowed from the Medea's engine room, and the hull began to list to starboard. Her adjutant shouted over the communication channel for her to eject, but she simply said, "Protect the supplies," and then the communication cut off. The Medea exploded in midair. The blast lit up the entire mining area in the morning sky, and the shockwave pushed back the surrounding clouds, leaving a void. Debris scattered like rain over the ruins of the mining area, and the burning wreckage continued to smolder on the ground for a long time. Inside the Gundam's cockpit, Amuro Ray saw the fiery blast of the Medea's explosion. His fingers tightened around the control stick, his knuckles turning white. The cockpit was dead silent, save for the low-frequency humming of the instrument panel. Looking at the expanding fireball, he remembered when Ryu's cockpit was pierced by the Zgok's claws underground in Jaburo, and how Bright Noah had called out over the communication channel for 30 seconds with no response. Now, the fireball of the Medea's explosion was slowly rising into the morning sky of Odessa, overlapping with the scene of the gun cannon's wreckage burning in the tunnel when Ryu was killed in action. He didn't roar, nor did he lose control. He simply turned the Gundam toward the direction of the black tri-stars. The 3 DOMs were withdrawing from the Medea's explosion area, preparing to slip back deep into the mining area. On the bridge, Ling Zhan saw the Medea explode. Bright Noah's hands clenched tightly around the edge of the console. Mirai Yashima covered her mouth, and Kai cursed in the turret control room. Ling Zhan's brain quantum waves captured Amuro Ray's emotions. It wasn't anger, nor was it sadness, but a colder, sharper focus. Ling Zhan pressed the communication key. The 3-machine rotation formation. Every time they swap positions, the middle machine needs to slow down and wait for the wingmen to finish their attack before filling the gap. That window is less than 3 seconds. Amuro Ray's voice came through the communication channel. Roger. The 3 DOMs rushed out from deep within the mining area. Gaia, Mash, and Ortega, the black tri-stars who had risen to fame and dominated in the Battle of Lum, and the Zeon force's strongest MS squad on Earth. The DOMs were much heavier than Zaku's and Goofs, but with their hover jet systems, their maneuverability far exceeded any ground-type MS. The 3 machines moved across the rugged terrain of the mining area as if it were flat ground, rotating their formation smoothly and precisely. Gaia's machine acted as the pivot to pin the enemy from the front, while Masha's and Ortega's machines alternately cut in from both sides. This was their signature tactic, Gaia would draw the opponent's attention with frontal fire, while Mash and Ortega looked for openings on the flanks. The rhythm of their rotation was extremely fast. Each time they rotated, Mash's machine needed to slow down and wait for Ortega's machine to complete its attack before swapping positions. This gap lasted less than 3 seconds. In the previous Battle of Lum, this gap had never been exploited by any opponent. Amuro Ray tangled with them in the ruins of the mining area for nearly 10 minutes. He constantly moved the Gundam between the pits, tracks, and factories, using the terrain to create a feint. The Gundam pretended to lose its balance at the edge of a pit, its posture tilting to the right, resembling a rookie mistake made by a novice who hadn't fully adapted to a gravity battlefield. Gaia's machine advanced to shorten the firing distance. Mash's machine and Ortega's machine rotated according to their formation. Mash's machine slowed down, waiting for Ortega's machine to complete its attack from the right before swapping positions. The exact instant Mash's machine slowed down, the Gundam's posture suddenly snapped back to normal. Precise center of gravity control. Amuro Ray had learned this technique in the desert while watching Ramba Ral adjust his footwork with a half-wrecked goof to combat the soft sandy terrain. Luring the opponent into a fixed trajectory with a seemingly out-of-control posture, and then counterattacking at a moment of his own choosing. He dodged to the left, stepping on the gravel of the mine cart tracks. The slope of the track's curve provided the perfect angle for a sharp turn. In less than a single breath, the Gundam completed the entire sequence of actions from losing balance, to dodging, to firing. A single shot from the beam rifle pierced straight through Mash's cockpit. The Dom's heavy armor was like paper before the beam particles. Inside the cockpit, Mash was instantly engulfed by the high temperature, vaporizing directly without a shred of pain. The first gap appeared in the black tri-stars formation. Amuro Ray gave the remaining two no chance to adjust. Gaia and Ortega tried to reform into a two-machine rotation, but with Ortega's machine losing its wingman, he was forced to fill the gap, cutting in from a flank attack angle he shouldn't have been responsible for. Facing Char Aznabul's Skok in the Jaburo underground tunnels had taught Amuro Ray one thing: wait for the enemy to expose a weakness on their own, rather than trying to force an opportunity within the enemy's rhythm. He was waiting for this exact moment when Ortega filled the gap. The Gundam dodged sideways, and the rocket from Ortega's machine grazed past the Gundam's right shoulder. The Gundam's beam saber slashed upward from below, piercing Ortega's machine at close range. The particle blade cut in from the Dom's belly and pierced out through its back, causing the second Dom to explode. The last remaining Gaia tried to launch a frontal charge alone. He did not retreat. The Black Tri-Stars had never retreated since the Battle of Lum. Gaia's Rick-Dom rushed towards the Gundam with maximum hovercraft thrust, its bazooka firing continuously at close range, every single shot aimed at the Gundam's cockpit. Amuro did not dodge. The Gundam steadied its center of gravity, adopting the stance learned in the desert, the posture Ramba used when pushing against his chest armor with his remaining limbs during his final charge, and took Gaia's bazooka fire head-on with its shield, shattering the bazooka shells against the Luna titanium alloy shield. The Gundam's beam rifle was aimed point-blank at the cockpit of Gaia's mobile suit. With a single shot, Gaia's Rick-Dom continued to slide forward for over a dozen meters under the momentum of its charge before crashing heavily to the ground. All three Rick-Doms were destroyed, and the Black Tri-Stars were completely wiped out. Amuro said nothing on the public channel. He gasped heavily in the cockpit, his finger resting on the trigger without loosening. The wreckage of the three Rick-Doms burned over the mining area ruins, black smoke billowing in the morning sky. He recalled the blazing explosion of Lieutenant Commander Matilda, the cockpit of Ryu's machine being pierced underground in Jaburo, and Ramba walking out of the hatch of the White Base after putting down his grenade in the desert. Some of these people were alive, some were dead, and others he wasn't sure about. He pushed the control stick to the center position, and the Gundam stopped in place. He released his hand from the trigger, gripped the control stick again, and pushed down the thrusters, continuing the Gundam's advance deeper into the mining area. When Ling Zhan perceived Amuro destroying the last Rick-Dom from the bridge, his emotions were entirely calm. Bright Noah watched the signals of the three Rick-Doms disappear one by one on the tactical screen and remained silent for a moment. Gundam, continue the advance, target the depths of the mining area. The Earth Federation forces' offensive overwhelmed the Zeon forces' defense line. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, Rebels' Third Army ripped open a breakthrough in the center defense line head-on. Zeon's entire defensive line was cut horizontally, splitting the frontline forces into two sections, east and west. MQ threw in reserves to launch a counterattack in an attempt to plug the gap, but the Earth Federation forces' numerical advantage had become irreversible. The Zeon defense line was continuously compressed to the circular position in the suburbs of Odessa. Kaisilia Zabi ordered a full retreat. She did not provide MQ with any follow-up reinforcements, only adding a single instruction in the encrypted communication: activate the explosives pre-embedded in the mining area. More than 20 explosive locations were distributed throughout the underground mining tunnel network of the Odessa mining area, extending all the way from the depths of the tunnels to key nodes of the surface facilities. Once detonated, the entire mining area would completely collapse, and both the Earth Federation forces still fighting on the surface and the Zeon forces who failed to retreat in time would be buried alive. MQ boarded a Zanzibar-class cruiser, abandoned the remaining ground troops, and ascended alone to retreat back to space, without even notifying his own troops. Ling Zhan's brain quantum wave captured the signal of the explosive fuses being synchronized and activated amid the battlefield chaos. More than 20 locations, distributed underground throughout the mining area, with a countdown of less than 10 minutes. The signal was extremely weak, almost completely drowned out by battlefield noise under the interference of the rock layers, but having previously perceived the signal characteristics of time bombs underground in Jaburo, he was already familiar with this heat source pattern. He said a single sentence to Bright Noah. There are pre-embedded explosives underground in the mining area, more than 20 locations. I'm going out to figure something out. Bright Noah turned his head to glance at him, then turned back and continued facing the screen. Go quickly and return quickly, everyone continue combat operations. Bright Noah's emotions fluctuated slightly within Ling Zhan's perception. Ling Zhan turned around and left the bridge. He summoned the system interface in an empty corridor. Enter the hangar. Leave a clone behind. The clone condensed and formed beside him, wearing the exact same gray jacket and the exact same second lieutenant epaulets as him. The clone nodded at him, adjusted the collar of his jacket, turned and walked back to the bridge, standing at his usual corner position. Mirai Yashima turned her head for a glance, seeing Ling Zhan leaning against the corner with his hands in his pockets, looking exactly the same as usual, and she looked away. The main body entered the hangar. Gundam Ashia lit up its green twin eyes in the darkness, and the GN drive began spinning at full power, its particle halo plating the blue and white armor in a layer of flowing green fluorescence. System teleportation. Received. Ashia transformed into a green beam of light and appeared in the deepest underground tunnel of the Odessa mining area. The interior of the tunnel was terrifyingly dark, with groundwater seeping from the rock walls, and debris frequently falling from overhead due to explosion vibrations. Ashia stood in the center of the tunnel, with the GN drive spinning at full power. Green particles poured out from the armor gaps, diffusing through the narrow space, penetrating rock layers and steel, and covering the entire tunnel network. The particles interfered with the trigger signals of all the explosive fuses, simultaneously delaying the countdowns of the more than 20 explosive locations. The few combat engineers left behind by the Zeon forces attempted manual detonation, but the fuses repeatedly failed under the particle interference. The Earth Federation Forces Bomb Disposal Squad entered the tunnels after receiving instructions from Bright Noah, finding the explosives with interfered fuses one by one and dismantling them. Ashia could not participate in firefights temporarily, and only used the equipped GN field device in the engineer combat zone to isolate the explosion range, blocking the Zeon engineers' firepower outside the field, while the Earth Federation Forces Bomb Disposal Team continued their work under the protection of the field, resulting in all explosives being completely dismantled or isolated, with all more than 20 locations failing. Amuro saw green particles seeping out of the surface from the depths of the tunnels on the ground of the mining area. The particles were extremely weak, almost indistinguishable when mixed with sunlight, but he had seen this light both underground in Jaburo and in space. He recognized it. The Gundam stopped at the edge of the mine pit, and Amuro watched in the cockpit as those green points of light rose from the gaps in the rock layers, flickering faintly in the morning light. A green light. Char Aznable saw the green light mist seeping from underground in the mining area aboard the retreating HLV. The HLV was accelerating upwards, the mining area outside the porthole was shrinking, and that layer of green light mist covered the ground of the mining area, mixing with the sunlight. He had seen the exact same particle color when he was sliced into a torso-limbless state in space, and had seen it once in the underground tunnels of Jaburo. Now this was the third time, and celestial being had appeared for the third time. The first time they dismantled his Zaku, the second time they disposed of bombs in Jaburo, and the third time they disposed of bombs in Odessa. Char Aznable turned off the porthole sunshade and pondered alone for a long time during the silent voyage of the HLV. What on earth is that light? Ling Zhan confirmed that the last explosive charge was dismantled deep in the tunnel, activated Ashia's optical stealth mode, and immediately left the battlefield. After leaving the battlefield, he retrieved Ashia, teleported back to the hangar, and dismissed the clone. He walked back to the bridge and stood at his usual corner position. Mirai Yashima was adjusting the course, glanced back at him, and didn't think much of it. Bright Noah turned his head to glance at him, Ling Zhan nodded slightly, and Bright Noah turned back to continue ordering the advance. Influenced by Celestial Being and the Gundams, the Battle of Odessa ended with a Pyrrhic victory for the Earth Federation forces. The Earth Federation forces suffered heavy casualties, losing over half of their armored units, and the majority of the 30 mass-produced GMs were damaged or destroyed. The Zeon forces' European area army disintegrated, with over 70% of the ground garrison forces captured or killed in action, and more than 700 of the 1,100 deployed ground mobile suits damaged or destroyed. The titanium alloy vein was completely lost, and the Zeon forces' mobile suit mass production capacity would experience a cliff-like decline in the coming months. MQ escaped back to space with his life alone, and Kycilia Zabi's troops all ascended and evacuated. The surviving Zeon troops broke out in two directions. One part boarded HLVs to escape back to space, and the other retreated south toward North Africa, marking the end of large-scale combat on Earth. Amuro destroyed a large number of enemy mobile suits during the battle, including all 3 Rick-Doms of the Black Tri-Stars. The Gundam's armor was damaged in multiple places. The reinforced armor plate on the right shoulder developed cracks from the close-range firing of Gaia's bazooka, one shield was lost, and the left leg joint suffered severe wear from repeated sharp turns in the mining area ruins, but the core skeleton remained intact. Sanders brought the maintenance crew to perform emergency repairs on the temporary landing pad of the mining area. He walked around the Gundam and tapped the cracks on the right shoulder with a wrench. To be beaten to this extent and still stand back up and return. This guy's as tough-lived as you. Amuro did not answer. He stood at the edge of the mining area ruins, looking at the devastated battlefield. The setting sun dyed the ruins of the mine pit a deep red. The abandoned mining tower emitted a metallic groan in the evening wind, and in the distance, Earth Federation forces transport convoys were clearing prisoners of war and the wounded. Ling Zhan walked over and stood beside him. He held a pouch of drinking water in his hand and handed it to Amuro, who took it and took a sip. Lieutenant Commander Matilda is dead. I know. Amuro remained silent for a long time. He took a sip of water and then returned the water pouch to Ling Zhan. This war is finally coming to an end. Ling Zhan did not reply. He knew that the war on Earth was indeed nearing its end, but the war in space had not yet begun. The White Base was assigned to General Revel's direct space pursuit fleet, preparing to return to space. The Odessa mining area smoked black under the setting sun. Kycilia Zabi's troops had all ascended and evacuated, and the large-scale combat on Earth had ended. Kai Shirden was in the turret control room, with Ryu's relic, a cola can, placed next to the console. The can was empty. Ryu had taken his final sip underground in Jaburo. Kai used the cotton cloth used for wiping the turret's gun sight to dust off the surface of the can, placed it back next to the console, and then continued wiping the barrel. Captain Bright Noah flipped through the casualty report of the Battle of Odessa in the captain's seat. On his shoulders were new captain epaulets. The casualty report listed the names of the fallen. Ryu Jose was on the 3rd line, and Matilda A.G. Nice was on the 4th line. He looked at those names, his fingers pausing on the edge of the report, before he turned to the next page and began checking the material supply list. Ling Zhan stood in front of the bridge porthole, leaning his back against the cold metal wall. His brain quantum wave perceived the state of every single person in the fleet. Amuro was sitting at the feet of the Gundam in the hangar, pinching that 2nd Lieutenant epaulet in his hand. Sayla Mass stood in front of the porthole, watching the gradually receding coastline. Her fingers traced across the porthole glass, recalling what she said about asking Char Aznable the next time she saw him. Ling Zhan closed the system settlement interface at the edge of his vision. Amuro's calmness when facing the Black Tri-Stars during the battle, Kai's silence before Ryu's empty cola can, Bright's fingers pausing on the casualty report, and the explosive flash of the media when Lieutenant Commander Matilda was killed, these intense and pure emotions were converted by the system into plus 800 points, bringing the current point balance to about 7,300. He closed the interface. The numbers were not important. What mattered was what came next. Celestial Being had intervened 3 times, the first time slicing Char Aznable into a torso-limbless state, the second time saving civilians in Jaburo, and the 3rd time protecting the Odessa mining area. The Earth Federation Forces Intelligence Department had adjusted Celestial Being from an unknown third party to a priority observation target. After witnessing Celestial Being 3 times, Char Aznable would continue to track Celestial Being in space while completing his ultimate revenge against the Zabi family. Amuro walked from the hangar to the bridge and stood beside Ling Zhan. Outside the porthole, Earth's coastline was slowly receding beneath the clouds. He was still pinching that 2nd Lieutenant epaulet in his hand, its metal edge pressing against the gaps between his fingers. After fighting this war, I thought it would be a bit easier. But it wasn't. We just lost some things. Ryu is gone, Lieutenant Commander Matilda is gone, Ramba left and his life or death is unknown. Too many people have died. The dead can no longer see victory, and the living must persevere until the very last moment, Amuro. We must keep going for them, for the dead who cannot witness the end of the war. Ling Zhan patted Amuro's shoulder and slowly walked away. Amuro looked at the earth outside the porthole in silence for a moment, then put the epaulette into his pocket. Bright Noah closed the casualty report in the captain's seat. His voice resounded across the bridge, steady and clear. Mirai Yashima adjusted the course, and the bow of the white base slowly lifted, ascending toward the direction where the fleet was gathering. The white base turned slowly, its engine spewing bright blue exhaust plumes, preparing to fly toward the direction of the Earth Federation Forces Space Fleet. Chapter 23, Meeting Amuro's Mother. Section 21, Mother. After the Battle of Odessa, the white base returned to Jaburo for final repairs before departure. The crack on the Gundam's right shoulder, blasted at point-blank range by Adam's rocket launcher, required a full armor plate replacement, while its left leg joint was severely worn down from repeated sharp turns among the mining ruins. Sanders led the maintenance crew and busied themselves in the hangar for 2 days, welding torch sparks showering over the white armor before flickering out. On the bridge, Bright Noah was checking the Space Fleet assembly schedule. The departure window was 48 hours away. He notified Amuro Ray that there was a rest period before the fleet set off, allowing the white base to make a detour through the refugee area where his mother was staying. Bright Noah did not speak with the tone of a captain, but rather as someone only a few years older talking to a peer. Amuro Ray remained silent for a moment before saying he wanted to go. Bright Noah granted him 6 hours of leave. In the hangar, Amuro Ray changed into the old jacket he had brought from Side 7. His pilot suit was neatly folded by the Gundam's feet, along with his handheld console. This excursion required nothing for him to escape into. He pulled his second lieutenant shoulder insignia out of his pilot suit pocket, stared at it for a few seconds, and slipped it into his jacket's inner pocket. Then he found Ling Zhan and asked if he could come along. Ling Zhan agreed. Asking no questions, Ling Zhan walked over from the hangar, his gray jacket pinned with the second lieutenant insignia he hadn't removed since the commissioning ceremony. The two left Jaburo in a military vehicle. The South American jungle shimmered with a deep green sheen in the morning light, occasionally giving way to abandoned farmhouses scarred by war. The road turned from paved to potholed, and finally to gravel. They drove for nearly 2 hours. The camp consisted of hastily assembled prefabricated houses, with faded gray bedsheets hanging to dry on the barbed wire fence. The air was a mix of disinfectant and boiling beans, while a few children chased a deflated leather ball down the dirt road. Supply crates were stacked at the tent entrances, chalked with batch numbers and quantities. Kamaria Ray was bent over, handing a tin of canned food to a child. Her movements were nimble and brisk, just like back at their home in Side 7. In Amuro Ray's memory, his mother handing him a bento box in the kitchen looked identical to her current posture, except what she handed over had changed from a meal box to relief rations. Her hair had turned half white, and her back was slightly more stooped than before. The edge of her apron was stained with grease from the cans, as were her fingers. She wiped a can against her apron, set it on a nearby supply crate, and wiped her hands on her apron several times. Then she turned around. Amuro Ray stood by the camp fence. His hands hung by his sides, he didn't raise them, nor did he call out, "Mom." Kamaria walked over with steady steps, stopping briefly when she reached him. She reached out to touch his face. "You've gotten thin." Amuro Ray made a quiet hum of affirmation without pulling away. Her fingers lingered on his face for a few seconds before dropping back to her side. "Are you doing all right here?" "I'm fine. There's work to do every day, so my mind doesn't wander." She looked at the old jacket he was wearing, the one brought from their home in Side 7, and recognized it. Side 7 was destroyed. "I heard about it. So many people died. Every night I was terrified that someone from the Earth Federation forces would come to tell me you were gone too." Amuro Ray said nothing. "Dressed like this, are you in the military?" Kamaria looked at his old jacket. It wasn't a military uniform, yet it wasn't ordinary civilian clothing either. His posture was also different from before, his shoulders were broader, his back straighter, standing by the camp fence like a tree weathered by prolonged winds. "Yes," Amuro Ray said. Kamaria's hand paused at the edge of her apron. She looked at him, waiting for him to elaborate. "I pilot a mobile suit. A white one. Belonging to the Earth Federation forces." Kamaria didn't speak immediately. She studied his face, he had thinned, dark circles hovered under his eyes, and the lines of his cheekbones were harder than before. The last time she saw him was before leaving Side 7, he had been wearing a school uniform, soft hair resting on his forehead. Now he stood before her in an old jacket, an insignia of a second lieutenant, one she knew nothing about, hidden in his inner pocket. She didn't know about the insignia, but she could feel from his posture that he was no longer the same person. Mobile suit. She repeated the term, her tone as if reciting a jargon she had never encountered. She was merely a civilian with no concept of the Earth Federation Forces MS serial numbers, models, or battle orders. She didn't know what a Gundam was, nor what a Zaku was, nor that the attack on Side 7 was launched by a Zeon Forces MS squad. All she knew was that after her son was gone, people in military uniforms had come to the camp to inform her that Side 7 was attacked, Amuro Ray had survived, and he had evacuated with a warship. "That machine, is it used to fight in war?" she asked. "Yes." "What did you do with it?" Amuro Ray did not avert his gaze. "Fought off pursuing Zeon forces. From Side 7 all the way to Earth, fighting non-stop." "Fought off," Kamaria repeated. Her fingers pinched the grease-stained cloth of her apron over and over. "You mean, you killed people?" "Yes." Kamaria's fingers froze. She put the tin box down on the supply crate and wiped her hands repeatedly on her apron. As she stayed silent, Amuro Ray could see the veins at her temples throbbing. The Amuro Ray in her memory was just a quiet boy who buried his head in machinery and wouldn't even raise his voice to a neighbor. The last time she saw him, he was still that child who wouldn't speak loudly. "Those enemies you shot down were also someone else's sons. How can you still bring yourself to sit in that thing?" There was no blame in her tone, only confusion, the deepest confusion of a mother facing a son who no longer belonged to her world. "I've learned not to hate them. I only do what I must do. You can stay here. It's safe here. You don't need to fight anymore. If I stay, no one will pilot that machine for me. No one will protect the people on that ship for me." "Protecting," Kamaria said. Her lips trembled slightly. "You say you're protecting people, protecting others so they can survive, but to do that, you go out and kill." She spoke in a very quiet voice, sounding more like she was talking to herself, before raising her head to look at him. "I never raised you to be bloodthirsty. You've become too brutal, I don't recognize you anymore. I would rather you were still that ordinary boy from before, rather than a soldier drenched in blood." Amuro Ray did not refute her. He just stood there, hands hanging at his sides. He recalled Ramba Ral asking for his name in the desert, he recalled the final words Garma Zabi shouted at the canyon exit, he recalled Ryu Jose's cockpit being impaled by a Zgok's claw beneath Jaburo while Bright Noah called out to him for 30 seconds. Among them, only Ramba Ral was still alive. He had spared Ramba Ral, but Ryu was dead, and Lieutenant Commander Matilda was dead. He didn't know if his mother could understand the difference between these two things. He had shot down countless enemy machines, yet he had also spared a worthy opponent. "I'm not bloodthirsty," he said, his voice rising with emotion. "I've never gained anything from battle. Every time it ends, I just sit in the cockpit, staring at the wreckage. You couldn't know any of this because you weren't on that ship. You weren't on Side 7, nor in space, nor in the desert. All you know is that your son killed people with a machine. You don't know that after every battle, he sits in that cockpit for a long time before finally coming out." Kamaria stared at him. Her eyes reddened, but she didn't cry. She opened her mouth as if to say something, then closed it again. Ling Zhan stepped forward from behind Amuro Ray. Kamaria looked at him, a youth about her son's age standing beside Amuro Ray, slightly shorter than her son, but possessing a presence that was anything but small. He wasn't dressed in civilian clothes either, pinned to his jacket was a rank insignia she couldn't comprehend. From Side 7 until now, Amuro Ray has been protecting hundreds of civilians aboard the White Base. From space to Earth, he has repelled countless attacks by the Zeon forces. Not because he wants to fight, but because if he didn't pilot the Gundam, the children, the elderly, and the wounded on that ship wouldn't be alive today. He chose to step into that cockpit himself, every single time. Ling Zhan's voice was steady and resolute, making no attempt to persuade her, merely stating the facts. Side 7 was his own choice. The supply ship was his own choice. Facing the ace pilot of Zeon in the desert was also his own choice. He has never run away once. He hasn't become a bloodthirsty person. After every battle, he sits in the cockpit in silence for a long time. He has learned not to hate the enemy, but only to do what he must do. He paused for a moment. When facing a respectable enemy in the desert, he knocked out all of the opponent's weapons but didn't attack the cockpit, and that person is still alive. If he is a violent person in your eyes, that Zeon pilot wouldn't be alive right now. Kamaria looked at Ling Zhan. She was silent for a long time. Her fingers paused on the edge of her apron for a long time, and then she turned her head to look at Amuro Ray. "The person he mentioned is still alive." "Still alive," said Amuro Ray. "His name is Ramba Ral. He asked me what my name was in the desert, and I said Amuro Ray. He said I was a respectable opponent, and then he put down his grenades, walked out of the hatch of White Base, and left with his lover. He didn't die. I knocked out all his weapons, cut off all the armaments of his 2 mobile suits. He could have died, but I wouldn't let him die. Kamaria looked at him. Her fingers loosened on the edge of her apron. She didn't understand military ranks, didn't understand MS, and didn't understand the strategic situation between the Federation and Zeon. But she could understand this sentence. He could die, but I wouldn't let him die. At the very moment her son made his choice on the battlefield, it wasn't out of obeying orders, nor was it out of helplessness, this was a choice he made himself. She reached out and pulled Amuro Ray into her arms. Her movement was as deft as when she handed over a canned good, without any hesitation. Amuro Ray didn't move, he closed his eyes and buried his face in his mother's shoulder. Her apron carried a mixed scent of disinfectant and beans, different from their home inside 7. But the warmth of her palm remained unchanged. She released him. No matter what you did over there, I am still your mom. I know. Remember to eat. Heat up the canned goods before opening them, don't eat them cold directly. Okay. When Amuro Ray helped Kamaria move the last batch of supply crates, the mother and son sat at the doorway of the prefab house talking in very low voices, and the content couldn't be heard clearly. Ling Zhan didn't walk over. He retreated outside the camp fence, leaned against the wire mesh, and watched the group of children in the distance still chasing a rubber ball. The ball rolled to the edge of the wire mesh, he bent down to pick it up and threw it back. Then he found an empty bench on the edge of the camp and sat down. The afternoon in the refugee camp was quiet and busy. On the other side of the prefab house was a temporary medical station, and through the window, a doctor in a white coat could be seen changing bandages for an old man. Several women were washing bandages and bedsheets by the public sink. Soap bubbles trickled down the edge of the sink, and the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant and boiled beans. Ling Zhan sat on the bench with his elbows resting on his knees and his hands crossed together. That group of children continued to chase the rubber ball in the distance, their laughter echoing among the prefab houses. He recalled in the original owner's memories how the cheap old man got into the jeep together with Tim Ray. At that time, Amuro Ray's Gundam had pierced the outer wall of the space colony with a single shot, and the explosion sucked both men into space together. Tim Ray survived, but went crazy due to oxygen deprivation, while his own father's whereabouts remained unknown. He accepted these memories. He accepted everything about the original owner who grew up in the hangar of Side 7 and lost his father in the explosion, but that father probably didn't know what he did afterward until his death. Kamaria would still ask Amuro Ray, "Are you still piloting that white machine?" wipe her hand several times on her apron before touching his face, and tell him to remember to heat up the canned goods before opening them before he left. No one had ever asked Ling Zhan any questions. He wasn't the kind of person who needed to be asked these questions. He was the person standing aside and watching others being asked these questions. He didn't need a mother waiting for him in a refugee camp. He only needed to sit on the edge of this camp for a few minutes, then stand up and keep moving forward. Amuro Ray stood up from the doorway of the prefab house. Kamaria also stood up. She had nothing she could give him, the canned goods were supplies of the camp. She couldn't take them. She just stroked his face once more with her hand. This hand had handed over countless cans, and now it only touched her son's face. "I'm leaving." "Okay." She didn't say goodbye, she stood at the doorway of the prefab house, with oil stains from the cans smeared on her apron. On the return trip, Amuro Ray leaned against the car window, looking at the constantly retreating ruins outside. The bombed highway bridge, the farmland densely dotted with craters, and an overturned Earth Federation Forces transport vehicle on the roadside. These sceneries lay quietly there under the afternoon sunlight, slowly healing like scars left by the war. She doesn't know what kind of person I am on the battlefield. She only knows I am her son. Ling Zhan leaned back against his seat. She doesn't need to know everything. She just needs to know you're still alive, and that's enough. Amuro Ray nodded. He felt for the second lieutenant's epaulet from the inner pocket of his jacket, flipped it around his fingertips, and put it back into the pocket. "I'm ready." Ling Zhan didn't reply. He watched those ruins outside the window cast long shadows under the afternoon sunlight. When returning to Jaburo, the repairs of White Base had been completely finished. The crack on the Gundam's right shoulder had been re-welded and replaced with a reinforced armor plate, the lubrication layer of the left leg joint was entirely re-injected, the propellant was topped off, and the ammunition was fully replenished. Sanders waved at Amuro Ray at the hangar entrance, saying this guy could fight again. Amuro Ray put on his pilot suit in the hangar. He took the second lieutenant's epaulet out of his old jacket pocket, looked at it for a few seconds, and put it into the zippered pocket on the inside of his pilot suit. Then he bent down to pick up the handheld game console placed by the Gundam's feet and put it back into his pilot suit pocket as well. Ling Zhan stood at the hangar entrance. Amuro Ray walked over. I'm ready. I know. Bright Noah issued the launch order on the bridge. Mirai Yashima adjusted the course, and the bow of white base slowly rose. The engine spewed blue exhaust flames, and the hull rushed through the rock tunnel above Jaburo, charging into the morning sky of South America. Kai Shirden was in the turret control room, with Dragon's relic Kolakan placed next to the operation console. The can was empty. Dragon had taken her last sip underground in Jaburo. He looked at the empty can, moved it aside a bit to make room for the new turret's aiming data panel, and then turned on the warm-up switch of the anti-aircraft turret, continuing to wipe the barrel. Inside the cockpit, Amuro Ray felt the outline of the handheld console in his pilot suit pocket, as well as the metal edge of the second lieutenant's epaulette. The fire control system had completed its startup self-test, and those parameters learned from Ramba Ral in the notes column lay quietly deep within the database. He didn't open the notes column. He just gripped the control stick with both hands, watching the clouds ahead gradually thinning out. Sayla Mass stood in front of the bridge porthole, her fingers gently brushing across the window frame. Outside the window was the green coastline of the South American continent, and further away was the deep blue Atlantic Ocean. The next time she saw Char Aznable, she would speak up. That next time would be in space. Ling Zhan stood in the corner of the bridge, his brain quantum wave perceiving the state of everyone in the fleet. Amuro Ray's calmness, the captain's epaulettes on Bright Noah's shoulders, Mirai Yashima's fingers gripping the steering wheel, the silent weight of Sayla Mass in front of the porthole, and Kai Shiden's final action of wiping the turret sight in the turret control room. Then further away, the Earth Federation Forces space fleet was assembled in orbit, with hundreds of GMs and warships arranged in neat formations, waiting for White Base to join. White Base pierced through the clouds. Outside the porthole, Earth's blue arc was slowly shrinking, the last wisps of white clouds in the atmosphere brushed past both sides of the hull, and then came the pitch-black outer space. Earth cast a soft halo on the bridge's main screen, drawing everyone's shadows long and faint. Bright Noah opened the fleet communication channel from the captain's seat. His voice resounded on the bridge, steady and clear. White Base, entering the orbit to merge with the space fleet. Next stop, Side 6 Neutral Colony. Ling Zhan stood in front of the bridge porthole. Behind him, Earth was still slowly shrinking. Ahead, the sea of stars extended infinitely into the darkness. The next stop was Side 6, where Amuro Ray would meet someone who would change everything. Chapter 24 Leaving Earth. When White Base lifted off from Jaburo, the South American continent was just experiencing early morning. The hull passed through the tunnel exit above the rock layers, and the jungle shimmered with a deep green in the morning light. Clouds swept past on both sides, and outside the porthole, the coastline gradually shrank into a green edge before being swallowed by the clouds and mist. Mirai Yashima adjusted the course in front of the steering wheel, her fingers moving steadily across the control panel. Bright Noah checked the fleet rendezvous coordinates at the captain's seat, the data on the electronic board scrolling line by line. Amuro Ray did not activate the fire control system inside the cockpit. The Gundam was in a standby state, the screen was dark, and the control stick was locked in the middle position. He sat in the cockpit without wearing a helmet, his hands resting on his knees. Outside the porthole, the blue arc of Earth slowly receded. He reached his hand into the inner zippered pocket of his pilot suit, touching the metal edge of that second lieutenant's shoulder insignia. He did not take it out. He merely rested his fingertips on the metal surface, feeling the outline of the Earth Federation Forces emblem slightly raised beneath his fingerprints. Then he released his hand and climbed out of the cockpit. Sanders counted the maintenance tools in the hangar. Under the hangar lights, the new armor plate on the Gundam's right shoulder shimmered with an off-white color one shade lighter than the original, and the lubrication layer on the left leg joints had not yet undergone actual combat wear-in after being re-injected. He squatted by the Gundam's feet to check the hydraulic lines of the ankle joint, giving the wrench the final half-turn on the bolt. Amuro Ray walked past behind him and stood in front of the porthole at the edge of the hangar. Outside the porthole, Earth occupied half of the field of view. The green coastline of the South American continent was being covered by clouds, and the sediment alluvial fan at the mouth of the Amazon River shimmered with a murky brown in the morning light. Further away was the Atlantic Ocean, the sea surface looking as calm as a piece of dark blue glass from low orbit. He remembered seeing Earth in space for the first time. At that time, he was still a civilian teenager who had escaped from Side 7, wearing a school uniform, his hair resting softly on his forehead. Earth was merely a distant blue sphere, and he did not know what was waiting for him on this planet. Now he knew. In the ruins of New York, the first time stepping and crushing the asphalt pavement under a gravity environment, the beam rifle's trajectory being pulled and curved by gravity, and the impact force borne by his knees upon landing made him think his joints would snap. In the canyon, Garma Zabi's Ga carrier disintegrated in the explosion. The underground tunnels of Jaburo were filled with water mist, and Char Aznable's red Skok retreated from before him. In the Odessa mining area, the hoverjet devices of the RX-78-2 kicked up a sky full of dust over the slag heaps, and after the dust settled, he saw the oil stains on his mother's apron. He stood in front of the porthole, packing all of these into the inner zippered pocket of his pilot suit, placing them together with that second lieutenant's shoulder insignia. Then he turned and walked back to the Gundam. Sanders tapped the Gundam's ankle armor behind him, the tools were put away into the iron box, and the lid was closed. Sayla Mass stood in front of the bridge porthole. Outside the window was the shrinking South American continent, clouds slowly churning in the lower atmosphere, and the coastline had blurred into a green arc. In the underground port corridor of Jaburo, that red Skok stopped in front of her for a brief moment. The auxiliary camera was rotating slowly, its main camera having been blinded by Amuro Ray, leaving only a charred hole. She saw her own reflection mirrored on the Skok's chest armor. Then the mobile suit continued to move, disappearing at the end of the waterway. Ramba Ral had told her to hurry away in the white base corridor. Both were old subordinates of Zeon Zoom Dakuin who had protected her and her brother. One told her to hurry away when recognizing her, while the other did not stop when recognizing her. Ling Zhan walked in from the bridge doorway. He leaned against the doorframe with both hands tucked into his jacket pockets. Sayla Mass did not turn her head. I saw him twice on Earth, once in the Jaburo underground port, and once when I was a child. Both times he did not stop. Her fingers slightly tightened at her sides and then relaxed. I am ready. Ling Zhan did not ask what she was preparing for. He knew she was talking about asking him why he didn't stop. She already knew the answer to this question, but she still wanted him to say it out loud himself, not as Artesia Sam Dakuin, but as Sayla Mass. Kai Shirden performed the final equipment check in the turret control room. The new turret's aiming data board was calibrated, the ammunition counters were all reset to 0 before reloading, and the anti-aircraft turret's warm-up switch was in the standby position. He patted the turret's control panel, it felt heavier than the old one, and the button's feedback force was also stiffer. An empty can sat in the corner of the console. He had placed it there after the Battle of Odessa ended, and every time he entered the control room afterwards, he could see it. He looked at the can, reached out, picked it up, and weighed it in his hand. Very light. He moved it a bit toward the corner, placing it in a position that wouldn't block any buttons but remained within his line of sight. Then he turned off the control room's lights, stood up, and walked toward the bridge, muttering that the new turret's calibration data would need to be readjusted in a space environment. In the corridor, Ling Zhan was walking over from the direction of the bridge. Kai Shirden raised his chin at him. The new turret's aiming data board is too sensitive, a touch of the finger makes it jump 2 mil. When we get to space, I'll have to readjust it. You won't readjust it, you'll just curse a couple of times and then fire directly. Kai Shirden grunted and continued walking forward. Ling Zhan entered the hangar system, looking up at the Ashia inside the hangar. GN particles flowed quietly across the armor surface, the green halo casting onto the hangar's metal floor, plating the blue and white armor with a faint phosphorescence. He brought up the system interface to confirm that the mobile suit's status was intact, particles were fully charged, trans-AM cooling was complete, and the GN field generation device had been unloaded. Celestial being had already intervened 3 times. From deterrence to protection, from dismembering mobile suits to saving people, the trajectory was gradually becoming clear. Every time Celestial being appeared, they didn't attack either side, they simply drew a line when the war crossed boundaries. This line was being repeatedly analyzed by the intelligence departments of both the Earth Federation forces and the Zeon forces, and they still didn't know where this line led. He turned off the interface and sat down with his back against the Ashia's ankle armor. The hangar was very quiet, with only the low rotation sound of the solar reactor echoing between the metal walls. That group of children chasing a rubber ball were still running back and forth on the camp's dirt road, the ball had lost air, and the height of each bounce was different. Inside the medical station, a doctor in a white coat was changing bandages for an old man who had a burn scar running from his shoulder to his elbow on his arm. Several women were washing bedsheets by the public sink, soap bubbles dripping down the edge of the sink. The bedsheets hanging on the wire fence billowed and deflated in the wind, and the air smelled of disinfectant and boiled beans. He recalled these scenes, and then let them, along with Earth, be left behind by the white base's engines. He stood up, patted the non-existent dust off his jacket, and the Ashia's green dual eyes shone behind him with the light of standby status. The white base pierced through the final wisps of thin gas in the atmosphere, entering outer space. The hull's vibration gradually weakened, and the aerodynamic noise subsided from a low rumble into complete silence within a few seconds. Mirai Yashima reported that all systems had switched to space mode, thruster thrust was stable, and the inertial navigation system was calibrated. Bright Noah opened the fleet communication channel, completing identity verification with the Earth Federation Forces flagship. The white base was officially assigned to the Space Pursuit Fleet, allocated to the 7th Formation of the 3rd Assault Group. The Earth Federation Forces Space Fleet assembled in orbit. Hundreds of GMs and warships formed neat formations, their hulls reflecting an off-white luster under the cold light of the stars. The fleet commander's flagship sent a signal, and the white base slowly drove into the queue according to its assigned formation position. Amuro Ray watched the fleet formation unfold on the tactical screen inside the cockpit. He switched the Gundam from standby mode to sleep mode, the fire control system automatically locked, the thruster valves closed, and his hands moved away from the control stick to rest on his knees. The metal edge of that second lieutenant's shoulder insignia inside the inner zippered pocket of his pilot suit pressed against his ribs as he sat quietly, and he didn't adjust its position. Sayla Mass watched the sea of stars outside the window in front of the bridge porthole. The fleet's exhaust plumes dragged countless light blue trails in the darkness, diffusing and blending into the background light of the sea of stars. The red skak of the Jaburo underground port was no longer in her line of sight. Ling Zhan stood in the corner of the bridge, his brain quantum wave perceiving the status of everyone in the fleet. Amuro Ray sat quietly in the dormant cockpit. Sayla Mass was silent for the last time before the porthole. The captain's shoulder insignia on Bright Noah's shoulder gleamed with a cold light under the lighting, and Mirai Yashima's fingers gripping the steering wheel were slightly stiff from prolonged operation. Then further away, the pilots of hundreds of GMs, some were reading letters their families stuffed into the cockpit before departure, some were repeatedly checking the fire control system, and some were simply sitting in the cockpit watching the sea of stars. Bright Noah received the navigation plan from the Fleet Command headquarters at the captain's seat. A new encrypted communication popped up on the electronic board, and after reading it line by line, he raised his head. Next stop, Side 6 Neutral Colony. The fleet will conduct a brief rest and resupply on the periphery of Side 6, with an estimated travel time of 48 hours. Mirai Yashima input the course data into the navigation system. The star map unfolded on the tactical screen, extending the route from the fleet's current position to the orbital coordinates of the Side 6 colony. Amuro Ray heard Bright Noah's communication inside the cockpit. The school at Side 7 had taught basic information about Side 6, a neutral colony belonging neither to the Federation nor to Zeon, where ships from both sides of the war could dock and resupply, but were not allowed to engage in combat around the colony. That was the extent of his understanding of this colony. He didn't know who was waiting for him there. Ling Zhan closed his eyes, his brain quantum wave expanding to a range of 200 meters in outer space. The emotional undercurrents of everyone in the fleet intertwined in the darkness. Then further away, those things he couldn't perceive but knew for certain existed, Char Aznable was waiting in the shadows, Layla Soon's gentle aura had not yet appeared within his perception range, the Solomon Fortress was deep within the Zeon defense line, Abawa Chu was on an even more distant orbit, and the space chapter of the one-year war had just begun. The white base continued its voyage through the sea of stars, the earth behind it having shrunk into a blue and white marble, mixing together with the stars all over the sky. Chapter 25 Side 6. The whole of Side 6 Palda Bay reflected a silver-gray luster under the star's illumination. Unarmed transport ships from the Federation and Zeon were docked at the port berths, their hulls painted with the neutral colony's temporary docking numbers. After White Base docked at the designated berth, Bright Noah received an official notice from the colony authorities on the bridge. All docked warships must seal their weapons, mobile suits were not allowed to leave the hangar, and White Base was prohibited from conducting any maintenance work during its stay. Bright Noah placed the notice on the edge of the console, and Mirai Yashima glanced back at him. He shook his head. Kai Shirden pushed the control lever of the anti-air battery to the locked position in the battery control room, patted the panel, stood up, and stretched. The list of the first batch entering the colony for rest had been announced over the ship's internal broadcast. Amuro Ray, Sayla Mass, Kai Shirden, Hayato Kobayashi, and Ling Zhan were not on the list. He leaned against the corner of the bridge. Bright Noah glanced at him without asking whether he wanted to go together. Ling Zhan said he would go in by himself later, and Bright Noah said all right. Amuro Ray changed into the old jacket brought out from Side 7 in the hangar. His pilot suit was folded and placed at the feet of the Gundam. He felt for his second lieutenant insignia from the inner zippered pocket of the pilot suit, flipped it around his fingertips, and put it into the inner pocket of his jacket. Then he walked down the gangway, passed through the airtight hatch of White Base, and stepped onto the port deck of Side 6. The sky inside the colony was an artificial light blue dome. The residential streets were clean and tidy, store windows displayed goods from both the Federation and Zeon, and a few colony residents sat at the outdoor seats of a cafe reading electronic newspapers. Trams ran on the tracks, their bells ringing before every stop, exactly the same as at Side 7. Children came out of school with their school bags on their backs, chasing and playing on the sidewalk. To the residents of Side 6, the war was a distant news headline, a subject of discussion in bars on weekends, and a talking point when complaining about fluctuations in material prices whenever a few more warships docked in the port area. No one looked up at the dome. Outside the dome was vacuum and a sea of stars, while inside the dome was daily life. Daily life did not require looking up. Ling Zhan stopped in a small alley near the port. He used his brain quantum wave to skim the emotional undertones of the surrounding crowd, a large number of bland and stable signals, focused, exhausted, satisfied. Several unusual signals came from the north side of the port area, highly concentrated attention mixed with nervous vigilance. They were Zeon agents. They were monitoring the birth of White Base. The colony authorities strictly maintained neutrality, but neutrality would not stop agents from operating in the shadows. He continued walking forward, passing a mechanical parts shop. Amuro Ray was standing in front of the window, looking at the civilian mobile suit parts displayed inside. The shop owner was flipping through an old product catalog behind the counter. Amuro Ray did not go in, just standing in front of the window. Then he turned around and continued walking down the street, and Ling Zhan did not call out to him. Amuro Ray had been sitting on a bench in the colony rest area for less than 5 minutes when an Earth Federation Forces logistics officer walked over briskly from the direction of the port and stopped in front of him. Second Lieutenant Amuro Ray. Amuro Ray raised his head. The logistics officer handed him a file. The Earth Federation Forces found your father, Tim Ray, in a post-war shelter inside 6. He is currently at a technician settlement facility. The cover of the file was printed with the logo of the Earth Federation Forces Logistics Department, and the logistics officer flipped to the last page. The file includes an associated piece of information, along with Tim Ray, another Federation technical officer was sucked into space during the explosion at Side 7. It has been confirmed that before arriving at the shelter, this officer suffered irreversible brain tissue damage due to prolonged hypoxia, died despite rescue efforts, and was identified as the father of your shipmate, Second Lieutenant Ling Zhan. Amuro Ray took the file. He looked down at the name on the last page. The logistics officer said that Second Lieutenant Ling Zhan was not in the camp at the time and asked him to pass on this information. Amuro Ray closed the file and said he would. The abandoned mechanic dormitory area was located in the oldest district of the colony. The corridors were piled with dilapidated parts boxes and semi-finished robotic arms, and the air was mixed with the smell of engine oil and old cardboard boxes. Several fluorescent lamps flickered on the ceiling, one of which emitted a continuous humming sound. Tim Ray sat in front of a workbench, upon which were spread several circuit boards and armor fragments picked from a scrap heap, and an old oscilloscope glowed with a green waveform in the corner. His hair was completely white, his fingers were stained with engine oil, and he kept muttering about the armor parameters and joint drive efficiency of the Gundam. Amuro Ray stood at the doorway. Father. Tim raised his head and glanced at him. His gaze lingered on his face for less than a second, then returned to the parts on the table. Do you have any impression of the molecular structure of the heat-resistant coating? Amuro Ray did not answer, nor did Tim wait for him to answer. He picked up an armor fragment and observed the welding marks on the edge against the light of the fluorescent lamp. The crystal structure here will rearrange itself under high temperature. If the cooling rate can be controlled, theoretically, the anti-beam performance can be improved by at least 10%, but we need to recalculate the density distribution of the molecular arrangement. His voice grew lower and lower, and his fingers wrote a series of calculation formulas on the oil-stained paper with sloppy yet focused handwriting. It was exactly the same as the handwriting when he wrote reports at his desk at home in the past, except that now what he wrote no longer needed to be submitted to anyone. Father, I am Amuro. Tim did not look up. There is still room for improvement in the joint drive efficiency of the Gundam. Do you know what the upper pressure limit of the hydraulic pipeline is? I don't know. Never mind if you don't know. Tim picked up another fragment and adjusted the angle against the light. Gundam. The Earth Federation Forces mobile suit. I participated in its development at Side 7. A very good machine, still with room for improvement. He muttered to himself, then continued writing on the paper. Amuro Ray stood behind him and waited for a long time. At his home in Side 7, he had waited for his father to come home from work for dinner. In space, he had waited for the Earth Federation Forces Intelligence Department to confirm his father's whereabouts. Now he stood behind his father, waiting for him to call his name. His father never turned back. His mother on Earth could not understand why he was fighting, and his father lived in his own world here. Amuro Ray turned and left. He stopped in the corridor, pulled his hand out of his jacket pocket, and touched the wall. The wall surface was cold and rough. He took the second lieutenant insignia out of his pocket, looked at it for a few seconds, and then put it back. Outside the porthole of the port area were the silver-gray hull of Side 6 and the distant sea of stars. When Amuro Ray found Ling Zhan, he was leaning against the wall next to the porthole. Amuro Ray handed him the file. The logistics officer said your father and my father were sucked into space together at Side 7, and your father died of hypoxia before arriving at the shelter. Ling Zhan took the file and opened it. The last page was printed with his father's name and death certificate, and the attachment contained a short medical record. Hypoxia time exceeded the clinical reversible threshold, irreversible brain tissue damage, rescue failed. He closed the file, and his fingers stopped on the cover of the file. He remembered in the original owner's memory how the cheap old man got into the jeep together with Tim Ray. At that time, Amuro Ray's Gundam punched through the outer wall of the colony with a shot, and the explosion sucked both men into space together. Tim Ray survived and went mad due to hypoxia, while his own father didn't have that luck. He had thought about this matter earlier on a bench at the edge of the camp. At that time, he attributed this matter to missing in action, which could still leave a little vague space for himself. Now the Earth Federation Forces file had filled in that vague space. He placed the file on the edge of the porthole. Outside the window, the sea of stars was quiet. Then let it be like this. Amuro Ray looked at him. Aren't you planning to ask Bright Noah for leave to deal with it? There is nothing to deal with. The ashes were disposed of uniformly long ago. The Earth Federation forces do not have the custom of setting up separate graves for fallen technicians, they only have files, not cemeteries, Ling Zhan said. Amuro Ray was silent for a moment. I just saw my father, and he doesn't recognize me anymore. It is written in the file, permanent brain damage caused by hypoxia. He is still alive, but he is no longer himself. Some things are just like that. The two stood in front of the porthole for a moment. Amuro Ray said he wanted to go for a walk, and Ling Zhan said all right. After Amuro Ray left, Ling Zhan took the file down from the edge of the porthole. He looked down for a few seconds, then folded the file and put it into the inner pocket of his jacket, placing it in the exact same position as the second lieutenant insignia. The garden area inside the colony was the ecological module of a standard Side 6 colony. The artificial lake was not big, and the lake shore was planted with willow trees and grass transplanted from Earth. A few waterbirds were swimming on the surface of the water, their feathers reflecting a soft white light under the dome lighting. After coming out of his father's dormitory area, Amuro Ray walked along the street the whole time. He passed through the residential area, commercial area, and port area, and finally stopped here. He himself didn't know why he walked here, just stopping beside a bench and looking at the light on the water surface. A young girl was sitting on the bench. She was wearing ordinary colony civilian clothes, holding nothing in her hands. Her posture was quiet and focused, as if she were waiting for someone, yet not like she was waiting for anyone in particular. Amuro Ray's brain quantum wave captured a signal from her. It was completely different from all the signals he had felt on the battlefield. It was not fear, not tension, not the bewildered questions of a Zeon soldier before death, not Char Aznable's calm and precise evaluation, and not Ramba Ralph's rock-like military character. It was pure gentleness. It was like someone reaching out in the dark, not trying to grab anything, just spreading their hand open and placing it there. Layla soon turned her head. There was no hostility in her gaze. Amuro Ray had seen all kinds of gazes on the battlefield, the calm assessment of Char Aznable, the serene respect of Ramba Ral, the puzzlement of Garma Zabi before death, the indifference of Tim Ray to everything outside of mechanical parts. The way Layla Sane looked at him was different from all of them. Looking at the light on the water, she said, "Do you not think that kind of light is special?" Amuro Ray did not answer. He stood beside the bench, watching the constantly shifting reflected light spots on the surface of the lake. "You have come from a very far place," Layla soon said, "there is something very heavy in your heart." "How do you know?" "I can feel it. The color of your inner self is different from the Earth Federation Forces soldiers who come here for vacation. You are not wearing a military uniform, but you carry something heavier than a uniform on you." Amuro Ray was silent for a long time. Waterbirds on the lake surface flapped their wings and took flight, skimming over their heads. "I just saw my father," he said. "He was sucked into space during the explosion at Side 7 and survived. But he does not recognize me anymore. In his eyes, there are only parts and formulas. My mother is on Earth. She does not know what kind of person I am on the battlefield, she only knows I am her son. I have a friend who just received the news of the death of his father, yet he only said a sentence, 'So be it.' I have never seen him cry, nor even seen him frown. He just said, 'So be it.'" Layla soon did not interrupt him. She just turned her head and continued to look at the light on the water. "What is your name?" "Amuro Ray." "I will remember it." Layla soon stood up. "Time is up, someone is waiting for me." Amuro Ray asked who she was, but she did not answer. She turned around and walked toward the garden exit, her steps very light, making almost no sound on the grass. Amuro Ray watched her retreating figure disappear among the tree shadows. In the garden, only waterbirds swam slowly on the surface of the lake, and the branches of the willow trees swayed gently in the recycled wind. Sayla Mass stood in the corridor of the port area. Outside the window was the silver-gray shell of Side 6. She knew Char Aznable was in Side 6. On the bridge of the white base, she had heard the intelligence received by Bright Noah, the unarmed liaison officer dispatched by Zeon forces to Side 6, Casval Rem Dakuan, went by the alias Char Aznable. In the underground port of Jaburo, she had seen that Red Skok pause in front of her for a moment before moving on. She had said that the next time she saw Char Aznable, she would speak up. Now she was in the port area. Char Aznable stood in front of the porthole at the end of the corridor. He was wearing the service uniform of a Zeon Forces officer without a mask, his golden hair gleaming with the cold light under the artificial lighting of the colony. Casval. Char Aznable turned around. His expression did not change, but his fingers stopped at the edge of the porthole. Sayla Mass walked up to him, less than 3 steps away. In the underground port of Jaburo. You recognized me. Your Skok paused in front of me for a moment and then continued to move. No communication, no hesitation, nothing at all. You recognized me. Why did you not stop? That was a battle. I was not there to have a family reunion. That is not an answer. Char Aznable was silent for a moment. Artesia. You should leave the military. This is not a place where you should stay. That is not an answer either. I do not know myself why I did not stop, Char Aznable said. His voice was slower than before. The moment I saw you inside that Skok, I only knew one thing, what stopping meant to me. What did it mean? Turning back, Char Aznable said, I cannot turn back. Sayla Mass was silent for a long time. In the corridor, there was only the low humming sound of the recycled air system of the colony, and outside the window, the sea of stars was silent. I know you will not turn back, ever since you were a child. Her voice was flat. I do not hate you. I know. But I will not forgive you either, not because of Garma Zabi, nor because of the Zabi family, but because you chose a path I will never walk. Sayla Mass turned and left. Her fingers clenched and loosened at her sides. She had said that the next time she saw Char Aznable, she would speak up. She had already spoken. Char Aznable said he himself did not know why he did not stop, said that stopping meant turning back, and said he could not turn back. She did not need him to stop, she just needed him to say it out loud himself. Amuro Ray encountered Char Aznable in the corridor of the port area. Not in a cockpit, not on a public channel, not on a battlefield in the desert or a mining area. Char Aznable was wearing the service uniform of a Zeon Forces officer, without a mask, with golden hair, and no scar on his face. His scar came later. Now, his face had a completeness Amuro Ray had never seen before. Amuro Ray had heard the voice of Char Aznable countless times on public channels and had crossed swords with Char Aznable 4 times in the cockpit. He had never looked at the face of Char Aznable at such a close distance. His brain quantum wave captured the underlying emotional tone of Char Aznable. It was not hostility, nor murderous intent, but a calm assessment, carrying a certain complex emotion he had never perceived in Char Aznable before. It was the confirmation when kindred spirits recognized each other. Char Aznable was also confirming him. There was no one else in the corridor. The recycled air of the colony emitted a low hum in the ventilation ducts overhead. I never expected to run into you in a neutral colony, pilot of the Federation Gundam, Char Aznable said. Same here. We were supposed to see the same future, yet we can only point our swords at each other on the battlefield. Amuro Ray was silent for a moment. My stance is not something I can choose. I know. Char Aznable looked at him. Sunglasses covered his eyes, but Amuro Ray did not need to look at his eyes. The brain quantum wave spread out the emotional undertones of each other in the silence, requiring no explanation. Enemy. Kindred spirit. 2 labels stuck onto the same person simultaneously, neither conflicting with the other. Why did you let Ramba Ral go? He is a respectable opponent. Char Aznable was silent for a moment. I have never seen Ramba Ral say those words to anyone on the battlefield. I saw him once on Earth, at a supply base. I asked him why he did not die, and he said it was because the pilot of the Gundam did not hit the cockpit. At the time, I thought he was exaggerating. He was not exaggerating. Char Aznable asked no more and looked at Amuro Ray for a moment. Will you see that blue and white mobile suit again? I do not know when that mobile suit will appear. Do you know who the pilot of that mobile suit is? Amuro Ray did not answer, and Char Aznable did not ask again. He turned and walked deeper into the port area, his military boots making an even echo as they stepped on the deck. Ling Zhan was sitting in a bar about 150 meters away from the two. His brain quantum wave covered the entire port area, sensing the clash of emotional undertones between Amuro Ray and Char Aznable, the serenity of Amuro Ray, the probing and confirmation of Char Aznable, as well as the quiet and gentle presence of Layla Sane in the direction of the distant garden. Layla Sane had moved from the garden to the port area, and her signal was slowly approaching the direction where the Zeon ships were moored. Char Aznable had already seen her, this part about the mother. The Earth Federation Forces Intelligence Department at the neighboring table in the bar was discussing the codename Celestial Being of Celestial Being, with 3 recorded appearances, and the threat level had been adjusted to a priority observation target. Ling Zhan finished the coffee in his cup, placed the cup on the table. The rest period at Side 6 was coming to an end, and Solomon was waiting for them. When Amuro Ray returned to the white base, the simulated sunlight of the colony dome was entering dusk mode. He walked into the hangar, and the Gundam was still in dormant mode. Sanders was organizing his toolbox at the other end of the hangar, nodding when he saw him enter, without asking what he had encountered in the colony. He reached his hand into the inner pocket of his jacket and touched the file. Ling Zhan had returned it to him before boarding the ship, asking him to hand the original copy to the bridge for archiving. He walked to the bridge and placed the file on the document rack next to the captain's seat of Bright Noah. Bright Noah looked up at him. Amuro Ray nodded, turned around, and walked back to the hangar. He sat down at the foot of the Gundam, leaning his back against the cold Luna titanium alloy armor. After returning from the port area, Sayla Mass had been standing in front of the bridge porthole, outside which was the silver-gray shell of Side 6. Ling Zhan walked in from the bridge doorway and leaned against the door frame. She did not turn her head. I asked him why he did not stop, and he said he did not know himself. He said that stopping meant turning back to him, and he could not turn back. Her fingers stopped on the window frame. I said I do not hate him, but I will not forgive him either. What did he say? He said he knew. Sayla Mass turned around. Ling Zhan nodded. He walked to a corner of the bridge and leaned his back against the cold metal wall. He reached his hand into the inner pocket of his jacket and touched the file confirming the death of his father. The file was still there, placed in the same position as the shoulder insignia of a second lieutenant. Bright Noah received an encrypted communication from the fleet headquarters at the captain's seat. He read it line by line and then raised his head. The colony authorities have notified us that the mooring time limit has been reached. The white base must leave the neutral territorial waters of Side 6 within 6 hours. Next stop, Solomon. Chapter 26 Pursuit. When the white base left the Palda Bay of Side 6, the guidance signal light of the port control tower changed from green to red. The silver-gray luster of the colony shell slowly receded on the main bridge screen, and Mirai Yashima adjusted the course, pointing the bow toward the direction where the Earth Federation Forces' main fleet was gathering. Bright Noah ordered the entire ship to enter a Class 2 alert state. After leaving the neutral territorial waters, the pursuit by the Zeon forces could arrive at any time. Kai Shirden pushed the anti-air turrets from the locked position back to standby mode in the turret control room, and Hayato Kobayashi took his position in the gun cannon on the catapult track. Amuro Ray activated the Gundam's fire control system in the cockpit. The screen lit up, and the footwork parameters learned from Ramba Ral in the notes column lay quietly deep within the database. He reached his hand into the inner zippered pocket of his pilot suit and touched the metal edge of his second lieutenant's epaulette. He had not taken it out again since returning from Side 6. Ling Zhan perceived the states of everyone inside the ship in the corner of the bridge. Amuro Ray's calmness, Sayla Mass's silence in front of the porthole, and the captain's epaulettes on Bright Noah's shoulders. He used a brain quantum wave to perform a final scan toward Side 6. Layla Sane's quiet and gentle signal had been completely obscured by the metal hull, and Char Aznable's signal was in the same direction as hers. At the berth on the other side of Side 6, the engines of the Zanzibar-class cruiser, the flagship of the Zeon forces, were warming up. The silhouettes of Konskan's fleet emerged in a more distant orbit, and the pursuers were in position. Heat source captured. Mirai Yashima's voice broke the silence of the bridge, multiple high-speed moving signals, positioned directly behind and slightly below. 2 Muzai-class ships, 1 Zanzibar-class ship. MS are being catapulted, numbering over 6 units. Identified model, RIC DOM. Bright Noah stood up from the captain's seat. Amuro Ray, sortie. Hayato Kobayashi, establish a defense line on the flank of the bridge with the gun cannon. Kai Shirden, anti-air turrets, free fire. The Gundam leaped from the catapult deck into space. The feeling of weightlessness enveloped Amuro Ray's entire body within a fraction of a second. His body still remembered this feeling, the initial sortie at Side 7, the fuel tank positioning of the supply ship, and the 3 clashes with Char Aznable in the asteroid belt. However, there was a tiny delay between bodily memory and combat reaction. He had fought in a gravity environment for too long and needed to readapt to the 3-dimensional maneuvers of space combat. RX-78 cut in from 3 directions simultaneously. The space combat model of the RX-78 retained the inertial control advantage of the hoverjet device, and in a weightless environment paired with attitude control thrusters, its turning capability was almost on par with the Gundam. Amuro Ray pushed down the control stick, and the Gundam dodged sideways. The beam rifle fired the moment it turned, hitting the left shoulder of the nearest RX-78. The enemy machine lost some of its propulsion but was not destroyed. The RX-78 squad changed formation, shifting from a dispersed encirclement to a concentrated assault. Amuro Ray perceived more things during the combat. The emotional undertone of the enemy pilots, their tension and concentration. Konskan's flagship commanded from the rear, and the 2 Muzai-class ships were adjusting their shelling angles. Then further away, in the direction of the Zanzibar-class cruiser's bridge, was Layla Sane's quiet and gentle presence. Amuro Ray's fingers paused on the control stick for less than half a second. During this pause, a RX-78 cut in from his flank, and a beam cannon flew past the Gundam's right shoulder. The Luna titanium alloy took on a dark red hue under the high temperature, almost being penetrated. Amuro Ray abruptly pulled back the control stick. The Gundam performed a reverse maneuver, threading through the gaps in the firepower network, and the beam rifle wounded 2 RX-78s with 2 consecutive shots. He did not pursue. His perception uncontrollably turned toward the direction of the Zanzibar-class bridge. She was there. He could not help but perceive her. Zanzibar-class cruiser bridge. Char Aznable stood in front of the tactical screen, watching the Gundam's maneuver trajectory. He noticed that Amuro Ray had experienced an abnormal pause during the combat. That pause was less than a second, occurring the moment a RX-78 cut in from the flank. Given Amuro Ray's current reaction speed, he shouldn't have been pushed to the extent of almost being hit by that RX-78. What did he do before the pause? Char Aznable dragged the timeline on the tactical screen back a few seconds. The Gundam's maneuver trajectory before the pause was completely normal. Reaction speed, shooting accuracy, and tactical judgment were all at their optimal states. Then his maneuver suddenly exhibited an extremely tiny delay, not a problem with the mobile suit's performance, nor a thruster malfunction, but the pilot's own attention being pulled away by something. Char Aznable turned off the timeline of the tactical screen. He knew what Amuro Ray was perceiving. In the Side 6 garden, Layla Sane sat on a lakeside bench, and Amuro Ray passed by her. The mental resonance between the two required no words and no medium whatsoever. Now Layla Sane was on the Zanzibar-class bridge, and Amuro Ray could perceive her. He would hesitate. On the battlefield, hesitation was a flaw. Konskan's fleet, adjust formation, Char Aznable ordered the bridge operator. The second wave of RX-78 squads must not attack the Gundam's cockpit. Use crossfire to force it in the direction of the Zanzibar class. Konskan's flagship sent out a formation change signal. 3 RX-78s abandoned a frontal assault and instead created a firepower network on the Gundam's flanks. The crossfire was not meant to destroy the Gundam, but to restrict the Gundam's movement space. The Gundam was gradually compressed and moved toward the direction of the Zanzibar-class cruiser. Amuro Ray realized someone was pushing him in a certain direction. It wasn't Konskan. Konskan's tactical style was frontal assault and high-speed penetration. He wouldn't use such a refined firepower network to control the battlefield rhythm. It was Char Aznable. Char Aznable wanted to make the Gundam approach the Zanzibar class, approaching Layla Sane's location. He wasn't sure what Char Aznable wanted to do, but he knew he couldn't be led around by the nose. With the Gundam's thrusters at full throttle, it burst through the gaps in the firepower network. The beam rifle fired 2 consecutive shots the moment it turned, precisely hitting the thrusters of 2 RX-78s. The enemy machines lost thrust and began to tumble under inertia. Konskan ordered a retreat, and the Muzai-class cruisers released disguised retreat signals. The RX-78 squad recovered the damaged units, and the fleet retreated toward the direction of Solomon. Amuro Ray remained silent in the cockpit for a long time. The Gundam hovered in the sea of stars, with its thrusters in standby mode. He should return, report the battle results to Bright Noah, and go to the hangar to let Sanders check the high-temperature damage to the right shoulder armor. Instead, he sat in the cockpit with his hands resting on his knees. During that half-second pause in combat, he had almost been hit in the right shoulder by the RX-78. He knew why he had paused. He was perceiving Layla Sane. He could not turn off his perception of her. In the Side 6 garden, she sat on a bench looking at the light on the water surface and told him that there was something very heavy in his heart. She asked him if he was tired, and he didn't answer. Now she was on a Zeon warship, and he shouldn't perceive her on the battlefield. But he couldn't control it. Ling Zhan opened his eyes in the corner of the bridge. His brain quantum wave covered the battlefield, perceiving Amuro Ray's abnormal pause during combat, as well as Layla Sane's gentle and stable presence in the direction of the Zanzibar-class bridge. Char Aznable was utilizing Layla Sane. Inside 6, he did not stop Layla Sane and Amuro Ray from meeting. Now, on the battlefield, he intentionally let Amuro Ray perceive Layla Sane's presence. The mental resonance between two new types would interfere with Amuro Ray's combat judgment. This was not a tactic. This was psychological warfare. Char Aznable was testing Amuro Ray's weakness, and he himself might not even fully realize what he was doing. He wanted to confirm how great Layla Sane's influence on Amuro Ray was. Char Aznable held a card in his hand. He was testing the power of this card. Ling Zhan did not go to the hangar to look for Amuro Ray. He knew Amuro Ray didn't need someone to tell him, "You cannot get distracted on the battlefield, right now." He had said this sentence at Side 7, after the supply ship battle, and in the desert. Amuro Ray didn't need repetition. What he needed was to figure out why he got distracted and how to deal with this fact next. No one could figure this out for him. Zanzibar-class captain's quarters. Layla Sane sat in a chair by the porthole, holding a cup of water that had already turned cold. Char Aznable walked in from the direction of the bridge and sat down opposite her. There was only the low hum of the circulating air system in the captain's quarters. "You sensed him?" "Yes," Layla Sane said. She looked at the internal lighting reflected on the water surface in the cup. "He perceived me on the battlefield. His reaction speed showed a delay after you appeared within his perception range. Less than a second. But in space combat, a delay of less than a second is enough to determine victory or defeat," Char Aznable said. "You sent the Rickdoms to cut in from the flanks to test whether he would show a flaw due to perceiving me." Char Aznable did not deny it. Layla Sane placed the cup on the table. The water surface swayed for a moment, then returned to calmness. "What do you want me to do?" "Pilot a mobile armor. No need to attack, just appear on the battlefield. The Gundam's pilot will perceive you and will hesitate. That momentary hesitation will be my opportunity." Layla Sane looked at the pitch-black sea of stars outside the window. She remembered Amuro Ray asking her what her name was in the garden, and she said she would remember. She asked Amuro Ray if he was tired, and he didn't answer. She didn't need him to answer, as she could feel how tired he was. "You promised you wouldn't kill him," she said. "I won't kill him," Char Aznable said. "He just needs to be defeated. The Gundam is the spiritual pillar of the Earth Federation forces. Breaking the Gundam is equivalent to crushing the morale of the Earth Federation forces' frontline troops. He can survive. In the era of new types, there is a place for him." Layla Sane remained silent for a long time. Outside the porthole of the captain's quarters, the dark outline of the Solomon Fortress loomed faintly deep within the sea of stars. Char Aznable stood up and walked over to the porthole. He spoke of Zeon Zoom Daekuin's ideals, human innovation, shaking off the shackles of Earth's gravity, and how new types should not slaughter each other in the war between the Federation and Zeon. He said the Gundam pilot was the strongest new type he had ever seen. If he could be allowed to survive, they could accomplish this ideal together. "I just need to win," Char Aznable said. Layla Sane said she would pilot the MA. But she would not attack the Gundam's cockpit. Char Aznable said that was fine. Layla Sane stood up and placed the water cup on the table. The water surface was completely calm. Ling Zhan looked up at the Ashia in the hangar. GN particles flowed quietly across the surface of the armor, casting slowly rotating spots of green light onto the metal floor. Celestial being had intervened 3 times. The first time chopped off Char Aznable's mobile suit's limbs, the second time disposed of bombs in Jaburo, and the third time disposed of bombs in Odessa. The timing for the first intervention in the space arc had not yet arrived. Konskan's pursuit was a probing attack. Char Aznable had not yet sortied personally, and Layla Sane had not yet entered battle piloting an MA. Celestial being making a move now would only expose its own trump cards. Char Aznable was testing Amuro Ray's weakness, and Ling Zhan also needed to test Char Aznable's deployment. The rules of space were different from those on Earth. Both sides had main fleets, the battle scale was larger, and the timing of intervention needed to be more precise. He confirmed that the Ashia was in perfect condition, Trans-AM was cooled down, and particles were fully loaded. He turned off the interface. White Base Bridge. Bright Noah received an encrypted communication from the Fleet Command. His fingers slid row by row across the electronic board, and then he projected the communication content onto the main screen. The Earth Federation Forces main fleet will launch the Solomon campaign in 3 days. The White Base is assigned to the Vanguard Assault Group, and the specific combat plan will be issued after the fleet's rendezvous. Mirai Yashima input the route data into the navigation system. The star map unfolded on the tactical screen, and the coordinates of the Solomon Fortress flashed at the core position of Zeon's defense line. That fortress guarded the space shipping lanes of Zeon's homeland and was the location of Lieutenant General Dazzle Zabi's flagship. The Solomon offensive and defensive battle would be the first decisive battle of the one-year war's space arc. Amuro Ray recalibrated the fire control system in the cockpit. He pulled up the high-temperature damage report of the right shoulder armor from the auxiliary screen and looked it over. The outer armor had slight deformation under the high temperature, and Sanders was already preparing for replacement in the hangar. The degree of damage did not affect combat. He closed the report, then reached his hand into the inner zippered pocket of his pilot suit, touching the second lieutenant's epaulette. The metal edge pressed against his fingertips. He was thinking of Layla Sane, thinking of her sitting by the lake looking at the light on the water surface, and thinking of her perceiving every hesitation he had on the battlefield from the Zanzibar-class bridge. He did not know if she would be on the battlefield the next time they crossed paths. He only knew that if he perceived her, he would hesitate. This was not a tactical problem, nor a reaction speed problem, it was because he hadn't answered her question in the Side 6 garden when she asked him if he was tired. Now he knew the answer. He put the epaulette back into his pocket, turned off the screen, and leaned back against the high seat. Ling Zhan stood in front of the bridge porthole. The sea of stars unfolded silently outside the window, with the Solomon Fortress at the end of the route. He could perceive Amuro Ray's silence, Sayla Massa's back in front of the porthole, and the captain's epaulettes on bright Noah's shoulders reflecting the lighting. Char Aznable's Zanzibar class had retreated toward the direction of Solomon, and Layla Sane's quiet and gentle signal was moving deep within the metal hull. Her signal showed no change compared to when she was in the garden previously, it was still calm, still gentle. The Earth Federation forces' main fleet rendezvoused along the route. Hundreds of GMs and warships formed neat assault arrays, their engine exhaust flames dragging countless pale blue trails across the sea of stars. The Solomon campaign was about to begin. The first decisive battle of the one-year war in space, the fate of Layla Sane's death, was accelerating and approaching. Chapter 27, Gundam Virtue. Ling Zhan opened the gacha interface inside the hangar. Classic pool, a single draw cost 128 vouchers, while a 10 pull cost 1,280. His current voucher balance was 6,500. Ashia stood parked behind him, GN particles flowing quietly across its armor surface, casting a green aura onto the metal floor. He tapped for a 10 pull. The first 9 pulls were all fragments and items, Zaka fragments automatically converted, 2 recovery potion items, plus 300 gold coins. Flashes flickered across the screen, white fragments, green items, gold coins. His voucher balance dropped from 6,500 to 5,200. Taking a deep breath, he tapped the final pull. A golden burst of light brighter than all the previous ones exploded across the screen. As the light faded, the full unit icon for Gundam Virtue popped up on the system interface. Mobile Suit Model, GN-005, Heavy Firepower Suppression Type, equipped with GN Field, Main Armament GN Bazooka and back-mounted twin cannons. A prompt popped up on the system interface, detected initial activation of Unit Gundam Virtue, exclusive pilot bound. A pillar of green light shot out from the GN drive on Gundam Virtue's chest, coalescing into a human figure on the floor. The silhouette within the light gradually grew clear, short purple hair, thin-framed glasses, and a dark pilot suit. He removed his glasses, wiped the lenses with the corner of his suit, and put them back on. The moment he raised his eyes, a brief flash of golden light flickered in his pupils before quickly reverting to a deep purple. Tairia Erda, exclusive pilot of Gundam Virtue, bound by the system. Through you, I can freely travel between the system space and reality. His voice was steady and cold, devoid of any unnecessary emotion. According to the system, you are my teammate, I can trust you, and you will give me a reason to fight. Ling Zhan looked at the men before him. He had seen this face countless times on screens. The Gundam Meister of Gundam Virtue from Celestial Being's first season, a combat innovator created by Veda who grew from a cold artificial tool into a person with full humanity in the anime. But a character on a screen was one thing, Tairia Erda standing on the hangar floor, with GN particles flowing at his feet and Ashia's green aura reflecting off the side of his face, was quite another. He was not a character in an anime. He was a system-generated entity, a person with free will, an independent personality, and the ability to decide for himself whether to obey orders. Current battlefield situation. Ling Zhan brought up a 3D structural diagram of Solomon Fortress on the tactical screen. The fortress's outer turret complexes, minefields, and multi-layered defensive lines unfolded layer by layer across the screen. The main Earth Federation forces fleet is gathering towards Solomon. White base will serve as the vanguard spearhead breaking into the Zeon forces' defensive line. Dazzle Zabi's giant MA, Big Zam, will deploy in this battle. Standing over 40 meters tall, its armor thickness can take a direct hit from a warship-grade beam cannon. Gundam's beam rifle will only deal localized damage to it, and the Federation's vanguard forces will fall in waves before it. Tairia Erda silently watched the defensive deployment of Solomon Fortress on the tactical screen. Gundam Virtue's GN bazooka is the only weapon on the battlefield capable of piercing Big Zam's outer armor from the front. Your mission is heavy firepower suppression, not helping the Federation win the war. Celestial Being serves no faction. Gundam Virtue will sortie in the Battle of Solomon representing Celestial Being. When do we sortie? When Big Zam deploys. Tairia Erda pushed up his glasses. Gundam Virtue will crush the target. Ling Zhan shut off the tactical screen. Ashia and Gundam Virtue stood side by side on the hangar's metal floor, the particle aura from their twin GN drives overlapping in the dark into double-rotating halos of light. Ashia's green leaned toward blue, while Gundam Virtue's green was a deeper shade. Each claimed its own area on the metal floor, blending at their border into a bright emerald green. Having Gundam Virtue wait on White Base's catapult deck would expose its unit design. Stay in the hangar until deployment. The system's teleportation function can send Gundam Virtue directly onto the battlefield when it's time to sortie. Tairia Erda glanced around the hangar. The lounge area had a sofa and projector, the mess hall was fully stocked, and the quarters were fully equipped. The interior facilities of the hangar are sufficient. No extra resupply is needed. He walked over to Gundam Virtue and placed his palm against its ankle armor. GN particles flowed over his fingertips, identical to the particles he had felt when he first materialized inside the Pillar of Light. He pulled up Gundam Virtue's status panel, armor intact, particle reserves full. GN field capacitors normal. When deployed, it forms a spherical barrier fully immune to conventional physical rounds and small to medium caliber beams, though sustained hits from warship-grade main cannons will rapidly deplete particle reserves. Trans-AM cooldown complete. Upon activation, firepower and defense are tripled for 3 minutes, after which particle output drops drastically. He closed the interface and turned to Ling Zhan. Gundam Virtue sorties on behalf of Celestial Being. There is no need to explain our identity to anyone. Correct. Tairia Erda adjusted his glasses and walked toward the hangar lounge. He sat down on the sofa, back straight, hands resting on his knees. The holographic screen in front of him displayed the battlefield situation data Ling Zhan had left for him. Big Zam's known parameters, height, armor thickness, firepower configuration, and cooling system weaknesses. Solomon's outer defense line deployment, turret coordinates, minefield ranges, and Zeon Forces MS unit formation patterns. Gundam Virtue's tactical role, piercing Big Zam's outer armor from the front, timing for GN field deployment, and firepower to particle distribution ratio. He read through every line of data, then turned off the screen and closed his eyes. Ling Zhan paused at the hangar doorway. Ashia's green aura reflected off Gundam Virtue's heavy black armor. Tairia Erda sat on the sofa between the two mobile suits, his spectacle lenses reflecting the faint shimmer of GN particles. Without disturbing him, Ling Zhan turned and walked out of the hangar. The hatch closed behind him, a final wisp of GN particle light seeped through the crack of the door before vanishing. Ling Zhan walked onto the bridge. Bright Noah sat in the captain's chair, flipping through the Vanguard Spearhead's operational blueprint, the flight route icons on his tablet marking departure schedules and firepower coverage zones for each squadron. Ling Zhan walked over to his corner on the bridge and leaned his back against the cool metal wall. Mirai Yashima adjusted their course at the helm, while the control consoles on the bridge hummed with low electronic buzzes. No one knew Celestial Being had gained a heavy firepower Gundam and an innovator pilot. No one knew Gundam Virtue existed. Celestial Being's fourth intervention would descend directly onto the battlefield from empty space, without warning, without prior announcement, even to the crew of White Base. In the mobile suit hangar, Amuro Ray was performing the final pre-deployment check on Gundam. Sanders had finished replacing the heat-resistant armor scraped on his right shoulder. Under the hangar lights, the new armor plate showed a shade of grayish-white slightly lighter than the original. Joint lubrication layers were fully re-injected, and energy E-packs for his beam rifle were replenished to 4. He turned off the auxiliary screen and sat in the cockpit with his hands resting on his knees. He was thinking about Layla Sane. In the garden at Side 6, she had sat on a bench watching the light on the water, telling him he carried a heavy burden in his heart and asking if he was tired. He hadn't answered. Now he knew the answer. When he had sensed her during the last battle, his fingers had paused on the control stick for less than half a second. That pause had nearly allowed a Rick Dom to hit his right shoulder. He knew she would appear on the Solomon battlefield. He knew he had hesitated during the previous battle because he had sensed her. He moved his hands off the control stick and placed them on his knees. His awareness was already involuntarily searching for a signal. Across the distance of fleets, fortresses, and the sea of stars, she was deep inside Solomon Fortress, steady and gentle, identical to her signal when sitting on the garden bench. Ling Zhan walked over from the direction of the bridge and stood at Gundam's feet. Amuro Ray didn't look down at him. "She's at Solomon." "I know. What if you hesitate again?" "Then I'll die." Amuro Ray said he knew. Ling Zhan leaned against Gundam's ankle armor. Last time underground at Jaburo, after being verbally provoked by Char Aznable, Amuro Ray had learned to tell the difference. Char Aznable's words were weapons, not conversation. This time it was a different kind of distraction. Layla Sane was not Char Aznable. Layla Sane wasn't probing him, wasn't gathering data, and wasn't using words as weapons. But her very existence was a distraction. Not because she wanted to distract him, but because he cared about her. The principle was the same: anything capable of breaking his focus was fatal on the battlefield. He needed to find a way to shut it off himself. Amuro Ray didn't answer. He tightened his grip on the control stick, then let go. He pulled his ensign shoulder insignia out from the inner zippered pocket of his pilot suit and looked at it for a few seconds. The Earth Federation Force's emblem reflected a cold metallic glint under the hangar lights. Then he put the insignia back into his pocket and zipped it closed. "I hesitated last time, I won't this time." Ling Zhan didn't reply. He simply stood at Gundam's feet for a moment before turning and walking back toward the bridge. Bright Noah received General Revel's order to deploy. The main fleet of the Earth Federation forces completed its final assembly. The Vanguard Spearhead would launch an attack on Solomon's outer defense line in 10 minutes. Mirai Yashima adjusted their heading, while Hayato Kobayashi stood by on the catapult track. Inside the cockpit, Amuro Ray gripped his control stick. Ling Zhan stood in front of the bridge window, his brain quantum waves enveloping the entire battlefield. Amuro Ray was quiet in his cockpit, the captain's rank insignia on Bright Noah's shoulder gleamed cold under the lights. Dazzle Zabi's Big Zam had not yet deployed. Char Aznable's Zanzibar class was still docked at the fortress harbor, and Layla Sane's signal waited quietly deep within the fortress. In his consciousness, he sent a brief signal toward the hangar, not words, just a simple confirmation. Tairia Erda opened his eyes in the hangar lounge. He pushed up his glasses, stood up, and walked toward Gundam Virtue. The GN drive began spinning at full power as green particles burst through the gaps in the armor, coating the heavy black plates in a flowing green aura. He climbed into the cockpit, and the hatch sealed shut. Gundam Virtue's main monitor lit up green in the dark. White Base ran its engines at full power, charging toward Solomon Fortress alongside dozens of GMs and warships from the Vanguard Spearhead. Flashes of fire from Solomon's outer turret group erupted in the darkness, and explosive bursts from the minefield flickered continuously along the fleet's flanks. Gundam leaped from the catapult deck into the battlefield, its beam rifle tracing the first pink beam through the sea of stars, scoring a direct hit on a Rick-Dom attempting to flank White Base. Ling Zhan stood before the bridge window. Gundam Virtue remained on standby inside the hangar, Tairia Erda sitting in the cockpit awaiting the deployment signal. He was waiting for Big Zam to move. The countdown for Celestial Being's fourth intervention had begun. Chapter 28: Char Aznable and Layla Sane. Inside the Solomon Fortress, the captain's quarters of the Zanzibar class. Layla Sane sat in a chair beside the porthole, holding nothing in her hands. Her posture was as quiet and focused as it had been in the garden at Side 6, but Char Aznable could sense that her heart was stirred. The signal of the Gundam pilot was growing clearer with the advance of the Earth Federation forces, and the boy's mental fluctuations passed through the gunfire around Solomon and the Minovsky particles, like a thin yet resilient thread, continually touching the edges of her perception. Char Aznable stood before the tactical screen, his back to her. On the screen, Dazzle Zabi's outer defense line was contracting layer by layer under the impact of the Earth Federation forces Vanguard, and the loss rate of the battery clusters had already exceeded 30%. Dazzle Zabi's outer defense line can still hold for a while. You don't need to sortie immediately. Layla Sane did not answer. Char Aznable turned around. She was looking out the porthole toward the outer space of Solomon, where flashing clusters of explosions flickered brightly and dimly in her pupils. You are still thinking about the pilot of that white MS. I am wondering if he is tired, Layla Sane said, her voice very soft. Last time in the garden, I didn't finish asking. She turned her head and looked at Char Aznable. Her gaze was clear and direct, without any evasion. In the garden at Side 6, she had asked Amuro Ray if he was tired, and he had not answered. Now she turned that unfinished question toward Char Aznable. Do you really believe that once the Gundam is destroyed, the war will end? Char Aznable did not answer. There was only the low humming sound of the recycling air system inside the captain's quarters. Outside the porthole, the gunfire around the outskirts of Solomon flashed silently. He took off his sunglasses and placed them on the table. Then he walked up to Layla Sane, his fingertips lightly brushing across the back of her tense hand as artificial sunlight filtered in from outside the porthole, falling upon her dark skin. This movement was very light, so light that it felt as though he were touching something that could shatter at any moment. Leaving you alone inside 6 for so long must have been lonely. Layla Sane lowered her eyes. Her fingers moved slightly in his palm, then turned over, gently grasping his fingertips. As long as I am with you, it is not lonely. It's just that the boy of that white MS. I can sense a heavy pain in his heart, the same pain as yours. You are both people trapped by the war. Char Aznable's fingertips tightened slightly, and his thumb stopped on the back of her hand. He is a warrior of the Federation, our enemy. Stop perceiving his thoughts too much, it will disturb your mind. Layla Sane raised her eyes to look at him, her eyes holding something Char Aznable had never seen in anyone else's eyes. Not worship, not fear, not the awe of Zeon Force's soldiers looking at the red comet, not the vigilance of the Zabi family looking at the orphan of Zeon Zoom Dakuin. She was simply looking at the men who had been running away ever since the fleeing ship from Side 3, looking at the self who bore the blood debt of Zeon Zoom Dakuin and could only live beneath a mask for a lifetime. I will not leave you. Wherever the battlefield goes, I will follow you. Char Aznable reached out and drew her to his side. Her shoulder leaned against his chest, and he could feel the rhythm of her breathing, steady and slow, as quiet as her brain quantum wave. He put his sunglasses back on, concealing the turbulent complex emotion surging at the bottom of his eyes. He wanted to say that he didn't truly believe the war would end once the Gundam was destroyed. He wanted to say he shouldn't have sent her to the battlefield, she was the only person he didn't need to wear a mask in front of, yet he was pushing her with his own hands towards Solomon's gunfire. He wanted to say that his revenge needed her, his ideals needed her, and he himself needed her. With these three things mixed together, he couldn't tell which was an excuse and which was sincerity. But he remained silent. His sunglasses obscured his eyes, and Layla Sane leaned against his side, perceiving all the words in his heart that he had not spoken aloud. Outer space of Solomon. The Gundam shuttled through the gunfire. Amuro Ray's new type perception continued to expand during the battle. He could simultaneously capture the movement trajectories of at least 6 enemy units. 3 RX-78-2 were outflanking the white base from the flanks, 2 Zakas were establishing shooting positions right ahead, and 1 was attempting to go around the rear at the edge of the minefield. His fingers moved on the control stick, and every thruster ignition was completed at the most precise time point, without the slightest superfluous movement. With 2 consecutive shots from the beam rifle, the thrusters of the 2 RX-78s on the flank were pierced before the crossfire network could form. The Gundam dodged sideways to evade the machine gun strafing of the Zaka directly ahead, and with a backhand strike of its beam saber, severed the right arm of the 3rd enemy mobile suit attempting to bypass from the edge of the minefield. His perception range was wider than ever before, the fear of the enemy pilots, the weak points of the Zeon Force's defense line, and the casualty rate of friendly GM units. He could feel the electromagnetic pulse released by every destroyed mobile suit at the moment of explosion, and could sense the relief and fear of the Earth Federation Force's pilots when ejecting to escape. What he perceived most clearly was the quiet and gentle presence of Layla Sane deep within the fortress. She was steady and gentle, exactly the same as the signal when she sat on the bench in the garden. His fingers on the control stick did not pause. The beam rifle fired again, hitting a Zaka that was aiming at Hayato Kobayashi's gun cannon. In the hangar, he had told Ling Zhan, "I won't this time," and then he had put his second lieutenant's epaulets back into his pocket. He had done it. Now, when sensing Layla Sane on the battlefield, his fingers did not pause. It was not because he no longer cared about her, but because he had found a way to turn off the interference. Layla Sane was not Char Aznable, and Layla Sane was not the enemy. But she was Char Aznable's companion, standing on the other side in this war, and he could not stop the control stick in his hand simply because someone who could understand him stood on the other side. Bridge of the White Base. Sayla Mass stood before the porthole. Outside the window was the gunfire around the outskirts of Solomon. Explosion-like clusters in the minefield flickered consecutively on the flanks of the fleet, as the Earth Federation Forces Vanguard and the Zeon garrison engaged in a fierce melee in the outer space of the fortress. Mirai Yashima adjusted the course before the steering wheel, and Bright Noah stared at the firing reports jumping line by line on the tactical screen from the captain's seat. She closed her eyes. Amidst the interference of gunfire and Minovsky particles, countless signals were as disorderly and chaotic as broken waves on the sea surface. But she did not need any supernatural abilities. Years later they would be separated to the ends of the earth, but at this moment they were on the same battlefield, and that was something more primitive, blood relation. Core Command Room of the Solomon Fortress. Lieutenant General Dazal Zabi stood before the fortress defense deployment map. The firing reports of the outer battery clusters jumped line by line on the tactical screen, and the loss rate had already exceeded 30%. The Zeon garrison suffered heavy casualties under the impact of the Earth Federation forces' vanguard, but he did not give the order to retreat. His wife and daughter had already boarded the escape pod and left the fortress, heading toward the neutral colony Granada. He told his adjutant that Solomon was the first line of defense of the Zeon space forces, and he was the commander of this defense line. He would not leave. The Big Zam had completed its final calibration in the hangar, and he would sortie personally when the outer defense line was completely breached. The adjutant hesitated for a moment, saluted, and turned to leave. Char Aznable attended as a non-voting participant in the corner of the command room, expressing no opinions. His sunglasses were back on, and the expression on his face was as calm as when facing Sailor Mass in the side 6-port area. Dazal Zabi was the only general in the Zabi family who would fight side by side with frontline soldiers, a commander worthy of respect. But he was also the eldest son of the Zabi family, the son of Degwin Sabi, the elder brother of Gyron Zabi, and a core member of that bloodline that had usurped the power of the Zeon Zoom Dakuan family. Char Aznable would not save him, just as he would not save Garma Zabi. The people of the Zabi family were destined to be crossed off by fate one by one on his revenge list. He merely stood to the side, confirming that fate was executed as scheduled. Layla Sane stood up from the captain's quarters. She had changed into a pilot suit. The dark pilot suit appeared overly baggy on her, and the shoulder armor was 2 fingers wider than her shoulders. She tied her hair back and walked toward the hangar of the Elmuth. Char Aznable called out to her in the corridor. His military boots stepped on the metal deck, producing a crisp echo that reverberated for a long time in the empty corridor before dissipating. She stopped in her tracks without turning around. He said that he would also sortie, piloting a Rick-Dom, and would not let her go to the battlefield alone. Layla Sane said she did not need his protection. Char Aznable said he knew. He walked behind her, stopping at a distance where she could sense his presence without turning around. But I need to be by your side. Layla Sane was silent for a moment. There was only the low humming sound of the recycling air system in the corridor. Then she continued walking forward. Her footsteps grew further and further away on the metal deck, and then vanished behind the airtight hatch of the hangar. The cockpit of the Elmuth closed. Funnels deployed and retracted around the mobile suit, and the conical sensor devices flashed with several cold lights in the darkness. Bridge of the White Base. Ling Zhan stood before the porthole. Brain quantum waves covered the entire battlefield. He sensed Amuro Ray's focus amidst the gunfire, his fingers not pausing, the beam rifle hitting its target precisely with every shot. In the hangar he had said, "I won't this time," and he had done it. Sayla Massa's silence before the porthole. She had captured something just now, her fingers pausing on the window frame. He did not turn to look at her, but he knew whom she had sensed. Bright Noah's captain epaulets on his shoulders gleamed with a cold light under the illumination lamps. Mirai Yashima's fingers gripping the steering wheel were slightly stiff from prolonged operation. Hayato Kobayashi was standing by on the catapult track, and Kai Shirden was in position at the anti-aircraft battery. Dazal Zabi's outer defense line was collapsing, and the sortie of the Big Zam was only a matter of time. Char Aznable's Rick-Dom had already started up in the hangar, and Layla Sane's Elmuth had entered the catapult track. He transmitted a brief confirmation toward the hangar in his consciousness. Tairia Erda opened his eyes in the cockpit of the Gundam Virtue. GN particles flowed quietly across the surface of the heavy black armor, and the main monitor of the Gundam Virtue shone with the green light of standby status in the darkness. Tairia Erda pushed up his glasses, his fingers resting on the control stick, waiting for the sortie signal. The outer phase of the Battle of Solomon entered its final stage. Awaiting only the moment when the Big Zam sortied, Celestial Being would descend from the void for its fourth intervention. Chapter 29 Gundam Virtue destroys target. After the giant high-temperature particle beams of the solar system swept across the outer airspace of Solomon, the remaining fleet of the Zeon forces began to retreat. Under the cover of artillery fire, the Earth Federation forces GM units advanced toward the main body of the fortress, and Mirai Yashima reported that the Vanguard Assault Group had broken through the final defense line, while General Revel's flagship issued the signal for a full-scale attack. Then, the gate at the top of the fortress exploded. It was not pierced by external artillery fire, but blown open from the inside. The giant mobile armor Big Zam rose from the depths of the fortress, standing nearly 60 meters tall, its heavy armor reflecting a dull luster under the stellar illumination. The central giant mega-particle main gun deployed on the front of its torso, with a muzzle diameter exceeding the height of an entire Gundam. 28 surrounding small mega-particle cannons arranged themselves in a dense array around its body. The 6-tube anti-aircraft missile launchers on its feet opened one by one, and the internal cooling system of the machine released vast clouds of high-temperature steam into the vacuum. Dazil Zabi's voice spread across the entire battlefield through the Zeon Force's all-channel broadcast. Solomon will not fall. Long live the Principality of Zeon. Big Zam opened fire. With a single strike, the mega-particle main gun pierced through an Earth Federation Forces Salamis-class cruiser, melting the hull into two halves within the particle beam, and the internal reactor exploded the moment it snapped. 28 particle cannons swept across 360 degrees, dozens of GMs and balls exploded simultaneously within the beam network, and wreckage fragments scattered across the sea of stars. Big Zam's giant foot claws grabbed a GM attempting to approach from below, the claws tightening, and the cockpit along with the chest armor were crushed into a twisted mass of metal. The Earth Federation Forces beam rifles and beam cannons all struck Big Zam's torso, the beams bursting into green ripples on the surface of the eye field, leaving the armor completely undamaged. No one could pierce through that barrier. Amuro Ray piloted the Gundam to launch a frontal attack against Big Zam, hitting the head area of Big Zam with 3 consecutive shots from the beam rifle, the beams shattering against the eye field. Big Zam's particle cannons turned toward the Gundam, firing dense beams simultaneously from multiple angles. Relying on new type prejudgment, Amuro Ray shuttled through the gaps in the artillery fire, every dodge landing precisely in the blind spots of the particle cannons, but the coverage of the diffused particle cannons was too wide, grazing the Gundam's left arm and causing part of the Luna titanium alloy to melt and deform under the high temperature. Beam weapons are ineffective. Amuro Ray's voice came through the communication channel, all beams cannot pass through its barrier. Then use live ammunition and close combat. Ling Zhan's voice was very steady, it cannot block physical attacks. The area below the abdomen and legs is the barrier's weak zone, cut in from there. To approach it, we must pass through the firepower network of 28 particle cannons. You can get through. Amuro Ray did not answer. The Gundam sidestepped to evade a new round of bombardment, its thrusters firing at full power to maneuver toward Big Zam's abdomen. Then his perceptual range was suddenly pierced by a new signal. Elmeth catapulted out of the fortress port. Funnels deployed around the craft, the cone-shaped induction devices emitting a cold light in the sea of stars. Layla Sane felt the mental fluctuation of the Gundam pilot inside the cockpit. He was still looking for a breakthrough under Big Zam's suppressing fire, without retreating or hesitating. The funnels began to attack the Earth Federation Forces MS units, small beams accurately hitting the thrusters of multiple units within the GM formation, forcing the Earth Federation Forces Vanguard group to slow down its advance speed. Amuro Ray felt her signal inside the cockpit. Stable and gentle, exactly the same as when she sat on the bench in the garden. Her funnels did not attack the Gundam. She merely appeared on the battlefield, causing his new type perception to involuntarily capture her presence. His fingers did not pause on the control stick. The beam rifle switched to Vulcan gun mode, and live ammunition swept toward the eye field weak zone beneath Big Zam's legs. In the hangar, he had said to Ling Zhan, "I hesitated last time, but I won't this time," and then he put his second lieutenant's shoulder insignia back into his pocket. He did it. Layla Sane was Char Aznable's companion. She stood on the other side in this war, and he could not stop the control stick in his hand simply because someone who could understand him stood on the other side. Rick Dom catapulted out from the side of the fortress. Char Aznable saw in the cockpit that Elmeth had entered the battlefield, saw that the Gundam was engaged in fierce combat with Big Zam, and saw that Amuro Ray showed no flaws whatsoever before Layla Sane's signal. The 0.5-second finger pause he had observed during the pursuit battle against Konskan was completely absent this time. Char Aznable gripped the control stick, and the Rickdom rushed toward the Gundam at triple speed. Amuro Ray perceived that Char Aznable's signal was approaching at high speed. Facing Big Zam's suppressing fire, Layla Sane's signal presence, and Char Aznable's flanking assault simultaneously, the triple pressure piled up at the exact same instant. His new type perception expanded to an unprecedented scope at this moment. He could simultaneously perceive the muzzle angles of every single particle cannon on Big Zam, the timing of every thruster ignition in Char Aznable's approaching trajectory, and every subtle change in Layla Sane's mental fluctuations. The details of every signal were incomparably clear, like countless fine threads unfolding simultaneously in his consciousness. The Gundam sidestepped to evade Big Zam's mega-particle main gun, its beam saber backhanded to block Char Aznable's combat claw. The two close combat weapons collided in the sea of stars, bursting dazzling sparks between particles and high-temperature metal. Char Aznable's Rickdom was pushed back several meters by the impact force, and the Gundam used that momentum to sprint toward Big Zam's abdomen. "You're still the same as ever." Char Aznable's voice came from the public channel, sensing Layla Sane on the battlefield. "Your fingers actually didn't pause. Where did the flaw you showed in front of Konskan last time go?" "I've learned." Amuro Ray did not say much. learned. Char Aznable repeated it, a hint of an almost imperceptible change in his tone, not mockery, but confirmation. Confirming that this youth was indeed growing with every battle. Confirming that the uninterrupted maneuvering trajectory he had just perceived was chosen by Amuro Ray himself. Not relying on the machine's performance, nor on luck. The RX-78 cut in once again. Char Aznable's combat claw launched consecutive attacks against the Gundam's flanks, every strike sealing off the Gundam's route to approach Big Zam's abdomen. He was not helping Dazzle Zabi desperately defend Solomon. Dazzle Zabi was the eldest son of the Zabi family and the core target on his revenge list. He could not let Amuro Ray kill Dazzle Zabi here alone, nor could he let an Earth Federation Forces pilot complete revenge for him. The people of the Zabi family must be buried by his own hands, or at least, it could not be done on behalf of him by the Gundam pilot. Amuro Ray's beam saber parried continuously, and the Gundam's propellant was rapidly consumed in the fierce close combat. Big Zam's particle cannons wove a dense firepower network around the two of them. Dazzle Zabi did not care about accidentally injuring Char Aznable. Char Aznable was Kycilia Zabi's person, a pawn in the internal factional struggles of the Zabi family, not his subordinate. Layla Sane felt the battle between the two in the Elmeth cockpit. Amuro Ray's mental fluctuation remained stable, he did not hesitate even while sensing her. Char Aznable's mental fluctuation was mixed with a certain emotion she had never sensed in him before. Not anger, not killing intent. It was obsession. He did not allow anyone to meddle in his revenge, even if this person was Amuro Ray. Her funnels instinctively avoided the Gundam and the RX-78 in the melee, those two mental waves were too familiar, and her instinct did not allow her to target them. But she also dared not completely favor either side, and could only continuously clear the Outer Earth Federation Forces MS units, not daring to let Char Aznable perceive any tilt in the balance of her heart. Amuro Ray's beam rifle switched back to beam mode, striking Char Aznable's right shoulder armor with a single shot. As Char Aznable sidestepped, Big Zam's particle cannon swept over once again, forcing the Gundam into reverse maneuvers. His beam rifle could not pierce Big Zam's eye field, his close combat route was continuously blocked by Char Aznable, and his remaining propellant margin was below the danger line. Lieutenant Sleger piloted the G-Fighter and catapulted out from the white base. He saw that the Gundam was trapped between Big Zam and the RX-78, and saw that Amuro Ray's propellant was about to run out. The G-Fighter traced an arc in the Sea of Stars, completing docking with the Gundam. The G-Armor's thrusters ignited at full power, pressing the machine's center of gravity toward Big Zam's abdomen. Amuro, listen to me. Sleger's voice came from the cockpit. This MA's eye field has a weak zone at the abdomen. I will use the G-Fighter to smash open its barrier, and you cut in before the gap closes. Do not waste the opportunity one create. Lieutenant Sleger. I am your superior. This is an order. The G-Armor rushed toward Big Zam's lower abdomen at full speed. Big Zam's giant foot claws lifted from below, precisely locking onto the G-Armor's fuselage. The claws tightened, and the metal frame emitted a harsh twisting sound under the pressure. Sleger pressed the G-Fighter separation switch in the cockpit, ejecting the Gundam from the G-Armor. The G-Fighter remained in Big Zam's claws, and the cockpit was crushed and deformed. In the last second before the explosion, Sleger pressed the launch button for the Vulcan gun, and live ammunition hit Big Zam's abdominal eye field generator at point-blank range, blowing a gap in the barrier. The G-Fighter exploded into a fireball in Big Zam's claws. Lieutenant Sleger Law was killed in action. Amuro Ray was watching the fiery explosion in the cockpit. His fingers gripped the control stick tightly, his knuckles turning white. Sleger was dead. Just like Ryu, just like Lieutenant Commander Matilda, just like countless others who had died before him. He had no time to mourn. He pushed down the control stick, and the Gundam sprinted at full speed toward the breach in the Big Zam's abdomen. Then, the backup eye field generator in the Big Zam's abdomen activated. The breach began to close. Green particles condensed in the center of the battlefield. They did not fly in from a certain direction. They were not launched from the white base. They did not come from any known sortie path. The particles condensed directly from the void, spinning and compressing before exploding outwards. Pilots of hundreds of mobile suits from both the Earth Federation forces and Zeon forces witnessed this scene simultaneously. The green halo diffused into a spherical ring of light across the Sea of Stars, and the particle concentration inside the ring was high enough to cause sensors to fail. The identification friend or foe systems of the Earth Federation forces and Zeon forces popped up warnings simultaneously. The sensors could only capture high-temperature particle heat sources while failing to parse the unique quantum waveform of the GN particles, judging it as an unknown high-energy reaction. At the center of the halo, a heavy black mobile suit was slowly rising from the pillar of particle light. Gundam Virtue descended upon the battlefield. The heavy black armor stood silent and majestic amidst the particle halo. Precise particle guide channels were engraved on the edges of every armor plate, with green particles continuously seeping out of the channels to form a flowing mist of green light around the mobile suit. The GN drive rotated slowly in its chest, its rotational rhythm steady and deep, releasing a new ring of particle halo with every revolution, an original GN drive, a semi-permanent energy source that continuously generated particles without needing replenishment, something a certain green-haired fellow spent his whole life thinking about. The barrels of the dual cannons on its back emitted a low mechanical hum as they deployed, the particle guide channels inside the muzzles glowing with a blinding white-green fluorescence, while its right arm wielded a single giant GN bazooka whose barrel length nearly equaled the height of the entire mobile suit, its body pipelines directly connected to the chest-mounted GN drive. Particles were compressed at ultra-high pressure inside the barrel, and the space around the muzzle showed a faint distortion under the high-density accumulation of particles. The mobile suit was 18.4 meters tall. It was more than half shorter than the Big Zam, but when it stood before the Big Zam, no one felt that it was at a disadvantage. The entire field fell silent. The hands of the Earth Federation Forces GM pilots froze on their control sticks. The surviving Zaku and RX-78 pilots of the Zeon forces forgot to fire. Someone recognized those green particles. The blue and white mobile suit that had sliced off Char Aznable's Zaku limbs in space used this exact kind of particle. However, that mobile suit was not present. Standing before them now was another one, heavier, larger, and even more silent. On the bridge of the white base, Mirai Yashima's fingers paused on the steering wheel. Kai Shirden stood in the turret control room with his mouth open, curses stuck in his throat. Bright Noah stood up from the captain's seat, walked over to the porthole, and then turned his head to look at the corner of the bridge. Ling Zhan stood in his usual spot, his expression as focused as everyone else's. Bright Noah did not ask any questions. Amuro Ray sensed the signal of the Gundam Virtue's pilot inside the Gundam's cockpit. Cold, precise, without any superfluous emotional fluctuations. Inside the RX-78's cockpit, Char Aznable's fingers paused on the control stick. He recognized those green particles. The color was identical to the particles that had sliced off his Zaku limbs in space. But the mobile suit before his eyes was not that blue and white one. Heavier, thicker, more silent. Celestial Being didn't have just one such Gundam. Celestial Being was an independent armed force possessing multiple Gundam units. Inside the Elmeth cockpit, Layla Sane's brain quantum wave swept across the mind of the Gundam Virtue's pilot. Unlike Amuro Ray, and unlike Char Aznable, this person was simply here to carry out a mission. Inside the Big Zam's cockpit, Dazzle Zabi stared at the unidentified mobile suit that suddenly appeared on the tactical screen and ordered to open fire. All particle cannons of the Big Zam poured firepower onto the Gundam Virtue simultaneously. The beam of the Mega Particle main cannon exceeded the height of the entire Gundam Virtue. The barrage from 28 small Mega Particle cannons wove a dense net of firepower across the sea of stars. Gundam Virtue did not dodge. Tairia Erda pushed down the GN field activation switch. High-density green particles surged from the GN drive, and a spherical barrier expanded outward with the mobile suit at its center, exceeding 60 meters in diameter. The surface of the barrier exhibited a translucent green luster, with subtle ripples constantly flowing across it. The Big Zam's Mega Particle main cannon slammed into the force field, and the green ripples dispersed violently at the hit point, but failed to pierce through. The barrage of 28 particle cannons followed closely behind, continuous dense beams striking the force field like a rainstorm, and ripples dispersed simultaneously across multiple locations on the barrier's surface. The external particle capacitors continuously depleted, and the panel storage data dropped slightly. The GN drive continuously outputted particles to replenish the capacitors, perfectly maintaining the barrier from collapsing. The I field only blocked beam weapons. The GN field was a particle barrier, and the two principles were completely different. The Big Zam's I field could render the Gundam's beam rifle ineffective, but it couldn't stop GN particles. Gundam Virtue's GN field relied on the high-density arrangement of GN particles to decompose and absorb all forms of energy input, while the continuous power supply from the original GN drive prevented the force field from collapsing due to depleted capacitors. Tairia Erda pushed down the direct connection pipeline switch for the GN bazooka. The particle guide channels inside the gun body shifted from green to a blinding white-green, and the space around the muzzle showed faint distortion under the high-density accumulation of particles. The first shot fired. The GN particle beam pierced straight through the vacuum, hitting the Big Zam's torso head-on. The I field attempted to deflect the beam, but the GN particles penetrated the particle layer of the I field. That was not a beam, but a high-density compressed GN particle beam. The outer armor melted and deformed, and the metal flowed outward from the hit point like wax. The right shoulder Mega Particle Cannon array failed one by one in a chain reaction of explosions, and fragments blew off from the Big Zam's shoulder. All firepower on the right side fell silent. Many of the Big Zam's cooling pipelines were damaged, the reactor temperature red line continued to soar, and the combat time limit was less than 10 minutes remaining. Dazzle Zabi was slammed against his seat by the shockwave. All alarms inside the bridge screamed simultaneously. His eye field was invincible against beam weapons. Could it be that the black mobile suit wasn't using beam weapons? Gundam Virtue's GN bazooka required cooling. The normal cooling time after a single shot in burst bombardment mode was 170 seconds. Tairia Erda turned off the GN field, switched the dual-mounted back cannons to full power, and continuously bombarded the Big Zam's remaining left particle cannon array. The barrage from the cannon suppressed the Big Zam's firing window, forcing the surviving particle cannons to be unable to repair the eye field breach. Tairia Erda pushed up his glasses. Trans-AM activated. The GN drive released red GN particles to encase the mobile suit, tripling the particle output power and neutralizing the normal cooling restriction. The GN bazooka completed reloading under the Trans-AM state. The melt marks on the front of the Big Zam's torso were still glowing with a dark red afterglow, and the inner structural beams of the armor had already deformed under the impact of the first shot. The second shot fired. The GN particle beam pierced through the vacuum once again, penetrating the armor breach melted through by the first shot, and hit the already exposed reactor shell. The reactor shell melted, cracked, and exploded. The Big Zam's torso burst from the inside, all 4 reactors simultaneously overloading in a chain reaction of explosions, with flames gushing out from the armor cracks. The orange-red fireball expanded into a huge shockwave cloud in the sea of stars. Lieutenant General Dazzle Zabi died in battle during the explosion. The commander-in-chief of the Zeon Space Attack Force met his demise above the Fortress Solomon. From the descent of Gundam Virtue to the destruction of the Big Zam, it was less than 2 minutes. A single unit. Amidst the sea of stars, the wreckage of the Big Zam drifted slowly away. The Earth Federation Forces flagship transmitted the signal for the capture of Solomon. The surviving units of the Zeon forces retreated across the board. Inside the Rickdom's cockpit, Char Aznable took one last glance at the direction where Gundam Virtue had vanished and turned his mobile suit around. Layla, retreat. Inside the Elmeth cockpit, Layla Sane took one last glance in the direction of the Gundam. Amuro Ray was still alive. His mental fluctuations remained stable. Following Char Aznable's signal, she vanished into the darkness behind the fortress. Amuro Ray piloted the Gundam back. The white base's catapult deck lit up with orange guide lights. Ling Zhan stood in front of the bridge porthole, his brain quantum wave sensing everyone's reactions on the battlefield. Dazzle Zabi died in battle, and Solomon fell. Celestial Being's 4th intervention was complete. He left Celestial Being's mental markers in consciousness. Inside the hangar, Tairia Erda received the marker signal and pushed up his glasses. Gundam Virtue deactivated Trans-AM, the GN drive's particle consumption remaining within a safe range, requiring time to recover naturally. The mobile suit was undamaged. Both the Earth Federation forces and Zeon forces witnessed the overwhelming victory of Gundam Virtue and realized that Celestial Being possessed more than just one Gundam. An independent armed force equipped with multiple Gundams was intervening in the war. Chapter 30, The Ghost of Solomon. Inside the Solomon Fortress, the Earth Federation Forces Engineering Corps were clearing away the battle debris. The corridors were filled with the smell of scorched metal, and the bulkheads caught in the Big Zam explosion bore traces of high-temperature melting, with the twisted metal frames maintaining the posture of being torn apart after cooling. The engineers used cutters to dismantle the deformed hatch doors and placed the remains of the fallen into body bags one by one. The lights in the temporary maintenance area flickered amidst unstable circuits, casting the shadow of the Gundam onto the scratch-filled metal floor. Earth Federation Forces soldiers were still whispering about the recent battle while clearing the debris. A GM pilot leaned against the wall, his pilot suit still stained with engine oil from his ejection escape, and his voice was kept very low, as if he was afraid of being heard by someone. I heard it, that voice kept ringing in my ears. It is a woman, seeming very far yet very close, always saying something. I cannot hear it clearly. Those beams came from all directions, without warning, without any heat source response. The radar was completely blank. The ball pilot opposite him did not speak, only staring blankly at the unfinished compressed ration bar in his hand. It is the ghost of Solomon. Another voice came from the corner of the corridor, where an engineer was cutting through a twisted metal plate with a welding torch. There are ghosts in this space sector, we cannot see it, but it can see us. No one refuted him. This title was circulating everywhere in the Solomon Fortress. Some said the pilot of that red mobile armor was a Zeon Force's new type, some said it was a new type weapon cultivated by Kycilia Zabi, but more people preferred to believe the terror they saw with their own eyes. The Gundam was parked in the temporary maintenance area. The melt marks on the left arm armor shimmered with a dull reflection under the light, the spot grazed by the Big Zam diffuse particle cannon was indented by less than 2 mm, and the Luna titanium alloy gleamed dark blue under high temperature. Sanders squatted beside the Gundam's feet, scanning the joint lubrication layer inch by inch with a detector, and gave the bolt a final half-turn with a wrench. The structure is undamaged, the joint lubrication layer needs replacement, and the propellant supply pipeline pressure is normal. Sanders stood up, put the wrench into the toolbox, and said, "I heard about Lieutenant Slager." Amuro Ray sat in the corner of the temporary maintenance area, not looking at the Gundam. His pilot suit was still on, and his helmet was placed at his feet. His fingers rested motionless on his knees. The G-fighter debris was not recovered, it had completely vaporized in the Big Zam explosion. In the cockpit, he saw every frame of the G-fighter being crushed and deformed by the giant claws, which rose from below, locked onto the G-armor fuselage, tightened their grip, and made the metal frame emit a harsh twisting sound under the pressure. He saw the instant a fireball exploded on the Big Zam's belly, saw Slager press the Vulcan gun launch button in the last second, saw the live ammunition hit the I-field generator at close range, blasting a gap in the barrier, and then Celestial being descended. Slager used his life to create an opening for him. Then that black mobile suit descended from the void, piercing the Big Zams frontally with 2 shots in less than 2 minutes. His fingers tightened slightly on his knees. Did Slager's death have meaning? He did not know. But he knew one thing. Slager pressed the Vulcan gun in the last second, knowing he would die, but he did everything he could. Amuro Ray likewise perceived that gentle and stable new type signal on the battlefield. Her funnels had caused countless casualties among the Earth Federation forces, yet his fingers on the control stick did not pause. He had promised Ling Zhan that he would not hesitate this time, and he did it. She did not attack the Gundam either, her funnels intentionally avoided his cockpit. But his perception involuntarily captured her existence. She was now in the Zeon fortress, called a ghost by them. He remembered her sitting on a bench in the garden, looking at the light on the water surface and saying, "I can feel that there is something very heavy in your heart." She didn't want the title of ghost, he knew she didn't want it. But she killed so many Earth Federation forces soldiers, and those men's comrades were now collecting their remains in the adjacent compartment. The Abawa-Chu fortress, the final core of the Zeon forces' cosmic defense line. Char Aznabal's Zanzibar-class cruiser was docked in the port, its hull bearing the scorch marks of the Solomon battle. 2 things were circulating within the Zeon forces. The first was that black mobile suit descending from the void, destroying the Big Zam with 2 shots in less than 2 minutes, with Lieutenant General Dazil Zabi being hit head-on inside the cockpit. The second was Layla Soon's funnel combat record, with the Earth Federation forces calling her the Ghost of Solomon. Layla Sane stood alone in front of the porthole. Outside the window were the dense defensive battery groups on the outside of the fortress and the remaining fleet regrouping, with the cruiser's engine exhaust trails dragging countless light blue trajectories across the sea of stars. The Zeon Forces Intelligence Department had officially recorded her combat record, MA-08 Elmeth pilot Layla Soon, codenamed Ghost of Solomon. She didn't want the title. She didn't want the combat record, she was simply doing what Char Aznable needed her to do. Those Earth Federation forces soldiers who died under her funnels, she perceived their pre-mortem fear inside the cockpit. That fear pierced through the interference of Minovsky particles, pierced through the armor of the Elmeth cockpit, directly touched her spiritual perception, and then vanished. Their fear had now become her title. She remembered the words shouted by the Earth Federation forces soldiers on the communication channel. She heard them inside the cockpit of the Elmeth. Her new type perception captured those spiritual fluctuations, using the exact same ability she used when capturing Amuro Ray's inner weight in the garden. Someone roared about not being able to find the enemy mobile suit, someone said beams were everywhere from all directions, and someone said a voice in their ear was constantly whispering. They said it was a ghost in the fortress. She was not a ghost. She was simply sitting in the cockpit, manipulating the funnels with brain quantum waves, doing what Char Aznable needed her to do. Char Aznable walked over from the direction of the bridge. His military boots stepped on the metal deck, and the sound of footsteps echoed in the empty corridor for a long time before dissipating. He walked up to her and stood shoulder to shoulder with her in front of the porthole. Kaisilia Zabi has approved your official incorporation into the new type unit. Your combat record has allowed her to see the strategic value of new type weapons. Layla Sane did not answer, only looking at the remaining fleet gathering outside the porthole. Char Aznable continued, your funnels and the Gundam Virtue's GN bazooka were witnessed on the same battlefield. Celestial being definitely has more than 2 Gundams. The Earth Federation forces are tracking them down, and Kaisilia Zabi wants you to sortie again at Abawa-Chu. Where is the next battle? Abawa-Chu. Layla Sane turned her head to look at him. Her gaze was clear and direct, exactly the same as the look in her eyes when she looked at Amuro Ray in the garden. I will go. Char Aznable looked at her. He knew she would not refuse his request. From the day he redeemed her from a brothel in India, she had never refused any of his requests. She said her life was given by him, so she was willing to do anything for him. But he also knew that the Earth Federation forces calling her a ghost was something she couldn't digest, and he didn't need new type perception to see that shadow in her eyes. The Earth Federation forces call you the Ghost of Solomon, and it is also circulating within the Zeon forces. Char Aznable's voice was gentler than usual. You don't like this title, do you? I don't want a title, let alone any combat records. I know. She turned her head to look at him. They call me a ghost. Those people who died under my funnels, I could feel their fear, they were terrified before death, and then their fear became my name. Char Aznable did not answer. He took off his sunglasses, his fingertips gently brushing across the back of her hand. His fingers were very steady, just as steady as when he gripped the control stick on the battlefield. Those people will not die in vain, their deaths will exchange for the new type era. Your power is the spark of that era, and the title of ghost is just noise in the war. After a Bao Chu, all noise will disappear. Layla Sane looked at him. There was a very, very faint trace of fatigue in her eyes. She did not refute, only looking back out the porthole. The fortress's defensive battery groups lined up silently under the starlight, and the engine exhaust trails of the regrouping surviving fleet dragged countless light blue trajectories across the sea of stars. Celestial Being demonstrated a new power in Solomon, and that black mobile suit was not any machine they had seen before. Celestial Being had more than one Gundam. He previously thought Celestial Being was just one pilot plus one special machine, which could be tracked, analyzed, and opposed. But after Solomon he knew he was wrong. Celestial Being was an independent armed force possessing multiple Gundams, and he needed to face the Earth Federation forces, Celestial Being, and the Zabi family simultaneously at a Bao Chu. These three matters could originally be handled separately, but now they were crushing down on a Bao Chu simultaneously, pressing toward the final stage of his revenge plan. He put his sunglasses back on, concealing the complex emotions in his eyes. At the temporary command center of the Solomon Fortress, Bright Noah attended the Earth Federation Forces post-battle summary meeting. General Revel's adjutant reported the overall battle casualties. The solar system successfully destroyed Zeon's outer defense line, and the Earth Federation Forces Vanguard Assault Group suffered 37% casualties before Gundam Virtue descended. The Intelligence Department had adjusted Celestial Being's threat level from Priority Observation Target to Key Focus Object. The intelligence officer displayed the actual combat records of Gundam Virtue frame by frame on the projection screen. Descending directly from the void, without an ejection trajectory, without a thruster heat signal, the identification friend or foe system could only capture high-temperature particle heat sources, unable to parse the unique quantum waveform of the unknown particles, and determined it to be an unknown high-energy reaction. The unknown particle barrier completely immunized all firepower of the Big Zam. The Mega Particle main gun and 28 wraparound particle guns were all deflected or absorbed, without any cracks appearing in the force field. The GN bazooka pierced the eye field head-on with 2 shots. The eye field was invincible against beam weapons, but the weapon used by that black mobile suit went from descending to destroying the Big Zam in less than 2 minutes. The intelligence officer listed Celestial Being's 4 intervention records on the projection screen, the first time slicing off Char Aznable's Zaka limbs in space combat, the second time clearing bombs underground in Jaburo, the third time clearing bombs in the Odessa mining area, and the fourth time frontally destroying the giant mobile armor in Solomon. From a single machine to multiple Gundams, from clearing bombs to frontally destroying giant mobile armors, Celestial Being was gradually escalating. At the same time, the Intelligence Department officially labeled the Ghost of Solomon as the Zeon new type dedicated weapon MA-08 Elmuth. The pilot's identity has been preliminarily confirmed as a new type pilot trained by the Flanagan New Type Research Institute of the Zeon Forces, and their name is pending verification. The funnels are remotely controlled via new type brain quantum wave, and under the interference of Minovsky particles, conventional sensors cannot lock onto them. Recording logs left by frontline soldiers of the Earth Federation forces in the communication channels show that multiple soldiers simultaneously heard a female metal whisper when witnessing the funnel attacks. Intelligence departments have not yet determined whether this phenomenon is a mental interference effect unique to new type weaponry. After the meeting, Bright Noah returned to the White Base Bridge. Mirai Yashima was adjusting the course at the helm, and Kai Shirden was conducting post-battle maintenance on the anti-aircraft battery. Mirai Yashima asked what the Intelligence Department's judgment on Celestial Being was. Bright Noah said that the Intelligence Department believes they will appear again. Solomon was the 4th time, and a Bao Chu should see them appear once more. Mirai Yashima fell silent for a moment. What attitude will the Earth Federation forces take toward Celestial Being by then? Without a formal order, they are currently still key objects of concern, not hostile targets, nor friendly forces. Ling Zhan stood in his own position in the corner of the bridge, his back leaning against the cold metal wall. Bright Noah did not look at him, nor did Mirai Yashima ask him any questions. Everyone on the bridge had seen the footage of the blue and white mobile suit slicing off Char Aznable Zaku in space, had seen green particles venting bombs underground in Jaburo and in the Odessa mining area, and now they had seen that black mobile suit defeat the Big Zam head-on at Solomon. Every time Celestial Being appeared, it was at a critical moment. Every time Amuro Ray perceived Celestial Being's signal on the battlefield, his reaction was not vigilance, but some more complex emotion, as if recognizing someone who should not have appeared on the battlefield. No one said it out loud, but everyone vaguely knew one thing: Celestial Being was definitely not an enemy. Inside the hangar, the Ashia and the Gundam Virtue parked side by side on the metal floor. The particle halos of the two GN drives intertwined in the darkness into dual rotating light spots, merging into a bright emerald green at the intersection. Tairia Urda sat on the sofa in the rest area, and the holographic screen in front of him displayed the status report of the Gundam Virtue. After Trans-AM was deactivated, particle consumption was severe, the GN drive was continuing to operate at low power, and particle reserves were gradually recovering. When the I field withstood the continuous shelling of the Big Zam, the capacitor consumption rate reached its peak, requiring a longer time to recover to full status. The bazooka barrel had cooled down after 2 full power shots, and the cooling time for the next burst bombardment was 170 seconds. He checked the data item by item and wrote 3 lines on the status log: particle reserves recovered to 43%. I field capacitor recovered to 61%, Trans-AM cooling completed. Ling Zhan leaned against the edge of the sofa, looking at the status report of the Gundam Virtue on the holographic screen. After the Battle of Solomon, the Earth Federation Forces Intelligence Department had listed Celestial Being as a key object of concern, and the Zeon forces were also investigating intelligence on Celestial Being. Celestial Being was no longer a mystery, but an independent faction that needed to be tracked and evaluated. Tairia Urda turned off the holographic screen and pushed up his glasses. Both the Earth Federation forces and the Zeon forces are investigating Celestial Being. This is an expected result. Celestial Being does not serve any faction, and one cannot use friendly forces or enemies to define the existence of Celestial Being. This itself is one of the purposes of Celestial Being's intervention in the war, to make the warring parties realize that there is a certain force outside their control. Abawachu will be the final decisive battle of the war, and we will sortie again in that battle. Ling Zhan nodded. Abawachu is the last fortress of the Zeon forces. Gairan Zabi will make his final resistance there, Char Aznable will complete his revenge there, and Layla Sane will pilot the Elmeth to sortie once more. The timing and method of Celestial Being's 5th intervention need to be determined based on the battlefield situation, but the Gundam Virtue's Trans-AM will be saved for that battle. Tairia Urda said he would complete the particle reserve recovery before then, ensuring that the Gundam Virtue is in a fully operational state when sorting. Inside the temporary maintenance area, Amuro Ray was still sitting in the corner. The engineering unit had already cleared away the remains from the adjacent cabin, and the maintenance area's lighting flickered amidst unstable voltage circuits. Ling Zhan walked over and sat down beside him. Amuro Ray fell silent for a long time before speaking. Lieutenant Slegger is dead. He used the G-Fighter to smash open the Big Zam's I field, and then Celestial Being descended, and there was no longer any need for a breach. He paused, looking at his fingers resting on his knees. They were not trembling, unlike when he returned from Jaburo last time, and unlike when he returned from Odessa. I don't know whether his death had any meaning, but I know that in the last second he pressed the Vulcan gun and said, "This is an order." He knew he would die, and he did everything he could. Ling Zhan did not answer. He looked at Amuro Ray's profile, remembering what this boy looked like when he first sat in the Gundam cockpit at Side 7, with his soft hair resting on his forehead and his hands shaking as he gripped the control stick. Now he sat in the temporary maintenance area of the Solomon Fortress, his pilot suit still stained with post-battle sweat, and his fingers no longer trembling. He was wondering whether Slegger's death had any meaning, whether Layla Sane's title was her fault, and why Celestial Being had descended. Ever since Side 7, he had been asking questions, asking where he should run, asking why Char Aznable betrayed Garma Zabi, asking why Ramba Ral didn't hate Char Aznable but wouldn't forgive what he did. Now he sat in the ruins of Solomon, asking whether Slegger's sacrifice had any meaning. That black mobile suit is called the Gundam Virtue. It is Celestial Being's mobile suit. Amuro Ray raised his head and looked at him. Amuro Ray looked at him. He fell silent for a long time. There was no surprise or anger in his eyes, only a sort of quiet confirmation, as if seeing a puzzle piece finally placed where it belonged. After the decisive battle, everything will become clear. Amuro Ray did not press further. He didn't ask why you didn't tell me now, didn't ask if you were from Celestial Being, and didn't ask if you were piloting that blue and white mobile suit. He simply said okay. The Earth Federation Force's main fleet completed its assembly at Solomon, the engine exhaust trails of the fleet dragging countless pale blue trajectories across the Sea of Stars. The white base was incorporated into the Vanguard assault group, the Gundam's left arm armor had been replaced, and propellant and ammunition were resupplied according to space warfare standards. Mirai Yashima inputted the next stop's route data into the navigation system, the star map unfolded on the tactical screen, and the coordinates of the Abawa-Chu fortress flickered at the final position of the Zeon defense line. Ling Zhan stood in front of the bridge porthole, brain quantum waves covering the status of everyone in the fleet. Amuro Ray was quietly waiting for the sortie order in the corner of the temporary maintenance area. Earlier in the corner, after finishing saying, "After we fight Abawa-Chu," he stood up and picked up the helmet at his feet. Sayla Mas stood in front of the bridge porthole looking at the gradually receding Solomon fortress. She said nothing the last time she perceived Char Aznable's signal on the battlefield, and now Abawa-Chu awaited. Bright Noah's captain's shoulder insignia gleamed with a cold light under the lighting. Mirai Yashima adjusted the fleet's convergence posture at the helm. Kai Shirden completed the final calibration on the anti-aircraft battery, and the consoles on the bridge emitted a low electronic hum. Tairia Erda confirmed in the hangar that the Gundam Virtue's particle reserves had recovered to 67%, with Trans-AM on standby. The I-field capacitor was still recovering, but there was still enough travel time until Abawa-Chu. He updated the data on the status log and turned off the holographic screen. Deep within the Abawa-Chu fortress, Gyron Zabi delivered a mobilization speech in the core area, and tens of thousands of Zeon forces soldiers lined up in the plaza inside the fortress. He said that the Principality of Zeon would fight a final decisive battle against the Earth Federation forces at Abawa-Chu, that the glory of the Zabi family would not fall, and that the loss of Solomon was merely a temporary setback. His voice spread through the all-channel broadcast across the entire fortress, throughout the surviving fleet currently reforming, and into the cockpit of every Zeon forces soldier about to be sent to the final battlefield. Char Aznable sat expressionless in the audience. Gyron Zabi was his enemy, the power core of the entire Zabi family. He stood on the podium talking about the glory of the Zabi family, while Dazzle Zabi's remains were still floating in the wreckage of Solomon. Garma Zabi's remains still slumbered beneath the ruins of the canyon. Char Aznable looked at Gyron Zabi, the person who had stripped the Zeon Zoom Daquin family of everything, standing before tens of thousands of people trying to persuade them to die for him. And he would complete the final step of his revenge at Abawa-Chu. The Gundam Virtue demonstrated the power of Celestial Being's Gundam at Solomon, and Celestial Being would appear again at Abawa-Chu. This time, he would not let Celestial Being disrupt his plans. Layla Sane performed a system self-check in the Elmeth cockpit. The funnels deployed and retracted around her, and the conical sensor devices flashed with several cold lights in the darkness. She perceived that Char Aznable's mental fluctuations were more complex than ever before, hatred, scheming, vigilance against Celestial Being, and that trace of fear hidden deep down that she was unwilling to admit. She perceived the fear and resolve of hundreds of thousands of soldiers deep within the Abawa-Chu fortress. Some believed they would win, while others knew they would die. She perceived Amuro Ray's mental signal from the direction of the distant white base. He was no longer the boy in the garden who had been crushed breathless by the weight. He had learned how to carry those weights and keep moving forward. She was the ghost of Solomon in the mouths of the Earth Federation forces, but she did not want this title. She was merely a new type girl caught between Char Aznable's revenge, Amuro Ray's struggle, and this meaningless war, and Abawa-Chu would be her final battle. White Base Bridge. Ling Zhan closed his eyes, and his brain quantum waves expanded to a range of 200 meters in outer space. The emotional undercurrents of everyone in the fleet intertwined in the darkness, Bright Noah's composure, Mirai Yashima's focus, Amuro Ray's quiet waiting, Sayla Mas's slight tremor on the edge of resolve. Then further away, in the direction of the Abawa-Chu fortress. The fear and resolve of hundreds of thousands of people converged into a massive mental background noise. Deep within the noise, he captured a familiar and gentle signal. That signal existed quietly at the center of the storm, exactly like when sitting on the bench in the garden. Chapter 31, Abawa-Chu. The Abawa-Chu fortress slowly rotated in the Sea of Stars. This steel fortress, cobbled together from 2 asteroids and the wreckage of a giant cylindrical space colony, was the final cosmic defense line of the Principality of Zeon. Its hull was densely covered with anti-aircraft batteries and MS launch ports, and the main solar ray cannon deep within the fortress cast a cold gleam in the darkness. That was a strategic weapon prepared by Gyron Zabi for the final decisive battle, powerful enough to vaporize the main fleet of the Earth Federation forces in a single blow. The main fleet of the Earth Federation forces advanced toward the main body of the fortress under the command of General Revel. The engine exhaust trails of the fleet dragged countless pale blue trajectories through the Sea of Stars, with GMs and balls forming an assault formation on both sides of the warships. The peripheral battery groups of Abawa-Chu opened fire simultaneously, dense beams exploding at the front of the fleet, and the vanguard group of the Earth Federation forces continuously suffered casualties during the advance. The white base charged into the gap in the Zeon forces' defense line as part of the vanguard assault group, and the Gundam tore open a breakthrough for the following troops amidst the dense gunfire, its beam rifle continuously destroying two Zaku's attempting to block the gap. Amuro Ray perceived the signal deep within the fortress inside the cockpit. Layla Sane was gentle and steady, while Char Aznable was complex and intense. Slegger's G-Fighter exploded in the giant claws of the Big Zam, Ryu's cockpit was pierced by the Zgok underground in Jaburo, and Lieutenant Commander Matilda's Medea exploded into a fireball over Odessa. These images flashed through his mind one by one, then precipitated into something colder and harder. He did not speak on the public channel, merely pushing down the control stick as the Gundam advanced deeper into the fortress. Ling Zhan stood in front of the bridge porthole, the brain quantum wave covering the entire battlefield. Bright Noah ordered the white base to follow the vanguard group to break through the third defense line. Tairia Urta confirmed in the hangar that the Gundam Virtue particle storage had recovered to 91%, and Trans-AM was already on standby. He left the mental mark of celestial being in his consciousness, and Tairia Urta synchronously confirmed the operation order, intervening when Layla Sane rushed into the battlefield. Ling Zhan knew the ending of this battle in the original work, and he did not know whether he could change it. The GN drive of the Ashia began to preheat in the hangar, green particles flowing slowly across the armor surface. The Gundam encountered the Zeon inside the fortress. That Nu-type dedicated mobile suit of the Zeon forces rushed out from the darkness, wired Psychoma beam cannons firing from both arms, the beams repeatedly ricocheting within the narrow corridor. Amuro Ray dodged several times, his beam saber slicing the cable of a funnel with a backhand strike as the Zeon retreated to readjust its posture, and Char Aznable's voice came through the public channel. Dazzle Zabi is dead, Garma Zabi is dead. Gairin will die soon too. The sins of the Zabi family must be repaid. Then why are you still fighting? Amuro Ray shouted. It's not for Zeon, it's to settle things with you. New types shouldn't kill each other in the war between the Federation and Zeon, but if someone must end this war, it should be one of us. This isn't a settlement, this is your revenge devouring everything, including Layla Sane. Char Aznable's mental fluctuations suddenly intensified upon hearing Layla Sane's name. The remaining Psychoma funnels of the Zeon launched an omnidirectional attack on the Gundam simultaneously, the beams weaving a dense fire net within the narrow corridor. Amuro Ray's new type perception expanded to its limit at this moment, he could perceive the trajectory of every funnel and sense the anger within Char Aznable's mental fluctuations along with something much deeper. Fear, what was Char Aznable afraid of? Afraid of Layla Sane getting dragged into this. Afraid that his revenge plan would eventually spin out of control. Char Aznable's defense line was collapsing. Layla soon perceived Char Aznable's mental fluctuations inside the Elmeth cockpit. His sanity was splitting open a crack, Amuro Ray had mentioned her name, and Char Aznable's fear poured out from that crack. She had perceived the same fear in Solomon when he confirmed that there was more than one Gundam belonging to celestial being, and his plan suffered a huge variable at that moment. Now his fear was even deeper, not fearing the reappearance of celestial being, but fearing losing her. She did not hesitate. She had promised him that wherever the battlefield went, she would follow him, saying that all noise would disappear after a Baoa Chu. She didn't believe those words, but she believed him, and the Elmeth charged toward the core area of the fortress at full speed. The Gundam and the Zeon engaged in close combat in the core area. Char Aznable's Zeon right arm was severed by the beam saber, the wreckage tumbling through the corridor and crashing against the bulkhead. Amuro Ray was preparing to launch the final blow. Ling Zhan had promised him that all questions would be answered after the Battle of Baoa Chu. Now this battle was coming to an end. Suddenly, a familiar signal exploded within his new type perception, steady and gentle, exactly the same as when sitting on a bench in the garden, as the Elmeth rushed in from the flank, blocking between the Gundam and the Zeon. Amuro Ray's fingers stopped abruptly on the control stick, his beam saber had already been swung, and the pink particle blade was slashing toward the direction of the Zeon head cockpit. He tried to retract the saber, but the mobile suit was sprinting at full speed, and inertia combined with the thruster's thrust caused a delay of a fraction of a second in the retraction movement. In those fractions of a second, he saw Layla Sane's face. She was inside the Elmeth cockpit, the brain quantum wave enveloping both him and Char Aznable simultaneously. His beam saber was falling, and Char Aznable's fear at that instant, not fear of death, but fear of her dying, she had no regrets, her mental signal calm and warm, exactly the same as when she asked him if he was tired in the garden. Lieutenant. The beam saber pierced through the Elmeth cockpit. The mobile suit shattered in an internal explosion. The funnels lost control, drifting disorderly within the fortress corridors. The wreckage fragments of the Elmeth slammed against the bulkhead, metal and particles bursting out with a final flash of light in the narrow space before returning to darkness. Layla soon was killed in action, at only 16 years old. Amuro Ray watched the wreckage of the Elmeth slowly drift away inside the cockpit. His beam saber had pierced her cockpit. He had intended to attack Char Aznable, and never wanted to kill Layla Sane. His fingers trembled on the control stick. He wanted to stop, but couldn't. Green particles condensed inside the fortress, and the Ashia descended from the void, the GN sword already deployed in its hand. Ling Zhan's fingers stopped on the control stick. He was a step too late, Layla Sane's mental signal having already dissipated in the explosion, and the wreckage of the Elmeth slowly drifting inside the fortress. He had tried to change this ending, having Tyria Erda on standby in advance, locking onto the signals of Layla Sane and Char Aznable within the brain quantum wave ahead of time, and planning Celestial Being's fifth intervention beforehand. But the moment Layla Sane chose to die for Char Aznable, no external force could stop her. Celestial Being could defeat the Big Zam in a very short time, and with the Ashia's capability to activate Trans-AM speed, it could completely crush the Zeon and deflect missiles to save people, but it couldn't stop a new type who had already made her choice from using her own life to protect the person she loved. The Ashia hovered beside the wreckage of the Elmeth, neither opening fire nor communicating, just quietly hovering there. Amuro Ray recognized this mobile suit and recognized that familiar signal. Green particles flowed quietly across the Ashia's armor surface, and the GN sword had been retracted. Char Aznable perceived Layla Sane's mental signal dissipating in the explosion inside the Zeon cockpit. His hands still gripped the control sticks, and the remaining Psychama funnels of the Zeon still pointed at the Gundam. Just moments ago he was using these weapons to attack Amuro Ray, but now he had forgotten why he wanted to attack. After completing his revenge, he had wanted to go to Axis with her. He had thought about building a new type future there, not Daquin's ideal, nor the Zabi family's legacy, just a future for him and her. Now that future had shattered into pieces within the wreckage of the Elmeth. He did not hate Amuro Ray. He hated himself. It was he who brought her out of India, he who personally step by step sent her onto the battlefield, and he who told her that all noise would disappear after Abawa Chu. Now Abawa Chu was still burning, and she had vanished. At the command center of the Abawa Chu fortress, Gyron Zabi directed the final defense operations in front of the tactical screen. The Earth Federation forces had broken through the third defense line, and the remaining fleet of the Zeon forces began to rout. The flagship boarded by Degwin Soto Zabi was approaching the fortress, preparing for final peace mediation. Gyron Zabi looked at his father's ship silhouette on the tactical screen with a blank expression. He ordered the activation of the main solar ray cannon, targeting the rear of the Earth Federation forces' main fleet. The adjutant hesitated for a fraction of a second before executing the order under Gyron Zabi's icy gaze. The solar ray fired. A giant particle beam shot out from the main cannon deep within the fortress, its diameter exceeding the length of an entire warship, piercing a straight vacuum corridor through the sea of stars. Degwin Zabi's flagship happened to be in the path of the beam, and the hull instantly vaporized under the particle impact, killing Degwin Soto Zabi on the spot. The flagship of General Revel of the Earth Federation forces was grazed by the beam at the same time, its bridge melting down in the high heat, and General Revel was killed in action. With a single strike, the solar ray simultaneously killed the King of Zeon and the highest commander of the Earth Federation forces, changing the power balance of the entire battlefield with a single beam. Kycilia Zabi approached him from behind. Her footsteps were drowned out by the alarm sounds of the command center. She drew her handgun and pulled the trigger aimed at the back of Gyron Zabi's head. The gunshot inside the command center was short and sharp, and Gyron Zabi collapsed to the ground and died on the spot. Kycilia Zabi told the adjutant that Gyron Zabi had betrayed the ideals of the Principality of Zeon, killed his father, and treated war as a private tool of power, and now she would take over command of the entire army. Abawa Chu's defense line continued to collapse under the full-scale offensive of the Earth Federation forces, and the remaining units of the Zeon forces began to surrender. Under the cover of her guard unit, Kycilia Zabi boarded a Zanzibar-class cruiser to evacuate from the rear of the fortress. The cruiser's engines ignited, and its hull accelerated deep into the sea of stars. Char Aznable watched the exhaust flame of that Zanzibar-class cruiser amidst the wreckage of the Zeon. Kycilia Zabi was aboard the ship, the last of the Zabi family. Garma Zabi, Dazzle Zabi, Gyron Zabi, Degwin Zabi, more than half of the names on his revenge list had already been crossed off. Now only one person was left. He ejected from the Zeon, catching the wreckage of an abandoned Zaku in zero gravity. He used a portable bazooka scavenged from the wreckage to aim at the engine nozzle of the Zanzibar-class cruiser. Lining up with the retreat trajectory of Kycilia Zabi, a rocket projectile precisely hit the cruiser's engine. The Zanzibar-class cruiser disintegrated in the explosion, and Kycilia Zabi died. The Zabi family had perished, and Char Aznable's revenge was complete. He floated among the wreckage cluster of Abawa Chu, still gripping the empty bazooka in his hand. Layla Sane was dead. The Zabi family was completely wiped out. The two goals he had lived half his life for were achieved on the very same day, but why? Why did he feel nothing at all? In the core area of the fortress, Char Aznable's mental state was on the verge of collapse. He seized a backup RX-78 from the wreckage and launched another attack against the Gundam. His attacks lacked any tactical pattern. He no longer evaluated the Gundam's mobility trajectory nor anticipated Amuro Ray's firing angles. He was simply letting his emotions control his firing. Amuro Ray's Gundam was also heavily damaged, its left leg thruster pierced through and its beam rifle out of energy. The two damaged mobile suits continued to slaughter each other within the collapsing corridors of the fortress. Amuro Ray did not speak in the public channel, merely using a beam saber to parry every single attack from Char Aznable. Sayla mass piloted the core fighter and rushed into the battlefield. She was not here to join the battle. She only saw her brother and comrades killing each other, and she had to do something. She shouted that name in the public channel, Casval. Hearing Sayla Mass's voice inside the cockpit, Char Aznable's fingers paused on the control stick for a split second. Amuro Ray's beam saber pierced the side wall of the RX-78's cockpit, but missed the core. Char Aznable ejected to escape, and the RX-78 plummeted deep into the fortress amidst the explosion. Abawachu fell, the flagship of the Earth Federation forces issued the signal that the war had ended, and the remaining troops of the Zeon forces surrendered across the board. The one-year war was over. Amuro Ray stood beside the Gundam's cockpit. The Gundam was parked in the temporary maintenance area, its left leg thruster still emitting faint sparks, and the Ashia had already vanished into space. He looked at the direction where the wreckage of the Elmeth was drifting away, looked at the burning corridors inside the fortress, and looked at those fragments slowly floating in the zero-gravity environment. The war was over, and he had survived. Ling Zhan walked over from the direction of the bridge. He was not wearing a pilot suit, the epaulets of a second lieutenant were pinned to his gray jacket. Amuro Ray looked at him in silence for a long time. You promised me that after fighting Abawachu, you would answer all my questions. That blue and white mobile suit is called the Ashia, and I am its pilot. Starting from side 7, every time something happened after I said, I'll go figure something out, it was celestial being. The first mobile suit was the Ashia, and the second was the Gundam Virtue. Our first sortie was at Solomon. All the previous bomb disposal missions and the missions to trim Char Aznable's Zaka were done by the Ashia. The green particles you saw in the underground tunnels of Jaburo, the green light mist you saw in the Odessa mining area, and at the Side 6 port, it was all the Ashia. Amuro Ray looked at Ling Zhan. He remained silent for a long time. He looked at the second lieutenant epaulet on Ling Zhan's jacket, which was identical to the one in his own pocket. The civilian teenager who had dragged him running through the corridors of Side 7, the civilian teenager who had argued for him to get the tactical advisor status from Bright Noah on the bridge, the civilian teenager who had told him in the desert that Ramba Ral never talked nonsense on the channel when beating people, the civilian teenager who had sat alone on the bench at the edge of the camp for a very long time. This person was the pilot of the Ashia and a member of Celestial Being. I understand, Amuro Ray said. When did it all start? I cannot say. You promised to answer after the war was over. Ling Zhan fell silent for a moment. Sorry. Amuro Ray had been asking questions ever since Side 7, asking him where to run, asking him why Char Aznable had betrayed Garma Zabi, asking him why Ramba Ral did not hate Char Aznable but would not forgive what he had done either. Now he was sitting in the ruins of Abawachu, asking, when did it start? This was not anger, nor an interrogation, but merely the calm confirmation of someone who had waited too long upon receiving the answer. Layla Sane is dead, Amuro Ray said, his voice very calm. My beam saber pierced through her cockpit. I only intended to attack Char Aznable, I never meant to kill her. I know she doesn't hate me. In her final seconds, she wrapped me and Char Aznable in her mental waves, protecting both of us. She protected others until the moment she died. Amuro Ray asked whether the Ashia could have saved her back then. Ling Zhan said the Ashia was a step too late. The moment Layla Sane chose to die for Char Aznable, no one could stop her. Celestial Being could use absolute performance to crush the Big Zam and perform bomb disposal to save people, but it could not stop a new type who had already made a choice from protecting the person they loved with their own life. Even if she had been forcibly saved this time, the ending was destined. Amuro Ray said he knew that too. He had seen the moment the Ashia descended from the void, and saw the green particles floating quietly beside the wreckage of the Elmeth. He knew Ling Zhan wanted to save her, but was just a step too late. On the bridge of the White Base, Bright Noah received the war termination notification from the Earth Federation Forces Acting Command Headquarters. General Revel had fallen in battle, King Degwin was dead, Gyron Zabi was shot and killed by Kycilia Zabi, and Kycilia Zabi's flagship was destroyed by Char Aznable during her escape. The military power of the Principality of Zeon completely collapsed, and the one-year war officially ended. Mirai Yashima remained silent before the helm for a long time, then continued to adjust the return course. Kai Shirden locked the barrel of the anti-air turret in the standby position, leaning back in his seat and closing his eyes. Sayla Mas looked at the wreckage of a Bao Chu from the porthole. Casval was still alive, and Layla Sane was dead. She had called out his name, and he had paused for a split second. That split second saved Amuro Ray's life and also saved Casval's own life. She did not know what this ending meant. Ling Zhan stood in front of the bridge porthole, brain quantum wave covering the entire battlefield. The remaining fleet of the Zeon forces was surrendering, and Earth Federation forces soldiers were clearing the battlefield. Inside the hangar, the Ashia and the Gundam Virtue stood side by side on the metal floor, the particle halos of the two GN drives overlapping in the air. Tairia Erda confirmed that the condition of both mobile suits was intact and their particle reserves were stable. He wrote the summary of the Battle of Bao Chu in the status log, Ashia's fifth intervention, attempting to prevent the death of Layla Soon, mission failed. Ling Zhan walked into the hangar, and Tairia Erda pushed up his glasses. The one-year war has ended. Celestial being intervened 5 times, 4 successes, 1 failure. The death of Layla Sane is not Celestial being's failure. Ling Zhan leaned against the Ashia's ankle armor. It was her own choice. Celestial being can intervene in wars, and can make a move when the Big Zam is slaughtering the Earth Federation forces, but it cannot stop a person from making a choice to protect the one they love. The Ashia was a step too late not because the teleportation was slow, but because before she made her choice, there was no signal to capture. She didn't decide to face death in the final second, she had already decided in India, in the gardens of Side 6, amidst Solomon's funnels, and during the countless times Char Aznable said to her, after the war ends. Tairia Erda fell silent for a moment. This is a beginning. Celestial being will not vanish. In an era where war continues to exist, Celestial being will keep intervening. Ling Zhan nodded. The white base headed back. Earth rotated slowly in the sea of stars, its blue and white curved surface glowing quietly in the dark. Amuro Ray sat alone in the corner of the hangar, pinching the second lieutenant epaulet in his hand. He neither put it on nor threw it away. The war was over, and he had survived. Slegger was dead, Ryu was dead, Lieutenant Commander Matilda was dead, and Layla Sane was dead. Ramba Rao was still alive, he had at least changed that one person's ending. He raised his head, looked at Ling Zhan, and asked a question about Celestial Being and why they wanted to intervene in wars. Celestial Being does not serve any faction, it only intervenes in unreasonable wars. Ling Zhan leaned against the hangar door frame. What you want to ask is what Celestial Being wants to do. I can tell you that Celestial Being's ultimate goal is to end all conflicts. Amuro Ray looked at the second lieutenant epaulet in his palm. The emblem of the Earth Federation forces reflected a cold light under the hangar lights. He flipped it over to look at the back, there was nothing on the back, just a piece of metal. Amuro Ray stood up, clutching the epaulet in his hand, the Earth Federation forces emblem pressing into his palm. A year ago, when Bright Noah had dragged him out of the cockpit at Side 7, he was still a youth swept up by war. Now he stood in the hangar after the war, looking at his own hand. That hand had fired guns, gripped beam saber, killed countless enemies, and spared a respectable opponent. He did not want to kill people anymore, but if someone still needed protection, he would go. Ling Zhan turned around from the hangar door and walked toward the bridge. Amuro Ray called out to him. Ling Zhan. Next time before your Ashia sorties, let me know. Ling Zhan stopped in his tracks without looking back. Okay. The white base headed back to Earth through the sea of stars. From then on, the one-year war came to an end. Chapter 32, continuing. UC-0085, Side 1 Colony 30 Ruins. Ling Zhan stood alone in the dead residential corridor, his gaze falling on the bulkhead permanently eroded by G3 gas. The surface of the metal panels was covered with a layer of dark grayish-green chemical precipitate, and in the air that had lingered in the sealed space colony for weeks, the faint bitter almond scent unique to nerve agents still drifted. Scattered all over the ground were sundries abandoned by residents during their hasty flight, a worn children's canvas shoe, an open portable e-reader, and a civilian communication terminal flickering with a weak fault light, leaving not a trace of living presence in the entire area. He bent down to pick up the e-reader, the screen leaving a child's unfinished doodle. On the shell of the circular space colony was drawn a grinning sun, and the upper right corner of the picture had long been corroded by poisonous gas into a murky dark yellow. A full 7 years after the conclusion of the one-year war, he had naively thought the universe could welcome a period of stable breathing time, but reality gave a cold answer. In UC-0083, the DLAS fleet launched Operation Stardust, causing a space colony to fall onto the Australian continent, and the Federal Internal Hawks seized the opportunity to establish the Special Operations Force Titans, wantonly expanding their power under the banner of purging Zeon remnants and maintaining space security. Their true target was never the surviving old Zeon forces, but all ordinary people throughout the universe who possessed new type qualifications. The Colony 30 tragedy was merely the beginning of the systematic hunt. On July 31, UC-0085, an anti-federal peaceful demonstration by citizens broke out inside one Colony 30, and Titan's commander Basque OM, without issuing any warning, directly injected the banned G3 gas into the entire satellite's air circulation system, resulting in the deaths of 15 million residents within a mere hour. Afterwards, the Federation deployed all-around public opinion blockades, externally claiming that a severe infectious disease had broken out in the colony, and all massacre records and gas operation logs were sealed and destroyed, with no one daring to delve into the truth. Ling Zhan gently placed the e-reader on an uncorroded metal tabletop, reached into his jacket's inner pocket, and pulled out the Federal Second Lieutenant's epaulet received during his commissioning at Jaburo 9 years ago. He quietly placed the metal badge next to the picture book, forming a glaring contrast with the child's pure artwork. Ashia. As a conscious call settled, the blue and white Gundam Ashia slowly materialized from the shadows deep within the ruins. The original GN drive rotated steadily in its chest, and pale green GN particles slowly seeped out along the armor gaps, spreading a layer of soft light mist in the air. Ling Zhan flipped and leaped into the cockpit, his brain quantum wave instantly resonating with the mobile suit's particles, directly broadening his global perception range from the normal 200 meters to 500 meters. Within the particle-covered area, every victim's remains, every leftover sundry, and every corroded bulkhead, along with all fragmented emotions and residual consciousness, were clearly reflected in his mind. A moment later, a weak living mental fluctuation broke into his perception. It was not the residual resentment of the deceased, but a vibrant emotional undertone, fear, hunger, tense vigilance, mixed with a trace of faint hope for survival, belonging to a low-tier new type who had not yet fully awakened, with the source located right in the abandoned shelter on the lower level of the colony. Ling Zhan pushed down the control stick, and Ashia silently threaded through the corridor relying on its GN particles attitude control thrusters. Although the operating efficiency of the GN thrusters under the colony's low-gravity and artificial atmosphere environment was inferior to that in the vacuum of space, it was sufficient to support high-speed stealth maneuvering. The mobile suit stopped steadily outside the shelter's airtight hatch, and he opened the global public communication channel, his tone steady and without ripples. "Come out, I am the person here to meet and protect you." The heavy airtight door slowly depressurized and slid open, with a young girl of about 14 standing at the very front, flanked behind by a dozen or so children ranging from 5 or 6 to over 10 years old. Everyone's clothes were stained with dust, and their complexions were the pale white of long-term malnutrition. The girl tightly grasped a Federal-issue pistol with a completely emptied magazine in her palm, aiming the muzzle dead set at Ashia's ankle armor. Ling Zhan jumped straight down from the mobile suit, raising both hands above his head to show no harm. He wore only an ordinary gray casual jacket, with no rank insignia, and carried no weapons on his person. "The firearm has no ammunition left, there is no need to be on guard. My name is Ling Zhan, I do not belong to the Federation, nor am I from the Titans." The girl gazed at him for a long time before slowly lowering her hand. Her name was Ayla, and during the 1-year war, she followed her parents to flee from Side 2 and relocate to Colony 30. The moment the gas was released, her parents tried their utmost to lock her into an independent sealed shelter pod, and thereafter there was no movement outside the hatch. She and this group of hiding children managed to bitterly sustain themselves for a full 2 weeks, relying on emergency compressed rations and recycled purified water. "You are all new types." Ling Zhan looked toward this group of children. Ayla was slightly startled and gently nodded. She could clearly perceive the emotions deep in the hearts of the surrounding crowd, and could even capture the waveless apathy of the Titan soldiers when deploying the gas. That bone-chilling coldness was far more despairing than the lethal gas. The children behind her echoed in agreement, though everyone's perception abilities varied in strength. Ling Zhan first transferred all the children to a safe sector on the other side of the colony that was not heavily polluted by the gas, and Ashia's airborne global sensors repeatedly scanned the surrounding airspace to confirm no Titans patrolling mobile suit formations were approaching. The children curled up in the corner of the damaged corridor, sharing the compressed dry rations Ling Zhan carried with him, while Ayla leaned alone against a knocked-over metal bench, pinching a biscuit but delaying putting it in her mouth. "Can you take us away from here?" Before Ling Zhan could reply, a low roar of mobile suit thrusters suddenly came from the end of the corridor. 3 Titans-exclusive RX-79-2 Gundam Quell broke through the damaged outer bulkhead of the colony and drove in, their dark blue suppression armor acting like moving metal tombstones in the shadows of the ruins. The lead pilot's cold voice spread through the mobile suit's head speaker, residual new type signals detected in the Colony 30 ruins area, executing sweep and purge mission. Ling Zhan stood up straight in front of the children. The GM Quell was specifically designed for suppressing rebellions inside space colonies, with thickened armor and abundant close-range suppression firepower, extra target detection sensors installed on the calves, and extremely strong combat advantages in narrow clusters of buildings. Its pure straight-line mobility alone was far inferior to the Celestial Being Gundams, but it was more than enough to clear out unarmed civilians and underage new types. The Titan's pilot looked down at Ling Zhan standing alone, a sarcastic sneer spilling from the speaker. Where did this idler pop out from? A low-level federal non-commissioned officer? An AEUG remnant? Or a slip-through Zeon scum? Relying solely on a physical body to block in front of 3 GM Quells, what gives you the right? Celestial Being. Ling Zhan raised a hand to unzip his jacket, revealing the faint particle line logo on his chest. Celestial Being. The pilot's laughter became increasingly piercing. Celestial Being. A fleeting rumored mobile suit in the one-year war. That heavy firepower Black Gundam in Solomon was nothing more than a street rumor. The Federal Intelligence Department still hasn't found your organization, mothership, and base to this day, and you want to obstruct official business relying merely on an illusory title. These naturally order-disrupting new type pests shouldn't have survived in the first place, and clearing them out is the duty to maintain space stability. No matter how strong Celestial Being is, it's just a single unit and can't save everyone at all. Before the words fell, Ashia's whole-body green optical sensors suddenly lit up. The GN thrusters instantly opened to full capacity, erupting with thrust, and the mobile suit cut in at high speed from the GM's flank, the physical GN sword among the 7-sword system drawing a sharp green light. The blade precisely cut into the GM's right wrist joint drive shaft, and high-temperature particles instantly melted the hydraulic pipelines and transmission structure, without piercing the cockpit or cutting the mobile suit in half at the waist, merely crippling the right arm holding the firearm. The metal manipulator together with the rifle fell off, heavily smashing onto the metal floor, with broken cables emitting short-circuiting blue sparks. The remaining 2 GMs synchronously turned their muzzles, their live ammunition rifles firing frantically in the narrow corridor, bullets striking the bulkhead and splashing sparks all over the sky. Ashia did not retreat to evade, instantly spreading a high-concentration GN particles screen around its body. GN particles possessed inherent matter deflection and impact cushioning characteristics. The incoming metal bullets all deflected their trajectories after passing through the particle layer, completely nailing into the bulkheads on both sides, unable to touch the cockpit by even a fraction. The second horizontal slash severed the second GM's gun-holding right arm, and the third GM hurriedly retreated to widen the distance, but the colony's narrow corridor completely restricted the mass-produced machine's turning maneuverability. Ashia lunged forward with a backhanded uppercut, directly removing its entire right arm and shoulder weapon mount. All 3 GM Quells completely lost their long-range armaments, their cockpits remained intact without damage, and there were no pilot casualties at all. Ling Zhan opened the global public channel, his voice calm and restrained, without a shred of hostility. Go back and tell your superiors that Celestial Being is by no means a street rumor. The entire process of deploying G3 gas in Colony 30, the air circulation system operation logs, the gas deployment authorization codes, and your operation orders for clearing out underage new types have all been completely archived and retained by Ashia's airborne recording system. The federal media can rely on power to cover up the truth of the massacre, but it cannot erase the objective evidence stored by Celestial Being. From now on, whenever the Titans engage in actions of massacring civilians or systematically hunting down new types, Celestial Being will definitely intervene and block them on the spot. You can continue to hunt for Celestial Being mobile suits, and you can deny our existence externally, but you can never ignore, when Celestial Being appears, even your ability to raise your guns to perpetrate violence will be stripped away. The Titan's pilot inside the cockpit remained silent for a long time, leaving only the low electronic hum of the GM's reboot system in the channel. A moment later, the 3 GMs turned their bodies, ignited their thrusters, and disappeared deep into the shadows of the colony ruins. Ling Zhan led the children to arrive at the outer temporary docking point, where the liaison of Amuro Ray's underground NT protection network had been waiting for a long time. The other party was originally a Federal Communication non-commissioned officer of the one-year war, who left the system after the war and specialized in sheltering and transferring new types persecuted by the Titans. He verified the children's identities and informed them that the settlement location was set in Karaba's Earth jurisdiction airspace, completely away from the Titans' patrol coverage. Before boarding the rendezvous transport ship, Ayla turned to look at Ling Zhan, tightly hugging the e-reader painted with the sun in her arms. Will you guys come again in the future to protect people like us? Celestial Being will continue to intervene in all unreasonable killings. We cannot guarantee that every intervention can rewrite the tragedy, but as long as a tragedy occurs, Celestial Being will definitely arrive. Ling Zhan handed the tattered e-reader back to the girl, the warm space colony and sun painted by the child's brush on the screen standing out exceptionally glaringly in the ravaged ruins. Ayla hugged the picture book tightly and boarded the docking ship. Before the hatch closed, she waved hard toward Ling Zhan through the porthole. Ling Zhan gently nodded, watching the transport ship's engine light up with light blue exhaust flames, disappearing amidst the pitch-black sea of stars. Chapter 33 Colony 30. The wreckage of Colony 30 was floating in the airspace of Side 1. The crack on its outer shell extended all the way from the top of the colony to the port area, as if it had been slowly cut open with a dull knife. The metal at the edges curled inward, gleaming with dark red traces of oxidation under the cold starlight. There were no scorch marks from the fires of war, no molten holes pierced by beam weapons, and no dense bullet holes left on the bulkhead by MS machine guns. This colony did not die on the battlefield, but in the poisonous gas of peacetime. Ling Zhan sat in the cockpit of a Xia, watching the system interface light up at the edge of his vision. After many years, the light blue mission window popped up once again, and the number jumped from 005 at the end of the one-year war to 006. Mission name, Colony 30 Investigation and Rescue. He confirmed the mission and pushed down the control stick. A Xia slipped into the crack of the colony's outer shell, and GN particles seeped out from the armor gaps, diffusing into a faint green light mist in the vacuum. The gravity system inside the colony had long since failed. Various pieces of wreckage floated along the main thoroughfare of the residential area. Overturned transport vehicles had smashed the glass curtain walls of street-facing shops, and the shattered glass remained motionless in zero gravity. The screws of the shop sign were half loose, and the sign was slowly rotating in the vacuum. A row of scratch marks remained on the corridor wall. Judging by the height, they were left by an adult. They were not the scratch marks of just one person, but dozens overlapping together, extending from the entrance of the corridor all the way to the shelter at the end. The bitter almond scent characteristic of G3 gas lingering in a sealed environment for several weeks still adhered to the metal surface, faint but unable to dissipate. Ling Zhan raised his hand to turn off the scent detection alarm in the cockpit, and continued to push deeper into the colony. A child's school bag was floating in the middle of the corridor. Printed on the bag was a sticker of an animation character from the Zeon forces. A green frog wearing a military cap, it was a children's animation popular among space residents during the one-year war. Ling Zhan used his mechanical palm to gently push the school bag to the side of the corridor, stopping it from floating around. The school bag continued to rotate slowly, the smiling face of the green frog flickering in the shadows of the ruins. At the junction of the residential and commercial areas, he stopped his mobile suit. Beside an overturned bench, an e-book was suspended in midair, its screen still glowing. The colony's main power supply had been cut off long ago when the Federation forcibly breached the hull for inspection afterward, but the e-book's built-in battery still retained a last shred of power. On the screen was an unfinished drawing, a space colony drawn by a child, with a smiling sun painted on the cylindrical outer shell, and several stars drawn around the colony with blue crayons. The upper right corner of the drawing had been corroded into a dark yellow by the toxic gas. Under the chemical erosion, the paint bubbled, faded, and solidified. The left half of the sun was still smiling, while the right half had already been corroded into a blurry, dark mass. Ling Zhan leaped out of the cockpit, steadied his body in zero gravity, and reached out to gently pick up the e-book. The screen flashed when his fingertips touched it, and the battery indicator bar had only a last trace of red left. He quietly gazed at the drawing for a moment, then placed the e-book into the cockpit storage compartment and climbed back into the cockpit. The GN particles diffused outward with the Xia as the center. The normal 200-meter brain quantum wave expanded to 500 meters under the enhancement of the particle environment, matching the current perception upper limit of LV2, set as V4 purebred innovator, and the perception range covered a zone of several kilometers inside the colony. Amidst the deathly silence of the entire ruin, he captured a signal, not the residual conscious phantoms of the deceased, nor environmental residual heat, but the emotional undertone of living people. Fear, hunger, and tension, mixed with a hint of extremely faint hope. The spiritual fluctuations unique to unawakened new types, numbering about a dozen, were concentrated in the direction of the shelter near the port area. A Xia slid into the port area corridor. The airtight door of the shelter was jammed due to structural deformation caused by an explosion. There were multiple impact marks on the surface of the door, which were not left by external attacks, but formed by repeated impacts from the inside outwards. These trapped children had once tried their utmost to pry open the door themselves and escape. Ling Zhan ejected the GN sword from the back rack, carefully jammed the blade into the gap of the twisted metal door frame, and slowly pried it using the power amplification of the mobile suit's joints. The metal emitted a harsh grinding sound, the door frame gradually deformed under leverage, the sealing strip of the airtight door snapped, and the residual compressed gas inside the cabin hissed out from the crack. He pried the door open to a height sufficient for people to pass through. More than a dozen dust-covered faces were revealed behind the door. Ranging in age from 5 or 6 to their teens, they huddled in the corner at the deepest part of the shelter, their clothes so dirty that their original colors could no longer be seen. The emergency lights had run out of power, leaving only a glow stick in the corner still emitting a faint green cold light, shining on their sunken cheeks and chapped lips. Standing at the very front was a young girl of about 14 years old. Her hands tightly gripped an Earth Federation Forces standard-issue pistol, the muzzle pointing straight at Ling Zhan's chest. The pistol's slide was locked in the open chamber position, the magazine had been empty for a long time, the extractor was jammed on the final cartridge case, and the bolt carrier could not reset. She knew that the firearm had lost its function, but she still refused to put it down. Her fingers suffered from muscle spasms due to holding the gun for a long time, her knuckles turning white, but the muzzle never shook casually. The younger children behind her shrank behind her, subconsciously using her body as a shield. Ling Zhan raised both hands, his movements slow and clear, deliberately slowing his posture to reduce the sense of oppression. That gun is no longer useful. My name is Ling Zhan. I am not one of the Titans. The girl stared intently at him. There was no superficial panic or fear left in her eyes, weeks of torment in the enclosed darkness had long since worn away the restless terror. At this moment, she was simply making a calm judgment, judging whether this stranger in front of her, wearing a gray jacket without rank insignia, would be another kind of disaster. After a moment, the pistol slipped from her hand, floating slowly in zero gravity. Her legs went soft, and she knelt on the ground. She said her name was Ayla, and she had fled with her parents from Side 2 to Colony 30. After the G3 gas was released, her parents used all their strength to push her into the airtight door of the shelter, after which the hatch became completely jammed. She and these children had hidden in the shelter for weeks, barely surviving until now, relying on emergency reserve food and recycled purified water. Are you an NT? Ling Zhan asked. Ayla raised her head to look at him. She said she could faintly perceive the hidden emotions of everyone around her, and could clearly capture the indifference of those Titan soldiers when they released the toxic gas. That rippleless apathy terrified her even more than the fatal toxic gas itself. When the soldiers pressed the release switch, they were merely executing a routine order without the slightest emotional stirring in their hearts. She pointed behind her at the children. They are too. It's just that the strength of their perception varies. Ling Zhan took out compressed biscuits from the cockpit storage compartment and distributed them to the children one by one. Stay here safely, don't wander around casually, and I will handle the threat outside. Then, a low hum of mobile suit thrusters came from the end of the corridor. The thruster arrangement pattern of the three units was an Earth Federation modified model of the Zeon-style pulse thruster, the GM Quell, exclusive to the Titans. Ling Zhan returned to Ishia's cockpit, and activated the GN particle stealth mode. The GN drive switched to its lowest standby power, the particle release amount was suppressed to the absolute minimum, no longer drifting outward on a large scale. The unit's heat source signal dropped to par with the surrounding environment, completing concealment by relying on the vacuum shadows. Ishia completely merged into the shadows of the corridor. 3 GM Quell units entered from the port area entrance. Their dark blue paint schemes almost blended with the bulkheads in the shadows of the ruins. Their shoulder armor was thicker than standard GM units, their right arms were equipped with anti-MS riot machine guns, and their left arms carried foldable riot shields. Their mobile suit serial numbers and unit insignia, the T3 Test Team, 3rd Cleanup Squad. The lead pilot spoke with his teammates through the external loudspeaker. We missed 5 in Colony 17 last time, and the higher-ups are very unhappy. Search the port area as well this time, and don't miss any more. His teammate said that the toxic gas had already wiped out the overwhelming majority, and those remaining who hid in the shelter were all new types with no resistance capability. As they conversed, they used the muzzles of their machine guns to push aside the wreckage floating in the corridor, the overturned transport vehicles were pushed into colliding with the bulkheads, and the shattered glass scattered everywhere in the vacuum. The lead pilot noticed signs of the shelter's airtight door being pried open, drove a GM along the trail, and quickly discovered Ling Zhan and the children moving toward the end of the corridor. He looked down at the human in the gray jacket before him, no military uniform, no arms, standing in front of the pried open shelter door, with a group of children huddled in the corner behind him. Standing alone in front of my GM, who do you think you are? Ling Zhan raised his hand and zipped his jacket up to his chest. His fingers paused on the zipper pull for a moment, then moved away, his hand hanging at his side. Celestial being. The Titan's pilot was silent for a second, and then a short sneer came from the speaker. Celestial being. That unknown mobile suit that appeared a few times during the one-year war, the Black Gundam at Solomon, the Earth Federation Forces Intelligence Department can't even figure out what they are, it's all rumors. Unverified battlefield rumors, ghost stories embellished by war correspondents and frightened rookie pilots. If Celestial being is a rumor, Ling Zhan said, then who disposed of Char Aznable's time bomb deep beneath Jaburo, who jammed Kaisilia Zabi's detonator fuse in the Odessa mining area, and who pierced the Big Zam with 2 shots at Solomon? If you haven't seen any of this intelligence, it only proves your military rank is not high enough. But you've seen the battle damage photos of the Big Zam. The armor of that mobile suit wasn't melted through by beam weapons, it was pierced head-on by GN particles. Just because the Titan's intelligence department locked this report in the top-secret filing cabinet doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The lead pilot fell silent for a moment. Then he said that even if those were really done by Celestial Being wouldn't appear here. Colony 30 is a clearance zone for the Titans, and Celestial Being wouldn't expose itself for a bunch of NT brats. He raised the GM's machine gun, pointed the muzzle at the group of children huddled in the corner of the corridor behind Ling Zhan, and said that these NT brats were pests polluting the universe, and eliminating them was only natural. Celestial Being is not omnipotent, Celestial Being cannot save them. Then Ashia lit up its green twin eyes from the shadows behind him. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you, you're not worthy of hearing it. The GN drive switched from standby mode to combat mode, its rotation speed instantly soaring to full power. High-concentration green particles surged from the armor gaps, illuminating the entire corridor in a dazzling emerald green. The right arm's GN composite rifle/sword unit deployed, the GN sword popped out and locked, GN particles were injected into the particle guide slots engraved on the blade entered high-frequency vibration mode, and the edge glowed with a white-green fluorescent light. Ashia cut in from the GM's flank. The blade precisely cut into the right wrist joint of the first GM, relying on high-frequency vibration to cut through the armor structure, instantly fusing and severing the joint drive shaft and ammunition feeding mechanism. The GM's machine gun, along with the manipulator holding it, detached from the mobile suit and slammed onto the corridor floor. The cables at the fracture short-circuited, the mobile suit's built-in safety circuit immediately cut off the right arm's energy, and hydraulic oil slowly oozed out along the brake. The first GM's right arm was severed clean at the wrist. The other two GMs turned toward Ashia simultaneously. Their machine guns fired wildly in the narrow corridor, and the sparks splashing against the bulkhead were like lightning in a rainstorm within the dim space. Ashia did not dodge. GN particles diffused outward with Ashia as the center, the particle concentration instantly rising to combat level, and a green light mist permeated the corridor. Accompanied by the large-scale diffusion of GN particles, the close-range optical sensors of the three GMs suffered from particle interference, and the screens continuously showed snowy noise. The trajectories of the bullets shifted when passing through the particle layer. GN particles magnetized the low-speed metal warheads, superimposing local airflow disturbances to slightly alter the trajectory direction. This was not a formed GN defense force field, and it could only avoid the vital parts of the cockpit, unable to completely block live ammunition impacts. A dense row of bullet holes was left on the bulkhead, metal fragments scattered in zero gravity, and the cockpit remained completely unscathed. The second sword cut in from the side. Ashia completed a deflection in the narrow corridor using the forward direction as an axis, and the GN sword slashed horizontally to cut into the ammunition feeding mechanism of the second GM's right machine gun. The blade precisely cut along the armor seams, severing the ammunition supply link without triggering secondary ammunition explosion, and the second GM's machine gun fell from the manipulator, slamming onto the corridor floor. The third GM attempted to back up to create distance. However, the mobility of the riot type in a gravity environment was completely incomparable to GN particle propulsion. Relying on the instantaneous output of its whole-body multi-point GN attitude thrusters, Ashia completed a high-speed charge within the confined corridor, the airflow whipping up a brief dust cloud on both sides of the mobile suit, quickly cutting straight into the front of the third GM. With an inverted backhand slash of the GN sword, the blade cut in from the GM's right wrist, extended along the joint drive shaft toward the shoulder, and cleanly uninstalled the entire right arm weapon system along with the shoulder joint assembly. The severed arm slowly tumbled in zero gravity and stopped after hitting the bulkhead. The battle ended, all three GMs lost their main armaments with their cockpits intact, the entire process taking no more than a minute and a half. Ling Zhan opened the public channel. The communication systems of the three GMs received the signal simultaneously. Go back and tell your superiors. Celestial Being is not a rumor. Celestial Being has fully recorded the Titans releasing G3 gas in Colony 30. All evidence, including the operation logs of the air circulation system, the authorization codes for the gas release, and your command records for clearing out surviving NTs, has been archived. The Federation media can help you cover up the facts, but they cannot cover up the records of Celestial Being. He paused, Ashia's GN sword still held in its hand, the light of the particle guide slots on the blade slowly receding from the bright cyan white of combat mode back to the light green of standby mode. From now on, every time the Titans massacre civilians or hunt down NTs, Celestial Being will intervene. You can continue to pursue us, or you can continue to deny our existence. But you cannot deny the powerlessness of not even being able to pull the trigger when stripped of your arms by a Gundam. The public channel fell silent for a long time. Then the three GMs turned around simultaneously, their thrusters ignited, and they disappeared into the shadows of the colony ruins. Ling Zhan transferred the children to a safe silent area on the other side of the port area. The pickup ship sent by Amuro Ray arrived a few hours later, an unbranded civilian shuttle with an anti-scan polarizing film pasted on the portholes. The liaison officer confirmed the children's identities and said that the settlement point was ready, located within the jurisdiction of Karaba and outside the Titan's patrol range. Ayla turned to look at Ling Zhan before boarding the ship. She was still pinching that unfinished compressed ration biscuit in her hand. "Will you come again?" Ling Zhan took the e-book out of the cockpit storage compartment. The drawing on the screen was still there, depicting a smiling sun on the outer shell of the space colony, its upper right corner corroded into dark yellow by the gas. He handed the e-book to Ayla. "Celestial being may not win every time, but for every tragedy, we will feel it." Ayla took the e-book and hugged it to her chest. The pickup ship's cabin door closed, the engines ignited, and it disappeared into the depths of the sea of stars. Ling Zhan returned to the cockpit and initiated the System Task Settlement Interface. Mission 006 completed. The strong survival obsession of the aided children and the extreme fear generated by the enemy pilots when facing the celestial being mobile suit are converted into points. Points plus 1,100. Current point balance, 7,384. System task sequence refreshed, Mission 007 pending activation. New entry added to the official Celestial Being archives, complete archiving of evidence for the Colony 30 gas massacre, air circulation system operation logs, gas release authorization codes, residual NT cleanup command records, and unit insignia and action records of the Titan's T3 test unit 3rd Squad. Rescue result, 13 newborn NT successfully rescued and transferred to the Amuro Ray NT protection network for placement. Ashia hovered above the wreckage of Colony 30, GN particles diffusing in the vacuum and covering the entire ruins. The remains of millions of dead still floated in every corridor of this colony, and the residue of the gas slowly corroded on the metal surface. 13 children were rescued. Compared to the millions of dead, this number was so tiny as to be almost meaningless. He pushed down the control stick. Ashia glided out from the colony wreckage and entered the Sea of Stars. After 7 years of silence, Celestial Being began recording mission archives once more. Colony 30 was the first page. After returning to the hangar, Ling Zhan left a physical clone to watch over the space, while his main body prepared to conduct encrypted communication docking with Amuro Ray. Chapter 34 Settlement. On the edge of the Karaba jurisdiction, inside an unnamed asteroid, an abandoned Earth Federation Forces logistics warehouse from the one-year war era had been converted into one of the strongholds of the NT protection network. The corridor walls were covered with rough white soundproofing material, the tape at the seams slightly peeling from disrepair, and the lights were turned down to their lowest brightness, casting long shadows on both sides of the passageway while the air circulation system emitted a continuous, low hum. Amuro Ray stood in front of the observation window at the end of the corridor, looking out at the boundless sea of stars beyond the glass. He was wearing deep blue casual clothes without rank insignia, his hair was a bit shorter than before, and the lines of his cheekbones were sharper than during the one-year war. 9 years. Starting from the corridor inside 7th strafed by the Zaka machine gun, he had experienced every battle on the gravity battlefield, the moment Ramba Rao put down his grenade, and the instant Layla Soon was pierced by a beam saber at Abawa Chu. Now he stood here, inside an unnamed asteroid, guarding a group of children hunted by the Titans, and he turned around, walking down the corridor toward the common activity room of the settlement area. The activity room was not large, and the walls were plastered with drawings made by the children. Most of them were common children's graffiti, simple sketches of the universe, stars, and mobile suits. But in the most prominent position in the corner, 2 newly painted works were pinned up. The one on the left was an old drawing from an e-book screen, a cylindrical colony satellite with a smiling sun painted on its outer shell, surrounded by a few stars drawn with blue crayons. The upper right corner of the drawing had been corroded into a dark yellow by poison gas, the paint faded under chemical erosion, and while the left half of the sun was still smiling, the right half had been corroded into a blurred dark mass. The one on the right was brand new, a pure white sun radiated blue light, and below the sun, dozens of children stood in a row holding hands, each child's face adorned with a smile. Ayla sat on a folding chair beneath the 2 drawings, the e-book placed on her knees. Her fingers gently swiped across the screen, and the poison-scarred sun flickered with her touch. Amuro walked up to her and looked at the new drawing on the right. "What is the name of the sun?" Ayla raised her head, and the fear that had been in the Colony 30 shelter was no longer in her eyes. The fear had been deeply hidden, not vanished, but placed by her in a position she could bear. Celestial Being, Ashia. Amuro squatted down so that his line of sight was level with the seated Ayla. Ashia. Where did you hear that name? Isla said she hadn't heard it, she had seen it in Colony 30. When the person wearing the gray jacket jumped out of the cockpit, she saw the white machine behind him glowing with green twin eyes, and later the green particles spread out, illuminating the entire corridor. That is the sun of celestial being. Amuro looked at the radiant sun on the drawing. Celestial being doesn't only have one Gundam, Amuro said. There is a Shia, Gundam Virtue, and there will be more in the future. Every Gundam has its own pilot, and every pilot has chosen to stand on the same front line with celestial being. They protect all new types hunted by the Titans. Isla asked if Amuro was also part of celestial being. Amuro was silent for a moment. He was not celestial being, at least not yet. The tacit understanding between him and Ling Zhan had never needed any documents to prove it. From the moment after the one-year war ended when Ling Zhan first told him that celestial being would continue to intervene in unreasonable wars, he had already regarded himself as part of celestial being's mission. Not a formal member, without a serial number, without signing on any archives. But every time celestial being intervened, his protection network was the final link on the evacuation route. He told Isla that he knew the core members of celestial being, having known them a long time ago. Isla did not pursue the question further, continuing to lower her head and look at the poison-scarred sun on the e-book. In front of the observation window at the end of the corridor, Amuro stood alone. Outside the window, the sea of stars reflected his shadow cast by the dim light of the corridor behind him onto the porthole glass, blurring his expression. He wondered how these 7 years had led to today. After the one-year war ended, he returned to Earth, nominally on active duty as an Earth Federation Forces mobile suit instructor, but actually placed under house arrest and surveillance by the higher-ups. The federal government both feared and wanted to exploit the White Devil of the one-year war, giving him a rank, a salary, and a windowless office, but never allowing him near any combat units. His daily work was to write basic mobile suit operation manuals for recruits, which were printed, bound, and piled up in warehouses to gather dust. A large amount of discretionary time gave him the opportunity to observe the changes happening within the Earth Federation forces. At first, it was just sporadic discrimination events. Soldiers with new type potential were transferred away from their original posts and assigned to remote outposts, with logistic supplies prioritized for non-type units. He thought this was just chaos during the post-war rectification period. At the end of UC-0083, Operation Stardust ended, colony fragments fell to Earth, and the following year the Titans were officially established, turning the chaos into a system. The Titans established an independent personnel system within the Earth Federation forces and began systematically screening the psychological evaluation archives of all active-duty soldiers. Any individual exceeding the threshold in the new type adaptability test was marked as a potential unstable factor. Those marked soldiers were first transferred, then disappeared, and finally appeared in the Titans' secret research institutes, assigned experimental serial numbers. The first archive Amuro personally tampered with belonged to a 19-year-old GM pilot whose new type adaptability exceeded the threshold by only 2 percentage points, and who had defeated instructors 3 consecutive times in standard GM mock battles. A Titans personnel officer wanted to pull his file, but Amuro logged into the system a step ahead, lowered the adaptability test data by 3 percentage points, and then fabricated a false retirement record stating he was discharged early due to a training accident resulting in a fractured right wrist. He sent the child to a civilian transport station in the Karaba jurisdiction, giving him a forged identity as a mechanical repairman for a mining company that was the first member of the NT Protection Network. After that, he completed more than a dozen rescues alone, each following the same procedure: screening targets, tampering with archives, fabricating retirement records, and contacting Ling Zhan's encrypted channel to coordinate the evacuation timing. Ling Zhan's celestial being was responsible for taking people away before the Titans' cleanup forces arrived, and his protection network was responsible for providing a settlement point after the evacuation. Before the Colony 30 mission, all rescues were covert operations, and celestial being had never publicly appeared before the Titans. Every intervention descended like a ghost at the right moment, and then left no trace after the green light mist of the GN particles dissipated. The Federation had also studied celestial beings' miraculous mobility and green particles, but gained nothing, ultimately only marveling at the terrifying nature of celestial beings' technology. Colony 30 was the first exception. Ling Zhan chose to reveal celestial beings' identity before the Titans' cleanup forces, and the pilots of those 3 GM Quell units, disarmed and retreating, would bring celestial beings' name back to the Titans' intelligence department. Amuro knew what this meant. The era of 7 years of covert intervention had ended, and celestial being formally returned to the stage of the era. And he needed to prepare to welcome everything that followed. The small communication room in the deepest part of the settlement had only one encrypted communication terminal, and the soundproofing material on the walls was thicker than in the corridor area. Amuro opened the encrypted channel, the holographic screen lit up, and Ling Zhan's figure appeared in the image. The background was the hangar parking area, where Ashia was quietly parked at its berth, with a small amount of residual GN particles floating slowly inside the sealed hangar. The armor plate on Ashia's right arm had been removed, and the calibration data of the joint drive shaft jumped line by line on the auxiliary screen. Amuro leaned against the edge of the communication console. Isla painted a picture. That child's new type perception was forcibly activated in Colony 30. She stayed in the shelter for weeks, every day perceiving the coldness of soldiers when poison gas was released, and perceiving new type signals in other shelters disappearing one by one. She painted the picture to fix those green particles on paper, so that when she has nightmares at night, she can look at the painting and tell herself that it is real, the existence of celestial being. Ling Zhan was silent for a moment on the other end of the screen. After the Colony 30 mission, other new type children received by the settlement also showed similar conditions. Several children's nascent new type perception was forcibly awakened under a long-term fear environment. At the current stage, they have frequent nightmares at night, emotional sensitivity, and are extremely vulnerable to surrounding negative emotions. The settlement's medical personnel lack intervention methods targeting the new type mental level. Amuro nodded. He would screen a few new types with a higher degree of awakening within the protection network for preliminary adaptation training, monitored throughout by the settlement's medical personnel. He turned to another topic. Have you thought things through regarding the formalization of celestial being? Ling Zhan said they were preparing the organizational structure and draft manifesto. Not now, it still took time. When the time was ripe, all archives of the protection network could be merged into Celestial Being's archiving system. Amuro said okay, at that time he would formally join Celestial Being. Ling Zhan nodded, the holographic screen flickered once, and the encrypted channel switched to standby mode. Inside the hangar, Ashia and Gundam Virtue stood side by side on the metal floor, both GN drives in standby mode, particle release maintained at the lowest threshold to sustain the machine's basic sensor network, and a green halo quietly flowing across the armor surface. Tairia Urda stood in front of the holographic screen, his thin-rimmed glasses reflecting the data stream constantly jumping on the screen. The screen displayed data from Amuro Ray's NT protection network, including rescue records over the past 7 years, settlement distribution, new type containment numbers, and response patterns for Titan's cleanup operations. All data was extracted from the encrypted communications between Ling Zhan and Amuro, systematically archived, and handed over to Tairia for analysis and evaluation. Amuro Ray's operation method is highly systematic. Tairia swiped his fingertips line by line across the holographic screen through the data. The settlement is chosen outside the Titan's patrol range, but still near the Earth Federation Forces logistics supply line. This location can ensure material allocation efficiency, safely transferring 3 to 5 new types per month on average. The rescue success rate is currently 100%. He paused and brought up another set of data. After the Colony 30 tragedy, the Titan screening frequency of supply lines over the past 6 months had increased by about 40%. However, relying on the Federation logistics lines poses a huge risk of exposure. Once the Titans launch a full-area screening, the entire settlement network will be exposed one after another. The emergency anti-risk capability is weak. Tairia continued flipping through the data. His fingertips stopped at Amuro's new type mental fluctuation spectrogram, a set of data passively collected during encrypted communications over the past 7 years, indirectly measured through interaction records with Ling Zhan's brain quantum wave. The spectrum showed that Amuro's mental fluctuation intensity far exceeded the ordinary new type baseline, with peaks and troughs presenting an extremely regular periodic distribution, and the compatibility with Ling Zhan's brain quantum wave in frequency and amplitude exceeded 95%. This compatibility was marked as synchrony adaptation in the Innovators database, theoretically capable of supporting long-distance mental links. Tairia archived this set of data separately. After Celestial Being is officially established, he can be invited to serve as the head of the NT protection network. Tairia wrote this line in the remarks column of Amuro's file, then turned off the holographic screen. Ling Zhan leaned against Ashia's ankle armor with arms crossed. You have reservations about him. Not reservations. Tairia took off his glasses and wiped the lenses with the corner of his clothes. Amuro Ray's ability and motives both meet Celestial Being standards, but he has stayed within the Federation system for too many years. His protection network being able to survive under the Titan's noses for 7 years relies on a deep understanding of the system's operational rules. This understanding itself is also a shackle. Influenced by the habit of fighting alone during the 1-year war, once the risk of the protection network being exposed exceeds what he can bear, his first reaction will be to bear the consequences alone. After Celestial Being is formalized, he needs to learn to distribute risks to the command chain. Ling Zhan looked at Gundam Virtue's heavy black armor. He said Amuro had been such a person since Side 7, when facing Ramba Ral in the desert, he he didn't call for reinforcements, and when facing Char Aznable at Abawa Chu, he didn't call for reinforcements either. As for learning to ask for help, he was already doing it. The settlement cafeteria. The long table was modified from the cargo bay door of an abandoned transport ship, with traces of peeling paint still remaining on the surface. The rescued new type sat around the long table eating dinner. Today's food was standard emergency rations issued by the Karaba jurisdiction: compressed biscuits, vegetable soup, and canned fruit. A boy of about 7 used a spoon to pile canned fruit into a small mountain, then knocked it down and rebuilt it, repeating this 3 times. Isla looked at Mia. The poison-scarred sun on the e-book flickered under her fingertips. The others also stopped the spoons in their hands. In the cafeteria, there was only the hum of the air circulation system and the sound of a child sniffing softly. In front of the observation window at the end of the corridor, Amuro stood alone. Outside the window, the sea of stars was quiet. The sound of conversation from the cafeteria faintly drifted over, and he could hear Mia questioning when Celestial Being would stop the Titans. That question was like a needle stuck deep in his consciousness. He had also asked the same question. During the 1-year war, he asked Ling Zhan why Char Aznable betrayed Garma Zabi. In the desert, he asked Ling Zhan why Ramba Ral didn't hate Char Aznable but would not forgive what he did either. In the ruins of Abawa Chu, he asked Ling Zhan why Celestial Being wanted to intervene in wars. Every time, Ling Zhan didn't give him a direct answer. He was just waiting for him to figure it out himself. Now, in the corridor of the settlement, he heard a 15-year-old new-type girl ask when Celestial Being would stop the Titans. He couldn't give an answer. But he knew one thing: 9 years ago, when he was being chased everywhere by a Zaku inside 7, Ling Zhan said a sentence to him in the corridor: "I won't let you die." He had remembered that sentence for 9 years. Now he stood here, guarding a group of children hunted by the Titans. The first new type he rescued from the Earth Federation forces by tampering with files was a 19-year-old GM pilot, who stayed at the settlement for 3 years and later became a civilian transport ship pilot in the Karaba jurisdiction. The 47th new type he rescued was an 8-year-old girl whose new type ability was perceiving the emotions of plants. She later grew a patch of tomatoes in the settlement's greenhouse. Every new type he rescued was living in the settlement. He didn't need Celestial Being to give an answer. He only needed to replicate the promise Ling Zhan made to him back then, guarding the group of children before him well. He turned away from the observation window and walked toward the cafeteria. Chapter 35: Before the Storm. Early UC 0087. After completing the Colony 30 mission, Ling Zhan noticed a red dot at the lower right of his field of view. When he clicked it, the system's light blue light screen projected a pulsing data stream onto the metal walls of the hangar. Battle history. There's this kind of thing too. Ashia and Gundam Virtue stood side by side on either side, their GN particles flowing quietly in standby mode. System: successfully rescued surviving new types, archived evidence of Titans massacres, and initially formed a cooperation mechanism between the NT Protection Network and Celestial Being. Mission completed, 1 Rising Freedom Gundam awarded. After the settlement prompt disappeared, a new mobile suit unlock interface popped up in the hangar. Rising Freedom Gundam. Featuring a Seed Series nuclear-powered engine for infinite endurance within the atmosphere. Equipped with a multi-lock multi-target locking system and ultra-high-speed air-land amphibious mobility. Positioned as the main mobile suit for anti-suppression on the Earth line, forming a complete 3-unit combat system alongside the space line Gundam Virtue and close combat Ashia. Ling Zhan checked the mobile suit's data item by item and incorporated it into Celestial Being's combat power sequence. Tairia Erda stood before the holographic screen to simultaneously update Celestial Being's combat power archives, noting in the remarks column for the Rising Freedom Gundam, temporarily piloted concurrently by Ling Zhan, with the selection of a dedicated pilot included in Celestial Being's formalization preparations. After the 3-unit system is formed, Celestial Being's intervention efficiency both inside and outside the atmosphere will increase by at least double. Tairia Erda pushed up his glasses and brought up the deployment map of Titan's forces in the Earth sphere. Following Colony 30, the Titans have increased the frequency of sweeping operations simultaneously across multiple colonies. They are testing Celestial Being's intervention limits, wanting to see if we can appear on multiple battlefields at the same time. Then let them see. The Titans did not restrain themselves after Colony 30. On the contrary, they viewed the appearance of Celestial Being as a direct challenge to their authority, launching sweeping operations simultaneously across multiple colonies. Side 2, Side 4, Side 6, every time followed the exact same pattern: neural gas or machine gun strafing, indiscriminate attacks on civilian residential areas, followed by dispatching cleanup units to hunt down surviving new types. Ling Zhan piloted the Rising Freedom Gundam as it shuttled at high speed along the Earth line. The Rising Freedom Gundam's mobility within the atmosphere crushed all known mobile suits, The continuous thrust provided by its nuclear-powered engine allowed it to freely switch battlefields between low orbit and the ground. The multi-lock system simultaneously locked onto multiple target weapon systems, and its beam rifle precisely picked off the right-arm weaponry of Riot-type GMs one by one. Every attack emulated Kira Yamato by destroying only the weaponry without harming the cockpit, and witnesses captured the Rising Freedom Gundam's maneuver trajectories as it executed ultra-high-speed direction changes within the atmosphere, surpassing all known mobile suits, referring to its transformable aspect. Tairia Erda piloted the Gundam Virtue to simultaneously intervene on the space line. The GN field deployed a spherical barrier above the colony wreckage, protecting the evacuating civilian fleet. The shockwave from the space colony's explosion crashed against the surface of the field, causing green ripples to spread violently, yet the field showed no cracks. After confirming the safe evacuation of the civilians, the Gundam Virtue's GN bazooka fired at minimum power, destroying the thrusters of the pursuing Titans' mobile suits and forcing them to give up the chase. Eyewitness reports flooded into the Titans' intelligence department like snowflakes. Celestial Being did not have only two Gundams. That blue and white close combat mobile suit had not reappeared since its appearance at Colony 30, replaced instead by a new type of Gundam whose speed within the atmosphere surpassed all known mobile suits, as well as a heavy firepower unit capable of deploying energy barriers in space. Celestial Being was now known to possess 3 Gundams, and Celestial Being was simultaneously intervening in both the Earth and space combat lines. In February of UC-0087, the Titans Intelligence Department updated the Celestial Being files, rating their threat level as Priority Extermination Target. The file's remarks column was marked in red. Celestial Being has been confirmed to possess 3 different models of Gundams, possessing the capability for simultaneous operations inside and outside the atmosphere. Pilot identities unknown, mothership location unknown, organization scale unknown. That same month, the AEUG officially raised arms. Commodore Blex Forger issued a public statement at Side 6 announcing that the AEUG would use armed force to resist the tyranny of the Titans. Bright Noah broke away from the Earth Federation forces, bringing core crew members of the White Base from the One-Year War era to join the AEUG, serving as the captain of the Argama. Char Aznable was active within the AEUG under the identity of Quattro Bagina, responsible for the tactical command of the mobile suit forces. The Earth Federation forces officially split into 2 factions, the Titans and the AEUG, and the GRYPS war broke out. Amuro Ray witnessed the full-scale outbreak of the civil war within the Earth Federation forces. His training base was taken over by the Titans, and all soldiers whose new type adaptability exceeded the threshold were isolated in groups and sent to the Titans research institutes. Using his last bit of official authority, Amuro Ray tampered with the files of several young soldiers on the quarantine list, erasing them from the Titans transfer sequence, and then submitted his retirement application. The retirement application was quickly approved. The Titans had long wanted to be rid of the One-Year War's White Devil, they just needed a legal procedure. He took off his Earth Federation Forces uniform and slipped his second lieutenant's insignia into his pocket, an insignia he had not worn once since the end of the One-Year War. At the settlement communication room, Amuro Ray opened an encrypted channel, and Ling Zhan's figure appeared on the holographic screen. The background was the bridge of the Ptolemaeus II, where Samurai Jai Lee Noriega was reviewing battlefield intelligence data at the captain's seat. The process of drawing battleships and crew members is skipped. Amuro Ray told Ling Zhan the news of his retirement. He said that he had stayed in the Earth Federation forces for too long and had witnessed firsthand how the system could not protect the innocent, only generate oppression. Now that the Civil War had broken out and the Earth Federation forces were killing each other, he no longer wanted to serve any faction. He intended to devote all his energy to the operation of the NT Protection Network. Ling Zhan asked about the current capacity of the Protection Network. 7 settlement points, distributed in the Karaba jurisdiction, the periphery of the Side 1 wreckage area, and near lunar orbit. Each settlement accommodates an average of 20 to 30 new types. Combined with the children rescued from Colony 30, the total number is close to 200. All settlement points are equipped with basic medical and food supplies, but lack armed escorts. Once the Titans lock onto the location of any settlement point, relying solely on the existing defensive facilities, it won't survive a single frontal attack. Amuro Ray brought up the distribution map of the protection network, and 7 light points lit up sequentially in Earth's sphere orbit. Ling Zhan looked at those light points. During the years Amuro Ray was under house arrest and surveillance by the Earth Federation forces, he had used a large amount of discretionary time to build this network all by himself. From tampering with the first file to now having 7 settlement points and nearly 200 rescued new types. He mentioned that Celestial Being was preparing for formal organization, with the Ptolemaeus serving as Celestial Being's flagship. The command chain and division of labor would be finalized soon, and the relationship between the protection network and Celestial Being also needed a clear positioning. Amuro Ray said that the protection network could establish a formal cooperation mechanism with Celestial Being for intelligence sharing, rescue coordination, and settlement coordination, but the protection network would not be incorporated into Celestial Being's roster, and he himself would not join the Celestial Being organization. Ling Zhan was silent for a moment, then nodded. The protection network will maintain independent operations. When Celestial Being needs intelligence, we will contact you directly. When you need armed support, contact me directly. Amuro Ray agreed. The encrypted channel switched to standby mode. In front of the bridge's tactical screen, Tairi Arda simultaneously updated the cooperation files, noting under the entry for Amuro Ray, formal cooperation partner of Celestial Being, NT Protection Network operates independently, intelligence sharing and rescue coordination mechanisms confirmed. The remarks column added a pending item. When the time is ripe in the future, the matter of formal accession can be discussed again. Neutral airspace near Earth orbit. Quattro Bagina's Hayakushiki hovered at the designated coordinates. Its golden armor gleamed with a dull metallic luster under the cold light of the stars. This mobile suit was a high-mobility mobile suit customized by Anaheim Electronics for the AEUG, and its mobility far exceeded all mass-produced machines currently in active service with the Earth Federation forces. He set the mobile suit to a standby posture, kept the thrusters at minimum thrust, and adjusted all sensors to passive reception mode. Green particles condensed in front of the Hayakushiki. Quattro Bagina's fingers tightened slightly on the control stick. He had seen these particles countless times. In the space of the one-year war, a blue and white mobile suit had rushed out from a green light fog, and its GN sword had sliced off all 4 limbs of Izaka within 90 seconds. In the Jaburo underground tunnel, green particles interfered with the timed bomb's fuse. In the Odessa mining area, green light mist seeped from the depths of the mine tunnels to the surface. In Solomon, another black mobile suit used 2 GN bazookas to pierce the Big Zam head-on. In Abawachu, that blue and white mobile suit stood silently beside the wreckage of the Elmuth. Every time green particles appeared, Celestial Being changed the course of the battlefield. Every time the green particles disappeared, they left no tracking clues behind. Now these particles were condensing into a humanoid halo in front of him. Gundam Ashia emerged from the halo, featuring blue and white armor and green twin eyes, the exact same mobile suit that had sliced off Izaka's limbs in space 7 years ago. Quattro Bagina opened the public channel. Gundam Ashia, 7 years ago in space, you were the one who sliced off my Izaka with this very mobile suit. I saw another black mobile suit pierce the Big Zam with 2 shots in Solomon. In recent months, you've appeared in the Earth sphere. Celestial Being vanished for 7 years after the one-year war ended. Why reappear now? Because of the Titans, Ling Zhan's voice came through the public channel. G3 gas, colony bombing, systematic hunting of NTs, these are not wars, they are slaughters. Celestial Being does not serve any faction, but Celestial Being will intervene in unreasonable slaughters. Colony 30 was the first public intervention. All previous interventions were strictly confidential. Colony 30 was the first time Celestial Being revealed its identity openly before the Titans. Quattro Bagina fell silent for a moment. The Hayakushiki's thrusters emitted a low hum in standby mode. Celestial Being does not serve any faction. What is the relationship between you and the AEUG? There is no relationship. The Titans are slaughtering civilians, and Celestial Being is merely intervening to stop it. That's a very clear line, Quattro Bagina said, but the Titans won't respect it. They have already internally classified Celestial Being as a priority annihilation target, ranking above the AEUG. Every time Celestial Being intervenes, it exposes more combat data, mobile suit counts, weapon configurations, particle characteristics, and sortie frequencies. The Titan's intelligence department is analyzing every single combat record of Celestial Being frame by frame. Your particle barriers, atmospheric re-entry dashes, sooner or later, they will find targeted countermeasures for these technical details. When you encounter new Titans mobile suits on the battlefield equipped with weapon systems specifically designed to counter you, will Celestial Being still be able to hold this line? Ling Zhan's voice held no hesitation. Celestial Being will not change its operational principles simply because the enemy upgrades their technology. The Titans can develop weapons targeting us, analyze Celestial Being's sortie patterns, and attempt to predict our intervention timing. But there is one thing they cannot do, they cannot make Celestial Being choose a faction, because Celestial Being has never belonged to any faction from the very beginning. Quattro Bagina looked at the silhouette of Ashia on the tactical screen. The mobile suit was suspended in the sea of stars, its thrusters maintained at minimum thrust, and its GN sword retracted. It had not entered a combat stance, and no weapons were deployed. It simply hovered there, waiting for his response. The AEUG is also fighting the Titans. If celestial being needs intelligence, I can provide it through personal channels, not in the name of the AEUG, but in my own personal name. Why in your personal name? Because acting in the name of the AEUG requires approval through the chain of command, whereas acting in my personal name only requires my own decision. Quattro Bagina paused for a moment. And also because 7 years ago in Abawachu, Ashia stood beside the wreckage of the Elmuth and did not open fire. I kept wondering what the pilot of that mobile suit was thinking at the time. Later, I figured it out, he wasn't there to fight, he was also there to save her, just a step too late. The public channel fell silent for a long time. Celestial being accepts this proposal, Ling Zhan said. Quattro Bagina nodded. The Hayakashiki's thrusters switched from standby mode to cruise mode. As he turned his mobile suit to leave, he left behind one final remark. Regarding Colony 30, someone inside the AEUG saw celestial beings' intervention records. Not everyone believes celestial being is just a rumor, there are always people looking forward to what you will do next, and I am one of them. The Hayakashiki disappeared into the depths of the starry sea. Ashia hovered at its original coordinates, GN particles quietly circulating across the surface of its armor. In the cockpit, Ling Zhan watched the direction where the Hayakashiki had disappeared. Char Aznable was now called Quattro Bagina. 7 years ago, when he sliced off that man's Zaku limbs in space, the last sentence he heard from the public channel was, "I will remember this, celestial being." 7 years later today, the same person said, "There are always people looking forward to what you will do next, and I am one of them." The shelter administrator reported the recent situation to Amuro Ray. The awakening degree of the rescued new types continued to rise in the safe environment, and no more severe mental breakdown cases occurred. Several older new types began assisting with administrative work. Maya was responsible for comforting the emotions of the newly arrived children. She could perceive the most fragile parts of the newly arrived new types' hearts, knowing when to speak and when to remain silent. Ayla was responsible for recording each child's awakening characteristics, and her notebook was already filled with dozens of pages. Names, ages, new type ability types, awakening trigger conditions, and the most effective soothing methods. A small new type mutual aid community was naturally forming without any formal management structure. Everyone was simply doing what celestial being did in their respective fields of expertise. Ling Zhan stood in front of the bridge porthole of the Ptolemaeus II. Sumarajai Lee Noriega finished consolidating the latest intelligence in the captain's seat and projected 3 files onto the main screen one by one. The Titan's intelligence department had classified celestial being as a priority annihilation target. Celestial beings' mobile suit counts, weapon configurations, particle characteristics, and sortie frequencies were all incorporated into the Titan's operational database, and a mobile suit squad specifically targeting celestial being was under formation. The AEUG's intelligence department classified celestial being as a neutral third party, inclined to protect civilians, with no direct cooperation with the AEUG, but sharing an anti-Titan stance. Neo Zeon's intelligence department classified celestial being as pending observation. Heyman Karn maintained a wait-and-see attitude towards celestial being at the beginning of the GRYPS war, taking no active hostile actions, but had ordered the collection of all of celestial being's combat power data. Celestial being had officially entered the strategic horizon of all major factions in the Earth sphere. Sumarajai called up another set of data, the timeline of Titans clearing operations recorded by the Ptolemaeus II over the past few weeks. Following Colony 30, the Titans synchronized and increased their clearing frequency across 7 colonies. However, after celestial beings' dual-line intervention, clearing forces in 4 of those locations reduced their frequency of actively attacking civilians after encountering celestial being, switching to exploratory combat before retreating. Celestial being's existence was changing the Titans' behavioral patterns. Ling Zhan turned off the intelligence terminal. The Titans were adapting to celestial being, and celestial being was also accumulating data. Every intervention was a further understanding of the Titan's operational patterns, and every engagement was a calibration of the new mobile suit's actual combat performance. The Rising Freedom Gundam's multi-lock system had optimized its target priority algorithm across multiple sorties, and Gundam Virtue's GN field capacitor consumption rate had found the optimal distribution ratio through continuous actual combat. Celestial Being was no longer the secret organization that sliced off Char Aznable's Zaku in space 7 years ago. Now, Celestial Being had 3 Gundams, a mothership, and a collaboration network. It was a new type protection system currently taking shape. The GRYPS war had just begun. The Titans' clearing forces were advancing simultaneously on all fronts, the AEUG's mobile suit forces were assembling, and Neo Zeon's fleet was standing by in Axis orbit. Celestial Being would sortie in a full 3-unit formation for the first time in the next large-scale suppression operation. Amuro Ray's NT protection network was ready to receive more survivors. The exclusive pilot for the Rising Freedom Gundam was still under selection, and the storm was approaching.